Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 1. 928, 929, 930, 997, 998, 999. 1000. Ding. Completed the quest and picked up 1,000 times. Gain 0.01% experience points. Ding. Jolacole My Hawk template, 0.04 has been unlocked. Current level, entry. In a dilapidated cottage. Shiraishi exhaled heavily, sweating profusely. His whole body was as if he had just jumped into the lake and had just come up. His whole body was red, hot, his heart was beating and roaring, and his breathing was as violent as a large bellows being pulled in a blacksmith's shop. Quick and loud. The morning sun was rising, and the faint sunlight fell on Shiraishi's face, intertwined with sweat. The short rest allowed him to relieve the heat on his body a little, but the soreness on his body still existed and showed no sign of subsidence. He glanced at the low and dilapidated thatched hut with a rotten smell behind him. The dark environment contained a hint of damp and cold air, and the straw that covered the top was about to fall off, and this was the home where he lived and belonged to him alone. World. Is this the power I have gained? Shiraishi looked down at the wooden knife in his hand and said indifferently, there is not much joy, strange environment, strange body, strange system. Put down the wooden knife in your hand, close your eyes, indulge in your own world, and feel the memories that keep popping up in your mind. In the spiritual world, a phantom is holding a sword blade, the body of the sword is black, and the tip of the sword bursts with a cold light, like a wisp of cold stars in the night sky. The blade waving again and again, only repeats the upward movement, but it is obviously just a simple slash. But it gives an indescribable feeling. Time flows slowly, the phantom is slowly dissipating, and when the phantom draws the last sword, it is also firmly imprinted in Shiraishi's heart. Opening his eyes, Shiraishi's eyes flashed a ray of light. After observing the phantom's sword, he took another step towards a deeper understanding of kendo. Jolacole My Hawk, I didn't expect that the first one would be him. The strongest swordsmanship system. Randomly obtain the inheritance of a strong swordsman, and unlock all the swordsmanship of the opponent by forging. And get the full power of the opponent. After completing the tasks released by the system, you can get swordsmanship experience and actual combat experience. The experience value gained is determined by the task. Just now Shiraishi was watching Hawkeye's swordsmanship, and everything from movements, gestures, and breathing was projected into Shiraishi's spiritual world. In just a few days, Shiraishi never knew how to hold a sword, but until he completed 10%, he remained at the swordsman level for the time being. After exiting the spiritual world, he held the wooden knife in his hand again, and waved it upwards. At this moment, he already had a slight similarity with the virtual shadow's movements, but there was still a clear gap. As expected of the number one swordsman in the pirate world, he has so much experience in swordsmanship just by unlocking less than 1,000th of it. It's just getting started now, it's still a long way from reaching 10% to become a swordsman. When Shiraishi relaxed, the soreness surged into his body instantly, and he lifted it 1,000 times. It was still a little difficult for an 11-year-old Shiraishi. Thinking that there was still work waiting for him, Shiraishi couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Don't feel sorry for my disappearance. The memory of the past appeared in Shiraishi's mind. In the orphanage, he had no parents, no friends, and no one would care about his existence. There was only endless pain and loneliness, and no one cared about him until he died of illness. The world leaves no trace. Maybe God took pity on him and let him start over in this new world. That seemingly malnourished face showed a smile. When he was tormented by cancer in his previous life, only anime could bring him a trace of spiritual sustenance, and those in the orphanage could not refuse a boy who was slowly walking towards the abyss of death. So Shiraishi got what he wanted, and at the same time longed to get the power to break mountains and seas with a single wave in the anime. He didn't expect that he would get what he wanted in this life, even if it was just the beginning, it was enough. No one is born strong. Even if there is, it is obtained from others, and what Shiraishi has to do is to go from the bottom to the top step by step. Just when Shiraishi walked into his thatched hut to change his clothes, there was a rush of heavy footsteps outside, and the sound was a little harsh as the old wooden door was pushed in, and then one looked a little harsh. The strong middle-aged uncle suddenly broke into Shiraishi's field of vision and spoke to him in a dissatisfied tone. "Stinky boy! It's too busy outside, you are still here, be careful that the mean old man will deduct your salary again." But seeing Shiraishi sweating profusely and holding a wooden sword, his rough face frowned. "Why are you still doing this? You must know that the most powerful force in this world is magic. No matter how strong you are, you can only be a blacksmith. Why should I tell you? Come with me quickly." Uncle Lore didn't plan to stay here at Shiraishi, and he planned to leave as soon as he said it, because there was still a lot of work waiting for him outside, and there was not much time to spend on a child. "I see, Uncle Lore." Shiraishi quickly reacted, and then immediately replied that since he wants to be reborn in this world, he must first survive in this world. Growing up as an orphan, he grew up intellectually in a lonely environment, and all the vices in other peers, Shiraishi can't see at all. He understands that the environment he is in will never allow him to resist at all. The most important problem he needs to solve is to find a job that can provide food and clothing, and there is a job waiting for him right now. Hearing Shiraishi's answer, Uncle Lore was stunned. In his eyes, this child should be a submissive, a little timid, and he never dared to react when he saw him. Why does it seem like a different person now? Lore! Hurry up, there is still life waiting for you. Just when Uncle Lore was surprised by Shiraishi's change, the people outside urged him to go back quickly. He turned his head and shouted outside in his loud voice. "Coming!" After shouting, he turned to Shiraishi and said, "You two hurry up and follow." "Okay. Uncle Lore." Shiraishi took care of himself a little and tried to make himself look as clean as possible, then pushed open the dilapidated wooden door and stepped into a new world from the dark environment. When he came outside, the sun had already risen at this time, and the harsh sunlight made Shiraishi's eyes slightly uncomfortable and narrowed slightly. After a few seconds, when his eyes got used to the sun's rays, Shiraishi opened his eyes to look at the unfamiliar environment. This is the new world. Asterisk. Chapter 2. What caught Shiraishi's eyes was a dilapidated wooden house. He followed behind Uncle Lore, went around a few alleys, and walked to the door of a stone-built blacksmith's shop. Outside, Shiraishi could hear the clanging of the iron from inside, and this was where his work was needed. "Lore, why are you here now, and you? Shiraishi. You kid has been slacking off lately. Work for me." As soon as he walked in, the fat old man who was sitting in the doorway enjoying the coolness, sweating from the fat on his face, kept wiping it with the towel in his hand. "It looks like it was just taken out of the water." "Well, just like myself just now, I'm just not that fat." The fat old man swept the corners of his eyes to the two people who had just entered, and yelled at Lore and Shiraishi. Judging from the current situation, this person guessed that this was the mean old man Uncle Lore said. Hearing the fat old man's face turn blue and purple, Uncle Lore clenched his fists, and endured the fat old man's abuse. When Shiraishi felt that he was about to explode, he let go of his hand. "Yes boss, I'll go to work now." After Uncle Lore finished speaking, he took Shiraishi into the blacksmith's shop, turned to Shiraishi and said in a deep voice. "Don't take it to heart, Shiraishi, you have to bear it in order to survive." After the understanding, Shiraishi understood why Uncle Lore had to swallow his breath, and how precious it is to have a job in a world where hunger and poverty are mixed. "Well, I understand." Shiraishi looked straight at Uncle Lore with a gleam in his eyes. Shiraishi didn't feel anything about what he said to this mean old man. When he was in the orphanage, he was already used to the abuse and discrimination of others. Well, you'll understand. Lore stopped talking after seeing Shiraishi's eyes. It is enough to say some things once. If you don't even understand these things, you are not qualified to live in this world. Although the work of the blacksmith was only a short time ago, Shiraishi gradually became familiar with it. 3 days later. In summer, even if the temperature outside is high, it is like ice and snow for Shiraishi. There are waves of heat from the hot stove, and sweat is constantly flowing. Goo 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 goo. Ah! Shiraishi put down the water bottle in his hand, wiped the water overflowing from the corner of his mouth with his left hand, and clenched the hammer in his right hand again and smashed it towards the iron block that was about to lose its heat. Clang! 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 Sparkling! Shiraishi, here's a piece of pig iron, and I'll give it to you. I'll use it later. The fat old man pointed to the thick iron block in the corner of the blacksmith shop and said, "Boss, leave it to me, Shiraishi is too weak to forge that quick pig iron." Uncle Lore wiped his sweat and said, "What's the matter with you? Go away." The fat old man said viciously, "The work at the blacksmith shop has been getting worse and worse in recent months, and he has long been dissatisfied with the existence of Shiraishi when he can't make money, but he can't be fired directly. Now just looking for a reason." "But..." "Nothing but..." Lore looked at Shiraishi with a hint of worry. He had lived for decades and he couldn't see the fat old man's thoughts, but for Shiraishi, the pig iron was too big, and even it was difficult for him to temper it. Shiraishi walked out of the corner silently. When he easily picked up the dozens of pounds of pig iron with both hands, he did not blush and his neck was thick. There was a flash of surprise in the fat old man's eyes. Even an adult man can't do it as easily as he is, just how can he do it as a child? But this idea only stayed in the fat old man's mind for a moment. What can he do with great strength? In an era when food is completely insufficient, he can only rely on him. Shiraishi held the pig iron in his hands, then placed it on the stove, tumbled with iron clamps, and held the handle of the bellows to control the temperature and intensity of the fire. The flames flew into the air, and the piece of pig iron gradually turned red in the high-temperature environment. Shiraishi grabbed the iron billet with the iron clip in his hand and placed it on the large iron pier, and then picked up the large hammer specially designed for wrought iron to beat the pig iron. Clang! 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 A string of nails rang, a rain of sweat fell, and the sledgehammer weighing more than 10 kilograms rose and fell. After 3 hours, the thick pig iron that had been forged was less than 10 centimeters thick. When Shiraishi was about to be shown in front of the fat old man stopped talking and turned to leave. Yes. The boy can forge a piece of pig iron into this shape in just a few days. Lore was pleasantly surprised and told Shiraishi that the quenching and tempering techniques are all based on practical experience and are generally difficult to master. He did not expect that Shiraishi would be able to do this in just a few days when he came to the blacksmith shop, which really surprised him. Well, this is also what Uncle Lore taught. Shiraishi said with a faint smile, a blacksmith usually takes 1 or 2 apprentices. The apprentice's main job is to use a big hammer 5 or 6 times bigger than his master to help the master cook the kotetsu used to make tools. The iron blank is punched into the desired shape, and there is no apprenticeship in the final tool forming stage. But Uncle Lore didn't hide his secrets, and he gave Shiraishi the method of forging and breathing without reservation. In addition, after turning on the system, his strength was gradually increasing. Forging pig iron weighing dozens of kilograms was still for him. Very simple thing. When Uncle Lore left, Shiraishi looked at the iron material that had been forged in his hand. Humph, you are lucky, and remember to engrave that pattern. After speaking, the fat old man left, and the pattern he mentioned was the superimposition of 6 rings. Although Shiraishi didn't understand the fat old man's intention, he did it for work. Uncle Lore, what does this mean? Shiraishi asked Uncle Lore. I don't know, it seems to be the coat of arms of the ethnic group he once belonged to, but I have never seen such a pattern. Uncle Lore couldn't tell, but in the end it didn't matter. A few days later. Shiraishi has been in this world for 7 days, and he has no time to inquire about news related to this world until he gets food. In desperation, Shiraishi can only use his spare time to obtain relevant information in his spare time. News about the world. Ishgar. This world where humans and dragons coexist may be more reasonable to call it a world of dragons. Why can't it be 400 years from now? Shiraishi couldn't help but have some headaches. Shiraishi still had a general understanding of fairy tale. This was an era full of crises. Humans, the largest race in this world, to the dragons, humans are just a creature with a large number of races. Even the most powerful human beings are still unable to compete with the dragons, and at most they can only block the progress of the dragons a little. The only fortunate thing is that Shiraishi happened to be in a rare place. Compared with those human kingdoms, the city of Tegusk was relatively unremarkable, and the shadow of dragons had not been seen for decades. Get stronger as soon as possible, otherwise this world will not survive at all. It's not Shiraishi's character at all to put your destiny in the hands of the dragon. Only strength is his only pursuit in this world. Asterisk. Chapter 3. In the following days, apart from the daily work of blacksmith, he will be closed for the rest of the time, and his withdrawn personality cannot get along with his peers around him. Practice day after day. Half a year later, the rough wooden sword had been replaced by an iron sword. It was forged under the puzzled gaze of Uncle Lore in the blacksmith shop, spending months of his salary to buy pig iron, while enduring the scorn of the fat old man. After all, in this age of magic, it would be foolish to exchange all the money on your body for an iron sword that is useless. Drink. The pitch-black iron sword pierced towards the big tree ahead, leaving one after another sword marks. Drink. Ding. Completed the quest and stabbed 1,000 times. Gain 0.03% experience points. Ding. Jolakor My Hawk template, 3.6% unlocked. Current level, entry. After 1,000 thrusts, Shiraishi's hand was completely unable to lift, and the muscle pain had made him unable to hold the épée in his hand, but he still relied on his inner will to force himself to slowly put it down. Call. With that breath of relief, Shiraishi could barely feel his hands still there now, but he had a big smile on his face when he saw the experience. Shiraishi's eyes flickered. It's exactly what I expected. Everything is worth it. If you replace the iron sword that is heavier than the wooden sword, the system tasks will be improved, but the experience gained will also increase. Close your eyes, Shiraishi, and enter your own spiritual world. In the darkness, the phantom appeared in my mind, the sword tip of the phantom trembled, the silver cold light danced, and the light radiated all over the body. It can explode with amazing power. Hold the sword, stab out. It stabbed forward, and time seemed to pause, but the cold light on the tip of the sword still shone on the whole world, and no one could stop it. Is this a thorn? Shiraishi was completely immersed in the stunning stab of light that melted into the blade. Feel the movement of the opponent's sword swing, take a deep breath, and let go of all your thoughts. Everything around you is gradually disappearing, but the heartbeat in the body becomes clearer and louder. Shiraishi opened his eyes were like two sword lights, so sharp that he couldn't look directly. Entering the sword, Shiraishi's momentum continued to rise, and the surrounding aura became sharp, with a sharp edge like piercing gold and cracking stones. PK. Suddenly, as soon as Shiraishi stepped out, the blade stabbed out quickly, and a high-speed sword light pierced through the big tree that still hadn't fallen down 1,000 times, leaving a deep tree hole with just one blow. I finally got a little insight. The improvement of swordsmanship has made Shiraishi more confident in his heart, and his understanding and eyesight are several times higher than before. Anyone standing in front of him can clearly find the opponent's flaws. For half a year, Shiraishi has been wielding the blade many times, living a boring life, and finally let the inheritance of Hawkeye slowly approach 10%. Moreover, working in the blacksmith shop made Shiraishi's physical fitness increase to the extreme, and his one-handed strength exceeded 100 pounds from the beginning. The snowflakes flying all over the sky, leisurely and automatically, so pure and flawless. As if the whole world was enveloped by this breath. Shiraishi watched as the few leaves fell reluctantly from the tree outside the blacksmith's window, and hung the white one. Time is constantly passing, and after half a year, summer has passed and it is winter. However, the work of the blacksmith shop did not stop because of the arrival of winter. Many people came to the blacksmith shop to build various agricultural tools for the spring sowing next year. After Shiraishi was done with everything, he picked up the unsmelted pig iron in the blacksmith shop and threw it into the furnace. The furnace was ablaze with fire, as if it could burn everything to ashes. Today, he will reforge the iron sword in his hand. The original iron sword can no longer meet his requirements. He needs a heavier sword to complete higher level tasks and gain more experience points. Yo, the kid is here to do this again, don't you want your salary this month? The fat old man with a face full of flesh appeared in front of Shiraishi again and looked at him with mocking eyes. Sometimes Shiraishi had a little delusion that as long as he used things from the blacksmith shop, the fat old man would always appear as soon as possible. Boss, you can give me this slag. For the sword, Shiraishi does not have much requirements for the time being, so I am afraid that there is no edge, as long as it has enough weight, it is enough. Even if it's scum, it's mine. After some disputes, Shiraishi finally bowed to the fat old man's tongue. There was no way, not only him, but also other blacksmiths would never be able to pull a chicken feather out of him. Call. Shiraishi fixed his eyes on the melted pig iron, took out the iron sword he had been using for nearly 3 months from behind and threw it into the furnace. Casting a good sword is different from forging a good block. Forging an iron block is to heat the pig iron red through a fierce fire in a furnace, soften it and then repeatedly forge it. To cast a sword, the iron block must be melted in a fierce fire into an iron slurry and injected into the prepared iron. In a good model, it solidifies into a shape, and then gradually becomes a sword blade after repeated beating, and finally quenches and opens the edge, and a sword becomes a sword. After Shiraishi dropped the iron material, he crouched down and pulled the big bellows, the flame in the furnace rose instantly, and the broken iron blocks and iron sword melted into molten iron under the hot flame. It was red and shiny, like lava, emitting a terrifyingly high temperature, making Shiraishi soaked with sweat. Shiraishi stared at the iron slurry in the mold, watching the iron slurry solidify little by little. When the time came, Shiraishi immediately took it out and placed it on the anvil. Hammer down hard. The next step is forging, the heavy hammer is beating the sword embryo, sparks are flying, and the black impurities are slowly falling. The fat old man watched and nodded secretly. Although he didn't want to admit it, the boy in front of him did have enough talent for sword casting. This is the second time Shiraishi has cast a sword. Although he is still a bit rusty, his overall performance is better than the first time. In particular, his basic skills are very solid, and his mastery and application of power is unique. Lore couldn't compare to him, and the fat old man was a little surprised by such a situation. Under repeated beatings, the sword embryo was formed, completely solidified and quenched. The quenching uses snow water from melting ice and snow. It is necessary to grasp the exact timing and the angle of entering the water, and all of this requires sharp eyesight and a keen sense, as well as a wealth of experience. As far as eyesight is concerned, Shiraishi's observation has been able to go down to the smallest detail. In terms of feeling, under Lore's teaching, Shiraishi is not bad. What he lacks is experience, the experience of forging again and again, which is what he needs. Asterisk. Chapter 4. Therefore, the quenching this time is still very ordinary in the opinion of the fat old man. Shiraishi picked up the blade from the icy snow and put it in his hand. Shiraishi silently closed his eyes and sighed softly. Just can't bear to look at it. Not only is the sword uneven and not straight enough, but the pits look like a fire stick used to burn fire, it is pitch black and crooked. This is really far from the first forging, and it doesn't match the sword in his mind at all. You brat deliberately reduced the weight a few times and tempered it without becoming this way. The fat old man saw what was wrong with Shiraishi. Shiraishi touched his head reluctantly. Indeed, he stopped after the sword embryo was formed. He did not repeat the tempering to remove the impurities in the iron, not to mention that the broken pig iron contained more impurities, and the impurities in the sword embryo expanded during quenching. Distortion. Various reasons led to the failure of quenching. Here, don't save deliberately. When the fat old man was talking, he threw a piece of pig iron weighing dozens of kilograms with one hand. Shiraishi was frightened for a while and immediately dropped the burning stick in his hand and caught the pig iron that flew over. In addition to being shocked, Shiraishi said a little bit roguely, "Boss, you can't be normal, and this thing is not counted in your salary. Stinky boy, Lao Zi kindly gave you a piece of pig iron and dared to call me abnormal." In an instant, the fat old man's face was about to turn with anger, and he rolled up his sleeves and gestured to grab Shiraishi. At this time, Shiraishi's body was strengthened, but he couldn't run with a piece of pig iron on his body, so the fat old man couldn't catch it in front of him. Why didn't Shiraishi throw the pig iron? It's not that he was afraid that the fat old man would go back on it. After all, a piece of pig iron topped his salary for nearly 2 months. Don't think that Shiraishi's labor is cheap. In this era, it is very good to have a meal, not to mention the salary, which is even more difficult to expect. When the fat old man couldn't run, Shiraishi who was in front of him also stopped and turned to bow to the fat old man with sincerity. "Sorry boss. I shouldn't misinterpret what you mean, in return I will work hard tomorrow." "What did you say? I didn't hear." "Here, you, come closer," the fat old man said panting, his chest heaving motionlessly. If it wasn't for fear that he was really pd off, Shiraishi would probably run away with pig iron in his arms now. "You promise not to hit me." "I promise." "It is good. Remember to engrave that pattern." After a while, the fat old man walked out of the blacksmith shop contentedly, leaving behind a pile of pig iron Shiraishi in front of him. Shiraishi stared at the pig iron under his feet with a wry smile. "Just consider it as an exercise, it's still an iron rooster." As a reward for pig iron, the fat old man asked Shiraishi to forge other iron blocks as well, but for Shiraishi it was only a day's work. But it seems that the fat old man is not bad. Putting aside the pig iron for a while, Shiraishi took the pig iron thrown by the fat old man, put it in the fire with the iron clip, and put the burning stick in again. The molten iron is injected into the sword mold, taken out, hammered, the sword embryo is formed, quenched and forged for the 3rd time. Shiraishi spends far more time than the first 2 times. In order to remove impurities from the sword embryo, most of the time is spent on hammering. The sound of ZZ sounded, and the snow water turned into white smoke and rose. When the quenching was over, Shiraishi took out the sword, put it in his hand and looked at it carefully. From the surface of the sword body alone, it is straight and straight. This sword is much better than the first iron sword he used. When Shiraishi held the sword with a heavy hand, the sword almost fell out of his hand. Before, this sword weighed far more than an iron sword. "Let's go ahead." Shiraishi looked at the sword in his hand, and after thinking about it, he decided to start the sword. After all, the sword forging was quite successful this time. Even the sword made in the blacksmith shop couldn't compare with his own in terms of quality. Kai Feng is to sharpen the body and tip of the sword. Only when it is sharpened can it be a real sword, a blade that can defeat the enemy and win. The previous iron sword was only for cultivation, and there was no use for it other than cultivation. Now that he has decided to start, Shiraishi brought a grindstone to polish it. Kaifeng also requires extremely high skills. Kaifeng is also called Kaifeng. Sharpening the blade indiscriminately will only destroy a good sword. When the sword is calcined, the iron or steel on the surface will be oxidized or contain high carbon content, which will become brittle and not hard enough. And what Shiraishi does is to grind these off at the edge of the knife, so that the steel part is exposed, so that it will be sharper. After spending half a day, Shiraishi's fingers flicked the blade gently, and the crisp echo, like the sound of nature, entered his ears. Feeling the sharpness of the hand, Shiraishi smiled, and suddenly, holding the hilt in his hand, he swung the sword strike, the power surged, and the sword body turned into a cold light. The success of casting the sword gave him a more intuitive understanding of the sword, and through this, his understanding of kendo was also improved invisibly. PK. With a flash of sword light, the pig iron lying on the corner broke in an instant. The cross-section was as smooth as a mirror, but there was no nick on the blade. This effect was far beyond Shiraishi's expectations. What name should be called? Shiraishi's 2 fingers swiped lightly across the blade. The sword was 2 feet 1 inch long. The blade was cast iron with a dazzling cold light, and the hilt was a black dragon-shaped pattern, which looked extremely majestic. An idea flashed through Shiraishi's mind, staring deeply at the sword in his hand, and reciting it softly. It's called dragon slaying. At that moment, Shiraishi had a vague illusion that the sword in his hand seemed to have a soul, and cold rays of light shone on Shiraishi's face under the refraction of the sun. As soon as he got the dragon slaying, Shiraishi suddenly wanted to try the dragon in his hand on a whim, but the blacksmith shop was not a place to practice swords. With that feeling, Shiraishi flashed out like a sword light, extremely fast. Ran to the place where it often broke, drew the sword, grasped that feeling, and immediately began to practice after taking the task. Over and over, the movements in the phantom became clearer and clearer in Shiraishi's mind. After 800 swings, all his strength was running out. Shiraishi didn't stop and continued to practice. Repeatedly, as if I didn't know I was tired, until the sun went down and night fell, and the bright moon rose quietly into the sky. PK. Once again, the sword stabbed out, and a clear sword light stabbed forward. The air was torn apart, and a boulder several times higher than Shiraishi was pierced by Shiraishi's blow. Ding! Completed the quest and stabbed 1,000 times. Gain 0.12% experience points. Ding! Jolaker My Hawk template, 3.72% unlocked. Current level, entry. Who? Shiraishi put his hand down, and now he has only 10 points of experience from the next stage, but just from the current attack, Shiraishi has the strength to fight even against some powerful mages. Chapter 5. Shiraishi, as usual, practiced the swordsmanship in his hands day after day. During these few days, Shiraishi became more familiar with the dragon slaying in his hands, and his experience continued to increase. 997, 998, 999 1000. Ding! Completed the quest and stabbed 1,000 times. Gain 0.13% experience points. Ding! Jolacole My Hawk template, 4.37% unlocked. Current level, entry. After finishing the practice, Shiraishi was about to sit down with his legs crossed when suddenly, a call came from afar, interrupting Shiraishi's thoughts. Shiraishi. I saw Uncle Lore running towards him, sweating profusely. Uncle Lore, why are you here? Shiraishi asked. According to the reason, today is the only rest time for the blacksmith shop in 3 months. Uncle Lore should not disturb his spare time if there is no important situation. Come with me. The panting Uncle Lore grabbed Shiraishi's unsword-free hand and wasn't going anywhere to take him. Uncle Lore, what the hell is going on? Uncle Lore said without looking back, there is a big client, the mean old man has gone crazy to get the money, let everyone go back, and if anyone doesn't go back within a day, they will be fired. In the later understanding, Shiraishi knew what Uncle Lore said about the big customer. A country would come to our city of Tegusk to buy weapons? Is there going to be another war? In this chaotic era, in addition to the threat from giant dragons, there are also civil strife among the human races. Sometimes they fight just to compete for the few magic crystal resources. After all, in this era, the magic factor contained in the atmosphere is too rare, far less than the world in the next 400 years. It is not only magic crystal resources, but also land, population, weapons, and so on. In this era, strength symbolizes everything, and people like Shiraishi who have neither strength nor power can only temporarily stay in the city of Gosk. It's people from the kingdom of Dragonov, as if they are going to war with the dragons. I also heard this from the mean old man. When Uncle Lore thinks of the dragon clan, his face becomes gloomy. Shiraishi knows the reason. As early as a few years ago, Uncle Lore was not from the city of Gasik. His original hometown was destroyed by the dragon clan. He left with his relatives. After a long road, I came to the city of Gusk. On the way, Uncle Lore's relatives either fell ill or were tired. As their relatives fell down one by one, when standing at the gate of Jesk City, Uncle Lore was left alone. In the past, Uncle Lore also wanted to take revenge, but the power of the dragon family is not something that Uncle Lore can solve. Although I don't know if this is true or not, it has nothing to do with us. We just need to take the blueprint given by the other party and build the weapon within the specified time. Shiraishi responded in a low voice, without saying anything else. Is it the Dragonov Kingdom? Shiraishi thought to himself that although the name of this country was unfamiliar, he had also heard of it in the past 6 months. It was a country where humans and dragons coexist. This is the country under the protection of the Belzarian, the most densely populated country in the world. Have things gotten to this point? When Shiraishi was wandering, he also saw refugees from all over the mainland, most of whom came from the dragon territory. In the past 6 months, the number of refugees in the city of Goski has become more and more numerous, and it has almost reached the point of crowding. If the city of Goski is like this, what will happen to the kingdom of Lagunov? Others may see that the more population of the Dragonov kingdom, the stronger its strength, but Shiraishi is different, he can see the existence of the essence. Contradiction. The human beings as playthings and food within the jurisdiction of the dragon race ran to other territories, which made the aloof dragons look at it. This strongest race will become more and more dissatisfied. And dissatisfaction is the start of war. Shiraishi sighed softly, is the war coming soon? Regarding the future, the most important battle is about to begin, but the swordsmen who have not reached the current strength cannot participate in the battle between the two races at all. It didn't take long for Shiraishi and Lore to return to the blacksmith's shop. The blacksmith shop was the same as usual, but the only difference was that there were a few more soldiers in armor at the door, and the fat old man changed his usual arrogance to them and lowered himself in front of the soldiers. The compliment went down. This batch of things must be completed within the specified time, otherwise, if the queen is to blame, I will be the first to find you. After sending the group of soldiers away, the fat old man wiped the sweat off his head. Before he knew it, the fat old man's vest was completely soaked in sweat. Shiraishi, who had just returned to the blacksmith shop, asked the fat old man, "Boss, is this going to be a war?" The fat old man slowly exhaled and said to Shiraishi with a serious face, "I said, boy, since you have made me a lot of money in the past 6 months, you can give me advice, if you can avoid this kind of thing." Avoid? These things are not accessible to small civilians like us. I'm afraid I'm not careful in this war, and I don't know if the city of Tegusk will be affected this time. I've lived here for most of my life, and I'm still a little reluctant to leave. After speaking, the fat old man shook his head and left, his face full of worry. In the face of war, the first people to encounter are ordinary civilians, and this time, the kingdom of Dragunov actually came to a remote place to collect weapons and armor. And from the perspective of the number, it is estimated that the scope of this war is really not small, as the fat old man said. Hey, I really have no choice but to leave here. Seeing this, Lore could only sigh. It would be nice if I could just take a while longer. Shiraishi, who had just acquired dragon slaying, had improved rapidly. If he was given a little more time, he might be able to survive in this war-torn era, but now that the war broke out, the future began to become a little erratic. There is still a little bit of experience to reach the swordsman. It seems that the training time will be extended for a few days. Time is getting more and more pressing. Shiraishi needs to break through to the next stage as soon as possible. After confirmation, in the following days, Shiraishi basically lives a 2.1-line life of a blacksmith shop and a thatched cottage. Practice. There are only these two words in his eyes, and these two words also represent his life and everything. Shiraishi became more and more withdrawn, and almost no one spoke to him except Uncle Lore and the fat old man. Such Shiraishi can't help but worry Uncle Lore and the fat old man. Asterisk. Chapter 6. Time flies, and after a year, Shiraishi will basically be practicing swords, not wasting any time, except for daily casting swords and wrought iron. In a year, Hawkeye's inheritance template has been unlocked to 9.87, which is only a little distance from the swordsman. With the growth of experience, the phantom in Shiraishi's mind became more and more solid, and Shiraishi could vaguely see the shadow of Hawkeye my hawk from the phantom. After finishing his work as a blacksmith, Shiraishi returned to the thatched hut to continue his practice, waving his dragon to follow the phantom's movements in his memory, and stabbed forward. 997.998.999.1000. At the moment of the last stab, Shiraishi felt that the surrounding environment had changed. So quiet. When the sword was pierced, Shiraishi could not feel any sound, as if time had stopped at this moment, and Shiraishi's world seemed to fall into silence. And all he could hear was the beating sound from his heart and the sound of his own breathing, and it didn't stop there. Phantom space. A ray of light shines, and when the light falls on his eyes, it seems to shine into his mind through his pupils, dispelling a trace of haze and shattering a bottleneck. His breathing also stopped at this moment, and it seemed to freeze. In an instant, Shiraishi seemed to understand something, and the swordsman had appeared in front of him. Shiraishi stood up and held the dragon tightly. Will. The clear sound of the sword being drawn out of its sheath was particularly harsh in the silent world. The heartbeat, the sword moved, and a white light flashed in the dark world before disappearing without a trace. Ding! Jolacole My Hawk template, 10% unlocked. Current level, Swordsman. Ding! You have successfully embarked on the road of Swordsman, and you have obtained a sword pill to improve the quality of the famous sword. Unlock a new ability, Armed Colored Domineering. At the same time, open the Armed Colored side quest. Ding! Armed Color Domineering unlock, 0.1%. Current level, Phase 1. Ding! Is it inlaid with sword pills? Staring at the phantom in his eyes, the sound of the system's prompts kept echoing in his mind. Shiraishi seemed to feel that the phantom came to life at this moment, and looked at his eyes with a hint of energy. The deep shock kept him from coming back to his senses, and he didn't answer until the second reminder sounded. Yes. Ding! Start inlaying sword pills. With the falling of the prompt sound, a Shiraishi ball appeared in front of Shiraishi, and then submerged into the sword of the dragon. Suddenly, a ball appeared in the center of the blade, and a surprising light appeared on the blade. Shiraishi could feel that the dragon in his hand became more than 10 times heavier in an instant. Sword pills that improve the quality. Shiraishi picked up Zhanlong and gently stroked the white beads on the sword. Just by touching Shiraishi, he could feel the power contained in it. With a hint of pitch-black transformation, the body of the sword separated from black and white. After exiting the spiritual world, a piece of iron was found in his hand. This piece of iron was obtained from the fat old man. He originally wanted to integrate into Zhanlong after he was promoted to swordsman, but Jianwan directly improved the quality of his Zhanlong, which also saves Shiraishi the effort of remelting the sword and casting the sword. Shiraishi's thoughts moved slightly, and the Zhanlong in his hand fell towards the iron. Will. There was no accident. The iron that was originally incomparably hard was like a thin piece of paper under the blade of the dragon, and it turned into 2 sections without a single pause. So sharp. Shiraishi loves to play dragon slaying, and it is undoubtedly the most exciting thing for a swordsman to have such a good sword. Putting down Zhanlong, Shiraishi's mind moved, and his entire fist instantly turned pitch black, with a faint metallic sheen. Under normal circumstances, being able to reluctantly surround your fists or weapons with the domineering aura of armament is considered an entry level. If you can attach any part of your body to your armament, and make your whole body hardened, you will be proficient. Right now, at most, the white color can attach the fist to the armed color, so it cannot expand the range. Shiraishi flipped his wrist to hold the dragon slaying, and suddenly the dark armed color quickly wrapped around, and the entire long sword was turned into a dark color, and different from the ordinary armed color, his long sword was now covered with a hint of scarlet. Armed color. Shiraishi's expression changed when he cut down the armored Zhanlong again, his mouth opened subconsciously, his eyes widened in surprise, and he looked at Zhanlong. The air seemed to have lost its sound, and everything was silent. Time seems to be suspended, making people want to sink unconsciously. The pure black blade, covered by the armed color, has a wonderful luster, and it cuts through the air and flows down a trace of traces. He didn't feel the contact with Jiantai at all. Jiantai was already divided into 2 sections, and the effect of the armed color was a bit unexpected. In addition to practicing swords, you also need to constantly temper your armament. Too strong. The power of the dragon slasher with the armed color has increased again. Perhaps this slash is not as gorgeous as magic, but it is the most direct attack. As expected of the eagle eye, only 10% of the experience can have such power. If it is really a swordsman, I am afraid that the power of swordsmanship is beyond what I can imagine. In swordsmanship, only by becoming a swordsman can you truly step into the swordsmanship, and Shiraishi is still far away. Only by listening to the sound of the breath of all things, that is, the sound of all things breathing, can you be qualified to step into the realm of swordsmanship. And there are very few people who can reach this point, and this realm is called Zhangang, cutting everything. When Jianhao steps into this realm, he can wield invisible slashes, and his combat power is greatly improved. The swordsmen and great swordsmen of the pirate world can cut mountains and seas with their swords. It is precisely because they listen to the breath of all things in nature, find the most core breath, cut down along this breath, cut maximum power. But even at that level, not everything can be cut off. At the top of the war, he was as strong as Hawkeye, and his cut was also blocked by the Diamond Man Jaws, who was swung down by the white beard. But both swordsmen can also hear the voice of all things. Why is Hawkeye the only one who cut the thorns of the road to become the world's largest swordsman? Swordsmanship and kendo. He has reached the top level in the world, and no one has surpassed it. The path of the strong is to walk out step by step, from swordsman to the world's largest swordsman. So now Shiraishi still has a long way to go to become a strong man like Hawkeye. There is still a long time to pass, and unknown difficulties are waiting for him. Shiraishi looked at the dragon in his hand. This sword still needs to be polished. Maybe it can't match some famous swords now, but one day it will show its unique edge. Asterisk. Chapter 7. Time flows slowly in Yunfei's hands. When living in the city of Tagask, Shiraishi could hear some news about dragons every day. There was another dragon in that city or area, and there was also the magician who blocked the dragon and died. All in all, the battle between the dragons and the humans has not yet started, but there are various signs that the friction between the dragons and the humans is getting more and more intense. Once Shiraishi heard that a city not far from the city of Litigsk was haunted by giant dragons. Made him worry and fear for a long time. After all, he has not yet become strong and traveled in this world. If he ends his life like this, then Shiraishi will die. Fortunately, the city of Tagsk is too small. A city with a population of less than 50,000 cannot compare with those cities that are counted in millions at every turn. For a small city like the city of Tagasik, the dragon does not even look at it. Of course, Shiraishi will occasionally collect some intelligence information after completing his training. For example, Shiraishi has been trying to find the two strongest beings in the fairy world 400 years ago, Ziref Dragneel, the ancestor of the Black Mage, and Aknologia, the ultimate powerhouse. But no matter how Shiraishi collects information, apart from Ziref, the Black Mage, the Black Dragon Aknologia has not made any progress, and even the Dragon Slayer that should have appeared in this era has not appeared. Maybe now Aknologia is just an ordinary existence, maybe only after the war between the dragons and the humans can we hear about him. Now looking for an ordinary person in the world is like looking for a needle in a haystack, so soon Shiraishi gave up looking for the Black Dragon Aknologia idea. On the other hand, news of Ziref kept coming into Shiraishi's ears, and it was rumored that the most powerful genius in the history of mankind had appeared in the Maldian Academy of Magic. If I remember correctly, Natsu should be dead now, and Ziref went to Maldian Academy of Magic to study magic in order to resurrect his younger brother Natsu. In fact, Ziref's essence is a person who cherishes life and is extremely kind, but in order to resurrect his younger brother, he elevates black magic to the extreme, and creates countless dark magic and demons to plunge the world into chaos, with destruction the world's almost invincible power. It is said that from a human level, Ziref is a selfish person to the extreme, who ignores the life and death of the world for his relatives, but from the perspective of relatives, it seems to be understandable, but Ziref is full of contradictions. Thinking of this, Shiraishi dragged his chin with one hand and said, "The taboo of life. This curse of immortality may sound good, but it's actually excluding itself from the whole world, which is also a point that drives Ziref into a lunatic." The curse Ziref suffered is Anxel Ramel's black magic, one of the ancient curses, also known as the curse of contradiction. Does not release the energy of death. Maybe it won't be long before we hear the news that the Maldian school of magic has been killed by Ziref. Thinking of this, Shiraishi is a bit of a headache, and he just chose this stage of time travel. Even if he stops Ziref from carrying out the dark magic experiment, the city where the Maldian Academy of Magic is located is too far away from him, and he may meet on the way. When it comes to the Dragon Clan, maybe I've already slapped Maya before I see Ziref. In contrast to these news, Shiraishi has another thing that gives Shiraishi a headache, and that is that his cultivation starts to become a little slow. While practicing swordsmanship, he also needs to cultivate domineering. The way to cultivate domineering is very simple. Daily exercise tasks, but if you practice both at the same time, it will increase the difficulty of practice. Originally, it only required 1,000 sword strikes each time to practice kendo. After increasing the domineering, the difficulty was increased to 3,000 times, and the efficiency dropped by 3 times in an instant, which made Shiraishi somewhat unacceptable. Since breaking through to swordsmanship, Shiraishi's experience gained in kendo for half a year has only been 11%, even though this progress is much faster than before. After Zhanlong was upgraded by Jianwan, the experience after completing the task also increased to 0.3, which was more than doubled. However, after completing the task, Shiraishi's arm directly suffered muscle strain. Knowing that a muscle strain is an injury caused by a muscle contracting or overstretching during exercise is itself a test of Shiraishi's will. Shiraishi doesn't care about injuries at all. Facing death, he will never give up pursuing the pinnacle of kendo because of a little pain, but if this happens repeatedly, it will only cause permanent damage, which will leave Shiraishi instead. The original intention. In this case, Shiraishi had no choice but to rest for a while after training, which is why Shiraishi has extra time to collect information, mainly because of boredom. It seems that De has stopped his swordsmanship practice first, and exercised his physique first. When Shiraishi appeared for the 5th time, an alarm bell sounded in his mind, reminding him that he could not continue to practice in such a mindless way. Although swordsmanship requires more strength on both arms, other parts of the body also follow suit. He was moving with his arms stretched out, but merely suggesting the strength of his hands was not enough for practicing swordsmanship. However, bodybuilding alone also happens to cultivate armament and domineering. After making up my mind, I began to practice. In the following days, Shiraishi began to practice in the dark, extending the interval between swordsmanship practice, spending most of the time in exercising his physique, and carrying various weight-bearing items on his body to increase the difficulty in order to obtain better effect. Day. Drink. With Shiraishi's loud shout, the hammer in his hand slammed into the iron block in front of him with the momentum of rushing thunder. The jet-black impurities kept falling under the all-round knocks, and when the iron block was knocked to about 1/3 of its size, the iron block also changed the value of refined iron several times in an instant. Unlike Shiraishi, who was sweating profusely, the other apprentices like Shiraishi in the blacksmith shop sat lazily huddled together in a corner and chatted. He is a monster. He is obviously the same age as us, but he can actually handle that guy. I guess even Uncle Lore can't do it. You said he was using magic. Magic? Are you kidding me? How can someone who knows magic be willing to hide in a blacksmith's shop? Asterisk. Chapter 8. All the apprentices are sitting in the corner chatting. After all, the winter is coming soon. Instead of wasting food at home, it is better to work in the blacksmith shop. Anyway, there is not much business during this time, and all the blacksmith apprentices are basically idle and bored. Time is this virtue. Just when everyone was talking about it, suddenly, the fat old man appeared on the side and slapped them on the head while they were still laughing. I know I'm being lazy here, you can't study hard with Shiraishi? If you have nothing to do, just clean the floor for me. By the way, there is also the wall. It's all cleaned up, as long as there is a little black spot, or you won't have to do it tomorrow. Coming. The fat old man was still as mean as usual. The walls and floors were blackened by the thick smoke. No one could clean them up. After all, the fat old man didn't want to come out in the winter. He just took a look behind the blacksmith shop. Asked Uncle Lore to watch, and then swaggered away from the blacksmith shop and went home, leaving behind a group of teenagers who were completely confused. My God! How can this be clean? Could it be that the boss wants us to tear it down and rebuild it? Kill me to death! Uncle Lore, can you spare us? After wailing for a while, all the apprentices set their sights on Uncle Lore, hoping to find a way to save in his hands. No, you have to do what you need to do. If you work as hard as Shiraishi, it won't happen. Uncle Lore said them directly and seriously. It's dead now. After some inner struggle, the apprentices silently took the tools and started to work. After all, their parents finally helped him find this apprenticeship job. If he was dismissed like this, he would definitely be beaten to death when he returned. Lore ignored the commotion in the blacksmith's shop, and still focused on the iron block that was almost finished in front of him. Clang! 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 Call! After quenching, put down the iron blocks that have been forged, and Shiraishi silently took out a piece of iron blocks that needed to be hammered and threw it into the furnace, ready for the next round of beating. Perhaps, this job is simple and boring in the eyes of others, but in Shiraishi's eyes, it is practice again and again, and he never stops in the footsteps of going to the future. On the journey. It was late at night, and looking at the red-hot iron material in front of him, Shiraishi took a deep breath and swung the hammer down with all his strength. 96. 97. 98. Sweat dripped from Shiraishi's body, drop by drop, and then it dropped to the ground, causing a small mist to disappear. Shiraishi could clearly feel his body trembling, his grip on the hammer was a little loose, and he felt his legs and feet. In the softening, every corner of the body is moaning in pain. Shiraishi trains his physique through forging. Every time the hammer falls, it is Shiraishi's full force blow. Under the condition of ensuring that his body is not seriously damaged, he will hit the hammer again. Shiraishi didn't rest for a moment. When he used all the rest of his body to swipe the last blow, he dropped the hammer in his hand and collapsed to the ground. Now Shiraishi has no strength at all. The extreme fatigue made his eyes darken, and he fainted. Ding! Completed side quest 100 times with all your strength. Gain 0.2% experience points. Ding! Armament color domineering unlock, 10%. Current level, 2nd stage. Get special attribute, break the devil. Just after Shiraishi was about to lose consciousness completely, a system prompt sounded in Shiraishi's mind. With the appearance of this sound, an incomparably huge warm current flowed from the heart and quickly spread to every part of Shiraishi's body. Corners, repairing damage from broken muscle fibers in the body. I didn't expect the 2nd stage so soon. Shiraishi lay on the ground motionless and closed his eyes to feel a warm current flowing through his body. The gentle feeling almost made Shiraishi lost in it. In recent times, Shiraishi has almost stopped practicing swordsmanship and devoted himself to the training of armed color, and on the basis of previous training, Shiraishi of the 1st stage of armed color took less than 2 months to get it easily. Although it is also a pain, but from the current point of view, the overall is still very satisfactory to Shiraishi. The only thing he cared about was the stratification of the armed colors in the system. The domineering colors of the armed colors were divided into 4 colors, black, red, blue, and colorless, corresponding to the 4 stages. In the 1st stage, the armament color is black, which is the first time Shiraishi used a domineering look, which is a common domineering in the pirate world after all. The armed color of the 2nd stage is dark red. In Shiraishi's impression, it is not reflected in other people's bodies. Only Luffy's 4th gear can do this. Luffy's 4th gear is transformed into the 4th gear and the rubber is completely more than Shishibukai. The combat power has been greatly strengthened. At the same time, it can also cover the whole body with domineering. The armed color of the 3rd stage is dark blue, which is the proof of the powerful domineering user in the pirate world. In the 4th stage, the armed color is colorless. Those who reach the level are all men who stand at the top of the pirate world. At this level, they can already be domineering. Looks like there's still a long way to go, it's just so painful to just go from the 1st stage to the 2nd stage. Shiraishi smiled bitterly. Although the promotion time was short, compared to the previous kendo training, the weapon-colored domineering training seemed to be more painful. Only Shiraishi, who had experienced both personally, understood the difference between the two. What's going on with this broken demon? Perhaps Shiraishi was too concerned about the level of domineering, and focused all his attention on the domineering rank, while ignoring the special attributes later. The system seemed to guess the question in his heart, and the prompt sounded again. Ding! Objects covered with armed colors have the property of severing magic, no matter how powerful the magic is. At this time, Shiraishi was stunned. He didn't expect the first life-saving skill to appear. If it is true that all magic belonging to the system can be cut off, even if the dragon roars at him, it can only be cut off? What a powerful ability! After a sigh, Shiraishi devoted all his time to swordsmanship, left the blacksmith shop, and went to the back mountain where he usually practiced alone, and then accepted the tasks issued by the system. Ding! Start the quest and /1,000 times. The mission begins. Call. Shiraishi took a deep breath and clenched the blade in both hands. 1, 2.3, 4. Start practicing again. Asterisk. Chapter 9. Shiraishi's body has been strengthened with the increase in the domineering of the armed color, and the next swordsmanship practice has become more and more satisfactory, and the experience is constantly accumulating. But sometimes things always come suddenly. When Shiraishi was practicing, a news spread throughout the human race. Mildian Academy of Magic has been destroyed. Putting down the hammer in his hand, Shiraishi muttered to himself with a piece of yellowed paper in his hand in the hot blacksmith shop. The yellowed paper was obtained from a businessman with a lot of money. It recorded what happened to the entire human race this year, and the most prominent piece of news was that the Mildian School of Magic was destroyed by a black magician. Shiraishi had no idea that Zeref had already started to do it in front of him. Although the 400-year-old thing was a little vague in Shiraishi's mind, he could still remember the information about Zeref. Our system and Eclipse, both estimates have been created by Zeref. Shiraishi rubbed his temples, and his head was big for a while. The world of fairy tale did not change the original historical trajectory because of his appearance, and the world was still moving forward in a difficult and tragic place. Putting down the yellowed cardboard, Shiraishi looked up at the blacksmith shop built with boulders in front of him and said softly, "Maybe it's time to move up another level." It has been almost 2 years since he came to the world. In addition to work and training, due to lack of strength, Shiraishi has hardly stepped out of this city. There are many wonderful things in this world that he has not watched. When the strength reaches the level of Jianhao, he has some self-protection ability. Shiraishi. Why are you standing there? There is a sorceress here who needs to forge a weapon, so I'll leave it to you. At the door of the blacksmith shop, when the fat old man looked at a man in a robe with a pointed mouth and a proud face, his face was full of respect. There is no way, the wizards born in the human race are extremely rare, and the ratio is only 1 to 10,000, the real 1 in 10,000 existence, which is too different from the environment 400 years later. In this thin magic power in the era, the appearance of a wizard in that family means that the family can instantly enter the upstream society. Only by experiencing the difficulties firsthand, Shiraishi understands how hard it is for human beings in this era, and facing the threat of giant dragons, they have to fight against all kinds of difficulties in life. This is also the first time Shiraishi has seen a mage, but Shiraishi didn't feel how powerful the other party was. Seeing Shiraishi walk by step, the fat old man pointed at him and said respectfully to the pointed man with a smile. Shiraishi, the best blacksmith in the whole of Tagsk, he can help you with your requirements for unenchanted weapons. Unenchanted weapons refer to weapons that have not been attached with magic or inlaid with magic crystals, whether they are scepters or long knives. As long as they are not attached with magic, they are still ordinary existences. But to create such a weapon that can add magic power, you need some ability and a top-level blacksmith. When Shiraishi built several high-quality weapons with his precise observation and powerful forging ability, the fat old man would be promoted to a blacksmith and then a blacksmith. The fat old man was excited to train Shiraishi to be a blacksmith. In the second year, Shiraishi's forging ability and reputation gradually rose in Tagsk and surrounding cities. In order to obtain weapons forged by Shiraishi, many people were willing to wait for the threat of the dragon to come to Tagsk to buy weapons. Give me the drawings. Shiraishi didn't humbly because the other party was a mage, and said directly to the sharp-mouthed man. What kind of attitude do you have? You must know that I am a noble mage, not a low-level civilian like you. How dare you speak to me like this? The sharp-mouthed man didn't get the respect he deserved from Shiraishi, and instantly shouted at Shiraishi in the tone of a superior. Shiraishi's face darkened with a swipe, ignoring the hinting eyes of the fat old man, looking at the sharp-mouthed man in a calm tone and saying, I'll give you a chance to apologize, after I count for 3 seconds, if you're not sure what to do. If so, the consequences are beyond your imagination. The sharp-mouthed man sneered, put his head close to Shiraishi's ear and said coldly, "Oh? A little commoner dares to speak to a magician like this. Does he know what it's like to offend a high-ranking person? Master Sorcerer, forget that he doesn't know much about the noble status of Master Sorcerer, so you can let him go." The fat old man saw that the two sides were about to exchange fire, and immediately acted as a peacemaker. In his opinion, regardless of strength and background, Shiraishi could not be the opponent of the sharp-mouthed man. Although the fat old man has also seen Shiraishi's swordsmanship training, but there is no use for it other than strengthening the physique. In this era of magic supremacy, you may be killed by the opponent's magic before you swing your sword. But no matter how the fat old man tried to persuade him, the sharp-mouthed man remained motionless and stared at Shiraishi. Suddenly, his eyes slanted downwards and he saw the Zhanlong on Shiraishi's waist. The sharp-mouthed man licked his tongue and stared at Zhanlong with greedy eyes, as if seeing a rare treasure. What a delicate sword! As long as it is attached with magic, it is likely to be a powerful magic tool. As long as I have this sword, my strength and status will rise again. The sharp-mouthed man said to himself, and was extremely excited. He had no idea that such a good knife would exist in such a remote city. In fact, it's not how good his eyesight is, it's just because Zhanlong's exquisite sword body shines with a faint cold light, plus the dragon-shaped carving on the hilt. A normal person can see the sword here. How high is the value? Give me that sword and I'll let him go. While saying this, the sharp-mouthed man also stretched his hand towards Zhanlong, while the fat old man gave Shiraishi a look. The meaning was clear: don't resist sending the knife out to solve this trouble. Yes, so obediently hand over the sword to me, the matter you offended me just now will be written off. The sharp-mouthed man also saw the look of the fat old man beside Shiraishi. Facing the temptation of Zhanlong, he removed all the veils that disguised himself as noble, revealing his greedy face, but he did not know that he was on the verge of death. How close! Very good. Seeing Shiraishi motionless, the sharp-mouthed man gave Shiraishi a sensible look. His right hand was less than 10 centimeters away from Zhanlong. Seeing that he took the dragon slaying from Shiraishi's waist, Shiraishi shook his head and sighed silently. Since you have already chosen, I have no choice. Asterisk. Chapter 10. Little devil, this knife belongs to me. Seeing what was about to arrive, how could the sharp-billed man let go of the duck that was about to reach its mouth, ignoring what Shiraishi said, and grabbed his right hand towards Zhanlong. At this time, he seemed to be able to imagine the bright future for himself. Suddenly, a cold light flashed across the sharp-mouthed man's eyes, and the whole person froze in place for a moment. Suddenly, he felt a little pain in his right hand. Just when he was about to grab it, he felt empty. The fingers were already severed, and a sharp pain came from the wound. Ah ah ah! The sharp-mouthed man hugged his fingerless palm and lay on the ground and struggled constantly, wailing in pain. The surrounding people watched a man in gorgeous clothes fall down at the door of the blacksmith shop, and in the blink of an eye, they all ducked far away. Are afraid of getting burned. In the instant just now, Shiraishi covered his fingertips with a domineering look of armament, and used his finger as a blade to swiftly cut off the sharp-mouthed man's finger. It's a big trouble now. Watching the sharp-mouthed man fall, the fat old man also covered his forehead and said with a little pain, maybe Shiraishi didn't know the background of the other party, but he did. Do you know that you're already in a lot of trouble? Shiraishi calmly withdrew the arrogance on his fingertips and said lightly to the fat old man. I don't know, I only know that someone wants to take the most important thing from me, and I can only stop it. Perhaps in the heart of the fat old man, dragon slaying is just a slightly delicate blade. As long as there are enough materials, one can be crafted. However, he does not understand how important a sword is to a swordsman. Maybe he will hand over the sword. A disaster can be avoided, but Shiraishi's kendo career will also be completely over, because swordsmen who have lost their swords are no longer eligible to practice kendo. Perhaps under the influence of the phantom, Shiraishi saw that Zhanlong was more important than his own life, and in Shiraishi's heart, even if he died, he would not be able to hand over the sword. Seeing Shiraishi's serious look, the fat old man didn't know what to say. In the past 2 years of contact, he also knows that Shiraishi is a person who speaks the truth. As long as he recognizes things, there is no room for refutation, and no matter whether he is practicing or working, he can always keep his hands strong, and slowly he also treats him. With the improvement, after all, there are too few people who can do this. The fat old man sighed and said, "But even if you don't want to hand over the sword, don't cut off his fingers." Ah! The sorcerer lying on the ground was still screaming constantly. Maybe he was used to being pampered on weekdays. After suffering such an injury for a while, his entire brain was directly empty, and he had absolutely no dignity that a sorcerer should have. And the quarrel here has also attracted the attention of some people. What the hell is going on? Who is making trouble here? There was a roar from the street into the distance, and then a group of soldiers in armor came running and surrounded Shiraishi and the fat old man. I didn't expect it to be so fast. Seeing the soldiers coming, the fat old man's face was already very dark, but now it has become even darker. Although the city of Tegusk is remote, it is still attached to a powerful country, and these soldiers are stationed in Tegusk. Troops of the city. Lord Kodomo, what's the matter with you? A leading soldier came out of the soldiers, and at a glance, he saw the gorgeously dressed man with pointed mouth lying on the ground, and immediately stepped forward to help him up. You came just in time to arrest this humble commoner. I want him to have a taste of life as well as death. Kodomo covered the bleeding wound and said to the leader. As for the question in the leader's mouth, it was impossible for Kodomo to tell him, as a wizard, that his fingers were cut off by a kid, which would only damage himself. Reputation. Yes. Lord Kodomo. The leading soldiers responded immediately, and then let the accompanying soldiers bandage Kodomo's wounds. The leader didn't care that Kodomo avoided his own problems. In this era, due to the scarcity of mages, the status gap was huge. Kodomo's status is above him, and he has the right to refuse to answer his own questions. As for whether the two people in front of him are innocent or not, he doesn't care. In this world, there are people who care about the life and death of a commoner. If this is done, maybe Kodomo will say a few good words in front of his superiors and get rid of this bird. The place. I don't know how many years I have been here, and I haven't caught a trace of oil at all. With the expectation of being transferred away from here, the leading soldier said fiercely to Shiraishi. Since you have provoked Lord Kodomo, don't think about what's going to happen, just come with me. Shiraishi frowned, the trouble was coming, and then he said to the leading soldier, don't you ask what happened. After? Just make up a bad one. Since you dare to provoke Lord Kodomo, as long as you have absolute power in this world, you can stand at the top, and in your current situation, you can only blame your own fate. It is good. The lead soldier waved his hand down towards Shiraishi, and the soldiers behind him were signaled to come forward and grab him. I advise you not to resist, just follow me honestly, maybe Lord Kodomo is in a good mood and can let you go. Of course, when he said this, the leading soldier didn't even believe it himself. After all, judging from Kodomo's anger just now, he felt a little strange that the two of them were not pulled off. The two resisted, causing more trouble. Shiraishi looked at the soldier who was slowly approaching him, and said unhurriedly, I understand, what is the strength, only I am stronger than him, can I kill him now? Although the wound has stopped, Kodomo, whose face is still sweating from the pain of the wound, showed an ugly smile and said to Shiraishi, better than me? Kill me? Kid, you are dreaming, and what are you doing? What? Why don't you do it, but you don't want to do it, right? Although Kodomo was indeed planted in Shiraishi's hands, he attributed all the problems to Shiraishi's sneak attack. If it was a head-on attack, he would have thrown a magic spell over and killed Shiraishi directly, and there would be no broken fingers. Catch him! Hearing Kotomo's second order, the leading soldiers did not dare to delay too much for their own future, and directly asked the soldiers beside him to grab Shiraishi directly. Shiraishi's face was already frosty at this time, and he slowly put his right hand on Zhanlong, looking coldly at the soldiers who were closely surrounding him. In that case, I can only send you on your way. Asterisk. Chapter 11. Shiraishi. The fat old man's face was full of worry, but he didn't dare to step forward. If he stepped forward at this time, it was recognized as resisting those people, it would only cause more trouble. At this time, when the fat old man was in a tangle, that was when the soldiers had already started. Shiraishi, who was about to fall into the siege, locked everyone at once, drew his sword and pulled out his scabbard. An astonishing cold light bloomed, directly covering up all the light, and a dangerous atmosphere spread out, slightly affecting those who were about to touch Shiraishi. Grab him! The lead soldier yelled. But it was too late, the assassination shot out in the blink of an eye, the sword light was straight, like a meteor falling across the eyes of everyone, the air was filled with cold, and everyone only saw a flash of cold light. Blood splattered, and a piece of corpse was left on the ground. This. Seeing the stunned leader and Kotomo covering his wounds, he couldn't say anything at all, and he was so shocked by Shiraishi's methods that he lost the ability to think. Is this really that kid? The fat old man was also intimidated by Shiraishi's hand. He didn't expect that he would be able to select such a character in his blacksmith shop. Shiraishi held the blade and looked at the sluggish leader and Kotomo. Perhaps, you were right when you said just now, this world is indeed supreme, so I am also qualified to kill you. Seeing Shiraishi pull out the dragon slaying again, the fat old man suddenly exclaimed, Shiraishi, don't! Killing them will only cause dissatisfaction in the kingdom of ours. Yes. 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 I don't care to provoke you if you let us go. Not to mention those ordinary soldiers, even Kotomo couldn't block this sword with magic, and he conceded defeat directly and readily, changing his previous arrogant appearance. I don't believe you. Shiraishi. The fat man tried to dissuade him again just now, but Shiraishi's sword was extremely fast, and it changed continuously at the moment of the shot, unable to resist or evade. The sword pierced his throat, and as the sword was quickly pulled out, a string of blood beads fell with the wind. The two fell into a pool of blood at the same time, and the vitality was slowly moving away. Shiraishi, who was in front of Kotomo's hand before he died, seemed to want to keep him in mind, and then pointed to him and said, Will, take revenge for me. Boom! The arm fell, and the person who surrounded Shiraishi just now was completely dead at this moment, and there was no survivor. The blood slowly flowed from the corpses, and the blood permeated the air, making Shiraishi slightly uncomfortable. Although it was the first time to kill, Shiraishi didn't feel too much resistance, only a little uneasiness, but he was quickly calmed down by him. It's all changed. Shiraishi and the fat old man stood in the empty street, and there were corpses and bloodstains all over the floor. When Shiraishi turned his eyes to the blacksmith shop, those who had mocked him, their eyes had all changed, from the very beginning. Casual to slow fear. Looks like it's time to leave. Shiraishi would tore a piece of grey cloth from the corner of the blacksmith's shop and wrapped the dragon to hide its dazzling light. Originally planned to leave after kendo practice to Jianhao, or maybe things are changing, Shiraishi is not afraid, but if he really stays, it will only bring more trouble to the blacksmith shop, so Shiraishi still chooses to open both. At the corner of the street, Uncle Lore ran over with a cart pushing a pile of pig iron. He saw corpses all over the floor, and the corpses were wearing armor. There are so many corpses outside, and Shiraishi, what's wrong with you, why do you feel weird? Shiraishi smiled at Uncle Lore, Uncle Lore, I think I might have to leave here temporarily. Leave here. After hearing Shiraishi's words, Nyo was also stunned, not knowing what Shiraishi was talking about. Uncle Lore is anxious. What happened here? Why did you leave? Okay, Lore, don't get too excited, Shiraishi is just being forced. The fat old man interrupted Uncle Lore's inquiry, briefly summed up the world that had just happened and told Uncle Lore that Uncle Lore was a little surprised when he heard Shiraishi beheading soldiers, but more because of Kodomo's shamelessness. Get PD. Shiraishi, you should leave as soon as possible. After all, the army of Azer Kingdom is stationed in Tagsk, and if you don't leave quickly, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave. The Kingdom of Azel is second only to the Kingdom of Dragonov in the status and national strength of the human race. Although it is not guarded by the dragon race, a large number of mages are tempted to stay in the country through its powerful national strength and treatment, while Tegas Ketchen is attached to the Kingdom of Azer. And just now Kodomo was a member of the top of the kingdom, and if something like the death of a magus happened, Tegusk would definitely be investigated, absolutely unavoidable. After all, there is only one sorcerer in 10,000 people, and the number of sorcerers determines the strength of the kingdom. Is there no other way? Uncle Lore, who has lost his relatives in the past 2 years, has long regarded Shiraishi as his child. Now Shiraishi says he will leave when he leaves, which makes him unacceptable. It's okay, Uncle Lore, I'm not that kid anymore. In the end, Shiraishi was indeed a little reluctant. After all, this was the ground where he lived for 2 years after he came to this world. The familiar thatched hut, the scorching stove, and the iron hammer were all things he had long been accustomed to. At this time, Uncle Lore noticed that Shiraishi had indeed changed a lot in the past 2 years. The child who used to be so obvious that he could not even reach his shoulders can now look at himself, and all this is due to Shiraishi's continuous practice. Take care of yourself. Since the facts could not be changed, Uncle Lore didn't say anything, patted Shiraishi on the shoulder and handed him a money bag. Use it on the road. Shiraishi didn't refuse, and stretched out his hand to take it from Uncle Lore, because if he didn't take it away, Uncle Lore would probably be more worried about him. In addition, Shiraishi's own salary was either to buy iron-making materials or to spend on intelligence. No money was saved. Remember, if the brat wants to survive in this world while avoiding Azel's army, I suggest you hide in the Kingdom of Dragonov. Shiraishi understood the meaning of the fat man in an instant. In the face of a country stronger than Azer, the people of Azer Kingdom did not dare to intervene, otherwise it would be difficult for them to explain to the Kingdom of Dragonov, for such a small character, it's not worth it at all. I wrote it down. After Shiraishi nodded in response, the fat old man stopped talking. Sometimes talking to smart people is enough. After finishing everything, Shiraishi left Tagsk with some changed clothes and Zhanlong on his back. The moment he stepped out of Tagsk, Shiraishi took one last look and set off on his way to the country of Dragonov. *. Chapter 12. Kamisra Forest. The ancient trees are towering, covering the sky and the sun. Because the forest looked eerie and mysterious, and as far as Shiraishi knew, few people dared to go into this forest, and even if they entered, they never came out again. The reason why this land is isolated from the outside world is that there are double barriers of forests and swamps. The dark forest is eerie and terrifying, and outsiders hardly dare to set foot in it. Occasionally, someone daring to break in will be blocked again by the swamp at the end. Out of the instinct of survival, people will never swamp, and they have completely lost the opportunity to set foot in this pure land. At this time, Shiraishi was in this dangerous forest, his eyes became condensed and sharp, and he was ready to go. Cut. With each slash, the sweat dripped from Shiraishi's body. The morning sun rises, and the golden light shines all over the earth, awakening all vitality. When he slashed 2,000 slashes, Shiraishi's limbs twitched uncontrollably, feeling like the muscles in his body were being torn, and the pain was wave after wave like a tidal wave. The severe pain caused Shiraishi's bulge with blue veins on his forehead, his face twisted and twitching, but his incomparably strong will was forcibly supported, and he once again took up the sword pose. When the last slash fell, Shiraishi couldn't hold it any longer and lay on the ground, twitching all over his body, as if his body was not his own. After a short rest, Shiraishi struggled to get up, his belly was rumbling like thunder, and now even a cow was placed on him. In front of him, he could also eat. Ding! Completed quest and slashed 3000 times. Gain 0.3% experience points. Ding! Jolacole My Hawk template, 29.4% unlocked. Current level, Swordsman. After hearing the rising sound in his head, Shiraishi struggled to sit up and cross his knees to enter the spiritual world. In the void. With Shiraishi's unlocking and breakthrough, the phantom becomes more and more real. If Shiraishi unlocks 10%, the phantom can only vaguely see the shadow of the eagle eye, then the phantom and the eagle eye at this time are already somewhat different. Resemblance. Shiraishi estimated that when he unlocked the template of Jolacole My Hawk to 100%, it was when the phantom showed the real image of the eagle eye. As the phantom began to wave the blade in his hand, Shiraishi stopped thinking about it, stared at the phantom, and felt the swordsmanship and kendo understanding contained in it. With the phantom's sword, a terrifying momentum emanated from him. Those who are not strong enough, under the phantom's momentum, can only passively follow the will of the other party, dare not resist. This is the majesty of the strong, unmatched. Although the imposing manner of the virtual shadow is very strong, Shiraishi's will to kendo is also not weak. Although compared with the virtual shadow, there is still some gap. However, Shiraishi believes that when he enters the state of the sword master, he will be different from the virtual shadow at this time. The distance was narrowed again, so that the imposing manner of the phantom could not affect his mind in the slightest. Will. When the sword fell, the phantom gradually disappeared. Shiraishi also withdrew from the spiritual world, and once again held the dragon-slaying sword and slashed out. A row of ancient trees fell instantly, startling a group of birds. Then Shiraishi wrapped the dragon-slaying blade in a grey cloth and walked through the rough dirt road to the stream. The water of the creek was crystal clear. Shiraishi squatted down and held up the creek water and drank it. There is a sweetness and coolness in the mouth, which makes Shiraishi feel an indescribable joy, and the fatigue disappears a lot. Walking along the source of the creek, stepping on the stones in the river and walking upstream, just after walking a few steps, I saw a small waterfall, where the originally gentle water flow became turbulent, making a rushing sound. Climbing on the rocks to climb this small waterfall, sitting on the boulder and looking around, the eyes are bright. I haven't seen such a beautiful scenery for a long time. I wonder how the fat old man and Uncle Lore are doing now. If an outsider could see this scene like this, he would definitely be surprised. He was clearly just a teenager in his teens, why would he let out such an old-fashioned sigh? When the swordsman breaks through, the armed arrogance should not be far from the third stage. When he was still in Tegusk, Shiraishi practiced swordsmanship and armed domineering at the same time, but practicing both at the same time was extremely time-consuming. When Shiraishi felt that his physique could support himself to break through to the swordsman, Shiraishi stopped arming. The domineering practice is devoted to the practice of swordsmanship. Before breaking through to the swordsman, I will not practice the domineering of the armed color for the time being. After all, the armed color is only an additional effect, and the improvement of the swordsmanship can provide Shiraishi with self-protection ability. Shiraishi smiled lightly, it's only a little bit short, and it won't be long before I can break through to the swordsman. It took 2 years to stand in front of this threshold, and as long as you cross the threshold, you can become a real swordsman, not a swordsman. Swordsman. It represents a swordsman who really steps on the swordsmanship, and the symbol of a swordsman is to listen to the sound of the breath of all things, which is different from listening to the sound of all things, and it is not domineering. Domineering is the sharpening of the 5 senses. It can detect the aura of surrounding creatures, the domineering of emotional changes, and can also be used to foresee and avoid danger. And listening to the voice of all things is the ability of the legendary tyrant's territory. The Overlord's domain is a powerful ability that can only be activated after the Overlord's domineering is truly awakened and fully exploded. Under the influence of this power, the ruler of this ability can integrate into the surrounding nature, communicate with all things in nature, and get the allegiance of all things, and even change the natural laws of the surrounding world. This is the real king. Of course, such an existence is still too far away from Shiraishi. I don't know when it will be achieved, and now he has to quickly step into the realm of swordsman. However, as the unlocking level gradually approaches 30%, Shiraishi can feel that he is slowly sensing the so-called breath, and perhaps when he fully reaches Jianhao, he will be able to sense the sound of the breath of all things. In the days to come, Shiraishi plans to stay in Kamasla forest for a while, first unlock Jorakol Mihawk to 30%, and then set off for the kingdom of Dragunov. After resting on the boulder for a while, Shiraishi felt that his body muscles had recovered, so he got up to look for food. After all, the money that Uncle Lore gave him in the forest was useless, and he only depended on himself for the time being. There are countless monsters and beasts in the forest of Kamasra. In addition to the threat of dragons, humans are also threatened by monsters, but the damage caused is too different from that of dragons, and not all monsters can cause damage to humans. Different levels of monsters do not harm humans. 1. And now Shiraishi is looking for his dinner tonight from the forest. Asterisk. Chapter 13. All around are densely packed with towering trees. In the low-lying area in the middle, there is a mud pond with a span of no more than 50 meters and formed by accumulated water. On the edge of this mud pond, there is a one-horned silver cow the size of a water buffalo playing happily. Not far away, there was a sneaky figure hiding in the dense forest, and this figure was Shiraishi, who had been hungry for several days. After searching for a long time, he found the prey in his eyes. According to Shiraishi's observation, the one-horned silver bull in front of him should be just a cub. From the two very different footprints beside it, there should be an even bigger one-horned silver bull, but the one-horned silver bull in front of him should be alone. Shiraishi grabbed the dragon and, like a black lightning bolt, threw himself at the one-horned silver bull by the water. Looking at the one-horned silver bull, Shiraishi rushed towards it and didn't take it seriously. After all, even a cub of one-horned silver bull was far stronger than a human being. The one-horned silver bull shook its head, and the single horn on the bull's head instantly shot a water blade at Shiraishi. Shiraishi, who was lightning fast, twisted strangely. Dodging this fierce magic, the speed is not reduced, and the one-horned silver bull continues to approach. At this time, the one-horned silver cow also saw that Shiraishi was extraordinary, and immediately paid attention to it, and the single horn on his head flashed again. Call out! On the silver horn, a moist brilliance flashed, and hundreds of water blades shot out at the same time. Shiraishi's eyes narrowed, and the zhanlong in his hand was armed with a domineering look and quickly struck out, severing the water blades one after another, and at the same time, it was less than a few meters away from the one-horned silver cow. Seeing that the enemy was about to get close to him, the one-horned silver ox lowered its head, aimed at Shiraishi with its single horn, kicked its hooves on the ground, and pushed towards Shiraishi. After Shiraishi swung a blow, he avoided the water blade by relying on his body, and the zhanlong in his hand directly attacked the one-horned silver bull. Seeing that they were about to collide with each other, Shiraishi landed his sword on the head of the one-horned silver bull. Pick! An incredible scene appeared. Shiraishi, who was obviously not as big as the one-horned silver bull, flew the huge one-horned silver bull with one sword. The one-horned silver bull rolled sideways and hit the ground, rushing into the dense forest and breaking many towering trees. And Shiraishi's was standing beside the one-horned silver bull that fell to the ground. Shiraishi smiled slightly. Dinner is ready. The one-horned silver bull lay on the ground and let out a temporary whimper, just when Shiraishi was about to make a move on the one-horned silver bull, so as not to attract other troubles. Roar! Suddenly a deafening roar came. A one-horned silver bull, bigger than a male elephant, floated up from the bottom of the pond. The one-horned silver bull stared at Shiraishi with hateful eyes. Roar! Shiraishi couldn't help but take a few steps back. The roar of the one-horned silver bull in his eyes was like thunder, which was unbearable. Just when Shiraishi thought that the one-horned silver bull just let out a roar, several huge adult one-horned silver bulls emerged one after another in the water. Now I'm poking a hornet's nest. 6 gigantic one-horned silver bulls emerged from the deep water. Each one-horned silver bull is bigger than an adult giant elephant. These 6 big guys are all adult single-horned silver bulls whose strength has reached the level of top wizards. These 6 adult one-horned silver bulls are completely incomparable to the one that Shiraishi killed just now. If there was only one Shiraishi, he might have the heart to fight, but in front of him he had 6 of them. Roar! Shiraishi doesn't need to think about it, he must have killed the younger one, and the old one has come out. Although Shiraishi has a certain amount of confidence in his own strength, his confidence will inevitably be shaken when he sees such a huge monster, not to mention that such a monster has 6 heads. Or, I'll give it back to you. Just when Shiraishi said these words, the one-horned silver bull cub, which was dying, gave out its last heavy gasp, and then went silent. Shiraishi! Roar! Kill the little monsters in their clan! This made the members of the one-horned silver bull group suddenly ignited their anger. 6 gigantic one-horned silver bulls were furious, and immediately surrounded Shiraishi. Shiraishi took a deep breath and tried his best to calm down his excitement. Now that he can't escape, he will fight head-on. The veins in Zanlong's right hand clenched violently. If he has reached the level of a swordsman, there is no need to be afraid, but at the moment he is still a little swordsman, but he may be defeated if he fights hard. Roar! The 6 one-horned silver bulls let out a loud roar at the same time and attacked at the same time. The single horn on the one-horned silver bull's head exuded a dazzling silver light, and the fire and water blades intertwined and fell towards Shiraishi. Boom! Shiraishi looked to the side and looked at the place where he had just landed. It was completely buried by the smoke of the explosion. When the smoke dissipated, a deep pit of more than 10 meters was revealed, which made Shiraishi's heart tighten. If such an attack fell, I would be afraid even his tiny body couldn't resist. Just when Shiraishi was shocked by the power of the one-horned silver bull's attack, the 3 one-horned silver bulls behind Shiraishi attacked, and the one-horned silver bull in front also launched a magical attack at the same time. Boom! No, you can't just dodge like this. While evading, Shiraishi also discovered a weakness of the silver horn. The silver horn is really powerful in attack, and its defense is equally astonishing. Before the cub of the silver horn could resist Shiraishi's sword, it would be best to die slowly. The proof, not to mention that the one-horned silver bull in front of him is still an adult. But even the one-horned silver bull, which is both offensive and defensive, has its fatal weakness, that is, its body is too large to be flexible enough. As long as Shiraishi can get close, then the one-horned silver bull's attack will be difficult to fall, and it will be completely against Shiraishi. If it loses its effect, and at the same time uses the sharpness of slaying the dragon, it is already armed with the effect of breaking the magic, so it is not so hard to knock down the one-horned silver bull. Right here. After a while of brainstorming, Shiraishi figured out the countermeasures, and looked for an opportunity in the process of dodging. Finally, when a one-horned silver bull released its magic power, Shiraishi took advantage of this gap and jumped over the one-horned silver bull. Above the neck of one of them, the blade pressed down, completely cutting off the breath. Roar! Watching Shiraishi kill one of his comrades again, the one-horned silver bull's eyes became more and more red, and his entire waist arched. The hind legs quickly stretched forward, kicked on the ground, and hit Shiraishi. Shiraishi jumped from the dead one-horned silver ox, evaded the attack of its companion with a flip, and then landed on the head of the one-horned silver bull that was attacking him. The dragon Zhang swung in his hand, and then fell again, a cold light thorn wearing the head of a one-horned silver bull, and then putting it out. If the blood continued to pour out of a fountain, some even splashed onto Shiraishi's black clothes. Seeing that another one-horned silver bull fell, the remaining 4 had already attacked Shiraishi desperately. Asterisk. Chapter 14. A silver light was beating continuously in the one-horned silver bull. 3rd head. 4th head. 5th head. At this time, Shiraishi was bathed in the blood of the one-horned silver bull, and he was constantly rough. Just now, he was hit by the silver one-horn of the one-horned silver bull due to an accidental mistake. Fortunately, Shiraishi covered the armed color in time to block the impact, and at the same time when flying upside down, a sword cut off the head of the one-horned silver bull. The one-horned silver ox couldn't understand until it was about to come. It was clear that his attack had already hit, but why did the other party still fall down? Moo. The last one-horned silver bull watched his companions fall one by one, and his gaze towards Shiraishi from the corners of his eyes the size of a copper bell had completely changed. The hooves of the one-horned silver bull were constantly retreating, trying to leave the battlefield, but how could Shiraishi tolerate his food running away? Even if Shiraishi suffered some injuries, how could the clumsy body of the one-horned silver bull run over Shiraishi? In the blink of an eye, Shiraishi caught up with the one-horned silver rhino who was trying to escape. Puff! In the state of armed arrogance and domineering, Zhan Long plunged into the throat of the one-horned silver bull with a sword. After killing the last one of the one-horned silver bull, the battle was completely over. Seeing the body of the one-horned silver cow in one place, Shiraishi also smiled. It seems not bad, it seems that there is no need to worry about food for a while. Having said that, Shiraishi still has to deal with the body of the one-horned silver bull as soon as possible. After all, there are countless monsters in the Kamisra forest. Now the body of the one-horned silver bull is constantly bleeding, and the breath of the blood is also constantly being distributed, and if it is not dealt with in time, I am afraid it will attract more monsters. Just as Shiraishi took a step, he stumbled and almost lost his footing. There was a dull feeling in his chest. He couldn't help but stop, took off his clothes and looked at his chest. He was knocked to the ground by the one-horned silver bull. Defense: the one-horned silver bull's attack still left a red and even a little black mark. It still seems a little reluctant. Shiraishi laughed miserably. The armed color domineering can indeed block a lot of physical attacks, and the attack of the one-horned silver bull still caused the damage to He himself. The defense of armed domineering is not absolute. After all, there is also a level gap between armed domineering. High-level armed domineering can suppress low-level armed domineering. At the moment, Shiraishi has barely reached the 2nd stage. In addition, the power of the one-horned silver bull is ranked among the monsters. Unless he breaks through to a higher level, Shiraishi will face such the attack is still somewhat reluctant. Now, whether it is a breakthrough in swordsmanship or an increase in armament and domineering, it is the goal that I want to achieve as soon as possible. After a brief thought, Shiraishi endured waves of pain and walked towards the one-horned silver bull, which must be dealt with as soon as possible. Just as Shiraishi was about to deal with the one-horned silver cow, there was a rustling sound from the woods next to it. Hey! I seemed to hear the voice of the one-horned silver bull just now. I can hear it too, it seems that I'm fighting some monster. Let's go and have a look. Maybe both sides will be hurt. We can pick up the leaks. After hearing some words, Shiraishi's face sank. Although there are dangers in Kamisra forest, there are also opportunities and wealth. The people who will come to Kamisra forest, except for ordinary people, generally only the sorcerers will come. Of course, even mages wouldn't take risks easily. After all, there were terrifying dangers everywhere, and it was only a human like Shiraishi who had confidence in his own strength would do such a thing. Hey? So rich in blood, shouldn't the battle be over? If it's really dead, we'll send it. The value of a one-horned silver bull can cover our expenses for several years. With the sound of speaking and footsteps, Shiraishi's hand in Zhanlong became tighter, and his eyes became more and more sharp. Right now, he has just finished the battle with the one-horned silver bull, and his body is in a weak stage. If you really come to an opponent that is difficult to solve, you can only say that you are out of luck. The footsteps got closer and closer. When the grass in front of Shiraishi was pushed aside, a group of people in magic robes walked out of the grass and saw Shiraishi. Hey! Lord Moore! A lot of one-horned silver bulls. One of the people in the group said to a blonde man at the forefront, but Moore frowned at Shiraishi, who was not far from the one-horned silver bull. He had no idea that there were actually teenagers here. The eyes of the one-horned silver bull behind Shiraishi shrank instantly. Are these one-horned silver bulls killed by this young man? Shiraishi's gaze became a little cautious when Mal looked at him. For those who often traveled in Kamasla forest, he was not ignorant of how powerful the one-horned silver bull was. Aside from the powerful attack power of the one-horned silver bulls, their magic can't be harmed at all under the defense of the one-horned silver bulls. There is only one boy at the moment, so it is very likely that he killed the group of one-horned silver bulls. Thinking of this, Moer couldn't help taking a breath of air. How old is the young man in front of him, and he has such strength? If they faced a one-horned silver bull, they would have already fled. Oh my god! We've made it! So many one-horned silver cows, we don't have to worry about selling them for the rest of our lives. A magician rushed to the silver one-horned bull and stroked the silver one horn of the one-horned silver bull. His eyes almost turned into money, and his voice trembled a little. He was obviously frightened by what he saw in front of him. The companions beside him also charged at the other silver-horned bulls with surprise, and the cub of silver bulls with one horn just matched the number of people in this group. Don't tell me, have you forgotten the masters of these prey? Shiraishi on the side looked at them and said coldly, while constantly adjusting his breath. Master? Little devil, whoever sees it has a share, aren't you here to pick up the leaks? It's better for those who are sensible to get away, otherwise, get away, sir, I'm happy, maybe I will give you a few pounds of meat to taste. Obviously, this greedy person, without Moyer's eyesight, regarded Shiraishi as someone who came to pick up leaks just like them, and didn't put his eyesight on him. Moer was also silent. After all, it is easy to get lost in the face of wealth, not to mention that there are 7 shares of this wealth now, just to let his subordinates test the water first. If it is really a hard stubble, then Moer will the choice is to give up directly. If it is false, hee. Moore can only laugh at it. After all, the value of the unicorn silver bull is also very exciting because of his identity and status. Asterisk. Chapter 15. Go away, little devil. These are already ours. If you don't go, I will personally take you on the road. A burly man walked towards Shiraishi with this great blue sword in his hand. The light shining from the great sword clearly meant that Shiraishi should be sent to his death when he said that he was on the way. Shiraishi was not irritated by the words of the two of them, he was waiting for the most suitable time to solve the opponent as quickly as possible. Seeing that Shiraishi did not move at all in the face of his subordinates, this scene reassured Moore a little, and at the same time laughed at himself for being too cautious. After all, there was only a minor child standing in front of him, even a strong man, from the front of him. Judging from the injury, it is not the opponent of their group of mages at all. Lear is quick to start, time is running out, we have to evacuate Kamasla forest before dark. Since the young man in front of them had no threat to them, Moer didn't have too many scruples, and then turned to the one-horned silver bull with fiery eyes, unable to extricate himself. Yes. Lord Moore. Even without Moore's permission, Lil standing in front of Shiraishi would not hesitate at all. Before Shiraishi could think about it, Lil's hands were holding a blue sword and carrying a huge wind, and fell towards Shiraishi. Go to hell, kid! Shiraishi looked coldly at the people who had lost their eyes in front of him, and before the cyan giant sword fell, he said coldly. Cut! A knife fell in front of Lyre's head, the blade was sharp and direct, fierce and domineering, and the stretched rays of light formed a line. Lyre only saw the light flashing in front of his eyes, and then his eyes darkened, and Lyre's breath was cut off. Lyre! Mole looked at Lil's body and shouted in shock. He didn't expect that the person who was talking to him 1 second ago would die at the hands of a teenager the next moment. Cough cough. Shiraishi covered his chest and his breath was a little confused. The sword just now still involved the wound on his chest, causing him to feel uncomfortable. Mole was shocked and immediately ordered, "Go on, don't leave your mouth alive." The other 5 people immediately attacked Shiraishi, one after another of magic attacks shot at Shiraishi. From the death of Lil, it was known that this kid in front of him was not a good stubble. As soon as possible, Shiraishi looked seriously injured. But he didn't take it lightly, after all, Lyre is the best proof. Armed color. Attached. Even in the face of the siege, Shiraishi still did not retreat. Zhanlong broke out and rushed out, like a meteor piercing the sky. With that cold chill, he instantly covered the blade with a domineering weapon, and shot towards the magic attack with a sword. Stab out. PK. Will. A little light blooms like a cold star, that is Shiraishi's slashing dragon, the last one comes first, and the edge is not cast, which makes people's eyes light up. Boom! The magic exploded in the air, instantly drowning Shiraishi's figure. After seeing it, Moore couldn't help but sneer and said, "This kid will definitely dare to face the magic head-on, I really don't know how many lives he has." Just after Maul identified Shiraishi's death, a flash of light flashed through the smoke of the explosion on one of the 5 besieging men. Shiraishi is engrossed in one sword thrust. The man fell directly to the ground with a look of astonishment on his face. "Everyone be careful." The remaining 4 people were a little panicked, and they calmed down slowly under Moore's roar. There was a hint of fear in Shiraishi's eyes. "Who the hell are you?" Moore asked coldly. He was a melee combat method like this once. Although he had seen it before on ordinary human warriors, he had never seen a magic guide. Warriors killed by soldiers. Kill your people. Shiraishi took advantage of this time to adjust his breathing again for the next moment of battle. Very good, very good. Maul was completely irritated by Shiraishi, those blue eyes that wanted to kill, but Shiraishi was not. "Let's go together, be sure to kill him today, even if you abandon the one-horned silver bull." While speaking, a white light flashed in Moore's hand, and then a wooden wand appeared, and Shiraishi found that, when the people around saw the magic wand, there was a sense of fear on their faces. "Just stay here today." More fireballs appeared on Moore's wand and shot towards Shiraishi, sending out a terrifying impact of power. Shiraishi could feel that the attack in front of him was far stronger than those of his previous subordinates, but Shiraishi, who possessed the Dragon Slayer, had no power. Fear any magic. Cut. Kill the dragon strike. In an instant, there are several sword strikes, and the sword shadows fly down. With each sword, Shiraishi will discover the inadequacy of his swordsmanship, so that the sword body bends along his body and naturally straightens, and combines with his own strength, which is a little jerky at the beginning. Quickly become proficient. Every time Shiraishi cut off a fireball, the sparks flew away, very bright, but such beauty fell into Moore's eyes like a nightmare. Death to me! After seeing his magic being cut off by Shiraishi's sword, Moore was too late to be surprised. The magic in his body continued to flow towards the wand, and the wand radiated the ultimate light. A flaming tiger appeared, igniting everything around, and for a while, the position of several people instantly turned into a sea of fire. The 4 behind Maul gave Maul cover and charged towards Shiraishi, killing how many people in this siege. When they decided that Shiraishi's death had come, they saw Shiraishi turn left, hold the sword with the palm of his right hand up, and shouted coldly. Shiraishi's right arm swivels to the left towards them. Sweep! In an instant, the 4 coverers fell at the same time. Shiraishi cut off the flaming tiger, and stabbed more with a sword. Don't want! Just as Shiraishi's sword was about to fall, Huokai rushed into a middle-aged man and released several flying stones in his hand. Shiraishi ignored it, sent a sword, pierced Moore's throat, and at the same time the flying stone knocked Shiraishi. Shiraishi turned around and stepped on the boulder, but with inertia, Shiraishi jumped out of the sea of fire and disappeared. As for the one-horned silver bull, he has no time to pick it up. After all, life is very important. As early as just now, he discovered that the clothes on Moore's body were not as gorgeous as the most wealthy and powerful people in the city of Tagsk. Shiraishi estimated that the mole in front of him was probably the same as Kodomo. His status was not low, and he might even be higher. It would be better to run away from this situation, but he didn't know that the middle-aged man had already written down his face just now. Mal. The middle-aged man saw that Shiraishi escaped and did not chase after him, but ran straight towards Moore and picked him up, but judging from the blood hole on Moore's throat, basically the presence of the great wizard of the healing department didn't help. Not to mention the middle-aged man himself. Asterisk. Chapter 16. Master Esso. When the middle-aged man was furious, a group of guards rushed out from the sea of fire behind him. Judging from the neat military uniform and the low voice, the middle-aged man's identity was definitely not low. What should I do now that Mr. Moore is dead? How should I explain to the general? Esso was distressed for a while. Moore, the favorite young son of General Azel, was killed by a civilian now. As the captain of the guard, he was absolutely to blame. The guards used magic to disperse the flames, and the smell of burnt corpse replaced the rich blood energy. The guards stood up and asked Esso, "Lord Esso, what should I do now?" For Moore's death, they also have collateral responsibilities. Right now, they can only pin their hopes on Esso. After all, as a great wizard, he will always be better than their subordinates. What to do? What to do? What to do? What can I do? As early as when he went to the Kamasla forest, Esso persuaded Moore not to go, but Moore relied on Moore's favor and insisted. What can be counted? Maul may not die, but the end will never be easier, and at this time, there are also his mortal enemies among the great wizards in the same kingdom. At that time, the opponent will never miss this opportunity to fall into trouble. When I think about the future on the day, Esso was in pain. Time passed slowly, and Esso also temporarily struggled out of the pain, but if he didn't deal with the things at hand, the suffering would approach him again. Issued Azel's final arrest warrant, and the murderer who just killed Master Moore cannot escape. When he shot just now, Esso wrote down Shiraishi's appearance even for a brief moment. People with strong magic have strong mental strength. Esso took the paper handed over by the guard, and the black magic power was attached to his fingertips. And in no time at all, Shiraishi's appearance came to life on the painting. This is... The guards beside Esso made a startled sound when they saw Shiraishi's portrait, which attracted Esso's eyes. Esso asked the guard, "Do you know this person?" "Well, a civilian killed a sorceress named Kodomo in Tagsk some time ago, and that person is the face in the portrait." After being surprised, the guards asked about the Shiraishi's message to Esso. "Civilian? Blacksmith? Impossible. Judging from the means just now, it is definitely not a simple commoner." Suddenly, a thought flashed in Esso's mind, a way to make him ask for trouble. When the guard saw it, he thought Esso had a solution, and hurriedly asked, "Sir, did you think of something? Then do as I say." Just now, he heard that Shiraishi helped the Dragonov kingdom build armor in the blacksmith shop. He just took the opportunity to put the responsibility on the Dragonov kingdom, plus General Azel was suspicious and unwilling to fall for the Dragunov kingdom. In the mood below, then your responsibility will be gone, and it may even be possible to turn the crisis into an opportunity, and your status will be one step closer. In fact, it is very common among human races for a remote city like Tagasik to build weapons for other countries, but now that Esso finds this pain point, he will naturally enlarge it infinitely, until he covers up his own mistakes. Just do it, do you understand? Esso said in a low voice. Understood. Shiraishi covered his chest and ran towards the outskirts of Kamisra forest. When he escaped, he was completely unaware that he had been charged with various charges. When Shiraishi escaped from the Kamisra forest, he encountered a wizard who was wearing the same clothes as those before. While avoiding, he would kill each other whenever he had the chance, without showing any mercy. Have to find a place to hide from the rain. Shiraishi's eyes quickly looked around, but it was difficult to find a place to shelter from the rain. Even though his current body is far more tyrannical than ordinary people, he can withstand the usual cold and wind and rain, but the current situation is different, not to mention that his injury has not healed, and he will get sick if he is careless. Half an hour after escaping from Kamasla forest, he found a hidden corner to hide his injuries. Although Shiraishi did not suffer many injuries in the face of the enemy, he still had a lot of bruising and chest tightness due to the involvement of his chest. The feeling became heavier and heavier, to the point of being unbearable. Shiraishi found a hidden corner and covered it with weeds. He lifted his clothes and sat cross-legged. A beam of light crossed his chest, creating a small wound. At the same time, he squeezed the blood out of the body with his armed color domineering. This is when Shiraishi reached the second stage of the armed color domineering and discovered a little trick in the armed color domineering. The bruise turned into a black arrow of blood, and Shiraishi immediately covered it with the herbs he picked while fleeing, and felt that the dull feeling was gone. Hurry up and can't hold on, if it wasn't for the will in his heart, I'm afraid he would have fallen by now. Whew! When everything was settled, Shiraishi couldn't help letting out a heavy sigh. He had no idea that hunting the one-horned silver bull would cause so much trouble. Even without removing the weeds, Shiraishi could hear the noise outside, and immediately stuck his head out to look at the outside world. He saw that the Kamasla forest had been completely illuminated by fire, and soldiers could be seen everywhere. It wasn't that the corner that Shiraishi was looking for was concealed enough, and I'm afraid it would have been illuminated by the fire. I'm afraid that mole just now has a lot of background. Shiraishi frowned. He had only escaped from Tagusk not long ago, and now he is being targeted by a group of unknown forces, which is undoubtedly worse. Hey? It was them. When the firelight shone on the clothes of those soldiers, Shiraishi couldn't help but let out a surprised voice. The soldiers in front of them were wearing armor representing the kingdom of Azer. At this time, Shiraishi also realized that he killed the Moor who was definitely from the kingdom of Azer. Noble. Without thinking too much, Shiraishi put down the weeds and waited for the moment to escape from the predicament. As time slowly passed, the sky gradually darkened and the clouds were thick, but the manhunt did not end there. Click! A white lightning fell from the dark cloud to an ancient tree dozens of meters away from Shiraishi. The 100-year-old tree in the sky was instantly shattered by the lightning, leaving only the half of the stump charred black. Boom! The frightened soldier, but under the pressure of Esso's magic power, he can only continue to search while cursing in his heart. Asterisk. Chapter 17. What's the matter? I haven't found a single figure yet. Do you really want me to die? Esso, who had not heard the news for a long time, suddenly burst out the magic power on his body, shocking all the soldiers around him to his knees, and said with a gloomy face, although all the charges were pushed to the person named Shiraishi, but the premise is that the person needs to be caught and put. He succumbed to the attack and admitted these charges, but at the moment, let alone caught, not even a single figure was found. The dark clouds fell down suddenly. The dull sound of thunder moved from the northwest to us, and then, a bunch of pea-sized raindrops fell, and in an instant, a bunch of raindrops poured down overwhelmingly. However, these heavy rains could not quench Esso's restless heart. "I'm sorry. Lord Esso, we will send additional staff immediately." The guards kept shedding cold sweat. Not only Esso, but they were also very anxious. After all, it was about their own lives, and no one dared to slack off. "Go find it. A seriously injured person can't find what I want you to do." In the city of Tegusk, which is the closest to Kamisra Forest, almost all the guards have been called out to search Kamisra Forest, but no matter how they searched, they still did not find Shiraishi. After a few hours, the sky gradually became brighter, and the hunting soldiers were exhausted. After all, they were still ordinary human beings and could not be compared with mages. What a bunch of useless waste! Esso kicked out a soldier who was sitting on the ground tired like a dead dog, because the additional magic power was not blocked by the soldiers, so he flew out and landed on the ground. Breath. Seeing the death of his companion, all the surrounding moments scattered towards Esso's side, and no one dared to approach the furious him. "Sir, why don't you?" Looking at the slightly treacherous-looking guard, he walked over to Esso and whispered a few words. Then, Esso's expression was no longer so grim and slowly eased. When the guard finished speaking, Esso's face had recovered by most, and he immediately patted the soldier on the shoulder. At the same time, a large number of soldiers withdrew to Tegusk, and the entire Kamasla forest fell silent. The sky is also getting darker. Looking at this picture, it is estimated that it will rain soon. Why is it so quiet all of a sudden? At this time, Shiraishi, who was hiding in the weeds, heard that there was no sound outside, and at the same time felt that he had recovered most of the time. Although the congestion had melted, he still felt discomfort and pain when he moved his body. Shiraishi jumped, raised his eyes and looked around, observing the movement around him. In front of him were the mountains and trees and the torches left from last night. In the dark night last night, Shiraishi didn't pay much attention to the direction, so that it is difficult to distinguish the direction now, but with the unique instructions of nature, he still vaguely sees his position. Shiraishi smiled wryly. At this time, he was in the position where Tagasik and Kamotera forest pinned Zhanlong to their waists and were about to leave. They picked up the footsteps left by the soldiers marching, and followed the footsteps to leave. Shiraishi could roughly guess that the opposite should be returning to Tagsk. However, they just let it go so easily. Something's wrong. Shiraishi's face was a little serious. The other party tried to catch him with great fanfare last night, but stopped the search at the next morning. It was a little abnormal, and Shiraishi didn't think too much. After looking for some food, when I was just about to embark on the journey. On the way, they encountered a group of caravans that came out of Chong Tagasik and passed by the main road not far from Shiraishi. Shiraishi stepped forward and asked. "Excuse me, what happened to Tagsk recently?" Shiraishi questioned, and when the fat businessman sitting in the middle turned his head to answer his question, he saw Shiraishi's face as if he saw some kind of demon. I don't know anything." The fat businessman said this with panic on his face and immediately urged his men to leave. Shiraishi did not stop. When he was about to continue his questioning, the caravan guards around him had already surrounded Shiraishi, but even though Shiraishi was injured, how could an ordinary human be his opponent, and he collapsed to the ground after a few guards. "I don't know anything." Watching the carriage slowly stop, the fat businessman slumped on the ground, crying and begging Shiraishi not to kill him, and finally after Shiraishi put Zhanlong on his neck, he to speak the truth. "What, Uncle Lore?" They got up. Shiraishi frowned and learned from the fat businessman that the Moor that he killed was the most beloved son of the general of the kingdom of Azur, and the one who blocked him with the boulder was the great wizard who protected Moor. However, these things are not clear to him alone. But what Shiraishi cares about most is that his business also involves Uncle Lore and the others at the blacksmith shop, and it seems that there are still many mages rushing to Tagsk, which makes Shiraishi feel uneasy. Alas, I didn't expect to return to Tagsk in the end. Originally, Shiraishi planned to go to the kingdom of Dragunov after being promoted to the sword master in Kamasla forest, but what happened now was disrupted, and now he must return to Tagsk to find Uncle Lore and the others. It still takes 2 days. It takes 2 days to break through to Jianhao. When Shiraishi fought against the so-called great sorcerer So before, he sensed the strength of the opponent. Although the opponent was powerful, it was not invincible. With Shiraishi's current strength, he was able to defeat him, and the opponent obviously did ready to dig a hole and wait for him to go back. To be on the safe side, Shiraishi chose to cross that threshold first. After grabbing the food from the caravan and finding a forest, Shiraishi began to practice again. He used to practice with the goal of survival, but now his goal has changed. Mission. Start. Ding. Start mission. Penetrate 3000 times. The mission begins. Shiraishi's face remained unchanged, the sword in his hand had begun to dance, leading with the tip of the sword, piercing out in different directions along the legs, arms or side of the body. The arm was bent and stretched, and the force was on the tip of the sword. Boom! With the improvement of swordsmanship and kendo, Shiraishi has become more and more comfortable in controlling the new swordsmanship. Coupled with the improvement of physique, Shiraishi gradually began to enjoy the improvement of the body reaching the limit and then breaking the limit. This kind of pleasure was something he had never felt before. At this time, he already understood a little that Zoro was pursuing swordsmanship. This kind of feeling was really great. Ding! Completed mission and pierced 3000 times. Gain 0.3% experience points. Ding! Jolacole My Hawk template, 29.7% unlocked. Current level, Swordsman. Shiraishi withdrew from the state just now. At this time, he added his previous injuries and his body was already a little out of strength, but Shiraishi's eyes were still shining, and he was only a little away from the realm of swordsman, as if he had already touched that portal. Resolutely gave up the idea of cultivating the next day, and took over the task again. Continue. Ding! Start mission. Intercept 3000 times. The mission begins. Asterisk. Chapter 18. There are still rumors about the Kamasla forest, and it has long been known in the royal capital of the Dragunov kingdom, which is hundreds of miles away. Inside the palace, it was like walking into an ancient temple. I saw this magnificent palace made of polished marble, and the carvings inside and outside are like the work of magic. The towering stone pillars lined up inside the palace are majestic, and the high dome seems to be connected to heaven, making people's senses both illusory and real. In the center of the main hall, a huge magic crystal floats, and on the magic crystal floats the news and images of the entire Dragunov kingdom. Sitting on both sides of the throne were 2 giant dragons, with huge wings and tails as long as their bodies. The whole body was white and feathers covered the whole body. Sitting on the throne was a man dressed in white robes and black armor, with crimson hair reaching to his hips, scattered on his long white body, exuding an inviolable awe-inspiring temperament, and this person is the one who rules the entire Dora. Queen of the Gunov kingdom, Irene. Below the throne, a guard in black armor knelt on one knee, conveying information to the queen. Report to Her Majesty the Queen. There are signs of Azer kingdom soldiers in Tagsk, which is far from the border of the kingdom. Dragunov, who was preparing to fight the dragons, had already dispatched scouts to various fringes of the kingdom. Although the city of Targsk was a remote area, it was also under surveillance, and even knew it earlier than Azel. Isn't the kingdom of Azel still giving up? After hearing the guard's words, Irene's holy and beautiful face could not help frowning. Irene has always been wary of the kingdom of Azel. In order to resist the dragons, Irene requested the help of General Mocha, the ruler of the kingdom of Azel. Although Mocha saw the crisis of Dragunov and did not refuse it, he made a request that Irene marry General Mocha, otherwise the entire Azer kingdom would not send troops to help Dragunov. The kingdom resists the dragon race. Irene is very helpless about this. If it wasn't to resist the dragon clan, he could have launched a war to destroy the kingdom of Azel, but in the face of the pressure of the dragon clan, Irene has no spare energy to face the kingdom of Azer, and there is no direct request for Mocha. Reject, just hold off for now. From the point of view of Irene about the things in the city of Tagsk, it should be Mocha who forced her to make a decision. After all, this kind of thing has happened several times before. Irene is also used to it, and also understands Mocha's ambition. After retiring from the Dragon clan, he replaced his throne and made himself the king of Dragunov, the only king of the entire human race. As a victim of a political marriage, I didn't get a marriage with a deal, and there was no emotion at all. This kind of situation happened in all the kingdoms of the human race, but Irene didn't expect such a situation to appear on her body. Hey! There was a hint of pain in Irene's eyes, and she sighed heavily, her face was full of worry. Facing Mocha's persecution, Irene had nothing to do about it. At the same time, she also faced the dragon race. Oppression. But she is the queen of a country and must be responsible for her own people. Even if she is going to die, she must let the people of the kingdom live. Even if these pressures make her feel like she is about to suffocate, she must persevere. Just when Irene was feeling restless, a huge shadow walked outside the palace, and the dragon hovering on both sides of the throne immediately lowered his head to show respect for the shadow. Irene, what happened? The shadow said softly. When the shadow came forward, the magic crystal light shone on it, and only then did the shadow appear clearly. There is still a behemoth, a giant dragon with golden scales, exuding warmth and wisdom. Holy Dragon Belzerian. A dragon king who rarely stood on the side of humans among the dragons. In the past, he had great prestige among the dragons. After all, the dragons represented the lofty status of the dragons and their top fighting power. However, when the Holy Dragon Belzerian stood on the side of humans and chose to protect the human race, the giant dragons of the main battle faction immediately regarded it as a disgrace among the dragon race, and were forced out of the dragon race and brought several giant dragons to Dragu. November. Even for this reason, dragons are often sent to attack Dragunov, but without the Dragon King coming forward, Belzerian is in charge, so Dragunov is still fine. At this moment, the Holy Dragon Belzerian was looking at the crimson figure in front of him with confusion. It's nothing, Belzerian, just a piece of news on the edge of the kingdom recently. Irene said with a light smile, the voice is very pleasant, but Belzerian has already signed a contract with Irene, and can communicate with Irene in the soul. Through the contract, it can feel the pain in Irene's soul. Belzerian said in a low voice, isn't it that the kingdom of Azel is coercing you again? Belzerian guessed what Irene was thinking at once, and it was also helpless about the fact that Mocha, the villain, was coercing Irene. Although its own strength is strong, it has long been unable to move, and now as long as it attacks Azel, the dragons on the other side will immediately launch an attack and lose it to sit in Dragunov, and Dragunov cannot do without it. Maybe not, after all the news has not been verified. Although Irene felt that it was Mocha's persecution of herself, she did not directly believe that it was what he did. This is the king of a country, should be cautious. With this and Belzerian's power, Dragunov was reluctant. Resist the strength of the dragon clan. Before Irene could figure out what to do with the Azer kingdom, Belzerian said another thing that gave Irene a headache. Although Belzerian didn't want to bring it up at this time, the situation was still too urgent. Then he slowly got up and said in a deep voice, I've already got the news here, and the dragon race has already started. Belzerian showed its huge body, making the heads of the dragons on both sides lower, but a ferocious scar that was still bleeding was faintly visible under the ribs. Obviously this is a new wound. Belzerian. Irene's originally strong eyes couldn't hold back after seeing Belzerian's wound. She ran down the throne and gently stroked its wound. Tears slowly dripped from the corners of her eyes. Although she was under great pressure, Belsarion is not. Betrayal of its own race is equally painful for it. Asterisk. Chapter 19. Belsarion's huge dragon claws gently caressed Irene, and it watched and witnessed Irene's growth step by step, from a child to a maiden, and then to sit on the throne that looks like a beautiful scenery, but hides countless spikes and sharp blades. And this is not the pressure she should bear. Irene, since your father saved me, I promised him to protect Dragonov, and he entrusted it to me, but... Belsarion paused and said immediately, the huge dragon eye looked at Irene closely, and said in a very firm tone, the Dragon Kings can't hold back anymore, now we have to make a choice. Let's start. Belsarion turned to look at the world outside the window and slowly counted. Dragon Slayer Project. In heavy rain. The pitch-black dark cloud suddenly pressed down, and the roaring thunder came from the sky, and then, the wind roared frantically. The terrifying thunder sounded like 1,000 tigers rushing into the distance. Drink. The raindrops fell on the eyelashes, the thunder light shone on his head, and Shiraishi did not respond. 2854, 2997, 2998, 2999, 3000. When Shiraishi swung the blow, the world in front of him instantly changed, slowly becoming distorted, and the spiritual world instantly appeared in front of Shiraishi. In the void, the black sword appeared in the eagle-eyed phantom's hand, emitting a terrible momentum. Heavy. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on Shiraishi's shoulders, making it hard to breathe. Sharp. There is also a hint of sharpness in the heaviness, like a mountain made up of countless sharp swords, and all this pressure comes from the black knife in the virtual shadow's hand. The pitch-black sharp blade is a chaotic blade and heavy flower thong, which is the black knife of Eagle Eye, Night. Shiraishi's eyes sank. Before that, only the blade had never appeared, and the blade displayed in the phantom was also a phantom. Until now, Shiraishi finally saw the face of the supreme sword. Black blade constantly exudes a heavy and terrifying sword pressure, turning into invisible pressure, pressing towards Shiraishi step by step, towards Shiraishi's fierce slash. For a moment Shiraishi has the illusion that he is about to be smashed and submerged. Shiraishi's pupils shrank, almost being forced to look away if his will was strong enough. Shiraishi felt that his spiritual will was crumbling under the pressure of the black knife, almost shattering into countless pieces. Not only did Shiraishi not panic, but he fought with high spirits. This is the destruction of the spiritual will, but also the sharpening of the spiritual will. It is as heavy as a mountain, pressed on the spiritual will, and the whole person seems to be pressed into the ground and into the endless abyss, sinking forever. Is this your strength? Shiraishi said with great pressure. Perhaps at this moment, Shiraishi had some understanding of Hawkeye's strength. This progress, the eagle eye of the spiritual world, has become very terrifying, and he has officially entered the realm of swordsman. Ah! Shiraishi's spiritual world is constantly flashing. This is Hawkeye's experience of becoming a swordsman. He empathizes with him time and time again, making Shiraishi constantly make up for his shortcomings in kendo, but this process is undoubtedly painful. Thanks to the power of the system, in just 2 years, Shiraishi has reached a height that others may not reach in a lifetime. But at this moment, Shiraishi's kendo will is going through the biggest test at this moment. Not all swordsmen can become swordsmen at will, and they must experience countless pains and tortures on the way to becoming a swordsman. No, it has to stop. No, I can still keep going. No, I haven't reached my limit yet, I can still bear it. Time and time again, Shiraishi is constantly battling and persevering in his will, and his spiritual will is constantly exhausted, and he is also unknowingly tempered. I don't know how long it took, and my spirit gradually became numb. When the picture in my mind stayed at the moment when Hawkeye became a swordsman, Everything in front of him disappeared in an instant, and Shiraishi's spirit also loosened and slowly fell down. Ding! Jolacole My Hawk Template, 30% unlocked. Current level, Swordsman. Ding! You have successfully embarked on the road of swordsmanship, and you have obtained a sword pill to improve the quality of the famous sword. Unlock a new ability, the Domineering of Knowledge. At the same time, start the side quest of Knowledge and Color. Ding! Unlocking the Arrogance of Seeing and Hearing, 0.1%. Current level, the first stage. Ding! Is it inlaid with sword pills? The rain is dripping, and Shiraishi's face is struck by pure and clear rain, and it seems that at this moment he feels the sound of the breath of all things. The wind blows, the sleeves are rolled up, and the thunder is roaring, but at this moment it is so quiet, the vastness is so quiet. Immediately feeling haunted. The sound of the breath of all things, what a wonderful feeling! Shiraishi heard lifeless stones calling to him in his ears, and he could hear the wind blowing away in nature, which seemed to lift him up. Shiraishi stood up slowly, and his aura became more and more steady. After 2 years of practicing swordsmanship, Shiraishi had long since faded from the cowardly and vulgar shadow of his previous life. As he went deeper into kendo, Shiraishi's spirit also improved. Although his temperament did not change greatly, more often, he was inclined to the desire of the swordsman. Seeing the color. Activate. Seeing and hearing domineering plus the realm of the sound of breathing of all things. The world that was clear to Shiraishi originally became clearer at this moment, a world Shiraishi had never seen before. The ability to see and smell domineering is similar to listening to the breath of all things. It can sharpen its 5 senses and detect the breath of surrounding creatures. Ding! Is it inlaid with sword pills? The system prompt sounded again, and Shiraishi also withdrew from that intoxicating world. Yes. There was no accident. After the second sword ball was inlaid, the sword ball automatically floated above the first sword ball, and 2/4 of the sword body had become pitch black. At the same time, the weight of Zhanlong has been increased by nearly 10 times again, and the weight has now reached hundreds of pounds. If it wasn't for Shiraishi's improvement, I'm afraid it would be impossible to wield this heavy sword. Shiraishi swung the dragon lightly, and the sharp blade cut through the air. Even though it was an ordinary sword swing, Shiraishi's black clothes and long hair were not flying in the wind. In his vision, everything seemed to be alive. The breathing of all things ranges from weak to heavy, and you can kill them all by just swinging the knife in your hand. It's time to go back. As the culprit of everything, Shiraishi believes that he is not a good person, but he is not a ruthless person, and he can't do things like leaving the fat old man and Uncle Lore who are kind to him. Wrapping the blade in a grey cloth, Shiraishi returned to the way of Tegusk, and now even the great wizard named Eso couldn't stop him when he called for help. Asterisk. Chapter 20. In a gorgeous tavern in the city of Tagsk. Eso didn't expect such an accident to happen to someone as cautious as you. The bright red wine flowed slowly into the transparent glass, and a slightly rude hand gently picked up the glass. The owner of the hand was a little feminine, leaned on the bar counter and said to Eso with a smile, "Mo Lord Ka was furious when he heard this incident, now you have thought about how to explain it to Lord Mocha." Eso's face was stiff, and he didn't expect things to develop to this point. Originally, he wanted to take hostages, forcing Shiraishi to show up, capture him, and then put the charges on Shiraishi's head one by one, so as to relieve himself responsibility, but it was discovered by General Mocha before it could be implemented. Eso just wanted to retort, but at this moment, a grey-haired old man leaning on crutches also walked in front of Eso beside this man, and said sternly, "Marlis is right, even a guard works. If you can't do it well, you are afraid that you are really courting death, Eso." Hearing the old man's words, Eso closed his mouth instantly. There was no way. If it was Marlis, he could fight back a few words, but the old man in front of him was not something he could say. Augustus, the great magician who once blocked the dragon for a moment and mastered powerful magic, compared to himself, perhaps only Augustus was worthy of the title of great magician. Eso did not expect that General Mocha would actually be sent over, but from the current situation, it seems that General Mocha is really angry. Looking at the quiet Eso, Augustus did not push him, but his eyes were still cold. When the kid is caught, you will temporarily stay in Tegusk and can't leave half a step. You know my means, otherwise I can only send you on the road. A surging magic power from Augustus Kane radiated from his body and dissipated toward the surroundings, and the entire Tegusk was shaking violently. Eso, who was closest to Augustus, felt the most intense, and his body kept shaking. In this situation, after Augustus left, Eso collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, and looked at Augustus back full of fear. Lord Augustus, he has become stronger again. After taking a sip of red wine, Marlis said slowly, Master Augustus has always been so strong, but you haven't really seen it before. You think that a person who can withstand the blow of a giant dragon will be so weak. I advise you to stay honest. Also, whether your method can be successful or not, don't make fun of us in the end. Even if Lord Augustus kills you, General Mocha won't say much. Will, yes, definitely, yes. Obviously, don't be too excited by the words just now. There is already a little trembling in Eso's voice, but this means nothing to Marlis. Before coming, his mission has been determined. Put down the wine glass, Marlis is not here. Said also got up and left the tavern, leaving behind Eso, who had lost hope. After 2 days of traveling, Shiraishi returned to Tegusk again, but Shiraishi, who had just stepped into Tegusk, felt a vibration under his feet. Hey? This is... Shiraishi paused for a moment, then stepped into Tegusk, walking on the streets he was familiar with. That's the man in the portrait. Since Shiraishi didn't deliberately cover up his appearance, it didn't take a moment for someone to spot him, and then the whole street instantly caused panic. All the civilians fled in an instant, and a large group of soldiers were coming. Shiraishi walked towards the blacksmith in diameter, and the surrounding soldiers did not step forward to stop it, because Shiraishi's terrifying strength and means had spread throughout Tegusk in the past few days, and the soldiers knew that they were not Shiraishi's opponents. They were just tight keep an eye on Shiraishi and have someone deliver the message to those foreign mages. When Shiraishi walked to the blacksmith shop, hammers and other tools were scattered all over the floor, and the stove that was supposed to be burning was extinguished at this moment. No one exists. Have they been caught? As Shiraishi grabbed the hammer that he once held tightly, there was a commotion behind him. Lord Augustus, Lord Marlis, and Lord Eso. Shiraishi turned to look at the few people standing at the forefront of the soldiers, except for the middle-aged man who had stopped him from killing more. There were 2 more people beside him at this time. The kid finally appeared. Eso said fiercely, in his heart he had already passed all the responsibilities to Shiraishi. If it wasn't for Shiraishi's appearance, so many things would not have happened, and he would not be in such a dangerous situation. Everything. All because of Shiraishi alone. It's this kid who killed Master Moore. Eso didn't expect you to be able to solve even a child. Marlis chuckled. Augustus looked at Eso with more and more disdain, as if he was looking at garbage. Hearing Maris' words, Eso's face twisted for a while, but there was no other reason to say it. Right now, he could only catch Shiraishi to prove himself. Fights are not for which they are entitled. Give me death! Eso roared, the magic in the body burst out, and all of a sudden appeared under Eso's feet. The fisher runs towards Shiraishi. Click! Shiraishi escaped the crack with one jump, landed on the safe ground, looked at Eso and said, Where are Uncle Lore, the fat old man, and the others from the blacksmith shop? Let them go, what can come to me? Without waiting for an answer, Eso attacked again. Call out! A black light beam instantly pierced the air and shot towards Shiraishi in the distance, and then slowly swept away, and the position where Shiraishi was located made a series of explosions. Boom boom boom. This is the flame of the explosion, and there is a flash of extreme cold light, a dazzling piece of training, like lightning rolling in a thundercloud, shining to the top, cutting off the flame and shooting towards Eso. Eso released the black beam again to block Shiraishi's attack, but saw his magic split in two under the slash. A strong crisis shrouded Eso in an instant, desperately dodging to the side, the figure just escaped from the range covered by the sword energy, and a terrifying air wave blew him away. With a terrifying sword strike, the sword chi tore a mark several meters wide and deep on the ground. The slash that was evaded by Eso fell behind the building and did not stop. After spreading for hundreds of meters, it hit the ground. The city wall that is tens of meters high. A dense fog of dust filled the air. Eso was completely taken aback by Shiraishi's methods. This. Chapter 21. The uncontrollable voice resounded everywhere. Eso was horrified and shocked, and said in a voiceless voice. What, are you kidding? Can that kind of slash be done by swordsmanship? Eso's face panicked and looked at Shiraishi, which also began to change. He was obviously just a kid, but he had a dangerous aura just now. Who is that kid? A glint of light flashed in Augustus' eyes, as if he was a little surprised, and his gaze changed to Shiraishi. The blow just now obviously had the strength of a great wizard and the ability to cut off magic. Shiraishi glanced at Eso and whispered again, one last time, where are they? The inexorable sword force broke out. Eso looked up, shadows shrouded, those cold and ruthless eyes made his heart beat wildly, and he felt a little fear in his heart. After being absent for a while, Eso also reacted and said, let's talk about these things after I catch you. Eso's face was a little embarrassed. He didn't expect to fall under a kid when he fought, and was frightened by him. He couldn't accept such a situation at all, and if he didn't catch this kid, then what awaited him would be endless torture. Boom! Smashing rocks. The ground continued to collapse around Eso, and the cracked rubble then turned into sharp blades and fell towards Shiraishi. Suddenly, Shiraishi took a leap, tapped the ground, and jumped several meters high, dodging Eso's attack. Holding the hilt of dragon slaying in his right hand, he shot straight towards Eso, and a dazzling cold light flashed lightly from Eso's side. Puchy boom! As the blood splattered, Eso's right arm fell down. At this time, Eso covered his broken arm. He didn't understand why his magic had no effect on him. At this time, he looked at Shiraishi's eyes. With fearful eyes. Augustus took everything in his eyes, and it was obvious that Eso had lost some confidence in himself. He is not an ordinary person at all, this is something that ordinary people can do. Marlis looked at the sword marks several meters wide and deep on the ground and said, while Augustus nodded in agreement with Marlis's words. You can do it too. Eso should leave it to General Mocha to deal with it, or don't let him die for the time being. After Augustus finished speaking, he turned around and left. In his eyes, Shiraishi was just an immature kid, even if he was powerful just now. The level and strength of strength are not felt. It is good to have a strong momentum, but in the real battle, it is another matter to decide the outcome of life and death. If the strength can be determined only by the momentum, then it is enough for everyone to specially improve the momentum. The addition of Marlis is enough, the battle should be over soon, and Augustus has no intention to watch it any longer. You still won't tell me? Every time Shiraishi took a step towards Eso, Eso took a step back. When he was about to retreat, a figure stood in front of Shiraishi, and the whole man was the one who stood beside Eso just now, but Shiraishi just watched. He glanced at him, then looked at Eso again. Where are people? I saw Eso cringe, pointing at Augustus with a trembling finger and saying, dead, 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 killed by him. After the news that Shiraishi appeared in the city of Tagsk, Uncle Lore and the others lost their value, and Augustus directly stabbed them to death. How can that be? After Shiraishi heard the news, his whole mind was instantly stunned, and he kept recalling the time he spent with them in the past 2 years, the love of Uncle Lore, and the fat old man. If Uncle Lore hadn't brought him to the blacksmith shop, he might still be wandering in this world. The bits and pieces that emerge in the blacksmith shop, every picture is so clear. Thinking of all this, no matter how calm he was, it became chaotic. In Shiraishi's eyes, dense bloodshots appeared, as if he was about to be enchanted. Unable to guarantee the calm before, he gritted his teeth and roared, "Then you can bury them with them." Shiraishi swung the slashing dragon towards Esso, and the murderous aura continued to spread from him. Boom! Marlis, who was on the side, naturally couldn't let Esso die easily, and took the opportunity to release his magic power to strangle Shiraishi. Poison Stinger. Marlis took a sharp metal dagger from his right hand, piercing the air and exuding a disgusting poisonous gas, blocking Shiraishi's blade. At the same time, the magic beam from the other hand shot towards Shiraishi. Suddenly, Shiraishi's left hand was covered with a domineering arrogance, and the blade slashed. Shut chug. The next moment, the poisonous stinger in Marlis's hand didn't stop Shiraishi at all. Zhanlong collided with the poisonous stinger without stopping, and the blade fell again. The swords collided, and countless sparks emanated like cold stars that fell at night. The clear chant brought by the swords, a white-silver light, transformed into a 3 or 4 meter long dark red sword energy, rising into the sky. Ah! Hearing the screams behind him, Marlis immediately turned around. Shiraishi's slaying dragon on the rock had been inserted into Esso's heart, while Shiraishi stepped on Esso's body, swung his blade, and cut off Esso's head. What the hell is going on? Why is my poisonous stinger cut off? Marlis held the broken short knife in his hand with a pale face. This short knife was made by the last best blacksmith in the entire Azer kingdom, and dozens of magic circles were engraved on it, making it tougher, but it was such a knife. The short sword was under Shiraishi's sword, but it was like a thin piece of paper, fighting directly. At this time, Marlis looked at Shiraishi with the same expression as Esso just now. After a short fight, he really felt the pressure on Shiraishi, and even Augustus didn't feel this pressure anywhere. Augustus, who had turned his back and hadn't gone far, stopped and turned to look at Shiraishi. Gudong! The head rolled to the side, but Shiraishi didn't end there. Not enough, it wasn't enough just for Esso's death, not enough to pay for the lives of everyone at the smithy. Shiraishi slowly pointed the dragon in his hand at Maris and Augustus. It's up to you next. For a moment, Marlis felt that he was being stared at by the god of death, but he had no way out at all. From Shiraishi's blood-red eyes, it could be seen that the other party would never let him go. Enough! Boom! Seeing that Shiraishi was about to attack Marlis, Augustus did not dare to underestimate Shiraishi. If he watched indifferently, Marlis would have no choice but to die. The black magic power floated on Augustus, and then spread around. Asterisk. Chapter 22. Death is the eternal destination of all living beings. An incomparably ancient and obscure voice sounded, containing indescribable terrifying magic, to guide all living beings to death without hesitation. Shiraishi's spiritual will was affected, his soul seemed to be shaking, and it was extremely uncomfortable, and his steps towards Marlis stopped temporarily. Saved. Seeing Augustus shot, Marlis was temporarily relieved. After all, this lord had the task of fighting against the giant dragon. Although he didn't defeat it, it was enough. You must know that in this era when the dragons ruled the world 400 years ago, only dragons can kill dragons. Marlis couldn't think of a human stronger than Augustus. At this time, under the mental interference, Shiraishi's blade was still unable to cut off. Augustus smiled coldly, but the next second he couldn't laugh anymore. A strange wave emanated from Shiraishi's mind, blocking his mental disturbances. Give me death! The silver-white sword blade that flickered with cold light was gradually covered by a layer of black material. When the body of the sword became pitch black, Shiraishi's figure disappeared, and the next moment he appeared in front of Marlis. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew, and Marlis, who was lucky to escape the catastrophe just now, found that his face was full of fear, and then a crack spread from the left shoulder to the right leg, and a column of blood spurted out. Then the cold light flashed again, and his vision was shaking. Marlis vaguely saw his body without his head and the young man standing behind him. Boom! 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 The head fell, and time seemed to stand still at this moment. The obviously thin body seemed to have no strength at all, but with just a slight wave, the dark long sword and the strange swordsmanship cut off the human body in one fell swoop. After a while, "Do you know what you have done?" Augustus was instantly furious, and in just a short while he had no time to react, and Marlis was already dead. For a small commoner, he actually lost two great wizards, so forgot that it was irrelevant, but the death of Marlis made him unacceptable. A commoner dares to kill two wizards from the kingdom of Azer, and the entire human race has no place for you. In the ruins, Shiraishi stood on the top, holding a dark sword in his right hand, his left hand combing the black hair on his forehead with 5 fingers, and the blood sticking to his hair stained his palm. Shiraishi slowly closed his eyes, the remorse in his heart had reached a limit. "Then why did you kill the people at the smithy? What did they do wrong? Your companion is a human, so is my companion a human. Are those people really worthless in the eyes of you sorcerers?" Shiraishi said in a low voice. His body was shaking, not hurt or exhausted, just because of the pain and remorse in the soul. All cause and effect start from him. His heart has been overwhelmed with remorse. Why didn't he fight to the death to solve them? Why he couldn't bear his hands in front of more? Why, they were going to die. How can a group of small civilians be compared to the life of a magician? Even a civilian who has died tens of thousands of people is not worth the life of a big magician. Besides, these people have an affair with sinners, and there is only one way to go. Yes. Even you are the same. The magic of Augustus burst out, completely shrouding the entire city. The magic of darkness cut off the sunlight, and the entire Tegusk fell into darkness. "I'll let you know what happens when you do these things." Augustus looked at Shiraishi with a gloomy face, and the black magic climbed up to the scepter in his hand. Shiraishi's eyes opened, and remorse had faded from his eyes, replaced by endless hatred. "I don't know what will happen, but I only know that you are going to die now. Not only you, but the entire Azel will be buried with them." It was like a voice in the depths of hell. In a trance, Augustus seemed to feel that the Shiraishi in front of him at this time was not a human but a vicious demon. "What am I thinking? As a great wizard, I am still afraid of a little devil." Augustus immediately shook his head fiercely, putting aside this terrifying thought. The magic in his body instantly rioted. 3 pillars of darkness. Devour. The magic power released from Augustus' scepter condensed into 3 dark purple columns with strange patterns in the air, and fell towards Shiraishi. The 3 magic columns released magic power at the same time, and the dark magic power instantly enveloped them. Seeing this scene, Augustus smiled proudly and said that he used this magic to meet the dragons and block the dragons. He didn't think there was a stronger power than this among humans. Boom! Just when Augustus thought he had solved Shiraishi, suddenly, in the dark, shine a dazzling light. Cut off the darkness and attacked him. Cut. 3 pillars of darkness. Imprisonment. The triple magic circle appeared in front of Augustus, but no matter how powerful the magic power was, it couldn't be stopped under the slash with the additional magic breaking effect. Boom! Looking at the oncoming slash, August's face changed greatly, and he released magic power in his hand. With this impact, he avoided Shiraishi's slashing dragon, and a crack like an abyss instantly appeared in the entire street. "What's going on? Why can't even the darkness swallow the slash?" Just when Augustus was shocked, a voice like a whisper of a demon appeared in Augustus' ear. "Do you think you can escape like this?" Augustus immediately broke out in a cold sweat, feeling that something was wrong, and swiped his right hand quickly behind him. 3 pillars of darkness. Explosion. Augustus released the magic power of his whole body and broke out the most terrifying killing move. But it is still useless, there is no magic that can't cut the dragon. With a flash of cold light, Augustus's hands fell at the same time, his neck was tightly grasped by Shiraishi, and then he lifted it up. The terrifying pressure swept over, and the power of chi and blood seemed to be sluggish and solidified, making it difficult to run, and the whole person almost fainted under the killing intent of these 2 terrible forests. Augustus, who lost his arm, couldn't resist at all, and as the strength of Shiraishi's hand continued to increase, Augustus felt more and more difficult to breathe. Die! With a pinch of his fingers, Augustus left the world and followed in the footsteps of Esso and Marlis. The empty street was the same as the scene when he beheaded Kodomo, but the 2 who had been the best to Shiraishi were no longer there. Why, it's still so uncomfortable. When Shiraishi killed the culprits who persecuted Uncle Lore, the hatred in his heart did not subside, but intensified, as if torn apart his body. After a while, Shiraishi's eyes gradually became clear, but the seeds of hatred had already been planted. Azer Kingdom, **. Chapter 23. Will. Shiraishi cut off Augustus's head, wrapped it with Esso and Marlis's, and then grabbed a Targsk soldier and asked Uncle Lore where their remains were, and buried it in their graves. The 3 of them were used as sacrifices before. Time to go. Your hatred, I will help you do it. Shiraishi stood up slowly and left Targsk. His original purpose changed from Dragunov to Azer. King of Azer. Boom. In the splendid palace, a middle-aged man in his 30s, wearing blue mail, his eyes shining with cold stars, his eyebrows like paint, and his chest wide, stood in front of him more than a dozen great wizards. Scholar. The middle-aged man dropped the jade he liked in his hand and let it burst on the head of the messenger guard. Hot blood slowly flowed from his forehead, but the guard did not dare to react at all, for fear of attracting more anger. Mocha. After the absolute means of overriding the rights of the Azel royal family, he settled in the palace. Although he has not yet become a king, he is only a general, but in the eyes of all people who understand Azel, Mocha is the actual control of the Azel kingdom. No one in the kingdom of Azel can go against his decision. If it were changed to the usual Mocha, he would not have done such an irrational thing, but what happened now is beyond his imagination, and his anger is about to go to his head. August, Marlis, and Esso, the 3 great mages, were able to arrest the person who killed my son, but the 3 of them were counter-killed. When did the great mages become so useless? In the face of Mocha's anger, none of the wizards dared to answer, and like the guards, they were also afraid of drawing anger on themselves. Pass on my orders. Assemble 10,000 mages and 10 great mages, be sure to catch that kid for me. I will kill him with my own hands. Yes. Lord General. After hearing Mocha's order, the guard who was half kneeling in front of Mocha also stood up and left the palace regardless of his forehead, and conveyed Mocha's order. But at this time, an old man in a gorgeous costume on the side couldn't help after hearing Mocha's words, and quickly stood up to persuade him. Master General, I think this kind of thing still needs to be discussed. The old man's confidence was a bit lacking, and he spoke intermittently. If they didn't know the identity of this person, many people might think that this is an old man who is about to die. First of all, although the city of Targaski belongs to our kingdom of Azer, it is bordered by the kingdom of Dragunov, and our kingdom has a total of 10,000 mages, and now we will send all our troops to the border, which will be the kingdom of Dragunov. Mistakenly thought that this was also going to start a war. The old man stepped back and lowered his head and continued, so, General, do you have to think about it again? After all the troops are only to catch a villain, is it a big deal? If the army of the kingdom of Azer is pressing down at this time, it is easy for the kingdom of Dragunov, which is already very sensitive, to go to war directly. These are all things that a noble who is a high-level person in the kingdom understands, but Azel has been completely overwhelmed by anger at this time, and he has no idea what the consequences of doing so will be. I'm afraid you still ignore some things, elders. The previous kingdom of Dragunov asked us for help. I still haven't agreed, and now the kingdom of Dragunov can't care about these things. The things of the dragon family are enough for them. It's a headache, considering my current army of mages. Do you think they dare to do it? Mocha naturally understood the consciousness in the old man's words, but he did not do it simply to catch the villain, but also to force Queen Irene of the Dragunov kingdom to sit down and make a marriage decision. As long as Irene marries herself, he can rightfully become the king of the two most powerful kingdoms of the human race, and then the entire human race will come under his rule. And what happened to Maul was just a small episode for him. For a man who was king, there was only a little sadness when his favorite son died, and then he forgot it in a flash. But nothing but. The elder was just about to say something when he was stopped by Mocha. I have decided that in order to exterminate this villain, I will personally lead the army of wizards in our kingdom of Azel. The great wizards standing in front of Mocha, no matter how stupid, could hear the meaning of Mocha's decisions, but they didn't expect that Mocha would use it even if his son died in order to achieve his own goals. Extreme. But it was Mocha's ruthlessness that allowed him to ascend to the throne of power in the kingdom of Azer. The elder was completely at a loss for words, and he didn't know what to say. He understood that Mocha could no longer listen to his advice at this time, and he also saw Mocha's purpose. The elder was powerless to raise his head and sigh, and retreated. He seems to have been able to meet the battle between the two kingdoms of Dragunov and Azyr. Or many Queen Irenes of the Dragunov kingdom will swallow their voices for the future of the human race, but will the dragons living in the Dragunov kingdom agree to Mocha's request? But the consumption of the two kingdoms is almost the same, that is, when the dragons invaded, this is destined to be an inconclusive war. At this time, desire flooded Mocha's brain, and he seemed to be able to foresee the day when he became king. By the way, the portrait of the villain is announced. The person who dares to kill my son will never end well. The council is over and dispersed. After a short while, Mocha's thoughts also returned to normal, and he gave the order again, looking at the people who exited the palace one by one, and he was the only one left in the entire empty hall. At this time, on an extremely secluded path, a young man in black was running fast on the path, looking behind him from time to time as he ran, with a hint of alertness and suspicion on his face. At this time, hundreds of meters were covered by his domineering look, and there was no other sound except for the sound of wind blowing grass and trees around. But there was still a trace of deep fear in his eyes. He didn't dare to stop at all, and ran with all his strength. This person is Shiraishi. Ever since he just left Tagasik, Shiraishi has always felt that an extremely dangerous force is chasing him behind him. Even though he has released information and domineering investigations along the way, he has found nothing but a trace. As a result, Shiraishi didn't dare to relax, and his natural instinct for danger told him, unless his feeling was wrong. Asterisk. Chapter 24. Shiraishi's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. He stopped his steps, stood on the spot, glanced around, and said solemnly, "Who?" Wow wow wow. There was silence all around, and the only answer to him was the rustling of the wind through the blades. Shiraishi stood there, although there was no movement around, but his inner sense of crisis was getting stronger and stronger, as if he was being stared at by a giant beast. "Give me out!" At that moment, Shiraishi caught the appearance of a cloud of black mist. The grey cloth on the dragon fell directly, and turned around to strike at the bamboo forest behind him. In an instant, the entire bamboo forest cracked, disintegrated, and shattered under the attack of the slashing attack. When the bamboo forest fell down, the group of black shadows could not hide, and walked step by step in front of the white. I didn't expect that it would be discovered. It is indeed the character the master is watching. After seeing this person, Shiraishi frowned. He didn't expect that the person who followed Taegusk to the present would be her. Walking out of the bamboo forest is a girl with long black hair, wearing an off-the-shoulder skirt with a purple base and black stripes, and a pair of long legs with attractive black silk. The most amazing thing is that on this girl's head, it has 2 pairs of bison-like horns. A yellow cowhide book is held in his hands. In her dark eyes, there seems to be some mysterious and unknown powerful energy flowing. Goddess of the chill moon Sela, in the world 400 years later, one of the members of the Dark Guild Tartaro's 9 demon gates, the demon created by the Book of Zeref. At the same time as Sela appeared, I also learned some news about Zeref. It is estimated that Zeref should feel that he has been rejected by the world at this time, and may start to create demons through the R system to understand his own life in order to seek death. However, it has only been a year since Shiraishi got news of the Meridian Academy of Magic. Has Zeref really reached this point? Thinking of this, Shiraishi immediately shook his head, denying the speculation in his heart. At this time, even if Zeref wanted to seek death, he would resurrect Natsu before seeking death. Zeref would never have such an idea before that. However, in any case, this Zeref is too late for Shiraishi. If Natsu found Zeref before he died, he might have done something to change history, but Shiraishi didn't have the ability to protect himself at that time, so he stepped out of the tower. Gusk is at risk of death at any time. Your master should be Zeref. Shiraishi casually said the answer he had already come up with. How did you know? After Sela heard Shiraishi say Zeref's name, her pupils shrank for a moment, and an alarm bell sounded in her heart, and her gaze towards Shiraishi changed from dull at first to serious. And from the tone, the person in front of him seems to have known Zeref for a long time, and the image of Shiraishi suddenly became a little mysterious in Sela's heart. It was as if there were countless layers of mist covering this person, making it impossible for her to see through. At the same time, the incantation in the body was suppressed. Before some news was confirmed, Sela would not do it for the time being. Seeing the expression on Sela's face, Shiraishi also saw the position and weight of the 3 words Zeref in the hearts of these demons. How did I know about this? You don't need to know this, and Zeref asked you to come to me, what's the matter? Shiraishi ignored Sela's question, sneered twice, and said, Strength. Sela stared at Shiraishi's eyes and these 2 words came out, making Shiraishi confused directly what Sela meant. Strength. Well, there is an unknown power in your body, and my master is very interested in your power. When Sela made it clear, Shiraishi realized that Sela's purpose of tracking him on this trip turned out to be the genius of the black magician who was eyeing the power of his internal system. As for how the demons knew about this, Shiraishi did not ask. After all, what happened in Taegusk can be said to have been known to the entire Ishgar continent. After all, in a remote corner, there was actually a commoner who had made 3 great wizards, and one of them, Augustus, had the strength to resist the blow of a giant dragon. Even such a character fell down, even the dragon family knew a human strongman appeared in the human race. But the powerful dragon family wouldn't care about such a small character at all. The news had sunk within a few days of the dragon's broadcast and was then forgotten by the dragon. However, this is undoubtedly a good thing for Shiraishi, because before Shiraishi has fully grown, he entered the sight of the dragon family, so being targeted by a powerful race, facing him is an endless pursuit. You are very strong, stronger than most humans, but you should hand over this power. Only my master is qualified to have it, otherwise I can only let you feel the region. While speaking, Sela slowly opened the book in her hand, and a mysterious and dark force jumped as the pages turned, revealing an evil. Shiraishi's face slowly became gloomy. Why is the creature of the era a virtue? Whether it is a human or a demon, it is self-centered and ordered to others, and it will be deprived from him at any time. The original Kodomo, more, August, until now Ziref wants to deprive him of his power, and his anger slowly spreads from Shiraishi's body. At this time, Sela also felt a dangerous aura emanating from Shiraishi, making her vigilant to climb several levels again, and an invisible wave-like ripples appeared in the air, centered on the woman, rippling around. And at this moment, Shiraishi spoke slowly. "Has your master told you to bring something to your attention?" Sela was stunned for a moment, then Shiraishi's figure disappeared in front of her, and the next moment appeared in front of her, and Shiraishi's dragon slaying was against her chest. "Did you say I was dangerous?" Under Shiraishi's precise control, Zhan Long slowly pierced into Sela's chest, not showing any mercy because of Sela's beauty. The severe pain in his chest made Sela react instantly. Seeing that Shiraishi was in the control range of his spell, he immediately tried to control Shiraishi with a spell, but found that he couldn't control Shiraishi's actions no matter what. "Surprising, isn't it? Why haven't I been under your control yet?" Sela was shocked and didn't understand where he went wrong. Shiraishi had already entered the control spell, so why was he still under his control? Shiraishi smiled contemptuously. After developing the domineering arrogance of seeing and the sound of breathing of all things, Shiraishi's soul has reached an unimaginable power, and it is simply beyond the control of a small spell. Asterisk. Chapter 25. Impossible. Sela was completely bewildered, unable to accept that her spell was ineffective against a human being. This was the strongest power that the Lord Ziref bestowed on her. "I advise you not to move, otherwise I can only let you rest for a while." Shiraishi felt the riot of power on Sela's body, and the sword in his hand advanced again, less than a centimeter away from Sela's heart. Shiraishi could pierce it with a sword at any time. Sela glanced lightly at the long sword that pierced his body, then looked at Shiraishi and said, at the same time, he also understood that whether it is the slashing in the bamboo forest or the clearness in the spell, all these methods prove that this is in front of him. Men are not something she can resist, even if it is demonized. Sela is sure that she is still not his opponent. After thinking about everything, Sela suppressed the incantation riot in his body. Since he is not an opponent, there is no need to resist. He will die horizontally and vertically. It is better to see if Shiraishi can get more information from Shiraishi's mouth. "Human, why don't you continue to kill me? Are you soft-hearted? Besides, death is not a threat to Sela at all, so Sela is free, and death is just a joke to Sela. Kill you? No kidding, kill now to get you out of here immediately and go back to Ziref and resurrect right." After Shiraishi heard Sela's words, he snorted coldly. At the same time, he really had nothing to do with demons. Demons within our system were not afraid of death at all. Killing her now will let her go. If you want to kill the demon, you must first find the location of the R system, but these Selas are impossible to say, and even threats and torture are useless. And even if she said it, maybe Shiraishi will send himself to Ziref. Facing the ancestor of the black magician, Shiraishi still chooses to avoid it temporarily until he has no absolute strength. "How do you know the story of the devil? Who the hell are you, human?" The spell within Sela fluctuated again. If it wasn't for a sword in his chest, if it wasn't for his opponent, if it weren't for these reasons, Sela would definitely ask Shiraishi for the source of this information. It's so terrifying that a human being knows everything about demons. Not only can he say the name of Ziref's master, but he also knows the biggest secret of the devil. Things have developed and somewhat beyond Sela's imagination. No, I must hurry up and inform the master of the situation. Before Shiraishi could react, Sela brought his body up to the blade, and Shiraishi's slashing dragon pierced through Sela's body at once, turning into a black cloud and dissipating in the air. Seeing the situation in front of him, Shiraishi's heart was like being trampled by a group of galloping wild horses, but there was no way. The demons with the R system are so human, and in addition to the fact that the demons are not afraid of death, they face death of indifference. Shiraishi was a little helpless and wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to learn more about Ziref's news or where he was, but he didn't expect Sela to be so decisive that I wanted to die, and it can be said that returning to the base is more reliable. Ziref, Azel. Shiraishi thought softly. He thought that his biggest enemy in this world was the dragon, but it was the human who really caused him trouble. At this time, Shiraishi began to understand why the human race accumulated so much in the era of dragon rule. Weak, why is there no resistance at all in the face of giant dragons? In the face of foreign enemies, the human race first had internal conflicts. Taking Ziref as an example, in order to revive his younger brother Natsu, he kept using it to generate demons. Before the dragons attacked the human race, the demons also brought a lot of damage to the human race. If the dragons take the initiative to kill people just to use humans as food, then the demons simply kill for the sake of killing. Although they are not as powerful as the dragons, they are farther away than the human wizards, and they are more cruel than the dragons. It even once became a more feared existence than the dragon family. Coupled with the outbreak of various conflicts, the human race has already consumed most of its strength in internal friction, which is one of the reasons why the human race has no power to fight back in front of the dragon race. But now that Ziref has created the demon, that means that the world of resurrecting Natsu is no longer a reality. Shiraishi felt the urgency of time. If it wasn't for the revenge of Uncle Lore and the others, he would have already embarked on the road to the kingdom of Dragunov. Now that the R system has been created, it means that the time to divide the era is still not far away. According to Shiraishi's calculations, shortly after the birth of Natsu, it is the time when the Dragon King festival will explode. In this war, in the face of the power of the dragons, the human race was not at a disadvantage by accident. In order to break this predicament, the holy dragon Belzarian and Irene of the kingdom of Dragunov opened the passage between humans and dragons, teaching humans defeat or even kill dragons, which is the dragon-slaying magic mastered by Natsu and others 400 years later. But unlike later generations, the situation of survival of the fittest in this era is too obvious. In order to deal with such a dilemma, the human race can only do this in order to avoid extermination, otherwise, the only way is to wait for death. But this will undoubtedly drive the dragon to a dead end. Once the war between dragons and people breaks out, it will definitely spread to the entire Ishgar continent, but before all this comes, Shiraishi has to solve one thing first. Mocha of Azer Kingdom, the culprit who sent August and the others to Tegusk to take Uncle Lore and their lives, Shiraishi has sworn an oath since he left Tegusk, and now is the time to fulfill your promises to them. At the same time, the soldiers of the Kingdom of Azer have also assembled the army of mages. The army formed by thousands of mages can almost sweep most of the human race. Of course, it is still useless in the face of dragons. Master General, aren't you thinking about it? When Mocha was about to set off, the elder stood up again to persuade him, but Mocha brutally slaughtered him. No one can question my decision. Heads fell, and the once high-ranking elders also died in the hands of Mocha, and no one resisted. It didn't take long for the entire kingdom of mages to set off towards the border of the kingdom. Irene, here I am, no one can escape from me. On the king's car, the exclusive royal family, Mocha leaned on the comfortable satin behind him, holding a noble wine in his hand, looking at the scenery outside the window, and couldn't wait to see that day come. Asterisk. Chapter 26. Shiraishi never dreamed that he would bring Mocha to his door before he went to ask for Mocha's life. If he heard about the Azer kingdom on the way to the capital of Azer, I'm afraid he would still be in the dark. In the drum. Exactly, now take advantage of this time to continue cultivating. The corners of Shiraishi's mouth were slightly raised. Since he took the initiative to bring it to the door, there was no need to go there in person. Right now, his kendo cultivation base has just reached Jianhao, and there is still a long way to go before the next stage of the big swordsman, but the armed color domineering is not far from the third stage. And with the inlay of the second sword pill, the weight of dragon slaying has reached several hundred kilograms of strength, and the cultivation of swordsmanship is about to reach a difficult situation. It is time to improve his physique again. As for the cultivation of arrogance and domineering, you need to improve in actual combat. After a period of experience in confronting the three great mages of Augustus, there was no improvement for a period of time. Experience. After finding a hidden hill, Shiraishi said in his heart, "Mission. Start." Ding. Side quest: do your best 1,000 times. Get 1% experience points. Mission begins. The number has increased tenfold. With the opening of the second stage, the training difficulty of the armed color domineering is also gradually increasing, but the experience is also increasing. Bring it on. Raising the dragon slayer in his hand, Shiraishi slowly opened his eyes. His dark eyes, like an indestructible blade, ripped apart everything in front of him. Shaboom! The raised dragon slashing suddenly turned into a silver light, slashing down from top to bottom. 1, 2, 3. The next day, Shiraishi practiced even more frantically. At the same time, he was hunting monsters. After last night's armed and domineering practice, the hungry Shiraishi was looking for prey. After Shiraishi killed an iron-armored giant rhino, his own there was a slight increase in the arrogance of seeing and hearing. At this time, Shiraishi discovered that whether it is a human or a monster, you can gain experience as long as you fight, and the experience gained is different depending on the strength of the opponent, but no matter how strong the opponent is, as long as you pass the battle, you will definitely can gain experience. But even this is enough to surprise Shiraishi. After all, no matter how small a fly is, it is still meat. As long as there are enough opponents, Shiraishi can always quickly improve his arrogance. Fortunately, in this era, monsters are very dense, and many of them are active in groups. The number is huge and the strength is strong enough. If other wizards saw it, they would have run away, but for Shiraishi, this is not enough. Undoubtedly a great treasure, and it's even more effortless for Shiraishi. Now Shiraishi has discovered this loophole that looks like a bug but is not a bug, which makes his arrogance faster than the armed arrogance. Of course, this is why the arrogance is in the first stage. The power of seeing, hearing, domineering and domineering is the innate ability of human beings. It is the same as the momentum and deterrence. However, the vast majority of people are unaware of this power, or will not be able to exert it for the rest of their lives. In the first stage, the domineering can only achieve simple detection ability, but it is enough to search for monsters. Before the arrival of General Mocha, Shiraishi had been practicing these two colors of domineering. Night. Boom. A huge black bear with a black body fell under Shiraishi's feet, and blood was constantly spilling from its long neck, soaking the mound under his feet, dyeing it blood red, the smell of blood in the air, and the limbs collapsed. Land, complaining about the torture it suffered when it was alive. To defeat it, it took Shiraishi a lot of time to climb the hill, and then he finally caught it. It's all gone. Shiraishi walked towards the jungle. In the recent period of time, monsters have become more and more difficult to find. At first, monsters can be seen everywhere. Seeing Shiraishi, he will jump up to fight desperately, and then experience it again and again in Shiraishi's hands. When I got frustrated, I realized that this human being was not something they could provoke, so I escaped from this mountain and didn't even want to have a home, so much so that I haven't found a single one. Shiraishi saw that he was about to break through the experience of seeing and domineering at 99%. He sighed silently. After the monsters left, the mountain at night became unusually quiet, and loneliness flooded Shiraishi's heart like a tide. Shiraishi might still be concerned when Uncle Lore and the others were still there, but now he is alone again. After standing for a long time, after confirming that there were no other monsters, Shiraishi rarely gave himself a little time to rest, and turned his eyes to the black bear. Then he grabbed the black bear and used the swordsmanship that he had trained for several days to eat, quickly tore open the outer skin of the black bear, dug out and then took out its internal organs. Black bear, I have never eaten it in my life. Black bears in Shiraishi turned out to be protected animals. Even the richest people couldn't eat them. As long as they got a little bit of it, they would be jailed, let alone eating a whole one. However, in this other world, there are no such rules. In the face of the threat of giant dragons, people have nothing left to protect other creatures in order to survive. In a world where strength is paramount, as long as there is enough strength, any rules placed on the strong will be meaningless. However, if it is really possible, Shiraishi also wants to try the taste of dragon meat. Of course, this may not be the case for Shiraishi. It's a little far away. After breaking through to the great swordsman, maybe at that time, he should have the strength to meet the dragon. Raise the fire, take a clean stick, and roast the cleaned black bear on the charcoal fire. After a while, the black bear's exterior is golden and shiny, and the outside meat is browned and crispy. Although there is no condiment to put, the black bear itself, the bear meat already exudes a charming meat aroma. If you take a bite, it will be worth it. Unfortunately, there is no cumin, otherwise it should be more fragrant. Shiraishi pulled the right forefoot from the black bear. I heard that the left forefoot is the most delicious among the 4 bear paws. Of course, this is just Shiraishi's hearing and I don't know if it is true, but looking at the little juice left behind, this rumor should not be true. Fake. Shiraishi's saliva almost drooled when he saw this, and without thinking about it, he took a bite on the bear's paw. Click. Shiraishi ate it in big gulps, and the inside was filled with the aroma of bear meat. Both the taste and the aroma were things that Shiraishi had never felt before. At this time, Shiraishi realized that it was not unreasonable that this product was endangered. Such a taste, it's not something that people can resist at all. Asterisk. Chapter 27. As Shiraishi's arrogance and physique increased, his appetite also increased significantly. In less than half an hour, the black bear at this time only had a bare head. Although he had heard of this thing, he could eat it. But there is still a bit of a gap to let Shiraishi really talk. So I gave up and put it aside. Hiccup. After burping, the black bear at this time only had a bare head and a whole body of bones. After Shiraishi was full, he patted his belly and felt an unprecedented satisfaction. Then he lay down on the ground and covered his body with a little hay. Then fell asleep. The sky is bright. The sky is always foggy, and white smoke is shrouded everywhere, like steam. The sun rises slowly from the mountain ridge, evaporating the white fog into the sky, and the dawn of dawn removes the veil of the night and spit out a brilliant morning. Roar! Before Shiraishi woke up, suddenly, a thunderous roar came from deep in the east of the distant forest. The voice was full of anger, and it woke him up instantly. As long as there is any trouble, Shiraishi can find it at the first time, not to mention such a terrifying roar, but Shiraishi did not expect such a surprise when he wakes up in the morning. The towering ancient trees in the distance fell to the ground one after another, and the ground began to tremble. With the roar, Shiraishi was almost blown over by a violent airflow. Shiraishi turned around and planted Zhanlong on the ground, staring at the impact of the airflow. His face became a little grim. Dragon, I didn't expect to meet the dragon clan so soon. The scene in front of him is too similar to the giant dragon in his memory, and that unparalleled powerful destructive power is simply beyond what humans can do. This was only in the outer zone, and a roaring airflow almost blew him away. If it was in the center, Shiraishi could no longer imagine how powerful it was. Countless boulders continued to fall towards Shiraishi along the airflow. Shiraishi's pupils shrank instantly, and his aura of armament immediately covered his whole body, resisting the impact of the boulders. Cough cough. Shiraishi's mouth was bleeding, and even if it was covered with a domineering weapon, it was hard to resist. Gradually, the airflow began to subside, and Shiraishi could see everything in front of him. Is this the power of the dragon? The broken mountains and rivers are the only thoughts in Shiraishi's heart. The original beautiful mountains and rivers have completely disappeared, and they are replaced by countless exposed rocks and cracked earth. The power of the dragon is stronger than he imagined. The sky was shaking and the mountains were shaking, and countless monsters hated themselves for not running on four legs, or growing wings to fly, but most of them died under the roar of the dragon. Where the hell happened? Why is there so much anger in the dragon's voice? Seeing the scene in front of him, Shiraishi's heart also sank, but he was more curious about what happened in the eastern forest in the distance. Without waiting for Shiraishi to think about it, the roar of the giant dragon was heard in the distance again, and the airflow hit again. Shiraishi saw this and hid on the back of the mountain before the airflow hit. Boom! In the air, these countless boulders flew over Shiraishi's head. Shiraishi couldn't help but feel numb in his scalp. No wonder only dragons can defeat dragons. Dragons are born powerful creatures. The guide Augustus could only block it once. I am afraid that after the second fall, Augustus will not die or be disabled. White Shadow Double Dragon! Come out for me! Roar! The deafening deep cry resounded through the sky, and the voice was mixed with countless resentments. Shiraishi covered his ears and looked out, only to see a body full of magma, and the hot flame on his body seemed to burn the whole world to ashes. What kind of dragon is this? And what is the White Shadow Double Dragon? Shiraishi is very unfamiliar with the dragon in front of him. Although it is also covered with flames, it is not the Fire Dragon King Igneel in his memory, but also the Flame Dragon Atlas Fram. Magma Dragon, you better go. We don't want to hurt you, but the Celestial Spirit Mage Heart Philia family must not have an accident. With the appearance of the Magma Dragon, two figures, one black and one white, rushed out of the deep forest. Shiraishi widened his eyes, looked at the giant dragon that appeared in front of him and shouted in surprise, Shadow Dragon Skiad Ramel! White Dragon Logia! As soon as Shiraishi shouted, his voice was drowned out in the storm. When did you two brothers become the lackeys of the human race? Have you forgotten the dignity of being a dragon? The magma dragon's stomach suddenly swelled, and the magma sputtered from its mouth. Shiraishi saw at a glance that this was a common function of the dragon family. The dragon's roar was still the same as the attributes of each dragon, and the roar that erupted was also somewhat different. Roar! One after another magma shot towards the white shadow Shuanglong from the air, and the overwhelming magma seemed to cover them. White dragons! Bai Ying Shuanglong didn't dodge anything. Among them, Bai Long opened the dragon's mouth and sucked hard, drawing the magic power from the surrounding atmosphere into his body. At this time, Shiraishi obviously felt a little hard to breathe, which was a manifestation of the lack of magic power in the atmosphere. Roar! Roar! What returned to the magma dragon was the huge roar of the white dragon, which broke through the magma scattered on the ground. Suddenly, a heavy red rain fell in the sky, but the heavy rain was really terrible. Coincidentally, Shiraishi saw dozens of droplets falling towards him at this time, and the terrifying heat was emitted, so frightened that Shiraishi's hair almost stood up. Cut! Boom! The magma was instantly split in two under the slash with the magic breaking effect, and Shiraishi couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. If he didn't find it in time, he might have touched the magma. The claws of the shadow dragon. At this moment, the shadow dragon in the sky attacked and turned into a black shadow and shot towards the magma dragon. After actively approaching, a huge bright light appeared in the shadow. The magma dragon was also startled at the same time, and quickly stepped back, but unfortunately it took a step slower, and the shadow dragon's attack still fell on it. The pain of tearing made the magma dragon extremely painful, and immediately kicked out a kick like lightning, and the tall body of the shadow dragon flew straight out. After turning around in the air, it stopped. The skin that was scratched by the magma dragon's emptiness was split open, and the blood flowed. The magma dragon screamed and fell backwards. You will regret it. The magma dragon knows that now that he is seriously injured, he is not their opponent at all. He just wants to seek help from other dragons, but it is a pity that he is only close to destroying the celestial spirit magician. But if you don't leave at this time, I'm afraid you will be left behind. Then the magma dragon fluttered its huge wings and left. Asterisk. Chapter 28. Even the celestial spirit mages appeared? And why did the dragons attack the celestial spirit mages? Seeing the lava dragon retreat, Shiraishi dragged his chin into thought. But after the magma dragon left, the flames of the mountains and rivers began to subside, leaving behind a piece of charred land. At this time, the white shadow double dragon in the distance could smell a human breath hidden in the scorched smell through a strong sense of smell. He looked towards the mountain where Shiraishi was, and said in surprise, "There's actually a human here." When Sanjiang looked at Shiraishi, Shiraishi trembled instantly, as if surrounded by a powerful force, as if he was in hell, making people unable to breathe. The huge dragon eye of the white dragon glanced at Shiraishi's location and said, "Forget it, it's just a surviving human, there is no danger, go back, there have been frequent riots within the dragon clan recently, and the celestial spirit clan must not be broken." Yet, Shadow Dragon also nodded and by long turned and left. I don't know how long after Shiraishi Sanjiang left, Shiraishi slowly let out the long-held breath. At this time, he couldn't help but start to doubt whether Augustus really blocked the dragon's blow, just relying on the destructive power of the magma dragon just now, without the effect of slaying the dragon. Even if it was himself, it is estimated that it is very difficult to block the next blow. How did he do it? After all, resisting a newly born dragon is also considered resisting the dragon's blow. If Augustus, who was in hell, heard that Shiraishi's heart questioned his strength at this time, he would have jumped out and scolded him severely. Even a dead person would not be spared. There is also a level gap between giant dragons. Dragons are generally headed by the Dragon King, followed by giant dragons with attributes and names, and the last ones are ordinary dragons with little attack power. And Augustus happened to encounter those ordinary dragons. Let's hurry up and practice. With the current strength, it is not an opponent of the dragon at all, let alone the Dragon King. After witnessing the battle between the dragons, Shiraishi now has a clear understanding of his own strength, and he also understands the strength of the dragon. However, since the giant dragon appeared here, the celestial spirit mage family should be nearby. The magma dragon attacked the giant dragon just now to prevent the opening of the eclipse gate. Shiraishi couldn't think of any other reason other than this answer that would make the dragon desperate to destroy the celestial spirit mage clan. Heartfilia, the celestial spirit magician who can communicate with the power of the celestial spirit world outside the world, in the space everywhere in the celestial spirit world, the flow of time is abnormally slow, and Zeref discovered this and created a solar eclipse gate, through the gate of eclipse to travel through the time of history. The next day, Shiraishi left here for no other reason. After the battle of the giant dragon, this land has completely turned into a dead place, and there is no life at all, and the place where the monsters are lost cannot be provided for Shiraishi to fight. He needs more battles. Break through the sights and sounds. In the days to come, Shiraishi's physique climbed again through training. Although he has not yet reached the breakthrough of armed arrogance, he has finally reached the second stage, which is only a little away from the breakthrough. Boom! A huge mutant beast with a height of dozens of meters fell at Shiraishi's feet and foamed. Ding! Completed the side quest and fought 100 times. Gain 1% experience points. Ding! Witness and Domineering unlock, 10%. Current level, second stage. Obtain special attribute, Xin Wang. Shiraishi was stunned to hear this news, but after a brief stun, the endless joy that followed. I didn't expect to get this ability. Hardnet. The further manifestation of the domineering of seeing and hearing can make people feel the power of the surrounding aura. Such power can also be called the power of listening, but the word listening does not refer to the ear, but to the heart. As long as the person is still alive, the body can make special sounds, and these sounds can predict the opponent's next move and position. But the most important point is that this allows Shiraishi to control all the senses of all creatures around him. In the world of pirates, Anilu, the owner of the Thunder Fruit, relies on a powerful heart network to control the entire Sky Island. This is a powerful control ability. But at this time, Shiraishi's current heart net can only cover a range of 100 meters, but this is very good. As long as it is exercised, the range can be enlarged. The next step is to improve the domineering of the armed color. After obtaining the heart net, Shiraishi felt that he might be able to give it a try, how far he could struggle against the army of tens of thousands of mages. On the road not far from Shiraishi, the troops of the kingdom of Azer marched towards the border. With the help of the magic tool, the magician army of the Azer kingdom crossed most of the map after half a month, and this was not far from where Shiraishi was. With help, the scouts of the kingdom of Azer soon found Shiraishi on a certain hill. Lord General, we have discovered the whereabouts of the villain. The scout knelt down on one knee to report the situation to Mocha, and Mocha, who was lying in the king's car, also slowly got up and flashed a murderous look in his eyes, looking at the guard beside him and said, "Well, send 1,000 wizards and 5 wizards to catch the villains." Originally, Mocha wanted to name 500 mages and 2 great mages, but thinking of the 3 great mages who died in the hands of Shiraishi, Mocha chose a more secure method for the sake of safety. Yes. After the guard received the order, they withdrew with the scout, and at this time Mocha called another guard. What's the reaction from the Dragonov kingdom? Compared with the villain's affairs, Mocha cared more about the reaction of the Dragonov kingdom at this time. Queen Irene of Dragonov has reached the border, and has requested the generals to withdraw from the Sorcerer Corps to avoid unnecessary trouble. Hearing the guards say the word request, Mocha was very happy, knowing that Dragonov was almost called the holy place of the human race, and it was a pleasant thing to be requested by the queen of the holy land of the human race. Reply to the queen, this general is just searching for the villains of the Azer kingdom at the border, but only she agreed to my previous request. I not only retreat now, but also help her resist the dragons together. Having said that, Mocha smiled and continued. Of course, if she doesn't agree, the magician army of Azel kingdom will keep searching here. It's up to her to decide how to choose. After receiving the order, the guards bowed their heads and stepped back to carry out the task that Mocha gave him, while the 1,000 mages on the other side, led by the 3 great mages, also advanced towards Shiraishi's position. Asterisk. Chapter 29. In the mountains. A century-old tree, the vicissitudes of the growth rings carved the traces of the years. In the rustling, the summer wind blew on the face, the delicate drops came, the dark green leaves swayed, and continued to stare at the red dust from a high place. Under the tree, Shiraishi's movements were frozen for a long time, as if waiting for something. Pfft! Sudden! A heartbeat broke the sound of the wind just now, looming, and the incoming from far to near is in the ear. The sound ranges from weak to strong, from mild to violent. The invisible perception spread out towards the surroundings, turned into threads, and began to weave into nets, covering the sound of the breeze, and receiving the distant heartbeat into the ears. The unfamiliar and familiar state made Shiraishi's emotions and heart become quiet, and no one could disturb him. Shiraishi's consciousness seems to have entered the empty starry sky, overlooking the earth with a radius of 1,000 meters from a supreme perspective. The breath of all things, the creatures of the earth are like silk threads, and he is transformed into an invisible giant hand by his perception, which is tightly grasped in his hand. This is the combination of the domineering heart network and the sound of the breath of all things in kendo. The combination of the two instantly expands the scope of the heart network tenfold. At this time, Shiraishi no longer looked at things with his eyes. He habitually listened to the things around him, and felt the vibrations around him with his heart. Sometimes perception is clearer than vision. In a trance, Shiraishi felt a strong wave ahead. Shiraishi opened his eyes and looked straight ahead. When Shiraishi opened his eyes, 2 words came out from his mouth. Here. Boom. The tree in front of him collapsed, and a giant elephant appeared in front of Shiraishi. The giant elephant was more than 3 times the size of an ordinary elephant, and Shiraishi was already ready to go. Put on. Under the aggregation of strength, the dragon slashed out of its sheath, turned into silver-white lightning, and ripped apart the sky. Moo! The giant elephant let out a long cry, which spread throughout the forest. But this long cry seemed to be mixed with the wailing before death. With the loss of blood from the 2 wounds, the giant elephant's struggle gradually became weak, dying, and the last cry of powerlessness, blood continued to pour out of its mouth. The ground was soon dyed red, and the bloody breath filled the air. Shiraishi glanced at the giant elephant contentedly. Although the first person in the strongest swordsmanship system inherited Hawkeye and did not teach himself any beheading skills, he could launch a huge swordsmanship attack with just a few basic swordsmanship moves. Regarding the death of the giant elephant, Shiraishi did not have much expression. In the past few days, he has lost count of how many monsters have died in his hands. This world is where the strong prey on the weak, especially in this environment of monsters, it is the only one law. And here, if you want to live well, compassion is the most extravagant and worst thing on the street. Without strength, these things will become your fatal weakness. At this time, just after Yang Yang was overjoyed, Shiraishi walked a few hundred meters again. Shiraishi's brows wrinkled and changed, and a sound of rapid breaking wind came from behind him. The power was extremely fierce, as if thunder generally cut through the sky. Another wave came from far away from Shiraishi. This time, the wave behind him was even more intense. Shiraishi turned his gaze in that direction. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared from under Shiraishi. This figure did not have the huge physique of a giant elephant, but was smaller than the giant elephant. The black shadow punched Shiraishi sharply, with extremely powerful strength. Cut! But Shiraishi didn't flinch at all, and used his dragon-slaying sword to resist. At the same time, Shiraishi sensed that 2 waves in front of him and behind him attacked at the same time. Feeling the point of the offensive, Shiraishi's body burst out in vain, and a stream of air appeared under his feet, and several dodged, directly appearing several meters away. And just as Shiraishi appeared in the distance, the place where he was standing was shrouded in a terrifying attack. Under the attack, there was no life left. Boom! Only gradually did Shiraishi see clearly the shadow that attacked him first, the black silk fur with golden lines on it, the scarlet tongue sticking out of his mouth from time to time to lick his lips and the tip of his nose. The eyes are green and green a bit scary. A strange black man appeared in front of Shiraishi. It's all here, do you need to hide your head and show your tail like this? At this time, when Shiraishi confronted the man in black, there were still 2 figures dormant in the dark corner. Shiraishi believed that as long as he showed the slightest flaw, it was the time when those 2 figures appeared to attack. When you're about to die, you'll see them. A gloomy voice came from the sky in the distance, like the words in the underworld. After a while, 2 figures appeared in vain in front of Lin Yun. The strength and the original Augustus should have the same or even higher strength. One of the 2 who fell from the sky looked at Shiraishi with icy eyes and said, "Just follow us, besides us, there are 1,000 mages who have surrounded the entire mountain. You have no chance of escaping. So, this waste, can't even handle this incident. It would be better if he died." He also killed Augustus and Marlis, and finally threw all the troubles on us. The other of the 2, the strange-looking man said yin and yang. Shiraishi should be So's mortal enemy when he heard this tone, otherwise there is no need to scold a dead man like this. Okay Karenlas, hurry up and arrest him. There are more important things on General Mocha's side, and there is not much time left for us. The Night Man stood up and said. One of the 5 wizards of Azure Kingdom, Kurenlas, the third in the sequence, was very dissatisfied with General Mocha's decision to send them out, but he did not resist, so he could only follow him obediently. I know, Capus, I'm really afraid of you. Everything is so serious. What is there to be afraid of as a kid? Carpus shook his head helplessly, one of the 5 wizards of Azure Kingdom, the second in the sequence. Shiraishi rolled his eyes and let out a sneer. Do you really think I don't have the power to resist, but you guys came just right. I didn't expect that. I didn't look for you, but you guys came to the door yourself. This saved me a lot of trouble. Hehe, since you really think that you are invincible by killing the great mage? Come with me obediently. Kurenlas sneered, and immediately gave a big hand. The magic power in the body was like a long whip. In the air a fiery red shadow passed by and swept away towards Shiraishi. Flaming Snake. Asterisk. Chapter 30. The appearance of the flame made the slightly moist air in the morning dry in an instant, and the flame whip swept through the air, turning into a huge flame snake and winding towards Shiraishi. Looking at the fiery red long whip that almost spanned a distance of more than 10 meters, Shiraishi slowly exhaled, and when the flaming snake's snake letter was about to touch the top of Shiraishi's head, his body suddenly turned to the left, dodging him. Flaming snake attack. The long whip carried the strong wind, slashed down against Shiraishi's clothes, and finally hit the ground heavily, and a scorching trace appeared in an instant. Bang! 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 After dodging the attack of the flaming snake, when Shiraishi was about to attack, the heart net sent waves of fluctuations again. Judging from the number alone, it was the same as the number of 1,000 mages they said before. Shiraishi held Zhanlong and said coldly, the kingdom of Azure is really willing to work hard, and actually lined up an army to deal with me. Shiraishi's heart network is only a kilometer away, and a kilometer is only a short distance for mages. After a while, nearly 10 million mages have assembled. Who told you to kill Master Moore, and then kill 3 wizards? Do you think General Mocha will let you go? Kurenlas said, raising his left hand and waving it down at Shiraishi. One after another ups and downs were beating in Shiraishi's heart, and these fluctuations represented the strength of the mages in front of Shiraishi, but although the strength of these 500 mages was not as strong as the first 5, they gathered together. The power is far beyond them. Give it to me. Kurenlas rushed out, but the others did not stop him. At this time, he just let him test the water. In the end, what ability does this person in front of him have to kill Augustus? Gal, aren't you going to take action? Paz, who appeared first, frowned and said. According to his habit, he would rather everyone take action to subdue this kid, rather than take turns in this way. Don't worry, he's not the only one. Sombra and the others are staring at them at the same time, and the 2 of you are watching the battle and the mage corps at the same time, so there won't be any surprises. Hearing Gal's answer, Paz didn't say anything more. After all, the other party was the largest wizard in the kingdom of Azure. No matter whether the mission of this encirclement and suppression was led by the other party instead of himself, whatever happened was the responsibility. All will be up to his degree. Kurenlas looked at Shiraishi with a joking smile, and swung out with one hand, and suddenly a scorching magic whip, which was different from before, turned into dozens of fiery snakes and attacked. Feeling the hot breath behind him, Shiraishi didn't dodge this time. Kurenlas felt that something was wrong, but the magic he used didn't make sense, and the fire snake still fell towards Shiraishi. Fire Control Viper. Sweep. Suddenly, he could only see the dragon in Shiraishi's hand swinging toward his fire snake. A dazzling sword light made Kurenlas lose his mind for a moment. Attacked towards Kurenlas. Not good. Realizing that it was not good, Kurenlas reacted and flashed to the right in an instant, and the sweep shot towards the sky, submerging into the clouds, drawing a blue sky, but no one saw this scene. Kurenla's hands were together with 10 100-meter-high flame pythons, ups and downs beside him, and everything in the surrounding hundreds was burned. This is the strength of the great wizard. Shiraishi smiled smugly, but only saw the disdain in his eyes. Seeing the astonishment in Kurenla's eyes, Shiraishi smiled disdainfully. The attack in front of him would have been frightened to death by others, but after seeing the roar of the magma dragon, in Shiraishi's eyes, these flames were huge. Python simply can't compare to that. Kurenla's also understood the disdain in Shiraishi's eyes, and couldn't help burning with anger. Shiraishi slowly raised the dragon, and his aura was gradually rising, exuding a dangerous aura, and his right hand swung a blow at a speed that the naked eye couldn't detect. Cut! Fire control python! Following Kurenla's gesture control, the flame python fell towards the slash to try to block Shiraishi's attack, but it was still the same as before, facing the slash with the effect of breaking the magic. Any magic had no effect in front of it. What is the problem? Seeing that Shiraishi's attack was about to land on Kurenla's, and when Kurenla's was still in a daze, Paz roared at him, and released his magic power to rush towards Kurenla's. Get down! Boom! Shiraishi's slash swiped their scalps when Paz knocked down Kurenla's and threw him down, only to see that slash fell to the mountain behind him like a slash. Boom! The mountain was cut with cracks, and then the entire mountain collapsed instantly. When the boulder rolled down and a cloud of smoke slowly rose, all the mages in the kingdom of Azel were startled by this scene. This! Kurenla's and Paz were instantly stunned, and even the two shadows who were hiding in the dark were also shocked by Shiraishi's methods. Is this really human? As if struck by lightning, Gal foolishly stood there, looking at the scene in front of him. There was a quake in the ground, and the giant boulders were rolling down towards the thousands of mages. Boom! 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 The boulder rolled down the mountain and landed in the army of mages, like grinding stones, reaping the lives of mages. Not good. Run! It's too big for magic to penetrate. No. The rolling stones are too big. For a time, the entire Sorcerer Legion suffered heavy damage. When the incident happened suddenly, they couldn't release the joint shield at all, and the shield released by themselves could not stop the impact of the boulders that rolled down from the hundreds of meters of mountain peaks. At the same time as the boulder fell, there were countless howls from the mage army. And at this moment, Gal shot. Magic barrier. Boom! An incomparably tyrannical magic power erupted on his body, and the magic power radiated out, turning into a huge magic barrier. The boulder rolled on the magic barrier released by Gal, making a burst of roars, and the casualties of the magician army below were also just paused. Gar's face was extremely embarrassed, and he looked at Shiraishi with fearful eyes. At this time, he also understood why 3 great mages from the Azer kingdom died at the hands of the opponent, and even he could not stop such an attack. If he hadn't released the magic barrier in time just now, I'm afraid the collapse of the mountain just now would be enough to annihilate the 1000-meter magician, and the blow that cut off the mountain just now gave him a sense of threat. Only in the dragon family can he feel why this human being in front of him can bring the same feeling to him. Put on. Asterisk. Chapter 31. Just as Gal released the shield, after successfully distracting, Shiraishi's mouth curled slightly, holding Zhanlong and using the power of piercing to charge into the mage core. Crisis. Swordsmanship continuous slash. A cold light flashed in Shiraishi's eyes, and slashes slashed across the throats of the dozens of mages at the front. The mages' core didn't even have time to react, and they just fell down without making a sound. Eyes widened and lost life. The people around were so frightened that their backs were chilled and their hairs stood on their backs. Run! Hurry up! For a time, the entire mage corps was in complete chaos. Oops! When Gar saw Shiraishi's actions, he immediately understood his plan. He first used the rolling stone to drag himself, and then Shiraishi could take the opportunity to kill the wizard of Azer Kingdom. In front of him, his companions fell one after another in a short period of time. In just a short period of time, the Mage Legion had already fallen nearly 200 mage. But the rolling stones were still falling, and Gal couldn't remove the magic barrier at this time, otherwise the mage core underneath would face a terrible blow from the rolling stones. Galton was in a dilemma, and his face could no longer preserve the calm that had just appeared before. You deserve to die. The situation in front of him was something Gal had never imagined. Even as the largest wizard of the Azel Kingdom, he couldn't handle such casualties. I think this sentence should be more suitable for you. Shiraishi said coldly, and after this time, the casualties of the Sorcerer Legion had approached 300, and Galton was furious, but there was still nothing he could do. After hearing Shiraishi's words, Gal shouted down with a ferocious face, "Are you idiots? What are you afraid of when he is only one person? Don't hurry up and kill him." Some members of the Sorcerer Corps scrambled back despite the injuries they had just hit by the rolling stone and Shiraishi's beheading, but there were also some people who were unwilling to be slaughtered like this and sobered up when they heard Gal's words, and immediately released the magic block. Shiraishi. Together. Attack. Dozens of sorcerers looked at each other and simultaneously launched an attack towards Shiraishi's front. Karenlas and Paz, who were the first to shoot behind Shiraishi, also launched an attack at the same time. Karenlas moved his hand towards the flame giant ape dozens of high, while Paz, who was beside him, released a blue-green with both hands. The poisonous fog of, attached to the flame giant ape, and the hot red flame instantly transformed into a faint blue flame. Fire control fire ape. Poison mist. Fusion magic. Shiraishi exclaimed in surprise. Magic is independent of each other and exists with each other. It is difficult for the magic power of two different individuals to integrate with each other. Only by finding a bridge connecting the two people can the fusion magic be triggered, but this probability is extremely low, but once it succeeds, it will explode even more. Great power. Therefore, fusion magic is recognized as a difficult magic. It is no wonder that Paz cared so much about Karenlas just now, and he had to save him at the risk of being beheaded. It turned out that the two were mutually trusted companions. Shiraishi broke through the magic attack in front of him and shot the dragon slashing towards the mage. The whole body is covered in armed color. In front of everyone, Shiraishi's skin was covered with a dark substance, and his body was dark and shiny. The poisonous flame on the giant ape was isolated from Shiraishi's body just now. This sudden scene made everyone stunned. Open! Shiraishi tore apart the giant ape with both hands, and at the same time hid behind Shiraishi, and the two shadows in the dark corner also took advantage of the opportunity to attack from both sides. No one can escape the sneak attack of our two brothers. Ferocious thorn. One after another, the daggers wrapped in the hands of the two of them cut through the air, shot towards the blast, and fell towards Shiraishi's neck. Damn it! Gal, who released the magic barrier to block the falling stones, saw Shiraishi who was about to be stabbed to death by the shadow, and said viciously, if he could, he would rather shoot himself and peel Shiraishi's skin fiercely, to vent his hatred. However, the only pair of biological brothers among the 5 wizards of the Azer Kingdom, the 4th and 5th in the sequence, Gar is sure that Shiraishi has absolutely no chance. The joint assassination of the two, even the first in the sequence himself, would not dare to have any underestimate. Just when everyone determined that Shiraishi's death had come, Shiraishi, who was only 1 centimeter away from the dagger and the target, suddenly turned around, swept up a series of phantom lines, and punched out 2 black shadows at the same time. Get out of here! Boom! A loud bang! Under the gazes of countless scorching eyes, the pitch-black iron fist shattered the magic spikes in the hands of the 2 shadows, and 1 punch pierced through their chests and flew out. You! The 2 shadows were shocked, blood flowed from the corners of their mouths, their bodies stiffened, and their pupils trembled violently as they contracted. I didn't expect such a result. Obviously, the magic that is facing the front has no chance to observe the behind. Why can it turn around and attack them in the shortest time? Did you think that's the end of it? Therefore, those who believed that Shiraishi was definitely dead were completely dumbfounded, and at this moment, Shiraishi attacked again, his muscles bulging, his bones cracking, and a gust of wind suddenly rolled up under his feet, driving and astonishing the speed rushed to the two shadows. The shadow also reacted in an instant, the figure flickered, and suddenly moved halfway in a strange position to release the magic power of the whole body, covering the magic power on the elbow, and slammed into Shiraishi's ribs fiercely. The change in this moment suddenly made the wizards exclaim, "This is a contest of speed," if they were to lie down a long time ago, but they were sure that the Sombra adults and the others could escape Shiraishi's pursuit. After all, in terms of speed, there has never been a people are better than them. Such an amazing speed has made it difficult for people to react immediately, and suddenly such a rapid shift. How could the villain react? But the next scene shocked everyone again. Shiraishi's quick response was beyond everyone's expectations. His left arm was raised horizontally almost instantly, resisting to the side, and collided heavily with the elbows of the two shadows. When the force collided, there was a slight bones clicked. Puff! The two shadows vomited blood at the same time. After the elbow collided with Shiraishi's arm, the feedback force felt so tyrannical that the blood and internal organs of the whole body were churning. Immediately afterwards, something even more terrifying for the shadows came. When they collided, both sides retreated to a certain extent, and there was a gap. This was the body's instinctive reaction, and it was also the effect of force, but Shiraishi's arm hit them at the same time. Stretched again, grabbed their necks, and in an instant, their lives had fallen into Shiraishi's hands. How can that be? The entire battlefield was suddenly quiet, and all the wizards of the Azul Kingdom were completely dumbfounded. No one thought that such a scene would happen. Asterisk. Chapter 32. Not far away, Zhan Long was inserted into the body of a magician. The blood and pain of the black shadow in Shiraishi's hands constantly stimulated the nerves of the two, and they kept struggling. Let them go. At the same time, on the other side, when the rolling stones finished falling, Gal also had the spare energy to release magic, calling out a scepter inlaid with magic crystals, and a small magic circle wrapped it around. When 3 huge magic circles floated above Shiraishi, and the huge magic power slowly moved from Gal's body toward the triple magic circle in the air. A huge dark magic power floated on the edge of the magic circle, and waves of coercion descended on Shiraishi mercilessly, but Shiraishi let the terrifying momentum descend and his expression remained unchanged. Gal's eyes were fixed on Shiraishi, for fear that the other party would kill the two Sombra in the first place. Different from Augustus and the others, the value of the two shadows can almost replace 10 great wizards. As long as the two of them die, the kingdom of Azul will definitely usher in an unprecedented earthquake. I think you also know my identity, the most powerful wizard in the kingdom of Azur. Let them both go, and I can let you leave this place. Shiraishi's face was calm. Although he looked like he didn't have any serious problems at the time, in reality, although he was not seriously injured, it was definitely not a minor injury. In addition to the continuous battle just now, he was a little bit out of strength, and he and the shadow with a full blow, the inside of the body was severely injured, and the calmness on his face was only for his own injury. Shiraishi's arrogance gradually faded from his body. He forcibly swallowed a mouthful of blood that was about to rush to his throat, looking at Gal and said, "Do you think I'll believe your words?" Seeing that Shiraishi broke the necks of Sombra and the two of them, Gal showed a terrifying grimness, and the explosion in his mouth resounded throughout the audience. "Shiraishi! If you really kill them both, then you will be the enemy of the entire Azur kingdom, and the entire human race has no place for you." Shiraishi sneered, the strength in his hands relaxed, and the dark shadow that had been struggling slowly stopped, looking at Shiraishi with ironic eyes. In fact, No matter how strong they are, in the absence of a strong background, it is not necessary to compromise them. In fact, although Gal's words are a bit exaggerated, it is really like what he said. As long as Shiraishi's 2 shadows in the killer, plus the previous 3 great mages, there are already 5 great mages. Shiraishi died at his hands, plus the lives of nearly 300 wizards. Shiraishi was equivalent to destroying nearly 1/10 of the battle power of the Kingdom of Azer. Gal is absolutely certain that General Mocha will never tolerate Shiraishi's presence. Absolutely will do anything to fix Shiraishi. In order to remove troubles. Faced with the pursuit of the Second Human Kingdom, even if Shiraishi fled to the Kingdom of Dragonov, there was no way, because Shiraishi had violated their bottom line, and they would not care about the rules between countries, let alone Dragonov. The Kingdom of Novo is still unable to protect itself. I advise you to let us go, otherwise General Mocha will never let you go. Blood spilled from the corners of the mouths of the 2 Sombra, and they were also full of dread about Shiraishi's power. That strange attack could actually isolate or even cut off magic. Coupled with that unparalleled fighting ability, they had never seen such a character before. Is it? Shiraishi glanced at the shadow in his hand. That's right, as long as you let them go, the Kingdom of Azel can retreat immediately, and immediately send 100 million J of gold coins. While Shiraishi bowed his head, Gal looked down at Karenlas and Perth, who were still in shock below. A secret subpoena was given. 100 million J. Countless air-breathing voices appeared on the battlefield, and this amount of gold coins was enough to buy a city. This is an irresistible thing for a great wizard. Send a message to the general immediately. Also, the 2 of them escaped control in the shadow, and immediately catch him. Never let them escape. Yes. Under such circumstances, Paz immediately carried out what Gal had told him to do. Villain, I'll let you understand, what hell, people who anger the Kingdom of Azel, never have any good end. After watching their actions, Gal's heart gradually calmed down. Although he looked at Shiraishi with a compromise, deep down, it contained infinite murderous intent. I think you can think about it. Gal tried his best to make his face kinder, but Shiraishi didn't know how ridiculous his expression was in Shiraishi's eyes. You seem to be right, but... Click. 2 broken bones sounded slowly in a silent battlefield. Shiraishi sneered, and the shadows in his hands slowly fell. I reject. How could he possibly not notice the small movements behind Gal, even though he couldn't listen to their conversations? Shiraishi could feel the slight changes on Gal's face and the beating of his heart, and these expressions represented fraud. Boom! One after another, fresh blood slowly left from the mouths of the 2 of them, and their pupils were widened. They did not understand whether the other party was about to agree or kill them, and walked towards eternal death with unwillingness. Countless people's exclamations, roars, and gasps of cold air all came together, and they didn't know what to say anymore. The great wizard of Azer Kingdom, what a powerful existence, this wizard who can break through the dragon clan and escape safely, a figure admired by countless wizards. But now, they are all dead, all gone. This result is dizzying, unbelievable, and even more unimaginable. Damn you! Gal's resentful color, his face is hideous, like a demon. Sacrifice. Gal's eyes were cold, murderous like a god's blade, tearing apart the void, a series of muffled puffs, countless deaths on the ground, and the fallen bodies exploded instantly, blood spurted, and merged into the magic circle. Countless magic powers are accumulating. The appearance of this magic power has plunged the world into darkness. Even the scorching sunlight that hung in the sky seemed to be swallowed up by the darkness and disappeared without a trace. Darkness descends. Boom! A wave of magic power slammed into the surroundings, and several towering ancient trees rushed to the sky, and were twisted into powder by a terrifying invisible force in mid-air, and this magic power instantly fell towards Shiraishi. Shiraishi dodged and grabbed Zanlongjin and shouted. Sword! Boom! At this moment, the breath skyrocketed, climbing steadily, and the ascension was too terrifying. In an instant, the power of the whole body poured out like a rushing wave, and the rich power flowed on the surface of his body like a water wave, sending his entire body. All wrapped in it, the air around him was suddenly chaotic, causing ripples. No one can threaten me. No one, not even the kingdom of Azel. I stand in my way. Shiraishi slowly looked up at the sky. Everything is cut. Asterisk. Chapter 33. Shiraishi had already been in agony about what happened to Tagasek, and in the face of Azel's threat, even if what Gal had said before was true, he would never agree. The figure retreats and advances, the blades cross and fall, the sword falls, the cross cuts off. The combination of the horizontal sword style and the sword cutting style is amazing and mighty, and the aura bursts and impacts, and it seems to cut everyone's eyes. Sharp to the extreme, the domineering cross sword light, cut off the mountains and shattered the sky. Swordsmanship. Cross slash. Boom. 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 At this time, he had no scruples, and the surrounding air was roaring in an instant, and the terrifying kendo power intersected with the darkness. The earth was directly cracked and turned into powder, and the countless birds and beasts were destroyed in an instant. Boom! As thunder exploded, Gal's eyes were horrified. He could feel Shiraishi's sword strike, and his magic power couldn't stop at all. Death enveloped Gal in an instant. The space seemed to be constantly compressing, and Gal's bones were all shattered at this moment. And the most terrifying thing is, the sword strike still did not stop at the movement in his hand. He is going to kill himself. Boom! Everyone obeys. Gal's anxious voice reached the ears of everyone present. Everyone obeys. Unleash the strongest magic attack on the villain in front of you. Now that this situation has developed, the opponent must be subdued in the fastest time. Otherwise, even if some wizards are sacrificed, they must be killed. The nature of a soldier made the sorcerer legion not hesitate, and in front of Shiraishi, the wizards who had fled from everywhere immediately took out their magic tools and aimed them at Shiraishi's position, accumulating magic power. Now as long as Gal gives an order, they will attack at any time without the slightest pause. Put. Countless magic power exploded in Shiraishi, and Shiraishi, who was nearly exhausted, could not release his full body armed domineering again, but even if he was exhausted, he did not choose to dodge, and the cross slash still fell towards Gal. You are crazy! The shock in his heart flashed, and Gal stared at Shiraishi with cold eyes. If Shiraishi's injured body could burst out with such terrifying power, he would never believe it. This time, Gal is thorough, channeling his own life force into magic without any reservation. Because, the shadow of death is constantly spreading throughout the body. The moment Shiraishi approached him, his internal organs trembled in a frenzied expansion, like the face of a demon, making him even fear. He couldn't lose, no matter what. Boom! The three forces roared at the same time. The terrifying force vibrated layer by layer. The scene of the explosion was too amazing, and the aura of annihilation swept across the sky. Even some creatures that were far away were smashed by their internal organs, vomited blood, and died, and flew away again with a horrified face. The borders of the kingdom of Dragonov. Ice Crystal Dragon, what happened there? An ice-blue ice dragon flew from afar and caught in Irene's eyes. When Belzarian was unable to leave and stayed in the royal capital of Dragonov, the ice crystal dragon guarded her. That's humans fighting. Hearing this sentence, even Irene showed surprised eyes, feeling that the power fluctuations from the distance seemed to be dragon level, but what the ice crystal dragon said was a battle between humans. Irene was a little unbelievable. How is this possible? When will humans reach such power? The fact that only dragons can defeat dragons is a well-known fact of the human race. For the queen of the Dragonov kingdom, where humans and dragons coexist, Irene understands the power of dragons best. That's right, it's a battle between humans. I didn't feel the power of the dragon, and there was a power in it. I felt a threat, a very powerful force. In order to convince Irene, the ice crystal dragon met again and said something that shocked Irene. Threatening you, it's impossible. At this time, even if Irene didn't want to believe it, she had to believe it, but in addition to being surprised, Irene was more worried. Why did the battle near the power of the dragon break out on the border of the kingdom of Azel, and who is the master of that power, Gal? No, his strength will never reach this level. Could it be the hidden weapon of the kingdom of Azel? Anxiety spread from Irene's heart, she looked into the distance anxiously, and immediately called for a guard. Send scouts to explore the mountains in the eastern border area. I want to know what I am doing when I arrive at the kingdom of Azel. The other side. Boom. What are you saying? The magic power on Mocha broke out, and an invisible huge magic power was released in an instant, as if the whole world was stagnant for a moment. Paz in front of him did not dare to look up. Although Mocha is a general of a country, and perhaps in the eyes of others, he is just a high-ranking ruler, but in fact, his magic power is far beyond all imagination. Mocha said in a deep voice, "Go take my warrant and summon the 5 shadow wizards to support. If you can't succeed, then you don't have to come back." After hearing the order, Paz stunned and immediately took the order. "Yes, General." Looking at the departing figure, Mocha slowly fell into contemplation, and was surprised by Shiraishi's strength. In the face of 1,000 mages and 5 great mages, he was still able to capture the 2 of Sombra alive. Such strength, if not for killing him. Mocha even wanted to recruit him because of his own son, but unfortunately this kind of thing is impossible. I didn't expect this villain to have such strength, it's just a pity. Not to mention the matter of killing his son, Mocha couldn't forgive him for killing 3 great mages alone, so Mocha could choose to kill him when he couldn't recruit him. Boom! The collision of power caused an imperceptible crack to suddenly appear on the ground, and then with this crack as the center, it quickly spread around, and it still covered the entire mountain in the blink of an eye. The two were connected, and a huge roar mixed with the terrifying air current and heat wave swept out. With the sound of the explosion, Gal's figure flew out instantly in the explosion, and at the same time an arm fell to the ground, obviously it had been destroyed. Obsolete. With the blow just now, he felt as if he had hit him. In just 1 second, his entire body lost consciousness, and some of it was just heart-piercing pain. It's hard to imagine how much destructive power this kind of terrifying destructive power needs to look at the young man in the dust. "You're not dead." Shiraishi's figure slowly emerged from the flying dust, his delicate appearance seemed to merge with the darkness, and he smiled at Nagar. The murderous intent in the shallow smile made Dagal shudder. At this time, he no longer has any magic power, like a lamb to be slaughtered by others. Ended. Chapter 34. Everything fell, and only Shiraishi was standing, but his body was shaking constantly. You can't kill me. If you kill me, no one else will let you go. Someone is already on the way. If you let me go, I can pretend that I didn't see you." Gal's face was pale, and he looked at the young man in front of him with fear, his face was full of horror. At this time, Gal was dying, and his consciousness began to gradually become blurred. Where could he still fight back? His black hair kept turning white, this was his life slowly draining, but it wasn't death, but if Shiraishi really fell with a sword, then Gal would really be dead. It's useless. Shiraishi spat out a mouthful of blood. If he hadn't raised his armament and resisted the magic attack he had just resisted, he would have been the one who fell first. "You're damned." When the zhanlong in his hand was raised high, a force suddenly erupted behind him, emitting a dazzling light. Gal was completely desperate, and his eyes would be closed directly, ready to meet death. "Stop!" Hearing the familiar voice, Gal's tightly closed eyes opened again, and his eyes glanced at the light not far away again, and there was a touch of ecstasy on his face, as if seeing hope. Pause! Gal exclaimed in surprise. Shiraishi also turned to look, only to see Paz reappearing behind him. Paz saw Gal lying under Shiraishi. It was still dozens of kilometers away from the base camp of the Magus army in the kingdom of Azur. Even for Paz, it would take a while, but he didn't expect that it would be just a back and forth. Also fell into the opponent's hands. However, in Gal's inner ecstasy, a sudden strong wind suddenly appeared in front of him, and Gal's face turned pale when he felt the strong killing intent. Immediately after, a cyan figure flashed behind him, and the powerful blade carried this muffled thunderous sound, and slashed across Gal's throat. Scarlet blood splattered into the sky. Do not! Gal grabbed the hand that pierced his chest fiercely, but as his eyes darkened, his weak hands loosened and fell. Since you want to kill me, then prepare to be beheaded by me. Shiraishi glanced at Gal on the ground lightly, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a bloodthirsty face appeared on his face. Boom! The 5 men in white tumbled into the air and fell on the boulder in front of Shiraishi. The moment they fell, the icy energy rushed towards him. Shiraishi felt that the blood in his body could not be suppressed more and more, and he could barely reach the realm of the swordsman. Unless the swordsmanship and the domineering breakthrough of the armed color, it would be impossible to support it any longer. Shiraishi didn't stop at all. The moment the opponent fell, he ran and shot to the side. After a few leaps, he rushed towards the man in white there. The man in white was disdainful and did not use magic power, but simply released the magic shield to intercept, dealing with this kind of attack without magic power, and it was not enough to go all out. Watch out for his sword! Seeing this, Karenlas, who was lying on the ground, shouted angrily, and Shiraishi's eyes narrowed. But just as the 2 swords' tips collided, Shiraishi looked directly at the person's right eye, and suddenly a burst of armed color covered the blade. Forehead. What the hell? Trembling in his heart, the man in white dodged fiercely, but his chest was still slashed with a knife. Shiraishi, who was almost exhausted, couldn't help but weaken a bit, but only tore open the flesh, but did not hurt the inside. But, even so, Shiraishi turned around and rushed towards Karenras on the ground. In the impact of the force just now, he was severely injured just like Shiraishi, and Shiraishi easily approached. You talk too much. PK. Karenlas is dead. Karnlas. Paz was startled, followed by infinite anger. His face was ashen and a roar resounded for 100 miles. Kill him! Everyone, be careful, the sword in this BDS hand is a little weird. The 2 men in white stopped in front of Shiraishi one after another. This time, nothing was kept. A thunderbolt and a wind blade smashed towards him with an unrivaled smashing momentum. He held the Thunder Man and the wind blade abruptly, but, even if he blocked the part with the dragon slash, there was still a terrifying destructive force that severely injured Shiraishi on the spot, leaving 4 or 5 bloody wounds on his body. Do you think you can escape? Before Shiraishi turned around, a burly man suddenly appeared behind him. So fast! The huge palm covered with powerful magic force slammed into the back of his neck, and the huge power erupted immediately, as if to directly smash his neck. Brush! Zhan Long passed by, the burly and strong man saw that he was about to fall into his hands, and immediately cleaned up. Shiraishi also took the opportunity to distance himself, soaring into the sky like a falcon, tumbling in the air, and directly landed on 100 meters away. Crown top! Don't try to run! There was a sudden roar in midair, and the man in white appeared in the air, and the iron legs that swept over shot straight at Shiraishi's chest and abdomen in midair. It's not over yet! The burly man, the golden runes with magic power surging all over his body began to emerge, and an indescribable crimson flame suddenly burst into flames. A terrifying hot breath wrapped Shiraishi's whole body little by little, and scorched his body cruelly. His cheeks were a little distorted due to the pain. Boom! Damn it! Where the hell are people from? Shiraishi fought back the pain again. The strength of these people in front of them is not inferior to Gal at all, and the joint attack of the 5 people far exceeds the threat that Gal brought him. Boom! Ah, little brat, go to hell! Seeing the tragic appearance of Gal and the others, the 5 white-clothed faces were stunned, and their figures came directly to a place less than 10 feet away from Lin Yun. The fist was mixed with the sound of sonic boom, and the huge coercion directly caused ripples in the space around the fist. The fist, which was wrapped by powerful magic, rapidly enlarged in Shiraishi's constricted pupil, almost at the speed of lightning. Smashed hard at Lin Yun. Boom! The cold air came from behind, Shiraishi's face changed suddenly, and before he had time to think about anything, his figure flashed continuously, and went over several meters. But no matter how fast Shiraishi was, he couldn't avoid the attack. A huge force came from behind, and Shiraishi's face changed. With the help of this huge force, his body burst out and retreated from the attack range of several people. Holding the sword again, the silver light tilted. Shh! A dazzling sword light descended from the sky, filled with murderous aura. Asterisk. Chapter 35. Give me death. Boom! Swordsmanship cross waves. Shiraishi released the remaining power in his body, the blade struck a slash, Shiraishi quickly shook the blade. Layers of slashing waves, like raging waves, immediately showed a steady stream of waves, with Shiraishi as the center. The madness spread from the sky, bringing bursts of gusts of wind to wreak havoc. At this moment, the faces of Chasing and others also changed slightly. They did not expect that the people who were already teetering on the verge of falling could still launch such a powerful offensive, which was obviously beyond their expectations. The smoke filled the air, the wind roared, and countless rocks danced in the air blocking the part where they were advancing. When the dust and smoke dissipated, Shiraishi was nowhere to be seen. And at the moment when they were defending, an accident happened, and Shiraishi's figure appeared beside them. The 5 white clothes and paws opened their eyes wide, completely thinking that the opposite would actually attack and slash. The torn wind swept Shiraishi's body, Shiraishi forced the blood that was rushing down his throat. Ling Lai's eyes looked straight at the 5 people in front of him. He knew that if he didn't kill them, then only himself would fall in the end. Give me death! A sword power that seemed to materialize, vaguely emerged from Shiraishi's body, red eyes, containing a strong chill. The 6 people who looked at him, felt a chill in their hearts, and their magic power surged to try to block Shiraishi's attack. Sword art cross slash. Rumbling. With the whistling of the airflow, it gradually came out from the deep ravine, and a white light flashed from the dark clouds. The next moment, an explosion sounded suddenly, and the hurricane swept through it, causing a shocking violent force. The figures of the 6 people were instantly drowned and turned invisible, and Shiraishi was so far away that he retreated, and the vast mountain in the distance. The sun sets, and twilight falls. A bright moon is rising, bringing a starry night sky. A group of stars are scattered around the bright moon. But the physical fatigue is easy to say, the mental and life potential exhaustion caused by the continuous activation of the armed arrogance and the knowledgeable arrogance does penetrate deep into the bone marrow. Shiraishi, who was panting under the tree trunk, even wanted to sleep at the moment, but he stayed awake, because the other party might return with him. If he was really caught, Shiraishi might really end. This time the injury is really serious. Glancing at the injuries on his body, it was the heaviest injury he had ever suffered. Suppressing the pain in his body, Shiraishi's cheeks twitched. The blow was enough to cut off all his vitality. Cough cough. A congested blood flowed out of Shiraishi's mouth. Shiraishi's face became paler and his consciousness became more and more difficult to hold on, but he still held on. It was late at night. Shiraishi felt the dangerous atmosphere around him moving towards the other side, and he couldn't help sighing heavily. After several hours of rest, Shiraishi's originally pale face gradually turned red, but the injury still existed. You must leave, otherwise the kingdom of Azer may send troops into the mountains to search. Shiraishi reluctantly supported his body, walked out of the old tree, and looked around. When he saw that he was fleeing just now, Shiraishi was already heading west, and this direction was neither Azer nor the kingdom of Dragunov, but the third world of the human race. Shiraishi recalled what the fat old man had said to him. There are two continents in the fairy tale world. Ishgar continent and Western continent, of which Ishgar continent is dominated by human race, coexisting with dragon race, while the Western continent is the territory of dragon race. On the continent of Ishgar, the area closest to the Western continent is called the Third World. The Third World is different from the human kingdom. This area is closest to the territory of the dragon race. There are also human activities here. The gathering of human races here is not in the form of a country, but more by tribes and races, and these tribes are scattered in on this earth. There is also the territory of the dragon clan. It can be said that this is a chaotic world. The people here have extremely high intelligence. In order to resist the dragon family, they have created magic tools that are strong enough to resist giant dragons, and survive in an extremely powerful and special way. Cough, there should be someone in this direction. Shiraishi stared into the distance, the pain intensified, and ran for a while again. The wound on his body opened again and the blood flowed out again. The sky is bright. Shiraishi has been walking for a long time, and it is estimated that it is not far from the original battlefield. Finally, Shiraishi found a trace of people. This is a tribe built on a mountain in the distance appeared before Shiraishi's eyes, the most magnificent building on the top. The roof was covered with spherical boulders, and the base of the mountain was surrounded by a wall built of boulders. The river water outside the fence flows slowly along the edge of the wall. The river water is crystal clear, the ancient stone buildings are reflected on the water, and the eyes are like a beautiful oil painting. It is even more prosperous than the city of Tagsk. The buildings are built in a way that Shiraishi has never seen before. It is not so much a tribe as a city. And to see. Seeing the dawn of hope, Shiraishi was so excited that he almost stumbled and fell. Shiraishi's physical strength was close to the limit, and he could no longer support him to continue walking. He had to stop to rest and recuperate. Who? When Shiraishi approached the gate of the fence, a tribal guard with a dark face and a strong man had already spotted him, and immediately shouted. The people around him heard the call of his companions, and immediately followed, holding a long spear at Shiraishi's general. It's surrounded. Shiraishi reluctantly opened his mouth, but his eyes saw a familiar crest behind him. He was shocked and tired, and he fell down and never got up again. A few people were left looking at each other. The people inside the city gate began to work gradually at dawn. In order to avoid obstacles, the tribal guards had no choice but to take them away. In a deep sleep, with the sound of the breath of all things, Shiraishi felt himself being held up and lifted, walking down the streets, and finally stopped in a place full of medicine. This is not my Narubite. Yes. Let's put it aside for now. I'll treat him later. He's not dead yet. Yes. Afterwards, Shiraishi was placed on a soft bed, his consciousness sank again, and any feeling dissipated, and it was night when he woke up. Where am I? Shiraishi looked at the bandages on his body, and an herbal smell came from one side. Shiraishi turned around and saw that there were rows of shelves in the corner of the house built of boulders, and there were a lot of piles on the shelves. Crockpot and herbs. Asterisk. Chapter 36. A bright moon hangs high in the night, the sky is so deep, the moonlight at night shines through the window and shines on the house where Shiraishi is. In an unfamiliar environment, the aroma of medicinal herbs filled the air for a while. Shiraishi suddenly remembered something, and immediately put his hands on his waist. Where's my sword? Empty, without any presents, lifted the cup over him, ready to get up. Tear. Suddenly, Shiraishi sucked in a breath of cold air, but Shiraishi's wound burst open due to the violent movement when he got up, and a small bloodshot seeped from the bandage. "Don't move, your wound has just been sutured, and it will burst when you move." An old voice sounded, and then Shiraishi realized that there was a figure in the corner of the house, and Shiraishi could see the figure in front of him with the help of the faint light. It was an old man. His weather-beaten face was full of deep wrinkles, his face was full of wrinkles, and the uneven twists and turns were like mottled marks on the wall, crawling all over his face, leaving behind the years the traces of the two small eyes are a little cloudy. "Don't move, your sword is still there, don't worry." There was a hint of softness in the old voice, as if stroking his heart, so Shiraishi couldn't help but choose to believe, nodded and lay down obediently, not moving a little bit, but his eyes stayed on the old man. He was holding Shiraishi's dragon slaying in his hand. What surprised Shiraishi the most was that after the second sword pill was inlaid, the bright and swift, weighing 1,000 jins of dragon slaying was playing with the old man's hands as if nothing was there. The old man, who was awakened, couldn't lie down either. He found a corner and lit a candle. Shiraishi saw an old and small medicine mill at his feet. From the medicine rack, the old man picked up the tray containing the herbs, put it on the ground, grabbed a handful of herbs and sprinkled it on the grinding trough, then sat down and put his hands like dead branches on the poles on both sides of the grinding wheel and started rolling. On a calm night, the grinding wheel made a coo sound in the grinding groove. I don't know how long it took, maybe it was 2 weeks, and Shiraishi felt a wave of drowsiness and fell into a deep sleep. Dawn. When everything woke up, Shiraishi felt a sound in his ears, opened his eyes slowly, and saw the old man sitting by his bed late last night, fiddling with herbs in his hands. Woke up. When he spoke, the old man's hands like dead branches were already fiddling, and he said without turning his eyes. Then get up, it's time to change the medicine. With the lesson from last night, when he got up this time, Shiraishi sat up a little bit, and then the old man took off the bandage wrapped around Shiraishi and replaced the herbs that had lost their efficacy, revealing a green juice with a hint of herbal medicine. Red flesh, still a single wound, caused by Shiraishi's movement last night. You're in good health. I didn't expect that most of the wounds would heal in one night. It seems that your strength is not weak. Then he handed Shiraishi a bowl of bitter soup and let him drink it. Shiraishi took a sip and drank it and handed it back to the old man. The old man nodded and pressed his dry fingers on Shiraishi's chest. Does it hurt? Pain. It's okay to hurt, don't move too much these days, wait until it's completely healed. After the old man checked Shiraishi's wounds, he applied the herbs that had been prepared. The strong medicinal effect stimulated Shiraishi's newly healed wound, but Shiraishi endured it by his own will. Shout out when it hurts, but endure it and let your body suffer more damage. The old man gave Shiraishi a sidelong glance. The pain is already used to me, it's nothing. Shiraishi shook his head and smiled. Seeing this, the old man stopped talking, took away the herbs and bandages he had just changed, and was about to leave. Old man! Shiraishi shouted. What's wrong? The old man turned to look at Shiraishi, and seeing the calm but slightly peaceful face, what Shiraishi was about to say seemed to be stuck in his throat and couldn't come out. Thanks. Well, lie down and have a good rest. Watching the old man leave, Shiraishi shook his head again. Perhaps in the eyes of such an old man, any words of gratitude paled in front of him. When the injury is healed, let's see if there is any chance to repay the old man. Shiraishi, who was lying down, couldn't sleep at this time, and the medicinal effects continued to spread. It was like tens of thousands of ants crawling through the wound, making it feel as if life was worse than death. Shiraishi closed his eyes tightly. Any attack, the tingling sensation caused sweat to flow on his forehead. After a while, the pain gradually subsided, Shiraishi fell asleep unconsciously, and it went on like this for 3 consecutive days, and during these 3 days Shiraishi also learned where he was. Narubites. In this world, the Narubite tribe is a neutral tribe that has always been isolated from the world. On the surface, it sounds like a poor and backward tribe, but it is actually the most intelligent tribe in the entire human race. Among them, Nirvana 400 years later was created by their patriarch. Nirvana is a combination of magic and architecture a long time ago. It is a moving ancient city. This is an unparalleled magic that replaces light and darkness. It can transform the character of people who are not strong-willed, and it is one of the forbidden magics that have been sealed. Hearing this news, Shiraishi was almost taken aback. He didn't expect that he was in this wisdom tribe, and the old man who was taking care of him these days was Robin Lu, the patriarch of the Narubite tribe. No wonder Shiraishi looked familiar but didn't recognize him. Forget it, since you're here, just stay well. Shiraishi lay on the bed with a bandage, and fell asleep, and when he woke up, it was the next morning, and the old man appeared by Shiraishi's bed on time. Get up, take your medicine. Okay, old man. Shiraishi got up and untied yesterday's herbs and bandages. The old man was surprised to find that Shiraishi's wound had completely healed, and now there were only new tender flesh on the wound. Instead of applying herbs to Shiraishi, the old man took a jar of not knowing what was in it. He stretched out his fingers and scooped out a piece of liquid and smeared it on Shiraishi's body. A cool breeze spread across Shiraishi's body from the wound. Okay, now your body can recover most of it with just one more day of rest. After finishing everything, the old man sat down in front of Shiraishi. Although I don't know where you came from, but if you want to come, you are also a person in distress. If you want to stay in the Narubite tribe, you must find a job, otherwise even my patriarch has no right to let you stay on. In an era when food was extremely precious, no tribe would give out a surplus of grain to support an idler, so Shiraishi either left or chose to stay for work after his injury. I understand. Asterisk. Chapter 37. Arrive. When the Narubite people walking ahead stopped, Shiraishi also looked up at the one ahead. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding. The sound of hammers can be heard incessantly. This is the largest blacksmith shop of the Narubite tribe. There is a large plaque on the door plate. An iron word is engraved on the shiny black plaque, which means that this is a blacksmith shop. Upon closer inspection, I realized that this was a very thin plaque made of pure iron, and the sunlight emitted a faint black light. Although the patriarch Robin Lu asked you to stay, if you can't work well here, you can only be asked to leave. Shiraishi ignored the threat he said and walked into the blacksmith shop. He saw a few blacksmiths and a dozen apprentices under the leadership of an old master, and only heard the sound of ping ping pong pong, and the old master was beside him from time to time, shouting. There are 5 large stoves inside, and 5 boxes are attached to the sides of the 5 large stoves, which are bellows for blowing. There are 4 strong apprentices, pulling the bellows in a rhythmical manner. The oven is filled with coal, but the coal is processed and does not have a heavy coal odor. Generally, untreated coal will produce sulfur when burned. Smell, and Shiraishi walked in without smelling it. It is said that the iron tools made here are not damaged over the years, and rarely rust even if they are left unattended. Therefore, although the Narubites live in a bitter and cold place, there are often merchants who come here to buy agricultural tools or weapons. Master Carrot, he will leave it to you. The Narubite tribe behind Shiraishi said a word to the old master and left. At this time, the old master walked up to Shiraishi and asked, "Can you strike iron?" Meeting. Shiraishi nodded. "That's good, I already know about you. If you want to stay, you can work hard. You can stay by turning that piece of iron into a sword." Master Korat said without raising his head, pointing to the vacant seat. Understood. Shiraishi walked over, controlled the red-hot iron block with the iron clip, took it out, held the hammer and kept beating it. Clang! 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 Sparks were everywhere, and the grey and white impurities kept falling. The orderly method made many blacksmiths look sideways. Master Carrot watched Shiraishi for nearly a minute, then walked away and went about his business. Percussion, quenching. Shiraishi performed a set of skillful movements, and within a short while, a precise sword appeared in his hand, shining with a cold silver light under the light. Looking at the blade in his hand, Shiraishi smiled. Although he hadn't touched it for half a year, the blacksmith's work was deeply ingrained in his mind and could not be forgotten. Looking at the sharp sword in his hand, Shiraishi always felt that he had forgotten something. Suddenly, Shiraishi patted his head and remembered something. When Shiraishi finally put the six-ringed coat of arms on the sword, he showed a satisfied look. "All right." "What?" After hearing Shiraishi's words, almost all the blacksmiths couldn't believe it. It took so long to forge a piece of pig iron into a sharp sword. Even Master Carrot couldn't do it. "How long has it been?" "Less than a quarter of an hour." "I don't know, this kid can't lie, are all outsiders so cunning? If this is true, this speed is too terrifying. No, I have to go and see. I only need to look at him to know if he is a liar. Wait for me, I'll be with you too." For a while, the blacksmith put down his work and moved towards Shiraishi, causing a commotion. He took the sword that Shiraishi handed over and watched it carefully. But no matter from the shape, or the echo of the swordsmanship, it means that the blade made by Shiraishi has no problems at all, even. It is better than all the weapons in the blacksmith shop. I am afraid that such a level can only be achieved by the old master of Carrot, and I think of the identity of the old master of Carrot when he was young. The eyes of everyone looking at Shiraishi changed completely in an instant. In the originally noisy blacksmith shop, everything was quiet for a while, and there were only the sounds of drooling. "Monster! I don't know," where a voice came out and said everyone's heart, and the people who heard it couldn't help but nodded, and looked at Shiraishi even more strangely. Shiraishi also has a black line on his face. At dusk. Thanks to the wonderful performance during the day, the Narubite tribe gave him a house made of stones halfway up the mountain. There was nothing but simple furniture in it, but it was enough. But one thing happened today, the thing that concerned Shiraishi the most. When Shiraishi handed the sword to Master Carrot, his face was full of shock. However, Shiraishi always felt that his reaction was different from others, but he couldn't say it. "What's wrong? I have no choice but to put it down temporarily." But what satisfies Shiraishi the most is that there is a large open space behind the house that is not used, and on the other side of the open space is the forest, which is just suitable for Shiraishi to practice. When the people who led him left, Shiraishi finally had when he had his free time, he took his sword and walked to the open space. "I haven't practiced for a while and my body is a little stiff." Shiraishi twisted his neck and stretched out to look at the system, but when Shiraishi saw the progress, he was shocked. This. Shiraishi was surprised to find that the experience value of the knowledge color far exceeded his first armed color domineering, and it was almost unlocked to 30%. It is estimated that he fought with the people from the kingdom of Azure. Shiraishi held his chin with one hand and whispered. The way to improve the domineering of knowledge is different from the other two. Among them, the improvement of swordsmanship requires designated swordsmanship training, while the domineering of armed requires physical training. The domineering of knowledge is the most special and does not need to accept tasks, and he continuously accumulates actual combat experience to increase the domineering level. However, this is the same as in One Piece's original work. If you want to improve your knowledge and domineering, you also need to fight your opponent and stimulate your potential in the battle. And the stronger the opponent, the more obvious the stimulation effect. Although Gal and others are not as strong as their own, they can still provide Shiraishi with a lot of experience. The strength of Gar in the kingdom of Azel was estimated to be higher than that of Augustus, but it still did not reach the level of a dragon. During the battle with Gar, Shiraishi was besieged, but he didn't feel much pressure, but at the end of the battle, his body was nearly exhausted, and there were so many mages in the kingdom of Azul, Shiraishi could be surrounded. It is very rare to kill 4 great mages in a large group of ordinary mages. However, Shiraishi killed so many mages of the Azul kingdom, the Azul kingdom must be very painful. Shiraishi's heart filled with joy when he thought of Mocha's frantic expression when he heard the news. Asterisk. Chapter 38. Mocha, wait, when I improve my swordsmanship and domineering again, I will go back. Shiraishi said with a firm look on his face. Although he killed so many mages from the Azul kingdom, the culprit, Mocha, was still unsolved. When Shiraishi elevates the swordsman and armament-colored domineering to the 3rd stage at the same time, it will be time to return again. Let's start practicing, time is running out. Shiraishi looked at the sun on the horizon. Ding! Side quest, do your best 1,000 times. You can get 1% experience points. Mission begins. Shiraishi took a deep breath, clenched his fists and punched forward as night slowly fell. At night, the moonlight shines. In the open space, under the illumination of the moonlight, there has been an additional figure. Sweat dripped faintly, and Shiraishi's black shirt was wet. On a tall building in the distance, an old man was watching Shiraishi from a distance, and behind him stood several figures, each of which was emitting waves of killing intent. Patriarch, this person is probably not simple. A person walked out of the shadow behind him. Ling Lai's eyes flickered constantly in the darkness. Well, but in such an era, there are a few people who are simple. Robin Lu shook his head and said, let's take a look first, pay attention to observe during this time, if he really does something wrong act, do it yourself. Yes, Patriarch. The shadow responded in a low voice, then disappeared into the darkness. The world was quiet again, and there was only the sound of Shiraishi's fist hitting the air. Robin Lu looked at it for a long time, then turned and walked down the tall building. Hey, the Dragon clan has changed, I am afraid that the Nerubite clan will not be spared this time. Boom! Using the last remaining vital energy in his body to punch this fist, the sound of the punch was good, but Shiraishi no longer had the strength to continue his practice, so he sat on the ground with his buttocks, panting from exhaustion. The bright sun had already shone on Shiraishi's face. It was obvious that Shiraishi had spent a night of practice in this open space, exhausting all his stamina. At this time, Bai slowly opened his eyes. If anyone noticed, they would find that his eyes were shining with light. After a long time, the light in his eyes gradually converged. Are they all gone? At dawn, Shiraishi looked up at the sky, and watched his eyes in the shadows that the sun could not reach. Shiraishi knew that Mr. Robin Lu had a good intention to let him stay, and he also took precautions. In such a chaotic era, Robin Lu's there's nothing wrong with the behavior, and that's how Shiraishi didn't take action. Shiraishi simply took a shower and changed his clothes. Shiraishi headed towards the blacksmith shop. Until he reached the level of a great swordsman, Shiraishi would not consider other things for the time being, and he did not resist the work of a blacksmith, but liked it very much. Maybe they were infected by Uncle Lore. Shiraishi's mood sank at the thought of Lore's uncle and the others, but he was about to throw it away. After all, there was still work waiting for him. Just as he stepped into the door of the blacksmith shop, a hearty voice was heard. Come to Shiraishi, how do you feel about your new home? Have you slept well? If you haven't slept well, you can come to my house to sleep. As soon as Shiraishi raised his head, a figure entered his field of vision. He was tall and mighty, about 1.78 meters tall, his body was thick and solid, with a big waist and round shoulders. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes. It is a black and thick Luerhu. Uncle Russ, the blacksmith who is second only to Master Carrot in his Nerubite clan, he always speaks in a bold and strong voice, as if he is arguing with others. But in fact he is a fierce-looking person, but he is quite talkative. When Shiraishi arrived on the first day, he took special care of him. In fact, he took a fancy to Shiraishi's blacksmithing skills and techniques. Especially when he knew that Shiraishi was alone, he said that he wanted Shiraishi to be his son-in-law. Daughter to marry him. Shiraishi was stunned for a moment. How could his daughter marry a stranger on the first day they met? Such a father, Shiraishi, has only been seen on TV or in novels. He never thought that one day he would appear on his head. Forget it, Uncle Russ, Shiraishi's body can't stand your toss. A group of people next to him burst into laughter, along with the people who came to buy iron tools. Uncle Russ was instantly furious when he heard it. FKU. The labor and management just asked Shiraishi to go to my house to see my daughter, and it was your labor and management that slammed you out. As soon as the words fell, I saw Lass directly pick up the most from the crowd with one hand. The person who coaxed first immediately started beating, and after a while, the person who coaxed stood in front of everyone with a bruised face, and the laughter was even more lively. Looking at the scene in front of him, Shiraishi's face was covered with black lines. What is this? Is there no normal person in the blacksmith shop other than Master Carrot? However, Uncle Russ seems to be anxious to marry his daughter. At first, Shiraishi thought Uncle Russ's daughter was a hater, but later learned that the opposite was true. Don't look at Uncle Russ's rough face, even his wife looks very ordinary, but the daughter born is indeed the most beautiful beauty in the entire Nirabi tribe in other people's mouths. The only fly in the ointment is not fat enough, too thin now, it's a pity to have a face but not to grow flesh. Shiraishi heard that he was absolutely stunned, and after further inquiries, he realized that the aesthetics of the Narubites were different from those of the outside world. In their eyes, a fat girl was the most popular, so even Uncle Russ's daughter was very beautiful. But still no one cares, no one pursues, and Uncle Russ is eager to marry his daughter. And it is easy to meet a young man like Shiraishi, who not only matches his daughter in age and appearance, but more importantly, Shiraishi is a highly skilled blacksmith, so Uncle Russ will take a fancy to it. In his mind, the blacksmith industry it was undoubtedly the most reassuring thing for him, that he had enough to eat and could take care of his family. Shiraishi suddenly became the best son-in-law. How about Shiraishi, do you want to think about it, my daughter? Without waiting for Shiraishi to recover, Uncle Russ' rough face approached Shiraishi angrily and exclaimed how beautiful his daughter was, and described his daughter as a fairy in front of Shiraishi, but the Shiraishi interrupted Shiraishi's words because of the drool he shot. Uncle Russ, don't do this. I have never seen your daughter. What do you want me to think about? Shiraishi wiped the saliva from his face and said helplessly. Asterisk. Chapter 39. However, Uncle Russ' ears did not understand Shiraishi's refusal, and his big dark palm would grab Shiraishi's arm and walk directly outside the blacksmith shop. It's easy to handle. It's easy to talk about events like this. Go to my house and watch as long as you want. Shiraishi almost fell when pulled by the big hand, but just as the two were about to step out of the blacksmith's shop, Shiraishi's savior arrived. Where are you going? Suddenly, an old and strong voice came from behind. Uncle Russ, who had just walked to the gate, froze, turned around little by little, and looked at Master Carrot and said, I'm going to go back. Before Uncle Russ finished speaking, Master Carrot shouted sharply with a trace of anger on his face. Uncle Russ shivered, then let go of Shiraishi's hand and went back to his work without making a sound. When Master Carrot appeared, the people who were still laughing stopped completely. Work. Yes. After Master Carrot shouted angrily, all the blacksmiths and apprentices began to work in full swing, but when Shiraishi turned around to go to work, Shiraishi was called by Master Carrot. What's the matter, Mr. Carrot? Mr. Carrot, the oldest blacksmith in the entire blacksmith shop, even Uncle Lass was an apprentice he taught back then. When Uncle Salas saw Master Carrot, he would be as timid as a mouse if he saw a cat. You come with me. Passing through the hot blacksmith shop, Shiraishi and Mr. Carrot came to the backyard of the blacksmith shop. This time Shiraishi will be miserable. No one who falls on Master Carrot will feel better. Oh, Shiraishi is really miserable. That's it. Shut up. Do your thing. Uncle Russ shouted angrily at the whispering apprentices, and those who were originally talking about novels suddenly fell silent. Walking into the backyard, Shiraishi looked at the surroundings with blue stones and white tiles, and iron blocks piled up in the corners. There are also some built utensils hanging in the front office. Generally, the goods and materials in the blacksmith shop are stored here. Generally, no one will come, and I don't know what Master Carrot will bring here. Mr. Carrot asked Shiraishi to wait outside, walked into a dark room by himself, and came out after a while, holding the armor that seemed to be wrapped in cloth behind him. As Mr. Carrot lifted the cloth, Shiraishi slowly saw the patterns on the armor, and vaguely felt that he had seen it somewhere, but he couldn't remember. When Shiraishi saw a pattern on the inside of the armor, Shiraishi everyone was stunned. This is... I think you've seen it. With a serious look on his face, Mr. Carrot said in a low voice. Well, I remember. How could Shiraishi not remember this pattern? This is when the fat old man told all blacksmiths to engrave this pattern on ironware. Shiraishi still retains this habit, even the sword from yesterday. It was also engraved. It is estimated that the shock is also because of the 6-ringed coat of arms on the sword, just why Master Carrot has such an armor in his hands. This is the national pattern of our Narubite tribe. Master Carrot said lightly, and even when he saw Shiraishi's pupils shrinking, he was more than sure in his heart. I think you should have met Kohaz. Only that kid would print the family's family crest in such a hidden corner. Shiraishi furrowed his brows, and probably understood that Kohaz in the mouth of Master Carrot was referring to the fat old man in his impression. How's he doing lately? After the confirmation, Master Carrot looked at Shiraishi with a slightly softer look, not the serious expression he had at first, but when he asked this question, Shiraishi's face turned ugly, and an ominous premonition rose in his mind. What's up with him? After a while, Shiraishi said with a hint of pain. He died. Mr. Carrot felt dizzy for a while, and he couldn't help but cover his forehead with his right hand and support the wall with his left hand. Master Carrot, are you all right? Shiraishi immediately stepped forward to support him, for fear that he would fall over. After a while, Master Carrot waved his hand to indicate that he was fine, and Shiraishi felt a little relieved. If it really fell down, in this environment with only 2 people, it was discovered, and Shiraishi couldn't wash it. After that, Shiraishi talked with Mr. Carrot, and learned that the person Kohaz was talking about by Mr. Carrot. 50 years ago, the two had a dispute because of incompatibility. The people around him didn't understand, and Kohaz, the fat old man, left the Narubite tribe in a fit of anger, and Master Carrot also blamed himself for most of his life. It's just that Mr. Carrot didn't expect that Kohaz would never meet again for most of his life. Hey, I shouldn't be arguing with him, it's all the fault of youth. Master Carrot shook his head in pain, full of self-blame in his heart, but people can't be resurrected from the dead. After Shiraishi's persuasion, Master Carrot also slowly recovered, but he was still full of guilt towards Kohaz. Shiraishi can't do anything about it, but he believes that Master Carrot, who has spent most of his life, should recover. Under Shiraishi's persuasion, Master Carrot stabilized, then raised his head and said to Shiraishi. Actually, I will teach you to come out. There are still things that need your help. Help? Shiraishi was stunned for a moment, then asked, what help? Weapon building, this is a commission from the Kingdom of Dragonov. Master Carrot said with an embarrassed expression. Shiraishi was stunned for a second, what the hell, the business of the Dragonov kingdom is doing so well, and the business is actually done by the Narubite tribe, from east to west, from the Tower Gosk to Narubit, spanning the entire continent of Ishgar. 1 year, and 1 more year, the war between the entire human race and the dragon race will break out completely. The Narubite clan has reached an agreement with the kingdom of Dragonov to jointly resist the dragon clan when the dragon clan invades in the future. Master Carrot looked directly at Shiraishi and said that after confirming that Shiraishi was from Kohaz, he did not hide anything from him, and this incident can be seen by paying a little attention to the actions of the dragons. The dragons have frequently appeared on the continent of Ishgar in the last year. Shiraishi also saw this. When the magma dragon sneaked up on the celestial spirit, if it wasn't for the protection of the double dragons, the celestial spirit would be destroyed, then the future will be in chaos. Asterisk. Chapter 40. But you can also make weapons, so why do you have to give them to me? Shiraishi asked curiously. In terms of making magic tools and weapons, etc., almost no one in the human race can compare with the Narubites. This race is born with unparalleled wisdom, and nirvana is their best prove. I'm old, and I can't swing my hammer. There is no blacksmith who can create top-level enchanted containers in the blacksmith shop. In this era, mages have different levels, but different from the classification after 400 years. There are only 2 levels of mages in this era, mages and great mages. The standard of measurement is whether the magician can escape or resist from the dragon's hands, but such a sideways glance proves the strength of the dragon. However, in this era, the level of magic tools is more obvious than the level of magicians, which is divided into 5 levels. Levels from 1 to 5 are measured by how many magic circles can be engraved on a container. The more engraved magic circles, the more powerful the magic tool itself. Of course, there are also issues such as reference to engraved magic, mutual repulsion of water and fire attributes, etc., which attribute combination is also very elegant. The engraving of 10 magic circles is a step, and crossing the integer is a further step, and when the magic circle is engraved to 20, it requires the precise control of the magic power by the magician engraver, and at this step of 30 magic circles, a third-level magic tool is called a high-level magic tool. Master Carrot explained to Shiraishi little by little, and also explained some details, but it was unnecessary, and most of them were ignored by Master Carrot. Among them, the 5th-level magic tool can be seen everywhere in the world, and you can call it a magic tool if you engrave a magic circle on the weapon, but such a magic tool is often useless and can only send out 1 or 2 flame attacks. Conveniently suspend use, wait for it to slowly absorb magic power and recover. The high-level magic tool is different. Whether it is attack, defense, etc., there is a great improvement, but when it reaches a certain extreme, humans will engrave at most the 39th number. And if you want to break through the 40 magic circles, you need unparalleled control, but such people can't do it at all. If you force the engraving, will it only cause the explosion of the magic tool? Such a scene is comparable to the big magician. A full blow, such a person dares to. However, here the wisdom of human beings will be reflected. The embodiment of cleverness. At this time, Shiraishi probably understood what Mr. Carrot was going to say to himself, and immediately asked, "You mean the container? You are very smart." After Master Carrot nodded in affirmation of Shiraishi's words, he explained it again for him. Yes, when magic engraves the limit of 39 paths, humans turn their attention to the container of magic, which is the weapon and armor itself, the so-called container. For a time, Shiraishi was almost blinded by Master Carrot. He had no idea that there were so many things about the magic tool. It seemed that some things were unimaginable for Shiraishi who had been staying in Tegusk. Speaking of the container, Mr. Carrot said with some smugness. Most of the weapons and armors created by the Narubites are unimaginable boutiques, and engraving magic in the boutique containers can greatly improve the success rate. This is also the work of our blacksmiths, and it can accommodate 40 magic circles. The container is called a blacksmith, and blacksmiths generally exist only in our Narubite tribe, and are basically invisible in other forces. And this container is called a top-level container. I arrived before I was old, and maybe I can still build it, but now. Speaking of which, Master Carrot gave Shiraishi a sidelong glance, and Shiraishi's ominous premonition in his heart became stronger, and he immediately spoke up. I can't do this either. Shiraishi wouldn't foolishly agree. He could already imagine that if he took up this burden, he would definitely be busy building weapons, and according to the length of the battle, Shiraishi had absolutely no time to stop. For Shiraishi, the hint of swordsmanship and kendo is his real pursuit, and the blacksmith's job is the first thing Shiraishi came into contact with. Shiraishi only regards him as his hobby, and feels that he does not regard it as himself. A lifelong passion. I'm just a little blacksmith's reference to the container until today. I'm not a blacksmith at all. I really can't make it. Shiraishi kept refusing, and did not allow Mr. Carrot to intervene at all. Looking at Shiraishi, he looked like a young man who was touched by porcelain. He told Master Carrot that he had no money, or something. Stop, 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 stop. When Shiraishi was about to continue speaking, Master Carrot, who was already completely impatient, reached out and interrupted. I haven't finished speaking as an old man. You said it all by yourself. Can you, a young man, not wait for me to speak clearly? Master Carrot said to Shiraishi with a look of anger. But I'm really just a little blacksmith, and I can't create what you call a top-level container. Seeing Shiraishi put on a pitiful expression, Master Carrot let out a sneer. Do you think I can't see your technique? If I really can't, then I have really lived in vain for decades. Your technique. Hearing this, Shiraishi put away his expression. Well, he has never been a 30-year-old person in his 2 lifetimes, and he is still too immature in front of an old man who is almost 100 years old. I can take it, but I must not encroach on my free time. Knowing that the dragons will start a year later, Shiraishi absolutely cannot delay at this time. He must improve his strength as soon as possible, and Feng will focus on the work of the blacksmith. If the Master of Carrot is really forcing, then Shiraishi will also can only choose to leave. Even if Master Carrot is an old acquaintance of the fat old man, even if the Narubite tribe is kind to him, he cannot distort his will. Don't worry, it won't take up too much time for your kid. Seeing Shiraishi's appearance, Mr. Carrot knew that he was the kind of person who could forcefully change his will and thoughts. Mr. Carrot didn't force him too much, but he was definitely the kind of person who didn't see the rabbit and didn't scatter. Eagle people. At the thought of this, Master Carrot was indignant. I only have one thing for you to build. What? Shiraishi said curiously, only to see Master Carrot say word by word. The scepter of Queen Irene of the Kingdom of Dragonov. Asterisk. Chapter 41. Scepter. Shiraishi said in surprise that he had imagined armor and spears and swords, but never thought that the scepter given to him by Master Carrot would actually be the scepter of Queen Irene. Irene Crimson Despair, the Queen of the Dragonov Kingdom, is also the developer of Dragon Slayer. It can be said that she is the most powerful female wizard in the entire era of dragon rule, but why did you give him the scepter to build? Shiraishi is very puzzled about this. Well, the old guy Robin Lu gave me the instructions, which has made me sad these days. Fortunately, you came to the door, otherwise I would have to go into battle in person. Shiraishi rolled his eyes at Mr. Carrot, but if he really let Mr. Carrot start to build it, he would only end up exhausted. So you found me? Master Carrot took out a sharp sword from behind him, and this sword was the one that Shiraishi had just finished yesterday. Master Carrot gently flicked the sword, and flicked the blade with his fingertips to send out a crisp sound. Echo. I have only one request, just like the sharp sword yesterday, to create the Queen's scepter, but I need better than this. After all, it is used by the queen, I need to be the best, I will provide you with the best, the precious iron material, as for the magic engraving, is done by the kingdom of Dragonov. Having said this, Master Carrot paused and continued towards Shiraishi, of course I won't let you suffer, I won't occupy your time too much, as long as you put the scepter within a certain period of time. Once it is built, you can put down the work in the blacksmith shop. Hearing this, Shiraishi also showed a smile. The time of his arrival was undoubtedly the most important, and he was very satisfied with the exchange of a scepter for the training time. Make a deal. Now that an agreement has been reached, Shiraishi started to work after getting the drawings and materials of Mr. Carrot. After opening the drawings, the splendid patterns were displayed in front of Shiraishi's eyes. Shiraishi was sure that the person who drew the drawings was definitely a master. On the yellowed blueprint, the scepter itself is engraved with blood-colored patterns. If you look closely, those patterns are actually blood-colored giant dragons, and their bodies are similar to two entwined miniature dragons, only the tail of the power. But it is the engraving of this circle of dark golden mysterious runes, which makes the whole body of the Queen's scepter even more noble and gorgeous. Why do people in ancient times like to be bells and whistles? I glanced at a huge piece of dragon blood gold around me. This is the material brought by Master Carrot. According to what Master Carrot said, this gold stone was soaked in dragon blood. After a long time, the power of dragon it has been integrated into the gold nugget, and now the gold nugget seems to be soaked in the dragon blood of the holy dragon Belzarian, which itself contains extremely powerful dragon power. Now, Shiraishi needs to be rebuilt. Let's start. After Shiraishi confirmed the blueprint, he put the blueprint on the scroll, held the dragon's blood gold, and started heavy. Let Shiraishi lower his hand a little, and put it in the prepared container and put it into the largest furnace in the entire blacksmith shop. Because the power contained in the dragon's blood gold is too strong, even if the fire is prosperous, there is still no movement. For a time, the first step of Shiraishi's melting cannot be carried out. Is there any way to fix it? After thinking about it, Shiraishi had a headache for a while, but he still couldn't think of a good way to smelt the dragon's blood gold. The dragon's blood gold soaked in the dragon's blood itself contains the power of the dragon, and in this world there is nothing stronger than the dragon power, so Shiraishi speculated that in order to smelt dragon blood gold, it must be resolved by the power of dragons. In fact, Shiraishi can also be smelted, relying on the domineering of the armed color to remove the power of the dragon, but the consequence is that the dragon's blood gold completely loses its magic power and turns into ordinary iron material, which is not worth the loss. You said the first step is impossible. Hearing that Shiraishi was in difficulty, Master Carrot immediately dared to come, and frowned when he saw the dragon's blood gold that was motionless in the fire in front of him. Power, there is no dragon in the Narubite tribe. There's really no other way, so I can only go to the kingdom of Dragonov. Master Carrot said in a deep voice, circling around in Shiraishi speechless for a while. His final destination was the kingdom of Dragonov, but come here the time it takes to go back and forth is undoubtedly enormous, which is further from Shiraishi's original intention. Is there no other way? There is another way. Just after the two were thinking hard, Mr. Robin Lu walked in and instantly attracted their attention. Master Carrot did not show any respect because Robin Lu was the patriarch of the Narubite clan. He stepped forward and said, "That's right. You old fellow should be able to do it with your strength, how can I take you down? Forget it." "No, I didn't mean me." Robin Lu shook his head and refused. In fact, with his strength, he can also melt dragon blood gold. However, once he uses that power, it may bring unimaginable consequences, and even if he does it himself, I am afraid that the power repelled each other, and then let the power of the dragon in the dragon blood gold disappear, and he could only retreat. Shiraishi on the side knew the power that Master Carrot was referring to, but that power was too dangerous, and it could cause an explosion at any time if it was used easily. Master Carrot also suddenly remembered something, so he stopped asking, but still said rudely, "Old guy, then how else can you find the dragon of your relatives?" "Yes." Robin Lu nodded. "The location of the celestial spirit wizards not far from the Nerubite tribe is not very far. There are 2 giant dragons living there. I think it should not be a problem to rely on their power to smelt a piece of dragon blood gold." Robin Ru casually throws out a solution. "Why do they help us?" Master Carrot asked. "Just relying on the dragon race to invade the human race, all races are not immune to death. This is unavoidable. I believe that Saintess Anna of the Celestial Spirit Magician family will understand." After confirming that the dragon's blood gold could not be melted, Shiraishi and Master Carrot could only accept Robin Lu's suggestion, but Shiraishi had to raise the domineering of the armed color before departure. Now that the domineering of the armed color has been broken through, there is no reason for Shiraishi to continue. On hold, in Shiraishi's budget, it would only take about 3 days to upgrade the armament color to the 3rd stage. Although Master Carrot and Robin Lu don't know Shiraishi's plan, they can only accept it. After all, if you want to build the Queen's Scepter, you still have to rely on Shiraishi's forging ability. Asterisk. Chapter 42. Shiraishi returned to his own hut. Before setting off for the Celestial Spirit Mage clan, Shiraishi devoted his time to the cultivation of armament and domineering. Since he wanted to cultivate domineering, Shiraishi's attitude was also extremely serious. For 3 whole days, he stayed alone in this open space to cultivate domineering, without leaving a single step. Boom! Ding! Completed the side quest 1,000 times with all your strength. Gain 1% experience points. Ding! Armament color domineering unlock, 60%. Current level, 3rd stage. Get special reward, physical enhancement. Ding! Start! Hearing the beeps echoing in his head, Shiraishi was completely blinded. Physical strengthening. But then Shiraishi said, "Start." Before Shiraishi could react, a force suddenly poured into his body. Ah! Shiraishi let out a series of screams, his body trembled violently at this moment, his shirt burst in an instant, Kyra put on his upper body, the skin on his body began to tear at a speed visible to the naked eye, and blood flowed down, but he was biting hard. Grinning his teeth, he supported himself sitting on the ground, his face twisted, and there was a low roar that was suppressed to the extreme. "What is this?" In the shadows, the watcher of the Nirabi tribe looked at Shiraishi's reaction at this time, with a shocked expression on his face. From Shiraishi's current appearance, he seemed to be experiencing indescribable pain, but nothing around him was attacking him at all, and his pain was from the beginning. Where come? But the monitor even thought of the importance of Shiraishi to the Nerubite clan at this time, and the monitor still chose to report the matter. The things about Shiraishi were too strange and beyond his judgment. "What, Shiraishi, is he all right?" In the medical room, Robin Lu immediately got up and asked when he heard the monitor's words. The monitor didn't know how to describe Shiraishi's state, so he could only ask Robin Lu to go. A few minutes later, Robin Lu rushed to the place where Shiraishi was, and saw the indescribable appearance of the monitor, looking at the figure who was stubbornly supporting in pain, with his dry palm slightly clenched, ready to rescue at any time. "Patriarch, do you know what's going on with him now?" The watcher asked that Robin Lu, as the head of a clan in the Nilabit clan, must have far surpassed them, perhaps he could see something. "Metamorphosis?" The monitor questioned. "Transformation. Get out of the past and move towards a higher level of sublimation." Robin Lu said solemnly, but he was only guessing based on the current situation, and he was not sure about Shiraishi's current situation. At this time, a mysterious Shiraishi's body is constantly torn and overlapped. The pain caused by the direct process is undoubtedly huge. Even Shiraishi, who has been washed by kendo, is unbearable. If it is not firm wool, Shiraishi at this time of terror had already fainted. At this moment, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! The exterior renovation is over. The interior renovation begins. Not good. Shiraishi felt that the pain outside his body was slowly healing, but with the transformation in his body, and the pain became more intense, feeling this power merged into his body, Shiraishi immediately let out a piercing scream. Ah! Shiraishi's face was immediately twisted, his internal organs were almost broken into pieces, his head was also broken in half, not to mention the meridians and bones on his body, there was almost no good place. Like a real light, it pours out all around like a tide. Consciousness is gradually sinking. No. He's going to die soon. Just when Robin Lu felt bad, he shot in an instant. Extremely powerful magic power broke out on Robin Lu's body at this moment, and the monitors around him were directly shaken by the airflow generated by Robin Lu. If Shiraishi, if you are still conscious at this time, you will find that the power that Robin Lu burst out at this time is far more powerful than the sum of the 3 giant dragons at the beginning. Light and darkness are eternal. Boom! The power of light and darkness intertwined in Robin Lu's body, illuminating the entire Narubite clan, attracting the eyes of countless clansmen to look here for a while. What's going on? What happened where? This magic seems to be the Patriarch. Who forced the Patriarch to take action? Could it be that a giant dragon invaded? Shiraishi's breath became weaker and weaker, and Robin Lu released a black and white magic power towards Shiraishi without a trace. And at this moment, a cold light pierced the magic power, and Robin Lu's eyes tightened as if seeing something very strange. What's the matter? How did he do it? At this time, Robin Lu's mood is like an earth shaking. How powerful the pair of magic powers just now, Robin Lu is the most obvious, even a giant dragon can't easily interrupt, but it is such a terrifying magic power, this figure in front of him is easily cut off. What the hell does this happen? Will. A black sword fell in front of Robin Lu, holding the blood-stained hand on the hilt. I can endure, get down. A weak voice came from the figure, and Robin Lu's magic power was slowly withdrawn from his body, staring at Shiraishi. I understand, what needs help, as long as the Narubites can do things, you will do what you want. Shiraishi understood Robin Lu's good intentions, and he sighed, but some things had to be done on his own. But with the collision of the power in the body, a blood sword was shot out, and his face instantly paled for a few points. Ding! The transformation is about to be completed, please prepare the host. Boom! Shiraishi's painful low roar echoed through the mountains until night fell. With his kind of toughness, even Robin Lu was slightly moved, but he vaguely understood something in his heart. As for Shiraishi's information, he had already learned through the kingdom of Dragunov, why he was only a teenager to force the entire kingdom, and Robin Lu had never seen it with this willpower alone. This is unimaginably powerful. Patriarch. The watcher who was Genfei by Robin Lu came back in embarrassment. Judging from the appearance of his body, it was absolutely unpleasant just now. Encircle this place and don't allow anyone to come in and interfere with him. Yes. Although it was not clear why the Patriarch made this arrangement, nor why the Patriarch wanted to protect a foreigner, the monitor did not hesitate to carry it out. However, under the almost torment-like tempering of water and fire, Shiraishi suffered a lot, but these pains were not in vain. His physical body, under the impact of power, strengthened again and again, and this power lasted for nearly half a day. The sun was slowly rising at this time, and Shiraishi expected voices to ring in his mind at the same time. Ding! The body transformation is complete. Asterisk. Chapter 43. Boom! Robin Lu, who was standing by the side, suddenly flicked his eyelids and looked up at the figure illuminated by the light, only to see the figure sitting cross-legged there, seemingly standing up slowly at this moment. No magic power appeared, but an invisible aura emanated from the figure's body, the shaking of the wave, and the power of the flesh permeated, making Robin Lu also moved to danger. Roar! The figure with the upper body naked, screamed fiercely in the sky. The whistling sound resounded like thunder, and the ground beneath his feet suddenly cracked open. Boom! Shiraishi stomped the solace of his feet, and his figure rose violently, landing heavily on the edge of the cliff in the distance, and the boulder under his feet shattered directly. Clenching his fists, he felt the surging physical power in his body, and the light flashed between his eyes. At this moment, he could feel the strength of his physical body at this moment. Armed and domineering, I did it in the third stage. Shiraishi punched out. Boom! As the fist fell, a roaring airflow rushed up Shiraishi's fist and rolled the ground. In the next instant, the ground here shook, and the great moat below the cliff also surged, and huge waves rolled. What a powerful physique! The scene in front of him can't help but shock Robin Lu. There is no magic power that can hit such a terrifying attack only with the power of the flesh. Robin Lu has only seen such a situation on the body of a giant dragon. But standing in front of him is obviously only an ordinary human being. Why does this happen? Is this the limit that the human body should have? I think that even if you don't use dragon slaying, you should be able to fight against the giant dragon. The corners of Shiraishi's mouth twitched slightly, revealing a smile. Right now, he was able to achieve such a level without using the domineering armament and slaying the dragon. Whether he could really slay the dragon? What kind of power is this? Just when Shiraishi was intoxicated with his own power, Robin Lu's voice floated from behind Shiraishi. Shiraishi turned to look at him and smiled and said, "A power that does not exist in this world." Immediately, Shiraishi returned to his residence, leaving Robin Lu alone. A power that doesn't exist in this world? What the hell is this? Robin Lu thought hard for a moment, then gave up with a wry smile, because some things may be innate, and Robin Lu is only envious of Shiraishi's talent. Besides, you can only stare blankly. In the blink of an eye, he had already made an appointment with the original Master Carrot to go to the Celestial Spirit Mage family, but he was surprised that Robin Lu did not go with him. Do you think he is as easy as you? Master Carrot saw Shiraishi's thoughts at a glance, and said, "That old guy is the patriarch of the Narubite tribe. Do you think he will have time to leave with us? Think about it, okay? Let's go." Shiraishi reluctantly said that since Mr. Carrot automatically became the former apprentice of the fat old man, the tone he spoke to him became more and more like an elder, but Shiraishi must be able to resist, because it was the truth. After Uncle Lore taught him the skills of blacksmithing, the deeper skills were taught by the fat old man. It can be said that Shiraishi's forging ability was taught by both Uncle Lore and the fat old man. Do you know the way? Shiraishi, holding the dragon blood gold, walked to the front and asked. Don't worry, that guy has already told me the route to the Celestial Spirit Mage clan. Do you think I'll be like you? After confirming everything, Shiraishi ignored the words of Master Carrot and walked away. Hey! Wait for my old man! Quick yourself! In the forest. After half a day, a breeze blew through Shiraishi's helpless face, and the fragrant air couldn't suppress his impatience. Holding the heavy gold nugget, he turned and looked back at the person who was still dragging. Painful, she said with a low sigh. It doesn't seem to take a little effort to reach the location of the Celestial Spirit Wizard family before dark. Hearing these words, Master Carrot glared at Shiraishi and said, Do you think I have any physical strength as an old man now? If it wasn't for the scepter, do you think I worked hard? Shiraishi ignored the words of Mr. Carrot, because of his procrastination. Now the night is gradually falling, and it is slowly turning dark. If you leave the light source, you will completely lose all vision. It is difficult to continue to see the situation in the forest clearly. Walking into the darkness like a blind man. But after the body is strengthened, no matter vision, hearing, or feeling weight are greatly strengthened. Now even if he closes his eyes and blocks the sound, Shiraishi can still walk in the forest at night unharmed, but because he has to consider the body of Master Carrot, Shiraishi can only stop temporarily to look for food. The forest at night is quite a terrifying place. Usse has already heard the wolf howls in the forest becoming frequent and dense. Night is also the time when those beasts start to look for their prey. The forest leading to the celestial spirit wizard family can be what a great place, these wild beasts are surprisingly many. Hiccup. The fire was burning, Shiraishi felt his bulging belly comfortably, and Master Carrot was also full of oil. A barbarian bear was basically full after eating. Today's dinner is very rich, but in the future you can't just eat bear meat, no matter how delicious bear meat is, there will be times when you get tired of it. Buzz. And just when Shiraishi was about to suddenly, Shiraishi heard a sound in the distance behind him, and according to the fluctuation of the sound, it seemed to be approaching constantly. Be careful, something seems to be there. Hearing this voice, Shiraishi stood up with his sword in his hand, and his whole body strength instantly increased. He felt a familiar voice in the voice, and this voice was exactly when he encountered the three-headed dragon. If the dragon really appeared, Shiraishi could only give up his plan to go to the celestial spirit wizard family. The strength of the dragon clan in this era is too amazing. Even if the third stage of the armed arrogance is opened, Shiraishi is sure that he is still not the opponent of the giant dragon, but perhaps only when he reaches the level of the great swordsman and cooperates with the power of the armed arrogance, will he be able to. It is also possible to defeat the dragon. Seeing Shiraishi's face change, Master Carrot also stood up instantly and asked cautiously, "What did you hear?" "Not sure, but the opponent is definitely strong." Suddenly, over the entire forest, the monstrous roars of dozens of giant dragons rang out at the same time. Suddenly, an unexpected violent cracking sound resounded outside, and countless air currents in the sky impacted the earth. Asterisk. Chapter 44. The sky cloud shook, and the endless dragon breath turned into huge fireballs, falling from the sky, and where they fell, there was a sea of fire, mountains, and vast forests, all of which were destroyed by the fireball. To ashes. This. How come there are so many dragons? What the hell happened? Master Carrot was also blindfolded. Although traces of the dragons could occasionally be found in the west of Ishgar, it was the first time that Master Carrot saw such a group of people. Something happened. Shiraishi's face was completely depressed. When the giant dragon appeared, he found the figure of the magma dragon. Combined with what the magma dragon said at the beginning, and now on the way to the celestial spirit wizard family, he met the giant dragon. Shiraishi easily draws the dragon's purpose. What's the matter? Master Carrot was stunned for a moment, and Shiraishi answered in a deep voice. The dragons may be attacking the celestial spirit wizards now. Even vaguely, Shiraishi felt that among the dragons there was a giant dragon that transcended the group of dragons. From that figure, terrifying power was exuding. Is it the Dragon King? Impossible. Master Carrot categorically denied Shiraishi's words and said, "The Dragon King of the Dragon family will not take action easily, and even if the Dragon King dares to make a move, they must weigh their own weight. Boy, the human race is not what you imagined. So cowardly." After hearing the words of Master Carrot, Shiraishi turned around and gave him a deep look. He understood what Master Carrot said. Although the dragons rule the world, they are not absolute. They are still hidden among the human race. The power of. We must hurry up. There is no delay. There are dozens of giant dragons in the sky at this time, and the white shadow double dragons of the celestial spirit wizard family alone cannot be stopped. At this time, if the dragon family really destroys the celestial spirit wizard family, then everything in the next 400 years will be rewritten. Although it is unclear whether there will be anyone who will prevent this from happening, Shiraishi still has to pass. Have a look. Master Carrot, you are temporarily returning to the Narubite tribe. Next, I will act alone. Don't worry, I will solve the problem of the scepter. Boom. The earthquake beneath Shiraishi's feet cracked, and Shiraishi, who carried the dragon's blood gold, could easily identify the location of the celestial spirit based on the location of the giant dragon if a dazzling white light traveled through the jungle. As Shiraishi continued to approach Shiraishi and gradually saw the situation ahead, a whole city wall was imprinted into Shiraishi's eyes. The castle that seemed to be built by starlight was completely turned into ruins under the roar of the dragons. The surviving human race had already been scared and trembling, some fled in panic, some prayed to the gods, and some collapsed and cried. The dragons in the sky spurted flames and lightning, and they were as powerful as the body of a mountain charged and slammed. One after another attack fell, and two huge figures flew up from the ruins. One of them was dazzling and holy. Pattern, another mysterious shadow appeared on his body, releasing dark magic power to block the attacks of the dragons. Shadow Dragon Skiad Ramel. White Dragon Logia. This is the last ultimatum from the dragons to evacuate the humans and not interfere with the dragons' actions, otherwise I will not be merciful. The magma dragon that was defeated and Bai Ying Xuanglong flew out of the dragon group and looked coldly at Bai Ying Xuanglong below. Boom! The power of the group of dragons continues to increase, the white shadow double dragons are struggling to support, and the figures are constantly retreating, but beneath them are the celestial spirit wizards, and they have no way to retreat. White Dragon, let's do it, or we may be the losers in the end. Shadow Dragon also released his magic power, but it still couldn't stop it except to weaken the offensive. The celestial spirit mage family must not perish. The magic power in the body of the white dragon erupted, and a dazzling white light shone in the sky. At this moment, the world seemed to be transformed into day, and the white dragon tried to melt everything in front of him, but even if it exploded with all the magic power out, it still can't stop it in the slightest. Then go to death. The lava at the chest of the magma dragon continued to roll, releasing dragon flames that burned everything. In addition, there were countless dragons attacking Sanjiang. At this moment, the group of dragons roared, and the terrifying power shook the sky and the earth. The beam of light broke through the sky, the dragon flames burned, and the scene was amazing. However, Beiying Xuanglong wanted to save the human beings in the ruins below, but its fighting power still caused inevitable damage to the city, and human life was still falling. Peaceful days are fine. As long as you don't use your strength, you won't cause any damage, but once a battle occurs, the dragon's power is not so easy to control. Under the terrifying dragon breath, the earth trembled violently, cracking a tenjong crack, the heaven and the earth collapsed, and the end came. Not good. The white shadow Sanjiang will not be able to hold it any longer. Unleashing the domineering arrogance and breathing of all things, Shiraishi could feel that in this battle, the white shadow Sanjiang kept backing, and the terror could not last long. As the group of dragons pressed closer, the white shadow double dragon fell only a few hundred meters from the air, and the situation became more and more precarious, just as Shiraishi was about to rush. A dazzling starlight flashed in the ruins, connecting the heavens and the earth one after another, even covering the white dragon's light for a while. Shiraishi miniatured, and the starlight connecting the sky seemed to be attracting a powerful force one after another. But when this star power descended, Shiraishi heard the sound of crying, with infinite sadness in it, and cried out in tears. King! Please protect my celestial spirit family, I am willing to dedicate all my magic power and even my life. King! Sudden! At this time, the night sky was churning like water waves, and in Shiraishi's eyes, a starlight descended, carrying the power of the starry sky towards the dragons. Boom boom boom! The dazzling starlight turned into an extremely dazzling light, severing the attacks of the dragons, and the magic power exploded endless flames, scattering the earth into a sea of fire. Celestial Spirit King! When the smoke from the flames dissipated, Shiraishi saw the starlight's figure clearly. The figure, which is equivalent to a giant dragon, exudes starlight around the body, the dark green cloak blows with the airflow generated by the explosion, the silver-white armor overflows with light, and a humanoid celestial spirit holding a knight's great sword is in the show up. When such a figure appeared and exuded a terrifying aura, the group of dragons could not help but stop their footsteps, and a voice rushed out from behind the group of dragons, staying in front of the celestial spirit king. Dragon head and tiger body, the whole body is full of dragon energy, majestic and majestic. It opened its mouth and let out a roar that shook the world, and a powerful breath spread out. Asterisk. Chapter 45. This is the Dragon King. Shiraishi's eyes tightened instantly, and the terrifying aura emanating from that giant dragon was undoubtedly dragon level, but he didn't expect that the Dragon Clan would actually send the Dragon King to kill the dragon in order to attack the celestial spirit magician. However, although Shiraishi marveled at the appearance of the Dragon King, he was also curious about the appearance of the Celestial Spirit King. Celestial Spirit King, the strongest of the celestial spirits, celestial spirit, has a very powerful strength. In the fairy tale world, the key of the Celestial Spirit King does not actually exist. Only the powerful celestial spirit wizard who can triple the door uses compensatory summoning to destroy a key of the zodiac. To summon the Celestial Spirit King. And not just breaking a key, there must be a very strong bond between celestial spirit mages and celestial spirit. Of course, there is also a special way of existence, that is, the celestial spirit himself descends through the portal through his own magic, but seeing the situation in front of him, someone should use the compensatory summoning technique. I knew you would show up, Celestial Spirit King. The Dragon King with a dragon head and tiger body said fiercely, and at the same time released a huge dragon roar from his body. Dragon King of Calamity, I won't let you succeed. Celestial Spirit King waved the great sword in his hand, and countless stars turned into a curtain, blocking the roar. At the same time, waving the big swords of the middle siblings rushed into the dragon group. Meteor Blade. Boom. As the big sword fell, meteors scattered towards the dragon group, trying to rescue the white shadow double dragon surrounded by the dragon group, but facing the attack of the group of dragons and the Dragon King's shot, the Celestial Spirit King soon fell below, and the magic power emanating from the body is also declining. It really is a compensatory summoning technique. Shiraishi frowned. The reason why the celestial spirit was able to come from the celestial spirit world to the human world was because the summoner used magic power to open the door through the connection of the contract, but once the summoner's magic power if it disappears, the celestial spirit will also disappear. Even the Celestial Spirit King cannot violate this rule. Boom! When the white shadow Shuanglong escaped, the dragons instantly changed their targets, and a powerful dragon force rushed towards the Celestial Spirit King. Boom! The starlight and the power of the dragon collided, and the Celestial Spirit King was at a disadvantage in an instant. It was not that the Celestial Spirit King was too weak, but that the summoner behind him could not support the magic power he needed to fight. In the ruins, there was a girl lying in a tight-fitting white magic woman's robe, which outlined the extremely hot curves. Below the blonde hair in a ponytail, there is a perfect face, but because of the loss of magic power, the complexion is a little pale. However, this added a hint of pitiful temptation, especially the torn collar on the chest, revealing a touch of tender white under the squeeze of the clothes. Deep ravines, as if they were about to jump out at any time, almost made Shiraishi's nose bleed. Do girls in this world dress so boldly? He was only in his 20s, and he had never seen such an attractive girl. For a time Shiraishi forgot that he was still in the middle of a war, until the girl shouted to the sky, and Shiraishi came back to his senses. Celestial Spirit King beware! In the distance, the Calamity Dragon King's dragon claws were wrapped with magic like silt, attacking towards the Celestial Spirit King, hitting the armor of the Celestial Spirit King. Pfft! Even with the protection of this armor, the Celestial Spirit King suffered a heavy blow to his chest. He spat out a mouthful of end, but his magic power exploded. A round of sword energy cut through space and time, and slammed into the back of the Dragon King of Calamity. With a muffled sound, the back of the Calamity Dragon King was cut open with a blood trough deep within the bones. No, it must be done as soon as possible. In the forest, Shiraishi jumped out without hesitation, heading towards the ruins quickly. On the other side, the Calamity Dragon King, who was slashed by the Celestial Spirit King's sword on the back, let out a roar of pain, and turned to anger. "Give me death!" Snapped. The Calamity Dragon King's long tail swept away fiercely, like a mountain, sweeping the Celestial Spirit King into the air, and the Celestial Spirit King flew into the air in an instant. The roar of the Calamity Dragon King. Hum. Like a magical vibration, there was a hum in the air. Countless magic powers of heaven and earth gathered in the mouth of the Calamity Dragon King. The suppressed air made people completely breathless, and the eyes of the dragons gradually retreated. At this time, the Celestial Spirit King's magic power was powerless to fight back. When she saw that the Celestial Spirit King was injured and traumatized, the girl tried to close the door, but it was too late. The terrifying power had already descended on the Celestial Spirit King. Before calamity comes to the world, Celestial Spirit King, the girl shouted in despair and collapsed to the ground powerless. At this time, he had no extra magic power to close the door, and could only watch the Celestial Spirit King suffer. "Leave it to me, he'll be fine." At this moment, a strange and gentle voice rang in the girl's ears, and then a figure appeared in her face and flashed across her face. Tears flowed in the girl's eyes, and the light of hope disappeared in her eyes. To the end. The girl saw that the back turned into a phantom, flashing constantly in the ruins, and finally stepped on the top of the high-rise building that had not collapsed in the ruins, and charged straight into the air. The girl stared at the road and said, "Don't kill people, don't." Boom. Shiraishi had also appeared in front of this attack, and the sudden appearance startled the Celestial Spirit King. He didn't understand why a figure suddenly appeared and suddenly shouted angrily. "Humans, run away! That's not a force you can contend with." On the other side, the Calamity Dragon King also found Shiraishi's figure, but with the keen sense of smell of the dragon family, he just sneered after finding that the figure was just a human being, a human who doesn't know whether to live or die. But just when all the creatures thought that the figure would be annihilated with the Celestial Spirit King. In the air, Shiraishi slowly closed his eyes and said softly, "Hard net." Boom. Within a 4-meter radius of Shiraishi, everything became clear, incomparably clear, and the dust particles that filled the air became clearly visible. The aura of the dragon slaying rippled and fluctuated like water, and suddenly, sword shadows filled the air, with Shiraishi at the center. Shiraishi's body directly burst out with an astonishing speed, swept forward at a rapid speed, and the surrounding air spun at an astonishing high speed, bursting with astonishing power. One after another armed color domineering entangles and slays the dragon, and a more terrifying aura blooms from the sword, and the terrifying power of terror even covers the dragon's might. The giant drum-like eyes of the Calamity Dragon King were full of shock. Why did the human beings in front of him burst out with such power? Sword art, cross sword slash. When Shiraishi opened his eyes, the dragon in his hand also swung out at the same time, and the pitch-black blade turned into a majestic cross slash. Boom! When the sword slash and the power of the dragon collide. First, a silent world descended, and then a sharp and extreme airflow ripped apart the heavens and the earth, bursting out from the center of man and dragon, frantically ravaging all directions. Asterisk. Chapter 46. Boom. In the blink of an eye, countless air currents smashed from all directions with violent destruction, and the gust of wind ravaged the earth, people, dragons, celestial spirit, everything in the earth and sky was submerged at this moment. Click. The sky was trembling, and a terrifying vacuum was directly formed between the air fluctuations around him, and countless vortices appeared. After a while, the airflow slowly disappeared, and the exciting wind disappeared between the sky and the earth, and the world seemed to stop at this moment. In the distance, the Dragon King of Calamity and the Celestial Spirit King fell from the sky to the ground at the same time. With the disappearance of the girl's magic, the Celestial Spirit King also turned into a little starlight and returned to the Celestial Spirit world, and the figure that stood in front of the Celestial Spirit King just now. But it has completely disappeared. Roar! The Calamity Dragon King slowly stood up and let out a roar to disperse the clouds and mists in the sky, losing the occlusion of the clouds and mists, and a piece of starlight appeared and scattered. There were bursts of mourning from the ruins, it was the sound of despair. No one can stop the Dragon Clan. Ants are born humble, and no one is the Dragon Clan's opponent. Seeing that his attack was cut off just now, the Calamity Dragon King even thought he was going to die, and imagined that he would be the first to be killed by humans, and his grief swept his entire mind. The air of the explosion will bombard the earth, but I didn't expect that I didn't die in the end, but although I didn't die, my body still suffered some injuries. However, this is also a great shame for the Dragon King. It can even predict that it will return. After the Dragon Clan, he will face the ridicule of other Dragon Kings. The eyes of the Calamity Dragon King revealed cruel eyes, and the terrifying voice resounded through the earth again, "Humans, in order to thank you for the fun you have brought me, I will let you die without any awareness." Boom! 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 The remaining magic power in the atmosphere condensed towards the dragon in the air, and the breath of the Dragon King was once again oppressed by an astonishing aura. In order to protect human beings against the impact of the air current, the White Shadow Double Dragons in the ruins have exhausted all their magic power, and they have no fighting strength in the face of the Calamity Dragon King. Ended. The girl sat slumped and looked at the distant giant dragon, the hope in her heart was completely annihilated. Although she didn't know who that person was, the indomitable figure just now was imprinted in her heart. Perhaps fate is like this, don't worry, I will come to accompany you soon. The girl slowly closed her eyes, preparing to face death. On the other side, the magic power of the Calamity Dragon King was also charged up, and the dragon race instantly expanded. Go to hell! Humans! The roar of the Calamity Dragon King. The violent magic attacked, although there was no terror as before, but it was more than enough to kill them. After this time, even Beiying Xuanglong gave up resistance and waited for death. And just when everyone gave up, suddenly, a figure flew in the ruins in front of the girl. In everyone's eyes, the figure's eyes froze, and the pupils burst into a faint sharpness, and waved a hand. Black blade. The sword light was pitch black, slicing across the void, and a slash cut off the roar of the Calamity Dragon King. Boom! The mountain split and collapsed, but the figure in front of the Dragon King's body still stood upright, looking at the Dragon King in front of him. How can that be? Looking at the scene in front of him, the Dragon King of Calamity has completely emptied his head. Not only that, but besides it, even the girl and the White Shadow Double Dragon were completely stunned. Is this really human, White Dragon? There was a tremor in the Shadow Dragon's words. If it hadn't really appeared in front of him, he would never have believed that a human could actually cut off the Dragon King's attack. Bai Long was a little inarticulate, and said hesitantly, "This world is too crazy." Shiraishi stood among the ruins, staring at the Calamity Dragon King. But even though he blocked the attack, cold sweat broke out on Shiraishi's forehead, his face turned pale, and the right hand holding Zhanlong was trembling and shaky. It still seems a little reluctant. Although he has shown amazing combat power, only Shiraishi knows the truth. He uses the special ability of armed arrogance to cut off demons. If he didn't have this ability, he would not dare to face the Dragon King at all, but he took advantage of this opportunity to face the Dragon King. He still saw his abilities. He's still alive. The girl's beautiful eyes flowed, her small snow-white hands covered her mouth in surprise, looking at Shiraishi, the fire of hope in her heart lit up again, illuminating her world. This is impossible. Dragons are invincible, and humans are just ants. It is absolutely impossible to be a dragon's opponent. Roar! The Calamity Dragon King's face became more and more hideous, everything in front of him hit its eyeballs, and the existence of ants and food in the dragon's eyes actually cut off his own attack, which made him believe it. Damn it! Give me death! Boom! The Dragon King attacked again, and Shiraishi, who was forced to helpless, relied on the will in his heart and waved his sword to block it again, but as time went on, Shiraishi's strength and vigor were almost exhausted. Fall down! Pedal pedal! Shiraishi, who had lost his strength, stumbled and almost fell when he slashed. At this time, he could no longer slash any slashes, and was waiting for the attack of the Calamity Dragon King, when a figure hugged him and waited. The warmth in his chest and the softness of the tentacles made Shiraishi unable to miss it. You are? Shiraishi said in surprise, looking at the girl in the middle of Daxia, but before Shiraishi could react, the attack of the Calamity Dragon King had already fallen. When Shiraishi used the last bit of power to release his armed domineering, a huge flame appeared in Shiraishi's body to block the attack of the Calamity Dragon King. Flame Dragon Atlas Fram. The Calamity Dragon King looked at the huge flame and said in a deep voice, "Did you also become a human slave?" Flame Dragon Atlas Fram. Shiraishi said in surprise. As a friend of the Fire Dragon King Igneel in the fairy tale world, he didn't expect it to appear here. No, I was just entrusted by an old friend to protect the Celestial Spirit Mage family, but unfortunately it is still a step too late. The huge flame fell with the voice of the Calamity Dragon King, and the huge flame turned into hell burning all over the body. The flame is a hell flame dragon, and the flame dragon head of the giant dragon is exactly what it looked like 400 years later. With the appearance of the flame dragon, the Calamity Dragon King also took a few steps back. Although his strength is much higher than that of the flame dragon, there is not much magic left after the war, and there is a strange human existence. Winning is simply difficult. Moreover, it has been rumored in the Dragon Clan that the Flame Dragon is a close friend of the Fire Dragon King. If you wound it and force the Fire Dragon King to chase and kill it, your situation will definitely be very dangerous. I won't stop here. The Calamity Dragon King flew into the sky with a tornado, along with other giant dragons such as the Magma Dragon. In the storm just now, they lost their combat power like the White Shadow Shuanglong, otherwise the Calamity Dragon King, how could it be so easy to let them go? Asterisk. Chapter 47. When the figure of the dragon family left the range of vision, Shiraishi also let go of his hanging heart. I said, can you let go first, I'm about to be strangled by you. Shiraishi said with some pain that although he was not directly attacked by the Dragon King, the aftermath of the explosion alone was enough to make him eat a pot. Although his body can still support the column now, but the girl in front of him is holding his chest, and he is almost out of breath. If it was changed to normal, he would definitely be happy, but he was about to suffocate. While Shiraishi was talking, the girl looked up at Shiraishi. Since there was no obstacle, Shiraishi, who was talking with his head down, happened to see the snow-white abyss clearly. Shiraishi's will was almost shaken and he couldn't hold down the gun. Are you okay? The girl saw Shiraishi's eyes a little blurry, shaking Shiraishi's arms anxiously, while looking at the shaking girl's murder weapon. Shiraishi couldn't hold on anymore, and collapsed directly into the girl's arms, and the two fell together on the ground. The girl was stunned for a moment, her face was pale and she looked at Shiraishi, who was not moving, lying on top of him, tears streaming down her cheeks. How can this be? You won't die. At this moment, Shiraishi's weak voice reached the girl's ears softly. If you don't get up, I might really die. After a while, in the ruins, the clansmen of the Celestial Spirit Mage clan were coming and going to rebuild after the disaster, but many of the people who came and went set their sights on the two figures in the ruins. On Shiraishi's side, the girl sat with a blushing face and helped Shiraishi treat the wound, but when the girl was about to deal with the injury on Shiraishi's chest, the masculine breath from that strong chest made the already blushing face even more delicate. Cough cough. Shiraishi tried hard to force his eyes to stop looking down at the abyss, calmed the fluctuations in his heart, and asked the girl softly, "What's your name?" "Anna, Anna Hartfilia, how about you?" the girl said blushing. Of course, in fact, Shiraishi had already seen that she was the Saintess Anna of the Celestial Spirit Sorceress family, and the reason why she said something was just to ease the embarrassing atmosphere between the two. Shiraishi. Shiraishi smiled slightly, looking at Anna as if she had remembered something serious, and continued, "Actually, I'm not here just to rescue you, but there is one more thing that needs your help." Before Shiraishi could speak, Anna blushed and lowered her head. "No matter what you ask, I will agree. Of course, the premise is that what I can do is in return for your saving our Celestial Spirit Wizard family." Bai looked at the red cloud on Anna's face and was slightly taken aback. She wondered if Anna's words were ambiguous, or if Shiraishi's thoughts were not pure. When Anna said those words, Shiraishi couldn't help thinking a little. "Really? You can ask for anything." Shiraishi had a wicked smile on his face, and those slightly aggressive words entered Anna's ears. If I can do it." Seeing Shiraishi's fiery eyes, Anna lowered her head, as if to bury it in her chest. Although she was a little shy, she lowered her head slightly. There were 2 points of joy in his eyes. Cough cough cough. "Are you two flirting enough? Happy times are always short-lived." While Shiraishi was enjoying the teasing of Anna, suddenly, a voice came from behind, scaring Anna to get up and leave immediately. "Fortunately, it's better if you don't show up, then I can take Anna with me for a while," Shiraishi said with a little pity, and then 2 big ugly faces appeared in Shiraishi's field of vision, of course not to say how many ugly, but Shiraishi hated them for destroying their own good things, and put a label on them. After hearing Shiraishi's words, among the Celestial Spirit Wizards, many of Anna's admirers and admirers secretly gritted their teeth. If they hadn't estimated Shiraishi's terrifying combat power, they would have wanted to go up to fight him to the death. Bai Long was amused all of a sudden, and the shadow dragon sat cross-legged and said with a smile, "You mean we got in your way?" Shiraishi nodded his consciousness clearly, and he knew very well that many male tribesmen of celestial spirit mages were already furious. "Very interesting little guy." Shadow Dragon looked at it and said with a smile. It felt a special feeling from Shiraishi, which is completely unfeelable by other humans. Basically, Anna, who is closest to them, also never appeared. At this moment, the big fireball in the distance, the flame dragon Atlas Fram spoke. "Who are you and why did you appear in the Celestial Spirit Wizard family?" The flame dragon looked at Shiraishi with a deep meaning and completed what Igneel explained, but the flame dragon himself did not make a move, and the evil Dragon King had already left. Although it is clear that the evil Dragon King is concerned about himself and his friend Igneel, the flame dragon also understands that the evil Dragon King is not only concerned about them, but also the human being in front of him. The battle just now was undertaken by the Celestial Spirit King before he came, but when the Celestial Spirit King fell, it was indeed the human being in front of him who took over again. Hardly resisting the attack of the Dragon King, even the Flame Dragon itself cannot do it. This is a chasm that the level gap cannot cross, but how did this human do it? "I was entrusted by the Narubite clan to seek the help of the Celestial Spirit Mage clan." While speaking, Shiraishi took out a dazzling dragon from the forest behind him that radiated the power of a dragon while emitting a dazzling light. Blood gold. When Shiraishi rushed out to resist the attack of the evil Dragon King just now, Shiraishi took the lead to hide the dragon's blood gold in the corner of the forest. "It's a gold nugget soaked in the blood of the Dragon King." Shiraishi nodded, changed his hippie smile, and said solemnly, "I need to use your power to melt it and make it into a scepter." Saying this, Shiraishi turned his attention to the flame dragon. Originally, he chose the white shadow double dragon, but the effect could not be comparable to the fire attribute. Flame dragon. In fact, Shiraishi doesn't have much confidence in the request made by Mr. Carrot. After all, He has never made a scepter, and the difficulty of the scepter, whether in details or in forging techniques, is undoubtedly higher than that of other mages. The container is much taller. If it is a human, then there will be mistakes, so Shiraishi still chooses to build this scepter with the greatest possibility. The power of the dragon can dissolve the dragon's blood gold, and the scorching flame can burn away the impurities in the gold nugget. Your own forging method may be able to do it. Asterisk. Chapter 48. In the devastated ruins of the night. Give. Shiraishi took the bread that Anna handed over, put it to his mouth and took a bite. Although it tasted a little bitter, Shiraishi still showed a smile. Originally, Anna was a little worried when she handed the bread to Shiraishi. Before the disaster, the celestial spirit wizards were not as embarrassed as they are now, but a disaster took their relatives' lives and also burned their savings. Food. Anna's bread in front of her was stopped by scorched grains found in the ruins. This is why Shiraishi had a strange smell when eating it. When Anna saw Shiraishi's smile, she put down that little bit in her heart, and the smile on her side when she sat next to him was particularly charming. He said softly, "Thank you." Shiraishi shook his head, it's nothing compared to 2 years ago. Back then, when he didn't meet Uncle Lore and the excitation system, Shiraishi was like a refugee in this world, wandering in this world. Those days were the most painful time for Shiraishi, sleeping in the air, accompanied by hunger and distress, and he was not free from the misery until the day he met Uncle Lore. However, there are still many people in this world, and not everyone is as lucky as him to find their own Uncle Lore. The days of misery continue. After eating the bread with a hint of bitterness in his hand, Shiraishi slowly stood up and looked around. There were countless wrecks in the collapsed ruins, which were the relatives of the survivors. Human beings may be a strange creature. When people are quiet, grief cannot help crawling into their hearts. Woohoo! A cry came into Shiraishi's ears, and he followed the sound, but saw a shocking picture. Dead. In the distant pool of blood, a little girl knelt down before a grave and cried bitterly. The miserable voice resounded in the sky, it was the voice of despair. Do you want a daughter? Please don't leave me, please. No matter how others persuaded, the pain in the girl's heart still did not exist, and such a scene in the ruins was not just one scene, a war with countless innocent lives. This is the first time Shiraishi has seen the picture of the dragons destroying the human homeland. People are calling, why do they hurt them, what did they do wrong, they just live in peace. Shiraishi's body was trembling, and everything in front of him hurt him. The girl's desperate face, as if it was the original self, was deeply imprinted in his mind, and he also felt the pain of losing a loved one. And all this is only because the human race is too weak. Quietly, Anna stood by Shiraishi's side, held his hand, and said softly, in the grave is the little girl's only father. In the disaster just now, he left this world in order to send his daughter out of the fire. Seeing the little girl, Anna was equally sad, but so what, in the face of the most powerful dragon race, even if the most powerful celestial spirit was summoned, it was still unable to stop the dragon race's attack. It was still shrouded, and it didn't disappear at all. Everything will end. Shiraishi closed her eyes and said calmly. Anna silently turned her head to look at the resolute face, and smiled slightly, is this a promise to me? After a moment of silence, the girl waited for what she wanted. Shiraishi opened his eyes gently, the light in his eyes became more and more shining, and the young face gently agreed, but a simple word fell in the girl's ears like the world's most precious gift. The next day, Shiraishi reluctantly bid farewell to Anna, and set foot with the flame dragon to the village of the sun, the village of the giants. After Shiraishi made the request, the flame dragon still had a little doubt, but seeing that Shiraishi rescued the celestial spirit mage family at a time of crisis, coupled with the intercession of the white shadow double dragon, the flame dragon still agreed to Shiraishi's request. After determining the help Shiraishi needed, the flame dragon returned to his residence, the village of the sun, with white, and it needed to rely on the help of the altar, otherwise it would not have much confidence to resolve the power of the Dragon King. Due to the long distance, Shiraishi asked the flame dragon to fly with him, but it refused flatly. "No, it's not that I don't promise you, I am surrounded by the flames of hell, which is a temperature that the human body can't bear at all. You can only get close to me." But the flame dragon wants to continue talking. At that time, a surprising scene appeared. I saw that Shiraishi stepped on the flame dragon's body when it was talking, and when the hot flame touched Shiraishi, Shiraishi was still safe. The flame dragon was instantly startled, and immediately asked Shiraishi, "How did you do it? You must know that in this world, there is almost no thing that wants to withstand the fire of the dragon, but why does Shiraishi seem to have no magic power? It can be done easily, as well as the slash that cut off the roar of the Dragon King before." The flame dragon couldn't help but feel a little curious about this strange human being. Secret. Looking at the picture of Shiraishi who couldn't say anything, the flame dragon, who had no answer to the inquiry, stopped helplessly, and continued to fly towards the sun village with him. Traveling through the sky above the forests, the flame dragon fell on the distant mountains, walking on the edge of the cliffs of the mountains and looking down. In the sky, it is a building that looks extremely small in the distance, but it is so huge at this time. Rough and simple houses are located at the foot of the mountain. Each house is more than 20 meters high, and the tallest one even reaches more than 100 meters. On the wide roads of the streets, there are constantly giants coming and going, and the bodies are far beyond ordinary people. Even if the great mages arrive, they may not be able to obtain benefits. Is this the village where ancient giants lived? Shiraishi was deeply impacted by the scene in front of him. He didn't expect that this legendary race really existed in this world. "Well, this is the village I created, these giants are my children, and I am their patron saint." Flame Dragon showed a smile. When the Flame Dragon walked to the altar of the mountain and sat down, the dazzling light illuminated the whole world, and the giants who came and went felt this warm light, and couldn't help but stop and kneel toward the Flame Dragon on one knee. Seeing the shocked Shiraishi, the huge flame sent out a consciousness, communicating with Shiraishi. "I have already told the giant that no one will interfere with your actions. As for the forging, I will leave it to you." "I understand." Shiraishi nodded, and although he was surprised by the sight in front of him, he didn't forget what he saw when he came here. Chapter 49. Looking at the dragon's flames with flaming eyeballs, Shiraishi took out the dragon's blood gold from behind and threw it into the fire. Submerged in the container that Shiraishi had prepared for a long time. Then, he took out his left hand wrapped around the armed color domineering, and at the same time took out a hammer brought from the Narubite tribe. In the tinkling voice, Shiraishi looked at the gradually forming scepter, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. With the appearance of the scepter, the hidden dragon power is also slowly dissipating. Seeing the scene in front of him, Shiraishi immediately covered his entire body with a domineering look of armament. After isolating the power of the Dragon King, the hammer in Shiraishi's hand shot down again. With each blow, the power of the Dragon King became stronger. The power of the Dragon King is wrapped around the scepter, as if it is a natural king. The powerful giant looks at the mountain and feels dizzy. Even the flame dragon feels the breath of the Dragon King at this time. Fortunately, this is only part of the Dragon King's power, if all, it can't withstand the Dragon King's coercion at all. Boom! 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 With the forging of Shiraishi, most of the scepter has been completed, and the power of the Dragon King contained in it has been stimulated. Clang! The forging ends when Shiraishi hits the final blow. Now as long as the scepter automatically flew to Yefan's side, it stopped quietly in front of Yefan. Shiraishi could even feel the terrifying aura on the scepter, the sky-like aura that made people tremble. Holding the scepter in his hand, Shiraishi had the illusion that the whole world was under his control. Soon terrifying power. The flame dragon stared at the scepter in front of him, and the power of the Dragon King was intertwined, and the power of that breath alone exceeded most of the dragons. And it is this power, which glows little by little in Shiraishi's hands. Shiraishi makes a stroke, and the endless Dragon King's power explodes, and the terrifying dragon's power instantly penetrates a mountain. Under the shocked gaze of the flame dragon, Shiraishi's mouth showed a faint smile. Western Continent. The carrier dragon group returned to the Dragon King of Calamity of the Dragon Clan, and landed in the center of the Holy Land of the Dragon Clan, and the strong voice echoed throughout the Dragon Clan. Igneel. It's just that you don't participate in the war to destroy human beings. Why did you send the flame dragon to hinder my actions against the celestial spirit wizard family? Don't you understand the seriousness of the matter? Between the peaks, countless giant dragons flew out and stared blankly at everything in front of them. What do I need to explain to you when I do things? Among the Dragon Clan, the echoes swayed, and the surging power of the Dragon King was like a wave of waves swept away directly towards the disaster Dragon King in front. Many people with weaker strength were almost blown open by the shock, and the Dragon King of Calamity who just asked the question shook his body. The terrifying force hit the Dragon King of Calamity, and there was blood all over his eyes, nose, and mouth. Outflow. You who have just been promoted to Dragon King are too arrogant. The Fire Dragon King Igneel took a step forward, his eyes swept across the Wanlong clan in front of him, his expression was flat, as if nothing had happened just now. In the Dragon Clan, the existence of the Dragon King level has such a gap in strength. Like the Fire Dragon King Igneel, a powerful Dragon King who has existed for a long time, is undoubtedly standing on the top of the Dragon Clan, and is not something that can be matched by the Calamity Dragon King who has just become the Dragon King. Okay, let's not talk about the past, now the Fire Dragon King must give us an explanation. A voice came from a distance, a gust of wind whistled past, Igneel suddenly raised his head, and saw a huge blue figure swept over his head. Later, he came to the side of the Calamity Dragon King and helped the Calamity Dragon King to block Igneel's dragon might. Igneel's fireball-like dragon eyes stared at the blue figure. The sudden appearance of the Ice Dragon King made the atmosphere of the whole scene suddenly become a little strange. The surrounding dragons looked at the Dragon Kings facing each other, and most of the dragons were in a state of ignorance. No one thought that such a scene would happen because of the human race, and now there has been an internal battle between the dragon race. Ice Dragon King, it's not your turn to intervene in this matter. Igneel roared coldly, it knew the purpose of the Ice Dragon King. From the moment they were born, if the two were like fire and water, they regarded each other as mortal enemies. Could there be such an opportunity, the Ice Dragon King would naturally not miss it. We feel that there are certain things that should be discussed, Igneel, the Dragon King. At the same time as Igneel spoke, more than a dozen voices sounded again, from all directions in the crowd. One voice represented a Dragon King, and each Dragon King represented the world's top combat power. Igneel, you should know better than me about the situation of the human race. It's about to end. If you persist, it will not change the ending that the human race will be exterminated by the dragon race. The Calamity Dragon King threw off the dragon blood from the corner of his mouth, staring at Igneel with a fierce look. At this time, so many Dragon Kings were standing by him, so why should it be afraid of it? The human race is not as simple as you think. You are just forcing the dragon race to perish. Listen to my advice and give up the attack on the human race. Is there no place for you in the vast land of the Western Continent? Looking at the Dragon King of Calamity standing about 10 meters ahead, Igneel changed his tone and said solemnly, have you forgotten about the Black Mage? Hearing the words Black Mage, a trace of fear flashed in the eyes of many Dragon Kings. Half a year ago, on a high mountain in the Third World, a Dragon King of the Dragon Clan met the Black Mage. The Black Mage left unharmed, but the Dragon King, who was stained with endless death energy, immediately cut off a dragon claw to block the spread of death energy before it spread to the whole body. But this just happened to prove the horror of the Black Wizard. Seeing that the Dragon King who was in his early years flinched at this moment, Igneel gave them a cold look and sneered. The dragons were limited by their inherent arrogance and power, and the powerful power made them lose their senses. In the eyes of all giant dragons, humans can only serve as food and playthings for dragons, and how can they have the same power as giant dragons? But the appearance of the Black Mage is undoubtedly a slap in the face of the dragon family. The two sides were at a stalemate for a while, and after a long while, the other party finally made a concession. Well, if you want to fight with you, you will lose a certain amount of combat power. After the human beings and the Black Mage will be solved, this account will wait until let's talk about the dragon race completely ruling the world. Asterisk. Chapter 50. Outside the dragon family. On the vast and boundless sea, there is a huge ancient tree on an isolated island. There is a meandering creek flowing in the middle of the island. The creek flows slowly and the water is crystal clear. The sun shines through the cracks of the ancient leaves, and the sun shines in the beams, illuminating the creek. Cuckoo-ah! A black-haired boy was lying on the edge of the stream drinking water with his head down, and at this moment, the evil tiger hiding behind him rushed out of the jungle and rushed towards the black-haired boy. Roar! With a big mouth, he bit towards the black-haired boy's head, and when the sharp minions were only half a meter away from the black-haired boy. Boom! A black-haired boy's body was stimulated by the power of a dark shadow. The evil tiger stopped in mid-air, the strong body contracted at a speed visible to the naked eye, turned into a skeleton, and then turned into a pile of powder. The black-haired boy wiped the water droplets from the corners of his mouth, looked at the powder behind him, and smiled helplessly. The world is still rejecting me. Igneel walked out of the forest, looked at the powder not far from Ziref, and said coldly, Ziref, stop, you can't make mistakes again and again. Ziref looked up at Igneel, his body uncontrollably emitting a black magic power. The surrounding plants and trees were drying up, and the creatures were dying, without a trace of life. It's too late, I can't see the way back. Natsu has been born, I'm waiting for the day when he's strong enough to kill me. When Ziref said Natsu, there was a rare softness. Natsu dragged Neil. Looking at Ziref's appearance, Igneel's face became deeper and deeper, and he was also full of self-blame. More than 10 years ago, the dragon race destroyed the home of its human friend in a war, and it couldn't stop watching his old friend slowly die. At that time he gave himself his 2 children, but now Natsu is dead, and Ziref, the older brother, suffers a contradictory curse in order to save him, but he can only watch him go into darkness. Igneel, it's not your fault. I didn't take good care of Natsu. If I hadn't been addicted to magic, Natsu wouldn't have died. Hey! Igneel sighed silently, looked at Ziref and said, then you have something to look for me now. I know, if there is no important thing, you will never come here to look for me. Ziref smiled slightly, raised his hand, stretched out his finger, pointed to the coastline at the edge of the forest. Watching Ziref's gesture, Igneel released his magic power and looked ahead. I saw a baby lying on a lone-leafed boat on the golden sandy beach, and that little finger was sucking on his mouth. That is. Shocked, Igneel withdrew his magic and looked at Ziref. Yes, I brought him. When I created it, I came to find you as soon as possible. He is not suitable to be with me, and being with me will only harm him. Ziref smiled, but Igneel looked at him with helplessness, the pain of being separated from his family. I understand, I will take good care of him, even if I die, I will not let him have any accidents again. After listening to Igneel's words, Ziref laughed. He didn't know if his smile was real or fake, but it didn't matter anymore. Maybe all he has to do now is wait. Watching Ziref's departure, another dragon descended beside Igneel. Is this the rumored Black Mage? The whole body seemed to be made of steel, the steel wings were retracted, and the hard eyes also looked at the figure. The adoptive father of Gajeel Red Fox, Iron Dragon Metallicana. Hey! Igneel was also a little dazed at this time, but looking at the baby lying in his dragon's claws, his heart was firm again. Ishgar, the Third World. After getting the scepter, Shiraishi set off to return to the Narubite clan, but what annoyed Shiraishi the most was the flame dragon, who stopped moving after sending him. At this time, the distance between him and the Narubite tribe is estimated to be thousands of miles. Without the help of the flame dragon, it is estimated that this journey will take several days. Standing on the edge of the cliff and looking at the forest in the distance, Shiraishi closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and jumped out, and when Shiraishi left, the eyes in the flames opened again. Looking at the distant the back figure who went away was thinking about this. Following the direction he remembered, he ran all the way to the direction of the Narubite tribe. After several days and nights, he finally saw the familiar 6-ring sign. With wings, it's easy. An hour's flight is worth several days of travel. Shiraishi rubbed his legs and smiled wryly. If he had been strengthened by the system, he would have been exhausted on the way. Shiraishi shook it and walked into the gate of the Narubite tribe. After passing through the busy streets and saying hello to the neighbors who were familiar but unfamiliar, he returned to his house with ease. But before Shiraishi put down what was in his hand, there was a rush of footsteps at the door, and then the door was pushed open with a bang. After seeing the visitor clearly, Shiraishi said helplessly, "Master Carrot, can you be gentle? The door is broken, will you accompany me?" As soon as the words fell, I saw the white-haired old man Carrot, rushing in front of Shiraishi. His face was ashen, and the eyes that seemed to kill, made Shiraishi a little hairy. "What's the matter, am I talking on my face?" Although Shiraishi tried to change the subject, the old and mature old man Carrot scolded Shiraishi with an explosion. "Okay, you little BD, leave me alone in the forest without a word, except for some beast to appear. Isn't my old life going to take it somewhere?" Shiraishi watched Master Carrot spit out the fragrance, and at this time, Master Carrot was just like the fat old man, just as funny. Shiraishi held back his smile, and seeing Shiraishi's appearance, Master Carrot suddenly realized something, and hurriedly asked, "How is it, has it been done?" After Shiraishi stayed, Master Carrot still listened to Shiraishi's words and returned to the Narubite tribe. When he saw Shiraishi's face just now, he immediately forgot about it. "Successful, of course." Shiraishi smiled smugly, and then took out the long-awaited scepter that Master Carrot had in his luggage. Boom! When the Queen's scepter appeared, powerful magic burst out, and the entire Narubite tribe trembled. Asterisk. Chapter 51. What happened? There was a huge shock from the scepter in Shiraishi's hand, and the entire Narubite tribe fell into a panic. "What's the matter? Has the dragon race attacked us? I don't want to die yet. It's terrifying. Where's the patriarch, the patriarch?" When this kind of fluctuation appeared, Robin Lu, who was in the medicine house, noticed it at the first moment. When he realized that this force was coming from Shiraishi's residence, after a series of things, Robin Lu sent personnel. Appease the clan, and then proceed to Shiraishi's residence. As soon as he stepped into the door, a powerful Dragon King's power came towards Robin Lu, and Robin Lu stepped in immediately after a glimpse. After confirming the success of the Queen's scepter, Shiraishi withdrew from the topic of discussion between the two and turned away. "It's also time to continue practicing. I'm afraid I won't even know how to hold a sword if I put it on hold for a few days." Shiraishi smiled and shook his head, his face full of helplessness. For the Narubite tribe, Shiraishi has been working hard for nearly half a month. Although the process is very exciting, there is danger behind the stimulation. Fortunately, everything has finally come to an end, and I finally have my own leisure time to practice swordsmanship. After all, Shiraishi really understood his own shortcomings in the battle with the dragon this time. Maybe he could temporarily resist the dragon with his swordsmanship and armed arrogance, but Shiraishi believed that the person who fell down after a battle would definitely be himself. However, after experiencing this incident, Shiraishi also set a goal at this time, so until he does not have the power to fight against the dragon, until he reaches the great swordsman, nothing can disturb his cultivation. Shiraishi jumped into the back mountain, and after making sure that no one would disturb him, he slowly closed his eyes and immersed himself in his spiritual world. System. Ding. Jolaker My Hawk Template, 43.5% unlocked. Current level, Swordsman. Ding. Armament Color Domineering Unlock, 60%. Current level, the third stage. Special Attribute, Break the Magic. Ding. Unlocking the Arrogance of Seeing and Hearing, 57.2%. The current level, the second stage. Obtain a special attribute, Zhen Wang. Master the sword style, slash, lift, pierce, stab, volley, sweep. The sound of the system in my mind kept echoing. At this time, the three powers Shiraishi mastered, among them, the experience of armed domineering and seeing domineering, surpassed Shiraishi's swordsmanship, but Shiraishi did not feel any urgency about this. After the time from the acquisition of the system to the present, the swordsmanship practice reflects one thing again and again. The swordsmanship practice needs the support of domineering. If these three powers are likened to a wooden barrel filled with water, then the domineering of the armed and the domineering of the knowledge is the wooden board filled with water. And the amount of water is also determined by these wooden boards and iron nails, that is, armed color and domineering color. Once the bucket is formed, Shiraishi can pour a steady stream of swordsmanship experience into the bucket. One of the boards is very short, and the water capacity is limited by the short board. This short board becomes the limiting factor for the water capacity of the wooden barrel, and the limiting factor will cause contradictions. Shiraishi had felt this contradiction long ago. When his body was unable to support his swordsmanship practice, he had no choice but to let go of his swordsmanship practice, and turned around to practice his armed arrogance to make up for his shortcomings. Of course, the short board is too high, and the greater the waste. If you want to improve your swordsmanship at the fastest speed, you must strengthen your three strengths at the same time. Now is the time for Shiraishi to pour his swordsmanship experience into the barrel. Mission. Start. Ding. Start mission intercept 3000 times. The mission begins. Stand up the sword, sink the wrist, make the tip of the sword slam forward and go up to collapse. The force reaches the tip of the sword, the arm is straight or slightly bent, and it falls. 1, 2, 3. 2998.2999 3000. Ding. Completed mission 3000 interceptions. Gain 0.5% experience points. Ding. Jolacole My Hawk Template, 44% unlocked. Current level, Swordsman. After wiping away the sweat, circling and sitting, after entering the spiritual world, the phantom appeared, interpreting the profound meaning of swordsmanship for him. Over the years, with the acquisition of experience, the phantom in the spiritual world has more than half of the similarities with Hawkeye, and now the only thing that is completely revealed is the black knife in his hand. Shiraishi, who exited the spiritual world, turned on the system again. Mission. Start. Ding. Start the quest and jump 3000 times. The mission begins. The days returned to calm, and Shiraishi was the same as he was in Tegusk. In addition to his daily practice, he would occasionally go to the blacksmith shop and pick up a hammer to make furniture. Although Shiraishi is a cultivator, he is not a real ascetic. He still understands the real combination of work and rest. If he really immerses himself in kendo, he will go crazy sooner or later, but it really makes him feel happy. In addition to cultivation, there is only the work of a blacksmith. Occasionally Shiraishi thinks he is crazy. Why is a teenage soul enjoying the fun of blacksmithing, but while Shiraishi is enjoying it, another person is very miserable. Hey hey hey! Pig iron doesn't need money, it's such a waste of money. Seeing Shiraishi throw a huge pig iron into the stove without any hesitation. Sparks splashed everywhere, and waves of heat blew on Master Carrot's face. The hot air made Master Carrot's beard a little curly, but he was already used to it, and what really made him worry, or Shiraishi? Okay, give me that thing, I almost died for it. As Shiraishi's hand spread out, the figure of Master Carrot disappeared. Seeing this scene, everyone in the blacksmith shop looked at each other and didn't know what to say. In the past 10 years, it was the first time that they saw Mr. Carrot being submissive and obedient by one person, and he was only a teenager. You must know that even the patriarch Robin Lu in the clan may not be able to do it. To this point, Shiraishi did it so easily. Shiraishi, why are you so afraid of you, Master Carrot? That's right, do you have any control over Master Carrot? Tell me, this way the brothers will not be so miserable in the future. For a time, Shiraishi was surrounded by a group of big men and carried out severe torture and interrogation. Seeing this scene, Shiraishi wanted to slap himself. Finally, with the help of Uncle Russ, but when Shiraishi thought he was out of the pack, Uncle Russ asked Shiraishi why he was marrying his daughter. Shiraishi clutched his head in pain, grabbed the iron tool he had made and fled from the shop, leaving behind a roar of laughter. Asterisk. Chapter 52. Night. Sitting on the roof of the house, quietly watching the moonlight hanging from the sky, Shiraishi sighed softly. It has been more than 2 years since he came to the world of fairy tale. Except for the days of cultivation, Shiraishi has really lived in this life for a very short time. Occasionally, Shiraishi misses his life on Earth. Although he spends most of the time in the hospital bed because of the pain caused by cancer, he misses the joy that technology brings to him. Here, although I have a body that he never got the strength and health, there is really no entertainment. If it is in the next 400 years, it may be fine. In that period, because there was no threat from giant dragons, magic developed the fastest, and magic civilization has developed from simple fighting to every corner of life. But now, there's really no entertainment, and there's always the possibility of a dragon's onslaught. Especially in recent months, dragons have begun to appear frequently in all corners of the Third World, and Shiraishi speculates that they may be preparing for the Great War a year later. The battle between the human race and the dragon race is inevitable. After all, this war is about to fall. The deep-rooted hatred has been firmly engraved in the heart of the human race. In the face of this battle, Shiraishi must also improve as soon as possible. In the past 2 months, Shiraishi's swordsmanship has also improved rapidly. Shiraishi raised the corners of his mouth slightly and muttered, unconsciously, what I thought was a long progress in the past turned out to be almost finished. It has been more than 2 years since the system was activated. During this month, Shiraishi stabilized the realm of Jianhao, only a few gaps away from Daijianhao, and the rest of the time let it flow quietly. In this way, Shiraishi lay quietly on the roof, looking at the stars at night, thinking of Anna's smile, and the light in her eyes at that time. He couldn't help being in a daze. There was a slight sound of breathing. Shiraishi just fell asleep, and this scene fell in the eyes of Robin Lu in the distance. He immediately looked at the sky, and after a few seconds of silence, he silently turned to face the darkness in the corner and said, "There is no need to talk to Shiraishi from now on. Do you understand how to monitor?" Hearing Robin Lu's words, the shadow in the corner said with some anxious tone, "But the patriarch, he is an outsider. If it is an outsider, will he be willing to risk his life to help us build the Queen's scepter? I have seen it clearly for a while, you don't need to say more." "But..." "Nothing but..." The watcher's face became a little embarrassed. Under Robin Lu's eyes, he slowly lowered his head and said, "Yes, Patriarch." Robin Lu took a deep look at the retreating monitor, and turned to leave. His heart gradually became heavy. Darkness has overflowed, is it really unavoidable? At dawn, Shiraishi took hold of the dragon again and began his daily practice. Shoo-boom! The knife is retracted and sheathed at a very fast speed, and the knife is drawn out of the sheath at a very fast speed. Every time it fell, there was no whirlwind that cut off the airflow, and even Shiraishi's hair and clothes could not be seen, there was such a trace of flying. The world seems to have no sound at this moment, but in Shiraishi's ears, the sound of everything is infinitely amplified, constantly echoing in his mind. 1 meter. 10 meters. 100 meters. As each sword technique fell, Shiraishi's listening range reached hundreds of meters. The sound of breathing of all things not only skyrocketed in number, but it was only a grain of sand. Shiraishi heard such a heavy breathing sound. The wide-ranging breathing of everything, Shiraishi felt the illusion that everything could be cut off, and Shiraishi was instantly addicted. Even so, Shiraishi's blade was still falling, and the number of system tasks was soaring every second. An hour and a half later, Shiraishi stopped swinging his sword, put down Zhanlong, sat down with his knees cross-legged, and entered the spiritual world with his eyes closed. Consciousness began to shuttle, and Shiraishi's soul seemed to cross the border, appearing in front of Hawkeye. At this time, the eagle eye has gone farther in the kendo. Shiraishi found that the disappearance of the phantom began to emit the will of kendo, and the blank eyes also had a cold light like a sharp sword at this time. After removing the impurities and burdens, the black knife in his hand was covered with a layer of black material and turned into a famous knife with a pitch-black body. At this time, there was only one blade called the black knife in his heart. Lift, fall, draw an arc of light. Boom boom boom. The power contained in it is terrifying to the extreme, violent to the extreme, and it is not enough to describe the destruction. As sword after sword fell, the sword light became more and more dazzling and brighter, like a sword that was tempered 1,000 times. The sword light was instantly bright to the extreme, and then it became dim again, turning into a blade that seemed to be made of black gold. There was only a long blade, the spine was straight, and the blade naturally closed at the tip of the sword. Condensed an extremely sharp sword edge and sword tip, pointing straight in front of Shiraishi and falling down, seemingly capable of tearing everything apart. The strongest sword. When the sword blade swiped in and out of Shiraishi's body, Shiraishi also exited the spiritual world and returned to reality. Even if he returned to reality, he could no longer feel any interference, and Shiraishi was immersed in the sword's meaning. Swordsmanship / Shiraishi pulled with his sword finger, and the sword finger seemed to be pulled by an invisible thread. The 3-meter-long dark silver blade turned, and the blade pointed straight ahead. Kill out. Extremely fast. Indescribably fast, fast to the extreme. This sword, carrying Shiraishi's strongest power and unparalleled belief, is an astonishing sword. Boom. 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 The cracked mountain, with the vibration, rolled stones one after another, and smoke took off. When the smoke dissipated, the mountain also left an abyss hundreds of meters deep. With this sword, Shiraishi felt that he could fight a giant dragon. Of course, they are only weaker dragons, and those powerful dragons are not something that he can contend against, but at this time, he already has the power to protect himself, and he is no longer as cowardly as before. Ding! Jolakol My Hawk template, 60% unlocked. Current level, Great Swordsman. Ding! You have successfully embarked on the road of the Great Swordsman, and you have obtained a sword pill to improve the quality of the famous sword. Unlock a new ability, Overlord's Domineering. At the same time, start the Overlord's Color side quest. Ding! Overlord Color Domineering unlock, 0.1%. Current level, first stage. Ding! Is it inlaid with sword pills? Asterisk. Chapter 53. Yes. Without the slightest hesitation, the third sword pill also automatically floated on the sword body, blending into the sword body in an incredible way, and with the integration of the sword pill, the second stage reaction also appeared as expected. The originally half-black blade was once again transformed by a quarter. At this time, only the tip of the sword at the end of Zhanlong was left untransformed. Shiraishi reckoned that perhaps only in the next stage, the blade would be completely transformed into black. However, what attracts Shiraishi the most right now is not the dragon slaying, but the new ability obtained after opening the third stage, the proof of the king, the overlord is domineering. Domineering is a kind of aptitude for kings. People with domineering can use this domineering arrogance to intimidate and frighten their opponents without taking any action, and can also cause opponents weaker than themselves to faint. Different from the domineering arrogance of the familiar and the armed arrogance, the domineering arrogance of the overlord is innate, it cannot be acquired, nor can it be inherited from previous generations, it can only be determined by one's own destiny. Overlord is the super ability that only one person in a million people has. In the new world of pirates, there are as many people with Overlord as the Crucian carp crossing the river, and the one who is above all overlords is the real king. The third color is domineering, finally got it. Shiraishi's fists clenched, his eyes staring so far into the distance. The Overlord cannot be cultivated, only when the person reaches a realm can he be stimulated, and the same is true for the cultivation methods that the system can provide. It is the aura of the user himself. Only when he becomes stronger can he be strengthened, and cannot be advanced through cultivation and actual combat. When the tyrannical arrogance is immature, all creatures in the range affected by the tyrannical arrogance will be affected, and when it matures, it can control the affected targets within the range of the tyrannical arrogance. There's only one arrogance left now. After confirming that his ability could not be broken through in a short time, Shiraishi could only temporarily put aside the arrogance of the tyrant. At this time, the arrogance of the tyrant could only be regarded as tasteless, without any use, only when he was himself, only when the strength breaks through again can the true strength be displayed. In the three-color domineering, apart from the domineering that cannot be cultivated, the armed color domineering has broken through the third rank, and the swordsmanship has also broken through to the level of the great swordsman. Now only the last known domineering remains in the second stage. However, the cultivation of arrogance and domineering requires actual combat, but in this city that has undergone a cleansing of the soul, there is no one person who can act as. That's right. And the old man. Shiraishi slapped his head hard, then rushed out of the bamboo forest and swept into the distance. In front of the medicine house gate, Shiraishi glanced behind him and stepped into the gate. You want to fight with me? No, no. After hearing Shiraishi's intention, Robin Lu immediately refused without any hesitation, turned around, and did not give Shiraishi a chance to retort. Shiraishi's face fell instantly, and he asked inexplicably, why? My old bones can't take any blows. If I have 3 strengths and 2 weaknesses, but you help me take over the Narubite tribe? As long as you agree, even if I don't want this old bone, I will agree to your request. After hearing this, Shiraishi immediately took a step back and forth, his eyes full of vigilance. Forget it, I'm just an outsider. If I really want to be the patriarch, I'm afraid the entire Narubite clan will be bought by me. Be the patriarch? Joke, Shiraishi doesn't want to stay on top of this time bomb all the time. Who would have known that he would explode that day? If it wasn't for his lack of strength, Shiraishi would have left here long ago. Of course, Shiraishi is not a ruthless person, and will remind them when they leave. As for the outcome, it still depends on the choice of the Narubite tribe, and Shiraishi will not intervene at all. Shiraishi's expression of disgust made Robin Lu uncontrollably raise a trace of anger, but in order to make this kid get caught, he suppressed the anger again, controlled the muscles of his face, squeezed out a smile and said, why? Don't you think about it? As for those opposing voices, I will suppress it for you. Shiraishi was stunned for a moment, looking at Robin Lu, who was laughing more than crying and didn't know what to say. When did the clan leader become so worthless? Before Shiraishi could answer, Robin Lu smiled again, and said in a tempting tone, "Why don't you really think about it? Don't talk about sparring, even if you choose any girl in the clan, think about it, treat you like you don't get anywhere else." This wishful thinking is really loud. Shiraishi naturally understands Robin Lu's plan, and just makes a few verbal promises to throw the super large package of the Narubite tribe to himself. If he hadn't known about the future development of the Narubi tribe, Shiraishi might have been fooled by the conditions he said, and no men could endure such conditions. Ahem. Shiraishi designated sparring. Cough cough, I'm sorry, old man, maybe I'm really not suitable. As for the sparring thing, I'll find a way myself. As soon as he finished speaking, Shiraishi stopped staying and was about to push the door to leave. He was afraid that if he didn't leave, he would not be able to leave. Suddenly, just as Shiraishi turned, a hand grabbed his back collar with incredible speed. "If you want to leave on the pirate ship, just stay." At this time, Robin Lu's face was angry. Good guy, speak in a good voice, and still refuse to agree after so many conditions. Could it be that he will agree to give the queen of human race to him? However, one thing to say is that Shiraishi's talent and strength have indeed surpassed that of most human races. This is an undeniable fact that has been witnessed with one's own eyes, but it is precisely because of this that Robin Lu values this point. "Master, just let me go." Shiraishi turned his head helplessly and said. "You promised to talk." Robin Lu's anger turned into a smile again. "Let go? How is it possible to let go? Let it go, where can I find such a good one?" Seeing Robin Lu's successful expression, Shiraishi also had a hint of anger. "Then don't blame me." Shiraishi rolled over and held the dragon, precisely controlling the blade to fall towards Robin Lu's hand. Boom! Feeling the burst of power and the falling of the blade, Robin Lu didn't care. His right hand still grabbed Shiraishi's back collar, but in that second, Robin Lu's face changed, and in the blink of an eye, hands loose. "What kind of power are you?" Robin Lu lightly stroked the scratches on the back of his right hand with his left hand, and just as Zhan Long fell, the stinging pain from the blade broke through his magic power and made him feel the sting pain. There was an uproar in Robin Lu's heart in an instant. This was not the first time. When he tried to rescue Shiraishi, such information had happened. But that time was not as strong as this time. During this period, what happened to this kid? Asterisk. Chapter 54. Wait to catch me talking. Boom. Shiraishi disappeared without a shadow in an instant, and what remained in place was the completely stunned Robin Lu, and the watcher in the shadows in the distance. Shiraishi might only guess that Robin Lu's strength had reached the level of a giant dragon. But the monitor has witnessed the strength of the patriarch Robin Lu, and his strength has reached the peak of the human race. Even if he is safe in the face of the Dragon King, how did that Shiraishi break through the defense of the patriarch? For a time, Shiraishi's threat level to the watchers increased by another level. Submerged into the darkness, when he reappeared, he was already beside Robin Lu. "Patriarch, that foreigner is too dangerous, please give instructions to allow us to assassinate." A gloomy voice came from the darkness. Hearing this voice, Robin Lu's face changed. It was a strange anger, and then he scolded the monitor. "Didn't I already order you to stop monitoring Shiraishi? Why are you disobeying my order?" "My subordinates made a mistake and disobeyed the order of the Patriarch, but the subordinates are for the safety of the Narubites." "Patriarch. And we have already investigated the identity of the foreigner. In the human kingdom of Azer, the kingdom of Azer is full of arrest warrants for him. He slaughtered countless human powerhouses, executioners, butchers, demons, and even the rebels." Speaking of this, the monitor's tone became more and more urgent, and he opened the chat box directly, not noticing the change in Robin Lu's face at all. There have been many rumors about this human race that this Shiraishi has taken refuge in the dragon race, specializing in slaughtering the strong human race, in order to survive when the dragon race is fighting the human race. Patriarch, these disappearances are undoubtedly saying that Shiraishi is an absolutely dangerous existence. Patriarch, please promise us. After the Watcher finished speaking, he lowered his head, hoping that these words would make Robin Lu look back and change his mind on Shiraishi. But the Watcher's expectations were in vain. With every word he said, Robin Lu's face became gloomy. When the Watcher finished speaking and poured the last pool of sewage on Shiraishi's body, Robin Lu also slowed down. He spoke slowly and said coldly, "Enough is enough." For a moment, the monitor felt that Robin Lu's words were pressing heavily on his heart like a mountain, as if he couldn't breathe. For a while, the room was instantly quiet, and only the heavy breathing of the monitor kept echoing in the room. Facing the powerful Robin Lu, the monitor did not dare to resist at all, and could only wait silently for the response of the Patriarch. After a while, suddenly, Robin Lu's lips moved. "From now on, if I find out that you are acting without authorization, then there is no need for the Watchers to exist." Robin Lu turned and left with a livid face. Regarding the news about Shiraishi from the Watcher's mouth, he had already learned a long time ago through a letter with Queen Irene of the Dragonov Kingdom. The people Shiraishi killed were only forced to fight back. All of this was because of the persecution of the Kingdom of Azel, plus the beginning of getting along. Robin Lu decided that Shiraishi was not the kind of evil person who had a dark heart and betrayed the human race. If Shiraishi was really the evil person in the rumors, Nirvana would react at the beginning. Under such circumstances and conditions, Robin Lu chose to believe in Shiraishi and entrusted him with the dragon blood gold that the Kingdom of Dragonov had given him, and Shiraishi fulfilled his promise at the beginning, which made him more confident. "I'll do what I say." After exiting the medicine house, Robin Lu's words kept echoing in the monitor's mind. I don't know how long, the monitor turned and left, and when he left, the dark aura on his body gradually covered him. The Patriarch is old, and he didn't think clearly about many things. Since he can't make up his mind, let us help him make a choice. After leaving the medicine house, Shiraishi singled out all the people who could challenge the entire Nirabi tribe, but due to the lack of strength of the opponent, the experience gained was almost incomparable to the fly legs. Seeing the barely moving progress, Shiraishi gave up fighting on it. As for the last bit of practice experience in the knowledge and color, I will definitely be able to break through in the future. Instead of wasting unnecessary effort, it is better to spend more time on swordsmanship practice. At night, Shiraishi also practiced in the open space in front of his house as usual. In the recent period, he temporarily put aside everything and devoted himself to cultivation, because he may not have time to practice in the near future. After all, in the Dragon Clan, there was one more thing for him to do before the invasion. 1, 2, 3. 5997. 5998. 5999. 6000. Call. Shiraishi gasped heavily. After the swordsmanship is improved to the third stage, the number of training required also increases, and the training is doubled again. Fortunately, after the improvement of the armament and domineering, and the strengthening of the system, Shiraishi's physique has increased again. At this time, even if it was because the intensity of the training was doubled again, and it only increased the difficulty for Shiraishi, and it did not hinder much. The night is so quiet tonight, it's a pity. Shiraishi wiped the sweat from his forehead, then looked up at the sky, feeling the refreshment brought by the night breeze, and said silently. Because he knew that in a short while, this rare tranquility would be broken. "Aren't you coming out yet?" After finishing the practice, Shiraishi did not put away the dragon, but still waited silently, and these words drifted in the air, and there was a commotion in the dark corner. Before long, 10 shadows appeared in front of Shiraishi, the magic power of his body surged, and his dark eyes seemed to fall into the abyss. "It seems that I can't hold it anymore." Tell me who instructed you. If you say it, maybe I can save your life. Sombra ignored Shiraishi's words and asked in a deep voice. How did you find us? Shiraishi glanced at it and said with a smile, guess what? Since you won't say it, then you should die. The dark magic burst out in them, and the darkness continued to spread towards Shiraishi, and the emotions of negativity, hatred, and jealousy were intertwined in the darkness. When the magic power exploded to its peak, 10 people shot at the same time. Looking at them, Shiraishi said silently, they're hopeless, you shouldn't mind if I kill them. Pretend to be a ghost, do you think we are some gullible old ghost? Give me death. Dark Shadow's face is full of hideous. Boom. The bottomless abyss constantly erupted with dark magic power, which turned into hundreds of evil spirits and rushed towards Shiraishi desperately. Since you can't make a decision, let me help you. While speaking coldly, Shiraishi picked up Zhanlong and cut it down. A cold light shone in the darkness. Asterisk. Chapter 55. On the corpse collapsed on the ground, a thick black smoke dissipated in the air, Robin Lu's figure also appeared, and the corpse under his feet gave off a bloody smell. Robin Lu looked at Shiraishi with a slightly painful look, maybe you're right, but I can't be as decisive as you. 99. If I were as naive as you are, old man, maybe I'd already be dead. Shiraishi put away the dragon and wrapped the grey cloth with a trace of blood around the blade, covering its edge. Maybe. Robin Lu looked at Shiraishi and said, I really don't plan to stay, as long as you agree now, the previous conditions are still valid. Robin Lu walked to Shiraishi's side, of course, you don't have to worry about being wanted and hunted down by the kingdom of Azer. The Nerubites will do their best to protect you. The Nerubites have this strength. The corners of Shiraishi's mouth were slightly raised, he naturally understood the meaning of Robin Lu's words, and also understood where his confidence came from, and said with a smile, no, maybe I'm used to being lazy by myself, and it's difficult to last in one place, but as for the Azer kingdom, they should be really worried. Will. Zhanlong, who had covered his edge, was pinned to his waist, and the moonlight stretched Shiraishi's figure. Shiraishi smiled and waved his hand before turning around and leaving. Goodbye, old man. Azer Kingdom. Boundary, inside the newly built palace. Below the throne of General Mocha, all the graceful girls danced on the red carpet with bare feet. The thin makeup danced with the body, and the whiteness under the waving sleeves made the guards beside the guards. Red face. Mocha sat paralyzed on the throne with his eyes closed, enjoying the service of the beauties, reaching out from time to time, feeling the strange softness, and just when Mocha was addicted to the money. Report to General Mocha, there is the latest information ahead. Suddenly, a voice entered Mocha's drowsy brain. When he opened his eyes, he saw a soldier kneeling on one knee to His Highness. Mocha stretched out his hand, embraced the maid beside him, and squinted at the soldier. Say. Report the general. Found traces of rebels on the border of the kingdom. Boom. Mocha, who was about to enjoy it, was startled instantly, and the maid in his arms was also startled, fell to the ground, and his clothes were scattered. For a time, all the soldiers stared at the maid and couldn't help swallowing. Did you mean the original Shiraishi? Mocha asked again with a grim expression. Following Shiraishi's escape, Azer Kingdom launched a search warrant, but no matter how he searched, there was no trace. Even in the kingdom of Dragonov, he also sent people to search, but it came to nothing. In the end, Mocha gave up the pursuit in disgrace, but he lost nearly 1/10 of the kingdom's combat power in order to capture a civilian. The black spot of the future king. In order to find out this black spot, he did not hesitate to falsely spread Shiraishi's evil deeds and poured dirty water into it. Although he succeeded most of the time in the end, the whole human race was hearing about Shiraishi's evil deeds, but Mocha's anger never let go, and the hatred still remained in his heart, and it intensified. There's no wrong general, it's the Shiraishi from Tagsk, we found him in the Third World Kingdom, and. Looking at the soldier's hesitant appearance, the furious Mocha kicked the wine table in front of him, walked in front of the soldier, grabbed his sleeve with one hand, and stared at the soldier as if he was going to eat a man. What else? The soldier was instantly frightened by the Mocha in front of him, and he finished his words intermittently. And yes, he's coming towards us now. Mocha frowned. He is not a fool. How can someone who can stand up the entire royal family be a simple existence? But there is something wrong with the current situation. The people who fled at the beginning actually came to the door on their own initiative at this time. For such a good thing, Mocha chose to be more cautious. Is he alone? Is there anyone else by his side? Mocha asked again. No, he is the only one. We also searched around him and did not see any suspicious people. Humph! Released the hand that grabbed the soldier, Mocha snorted coldly, waved his hand, and all the people in the hall retreated, leaving behind Mocha whose face was constantly changing. As the gate was closed, the entire palace fell into darkness, and Mocha walked on the main hall, sitting on his throne, watching the darkness. No matter what you are thinking, this time, I don't think I will let you go. 0. Ask for flowers. In the hall, Senran's voice continued to echo. When Mocha walked out of the dark palace, the instructions in his hand continued to be issued, and the army of mages stationed at the border also began to act, and countless undercurrents surged. The sky was very dark, and the dark clouds seemed to be pressed down. There are also deafening thunder and dazzling lightning from time to time, giving people a feeling of terror. The generals who received the order did not know what General Mocha was going to do to mobilize the army, but when he received the order, the expression on General Mocha's face was definitely caused by a major event. Nearly 10,000 magicians gathered in front of the palace, and the terrifying magic power was not converging at this moment. Mocha sat in front of the main hall and looked down. Although Shiraishi had cut off 1/10 of its national strength at the beginning, but under the control and coercion of General Mocha, the combat power of this sorcerer corps was supplemented again. As the last team entered the army, Mocha also stood up, and the great wizards behind him followed step by step. Let's go! Conquer the traitors of the human race! Boom! The army of the Kingdom of Azel was dispatched, which also alerted the Kingdom of Dragonov. What's the matter? Why is there a big movement in the Kingdom of Azel? Hearing the soldier's message, Irene didn't believe it at first, but with the movement of the huge magic power exclusive to the Kingdom of Azer on the magic crystal ball in front of her, Irene finally chose to believe it. Where is their destination? Irene stared at the moving direction of the magic power on the magic crystal ball, and found that it was not heading towards Dragonov, which means that Azel might encounter other enemies. But what kind of existence can an enemy like Azel make? Report to Her Majesty. The scouts have not yet investigated clearly, but they can be sure to move towards the west. The soldier lowered his head and said. Hearing this, Irene frowned. The west? That's not the Third World. There is no kingdom there, but there are often dragons. What the hell is Mocha thinking? But no matter what, before the dragons attacked, she had to make sure that the Kingdom of Azel would not be destroyed. Without the strength of the Kingdom of Azel, the strength of the Kingdom of Dragonov alone would not be able to resist the invasion of the dragons, and now the human race still needs the power sword of the Kingdom of Azel. Chapter 56. Pieces of dark clouds floated in the sky, covering the sky, and a few lightning bolts passed by, and then, a loud thunder was heard. Wow wow wow! The rain started, the drizzle was drizzling, and the trees, mountains, and rivers seemed to be shrouded in light smoke from a distance. A black-clothed youth was walking in the rain. Even though the downpour slanted on him, there was no sign of wanting to speed up his steps, and he was still walking down the path in the forest without any hesitation. Passing through the mountains, it took a long time to escape to the Narubite tribe, and after a while, Shiraishi had appeared on the high mountains on the border of Azer. All grievances should end. Shiraishi jumped down, the black figure swayed like a flash, walked out of the mountains and rivers, and stepped into the city of Azure Kingdom. 46-0 Elder City. This city rich in ore is less than a week away from the city of Tagsk, where he once followed Uncle Lore to transport iron and stone. At this time, this lonely city was shrouded in violent storms, and inside the city was where the Sorcerer Legion was stationed. In the sky, lightning flashes, thunderstorms, and tornadoes swept across the entire city. Even the trees more than 10 meters high were bent over by the hurricane. When Shiraishi first stepped into the city, he also fell into the eyes of some people. The Sorcerer's Army. Mocha fell into deep thought and felt uneasy for some reason. Although Mocha believed that he had mastered the Sorcerer Legion and was invincible, he was still a little uneasy after all. After thinking hard, Mocha was finally relieved. After all, he had no reason to lose to the opponent. After this time, the scout in front walked up to him to report the new situation. "Tell me, what's going on ahead? If it's still a warning from a neighboring country, then you can kill yourself." Mocha's icy tone shocked the scouts. Before that, Mocha's actions were warned by neighboring countries and Dragunov. Mocha was already very tired of this. After ordering to kill several scouts, no one dared to continue reporting. Suppressing the fear in his heart, the scout opened his mouth to report. "Report to the general, the latest news that the rebels have entered the city of Eld, and the gate of Eld is less than 10 miles away from here." "What?" At this time, Mocha could no longer stabilize his emotions, and some of the people beside Mocha, including Paz who survived at the time, changed their faces wildly. At this time, they also understood Mocha's plan. At that time, the 5 wizards of the Azure Kingdom were all unruly and powerful masters. It's just that in order to kill a villain, almost the entire army was wiped out. In the end, only Paz survived. This incident caused a lot of uproar, but I didn't expect that person would dare to appear at this time, and he went to them unscrupulously. Base camp. Is it true that the sorcerer core of the kingdom of Azel is just a decoration? Let me do it. This time, hearing the news about Shiraishi, a figure appeared in Mocha's figure in the dark, and when this figure appeared, Mocha shook his head and said, "It's not the time for you to shoot." Now I don't know Shiraishi's strength and purpose, but because of his rebelliousness, he doesn't dare to shoot casually. In fact, most of the great wizards present were aware of it, and they just watched silently, waiting for Mocha's choice. Mocha's face turned into a haze. "You go together, you can't give him any chance." Crash! The heavy rain poured down from the sky as if the sky had collapsed. In bad weather, mages could hold up their magic shields, but most ordinary humans fled everywhere and could only be drenched in the rain and could not hold an umbrella. Why did someone come to die so soon? There was not a single person on the street. The white flowers were all water, and it was like a flowing river. Shiraishi stood on the water and looked ahead. A group of ill-intentioned mages approached. The old man at the head was walking in a terrifying manner. Beside one of them, dozens of figures fell at the same time, each with the strength of a great magus. Shiraishi looked around. Glancing at them, he sighed in disappointment. It seems that General Mocha of the so-called Azure Kingdom hasn't come yet. Although Shiraishi has never seen Mocha's figure, based on the appearance of his youngest son Mor, he can still be slightly discerned. Shadow. In the crowd, he didn't find any resemblance to Mor, which made him really disappointed. A burly man stood behind the old man and said, "To kill you, you don't need to bother the general to take action." What nonsense with him killed him. In the hand of the burly man, a long spear was pulled out, a burly man wearing a robe of a great magician and glaring sword eyebrows. A thunder light pierced through the sky. When the thunder light passed, there was a sudden burst of air vibrations, and the huge airflow generated from the center of the explosion was like a wave, rippling towards the surrounding, following the powerful impact formed by the thunder light, almost instantly in time to stir everything around him into pieces. Shiraishi's eyes narrowed, and Zhanlong appeared in his hand instantly. A familiar feeling came, and the sword vibrated violently, making waves of vibrato. The body of the dragon-slaying sword in his hand was suddenly enveloped by the domineering aura of armament. With a strong kick under his feet, the figure suddenly turned into an afterimage, and the black domineering overflowing from the sword body, along with the swing of the blade, drew a line. A dark shadow, a 3 or 4 meter long sword chi instantly fell. Cut. Unbelievable. Seeing Shiraishi's direct attacking sword slash, the burly man snorted coldly, and after saying something beyond his own power, he heard the sound of air rubbing in the air, not like magic fluctuations. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling silver-white knife light cut through the space and caught his eye. The knife light swept across his body and the buildings behind him. Tear boom. The sound of cloth tearing 2.2 sounded, and the 1,000-meter street smashed and set off a thick dust mist. Then, under the action of the heavy rain, the dust mist disappeared. Although you are all still alive, you are already dead in a sense. Shiraishi stepped on the water and rushed in front of the burly man, staring at him with dark eyes, and said plainly, "Because you met me." 35. Your death has long been exposed under my sword. The words fell, and Shiraishi slashed at the burly man with a knife. Although he didn't understand Shiraishi's words, but when he saw him attacking, the burly man instinctively transformed his right hand into a hard armor of fire and thunder, and attacked him. Pfft! Zhanlong passed through the armor without hindrance, like a phantom, penetrating through the body of the burly man. In the next instant, the broken corpse, which had been split in two, fell down. Chapter 57. The burly man opened his eyes wide and looked at his body that was slowly falling down. From the beginning to the end, he didn't react. The other party was clearly just swinging his sword normally, and he blocked it with his magic armor. Why did it become like this? What happened? Then, what ability? Why is it already blocked? But the burly man walked towards death with endless regret, and at this moment, a violent air wave cut through the space and appeared in front of Shiraishi. Shiraishi's face was flat, and his body disappeared in place in an instant. The location where Shiraishi was just now was completely covered by the explosion. All the great wizards of the Azer Kingdom, whose figures were intertwined on the roof and in the sky, looked at the disappearing flames, but did not understand Shiraishi's figure, and their hearts sank. What about people? At this time, a dull voice came down from above. Are you looking for me? The next second, Shiraishi had already appeared behind them. Zhanlong made a trembling sound, and Shiraishi's icy voice 04 sounded behind them. Boom! A huge roar sounded, and wherever the sword struck, ghosts and gods were destroyed, and even some of the great wizards of the Azer Kingdom who had no time to escape were torn to pieces by the sharp sword strike. Hey! Shiraishi frowned, and at this moment, there was a burst of bells in the air, and the sound made the surrounding air vibrate rapidly, making a humming sound. Intercept. 35. Shiraishi blocked his backhand and looked at the seemingly indifferent old man. Shiraishi smiled slightly, it seems that you can't help it anymore. Before that, he had observed that the most powerful magician in the crowd far surpassed others in both imposing manner and magic power. Little devil, it's still too early to want to act recklessly. Boom! The magic power on the old man broke out, the terrifying magic power covered the entire sky, and the earth began to shake. As long as the elders take action, there is absolutely no way for the rebels to escape. And at this moment, an astonishing scene happened. Just when the wizards of Azer Kingdom thought that their elders could subdue each other, the battle was over in the next second. Pick! Everyone saw Shiraishi turned invisible, and as the cold light flashed away, a sword chi up to 16 or 7 meters suddenly rose up from the ground, tearing apart the earth with a roar. Facing this terrifying power, no matter how the old man resisted, he was still drowned in the sword energy. Boring! Shiraishi put away the blade and headed deeper, using the web of the heart and the sound of the breath of all things. He had found where Mocha was, and he couldn't escape. When Shiraishi left, the uncontrollable voice completely resounded through the sky, but Shiraishi could no longer hear it, and there was only one thing in his heart at this time. At this moment, a figure flew away in the distance, and as the figure became larger and larger, the clouds and mist continued to dissipate. It was the dragon of ice crystals, and fell where Shiraishi had just fought. A burst of icy magic was reckless, turning the surrounding raindrops into extremely cold ice cubes. Those survivors who were spared by Shiraishi watched the temperature drop sharply in the air, and immediately released their magic to resist, and their hearts were full of pain. Unexpectedly, just after avoiding a demon, as soon as we welcomed a giant dragon, the miserable aura suddenly filled the air, making it suffocating. Just when they were immersed in despair, a charming figure emerged from the boulder, and behind him, there were more than a dozen great wizards. In the extreme cold, one of the wizards was lower than this severe cold, looked up at the figure, and his pupils instantly shrank. Then this is Queen Irene of the Dragonov Kingdom. Great, we are saved. For a time, the mage's words entered the ears of everyone, and everyone raised their heads to look at the back. Only then did they understand why the giant dragon appeared here, and at the same time, they were happy. Irene spoke condescendingly towards them. What happened here? Why has there been a great war? Have you been invaded by dragons? On the other hand, Shiraishi has stepped into the middle of the city through the magic crystal and is now in front of Mocha, and he has panicked, although his strength has also reached the great wizard. But in the face of an existence like Shiraishi, how can he contend? Just as Mocha was walking around anxiously, the shadow behind him fell on his king chair, to which Mocha actually made no sound. No, if you take action, I will expose it. No, absolutely not. A sword fell from the roof, the black shadow narrowed his eyes slightly, stretched out his hand and drew a terrifying black claws to block the sword strike. But just when the shadow thought that it could be scattered at will, the meaning happened, the sword fell on the dark claws, and did not disappear at will in the shadow's imagination. 460, the sharp sword energy broke through his magic scales, and submerged into the flesh and blood under the magic scales. What's going on? Why can't it be absorbed? Isn't it magic? Boom! The dark magic power exploded, blessing its own claws, and dispelling the sword strike. And just when the sword strike dissipated, an attack far more powerful than this attack fell. The dark magic burst out, releasing terrifying power to block the block, but in his eyes, the sword strike still submerged his attack like a broken bamboo. Boom! The wide-ranging earth immediately shook violently, and the earth was like a surging sea, constantly undulating and breaking. Who are you? He Ying looked forward and asked gloomily. He did not take advantage of the two fights, which undoubtedly proved that the opponent was an extremely powerful opponent. Shiraishi held Zhanlong and stepped into the ruins, with black clothes and black hair and black eyes. His breath was as unfathomable as a bottomless abyss, and his whole body was shrouded in rain. But there were no raindrops on his body, and any rain that fell on him was stirred up. Even without any magic power, Sombra could feel the invisible pressure emanating from him, and Mocha, who was beside him, had fainted in panic just now. Chapter 58. In the midst of the ruins, an electric light ripped apart the darkness, condensing from far to near into a boundless handsome and extraordinary figure. He exudes the light of darkness, and the violent and heavy power on his body, like a tide, sprays out in all directions, erupting with a terrifying and intimidating aura. Shiraishi stared at the shadow. Zerf? No, you're not. Hades. Sombra was startled instantly. It was the first time they met. Why was he able to call out his name in the first place? Shiraishi ignored the change on Gear's face. Regarding the appearance of Hades, Shiraishi had already detected his breath. At first, he thought it was Zverev, the black magician, but after seeing him once and seeing the appearance of the shadow, Shiraishi confirmed it. But even with this Pluto, Shiraishi felt a lot of pressure. After all, this is an existence that can compete with the Celestial Spirit King without being weak below, and its strength may have approached the Dragon King. However, looking at the current appearance, it is estimated that it is only the strength of a giant dragon. After all, it has not been washed for 400 years. I didn't expect you to collude with Mocha, Shiraishi said indifferently. At this moment, Mocha, who had fainted, struggled, looked at Shiraishi, and roared, "Kill, kill him! I promise you your request." 99. Request. Shiraishi frowned. Could it be that there is some kind of cooperative relationship between Mocha and Hades? When Hades heard Mocha's answer, the magic in his hand spread throughout his body. Everyone takes what he needs. I will help him deal with his opponent, and he will provide me with magic crystals and experimental subjects. Isn't it good? Experimental subject, could it be? There is an R system in Tartaros called Hell's Core, which can convert humans into demons through the erosion of conjuration. Thinking of this, the chill in Shiraishi's eyes becomes more and more icy. Hades spread out his hands and smiled slightly. Yes, it is the so-called human beings, 100,000 civilians, for this large population of human race, not many. And in this dark age of dragon rule, it is better to be killed by one's own companions than to be killed by dragons and starved to death. Pluto glanced at Mocha in the corner. You said yes, Mocha 9. While Mocha was talking, Shiraishi also turned his gaze to Mocha, Frosty. Since that's the case, then you go to die. 99. A layer of black material covered the entire body of Zhanlong, including the hilt of the sword. Shiraishi suddenly pulled out a sword. The black was mixed with silver-white sword light, and it instantly turned into a silver-white light that could be seen from a few miles away. Thorn Stinger. 9. As soon as the claws of Hades were lifted, the earth cracked open and countless thorny thorns sprouted on the ground, and then grew wildly and turned into a wall of thorns. At the same time, dozens of poisonous thorns shot towards Shiraishi. Swordsmanship and waves. Boom! The huge silver-white light like a tsunami, like a crescent moon suspended in the night sky, swept up from left to right, and collided with the thorns of Pluto. Crack clap clap, bang! After the huge silver-white slash collided with the wall of thorns was instantly cut off, but the thorns that were cut off at the same time quickly spread and spread again. Seeing the thorns rushing towards him in front of him, Shiraishi rushed in without any fear, and swung out swordsmanship one after another, and nothing could get close. To hit a stone with an egg, it is beyond one's strength. When Pluto saw this, his face was indifferent, he smiled disdainfully, and stroked his right hand gently from top to bottom. White ball of light. Boom! Countless messy Shiraishi incantations intertwined, booming and exploding. The flames of the explosion drowned Shiraishi inside, and a cross slash was drawn in the thick smoke of the explosion, towards Hades. The thick smoke dissipated. At this moment, Hades felt a thick crisis wrapping him tightly, but it was too late. As soon as Hades took a step, the cross slash had already slashed across Hades' side, and most of his body had been slashed. Broken. Only the upper body is still slightly intact, but even if he was injured to this extent, Pluto was still alive, and the originally dull eyes gradually climbed to bloodshots. A mere human, dare to hurt the body of my Hades, don't be too mad. Hades looked at Shiraishi, who was slowly falling not far from him, with a distorted expression. If he hadn't dodged a step just now, the terror would have already died. No, he should have fallen into a deep sleep. Just let you feel the horror of the devil. As a demon who has always looked down on humans, Hades couldn't accept the fact that a human could actually hurt him, and his anger made him almost unable to control the magic power of his whole body. Curse! Memories of death. A purple-black smoke enveloped Pluto's entire body, and in the black mist, the body that was crippled by Shiraishi was also regenerating at this moment. After the smoke cleared, a monster with a huge bat wing behind it, the standard demon image in the Bible, appeared in front of everyone. This is the most powerful force of the devil. Pluto's wings released a large amount of black and purple smoke, which was mixed with a large number of ghost-like spiritual bodies, and everything he touched fell into nothingness. Ha 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 ha! Death to me! Turn into nothingness in my ultimate spell! Darkness eroded Shiraishi, and after seeing Shiraishi being drowned by his own magic, Hades immediately burst into laughter, and Mocha also laughed beside him. Boy, aren't you very arrogant? Why don't you speak? It's just that they were completely stunned by the next scene before they waited for Hades' hut, and their smiles gradually became stiff. In the darkness, a terrifying aura suddenly exploded, and Shiraishi's thin figure seemed to suddenly enlarge, turning into a giant, surrounded by a terrifying aura that shook all directions. Boom! This terrifying momentum is like a monstrous torrent, like destroying the dry and pulling the rot, sweeping the audience in an instant, and all the dark magic powers scattered by the Hades, all rushed and collapsed. Such a huge movement, the king's stillness also alarmed Irene and the ice crystal dragon, who were daring to come in the distance. Irene looked at the astonishing momentum in front of her with a look of surprise on her face. Ice crystal dragon, speed up! The dazzling silver light broke through the sky, and Hades looked in shock at Shiraishi, who was walking towards him step by step. He never imagined that this young human could exude such a terrifying aura, which was no less than that of a dragon of the dragon family. Wei Ming! Lord Pluto, save me! Mocha's strength is too weak, even if he is on the edge, even though he is blocked by the underworld king in front of him, he still has a very depressed feeling. It seems that the sky will collapse in an instant, and he can't help it. He whispered to Mocha. However, at this time, Hades was completely stunned, and he didn't hear Mocha's voice at all, and looked at the scene in front of him in shock. How is this possible? This is my strongest power, the power from the underworld. Chapter 59. Is this domineering? 99. Shiraishi also fell into contemplation as he watched the momentum of his body growing stronger and weaker, when the endless darkness continued to erode towards him in the memory of the death of Pluto just now. He was immersed in the darkness and felt a powerful crisis. The power in his body suddenly burst out and swept in. This time, it was no longer the momentum of kendo, but the real thing. Overlord's domineering. The whistling, as if the monstrous ocean waves swept through the shock, washed away the darkness of Hades. Afterwards, Shiraishi, who had escaped the darkness, cut off the head of Pluto with one sword. As for the demon, in the case of being unable to kill, it is better to kill it with a single sword instead of taking it with him and staring at it all the time to consume his energy. Although he couldn't kill him completely, at least he couldn't move for a while. After all, it would take a long time to recover. Watching Hades' unwilling eyes turn into dark purple smoke and dissipate in the air, Shiraishi silently turned his head to look at Mocha. The source of all these things, the ruler of the kingdom of Azel. In the ruins, Mocha collapsed to the ground and struggled back little by little, looking at Shiraishi like a real demon. He never thought that even Hades 460 was not his opponent, let alone himself. Don't come here, I can give you anything you want. Beauty, money, castles, and even the throne. As long as you promise, I can give you anything, just please don't kill me. Mocha struggled to his knees, begging Shiraishi to spare him. Shiraishi walked step by step with Zhanlong in his hand, and in front of Mocha, every step he took, the murderous aura on his body increased, when standing in front of Mocha. The strong murderous aura and the killing intent made Mocha seem to have fallen into an ice cave. Have you thought that one day you will fall into the hands of others? Have you thought that those who have been killed by you will come back to seek revenge for you? And have you thought that you will die in the end? 99. When Shiraishi said the last sentence, Mocha shuddered and looked up at Shiraishi in horror. Please let me go. Please. Boom. In the ruins, Mocha, the actual controller of the Azer kingdom, who ruled the second kingdom of the human race, was stepped on by Shiraishi, and his head was stomped into the ground. Blood flowed down from his forehead, covering Mocha's eyes, but even Mocha didn't dare to resist. He was afraid that the opponent would kill him directly with any action. Boom! Shiraishi kicked it flying, hitting the wall, and the crisp sound of bones breaking sounded. Please, please, let me go. Covered in blood Mocha, he couldn't move, and could only look at Shiraishi with pleading eyes. Go down to the underworld by yourself and apologize to those you killed, Shiraishi said coldly without a trace of emotion on his face. Zhanlong held it up, when it was about to fall. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Shiraishi, followed by several figures. Be merciful, his life is still useful. Shiraishi was stunned for a moment, looking at the woman standing in front of him, wearing a knight's armor, with fiery red hair, and her appearance was as delicate as the carving of God. Urza? Irene frowned, not understanding why the man who made this human race up and down started to call him that. Anyway, he is also the queen of the human race, don't you know this? Irene bows her head slightly in respect. I am the queen of the Dragonov kingdom, Irene. Irene? By the way, that is the future Urza's old lady, the founder of Dragon Slayer. After the body in the original book was transformed into a dragon, she was imprisoned by Urza's neighboring general as a monster and endured 3 years of humiliation. In order to protect the child, after being completely dragonized in the dungeon, he met Zeref hundreds of years later, and obtained the ability to freely switch between humans and dragons, but he was no longer human in essence. A poor man after all, but even that doesn't stop, EC, from killing Uncle Lore their Mocha, General Mocha? General. Shiraishi suddenly realized something, and silently turned his eyes to the completely fainted Mocha in the corner. Shouldn't it? Shiraishi retracted his gaze and looked at Irene, observing Irene with his extremely keen sense. What are you looking at? Unable to bear Shiraishi's corrosive gaze, Irene began. Looks like a virgin. Boom. The great wizards behind Shiraishi glared at Shiraishi. How did this BD speak to Her Majesty Irene, the queen of the human race? Shiraishi ignored the murderous glances, and continued to stare at Irene, her clasped legs, and the fragrance of the innocent girl. After coming to this world for more than 2 years, Shiraishi had also heard that General Mocha of Azer Kingdom was pursuing Queen Irene of Dragonov. Thinking of this, Shiraishi couldn't help shaking his head. At this time, even the broad-minded Irene was annoyed, and her chest rose and fell, but when she thought of the purpose of her coming here, she forcibly suppressed the anger in her heart and asked in a low voice. I came here to ask you to spare Mocha's life for a while, at least let him live for a few more years. Now as long as Mocha dies, the outside Mage Legion will be disbanded, then the kingdom of Azel will be in complete turmoil. 39. Shiraishi raised his eyebrows to look at Irene and said contemptuously. What does this have to do with me? I'm just here to seek revenge, don't you care? Irene was stunned. No one had ever dared to talk to her like this, not even Mocha. Shut up. This is the queen of the human race that you cannot insult. 35. Before Irene could speak, in the crowd behind Irene, a great wizard stood up and scolded Shiraishi angrily. Oh! Shiraishi gave him a cold look, and Irene was startled, because she saw a trace of murder in his eyes, but it was too late to stop it. Will! The great magician touched the blood hole in his chest, glanced at Shiraishi in despair, and fell down without saying a word. In an instant, the magician behind Irene shot at Shiraishi tightly at the same time. For a time, the air seemed to freeze. Shiraishi gently placed his hand on the hilt. Get out! 99. Seeing this, Irene said immediately, and the great wizards looked at Irene suspiciously, but because of Irene's identity, they could only retreat silently. Shiraishi also gave up his plan to kill them all, but if they dared to kill themselves, then Shiraishi wouldn't mind sending them to death. You are very strong, but for the sake of the human race, please agree to my request. No matter what request you suggest, I will agree to you. In front of everyone's eyes, Irene bent down to Shiraishi's request and stopped the mages behind her. Shiraishi's mouth curled slightly. Anything. Chapter 60. Yes, anything. Irene said very sincerely. I accept it, he's almost out of breath. Shiraishi smiled and pointed to Mocha in the corner of the ruins. As soon as he finished speaking, Mocha's breath was exhausted. If it had been a while earlier, Mocha might have been saved, but now it's impossible. That kind of heavy bleeding, if there is still life, then it's really a ghost, and now Shiraishi can only spread his hands helplessly. You. 35. Irene was furious. If it weren't for Shiraishi's opponent, she would have rushed forward now. She was not provoked by Mocha's death, but because Shiraishi completely disregarded the overall situation of the human race. That's it, the mage legions outside will definitely be completely disintegrated, and the entire kingdom of Azer will be in chaos. In fact, Irene was just doing useless work from the beginning. Shiraishi has already decided that the person to kill will never let anyone go. Even if that person is still useful, Shiraishi who holds the blade will not have any trace of it. Hesitate. Well, I know what you think. 39. Irene was stunned for a moment. Shiraishi walked over and touched Irene's little hand inadvertently. Irene stepped back instantly and looked at Shiraishi vigilantly. What are you doing? It's okay, just charge some interest, remember that you just promised me, anything. In Irene's eyes, Shiraishi stepped out of the ruins with a peculiar smile, and when Shiraishi stepped out of the ruins, the smile on his face disappeared, replaced by a terrifying majesty. Tread. With the sound of stepping, Shiraishi stopped, and then an invisible wave suddenly spread out from Shiraishi's body. The speed was beyond human understanding, and the invisible wave instantly swept the entire city. Time seemed to stand still at this moment, even the world stopped turning, and the city was dead silent. The invisible fluctuations spread out, and Irene only felt a terrifying force pouring into her mind, like a mountain pressing down on her body trembling uncontrollably. In the next instant, Irene didn't realize what was going on. The great wizard and the army of wizards from the kingdom of Azel fell to the ground one after another without making any screams. Even the ice crystal dragon outside was temporarily lost because of this momentum. In the blink of an eye, the army of 10,000 mages in the entire city was wiped out in an instant, and a whole 10,000 people were killed by Shiraishi in an instant. Looking at this scene, Irene was suddenly taken aback and screamed out of her mouth uncontrollably. What? This kind of shock can no longer be described in words, this is the power of domineering and domineering. Boom! What's going on? Why did everything fall? What did you do? Irene stared blankly at the figure, not understanding what he had done. Are you all right? Are you that vulnerable too, right? After Irene was in a daze, Shiraishi appeared in front of Irene and shook his hand. Don't you even have the courage to be a queen? At this time, Irene noticed Shiraishi's actions, ignored his rudeness, and asked, What are you doing? It's nothing, just intimidating them. I'll leave it to you next, I'll be waiting for you. After solving Irene's troubles, Shiraishi looked for food, lit a fire, and after leaving the Narubite tribe, he hadn't eaten anything until now, and he was really hungry. Except for Irene, the first one to recover was the great wizard behind her. When they saw this scene, they were so frightened that they stepped back and were frightened, and almost shouted the word monster. After a brief shock, Irene immediately took out the aura of a queen and commanded the great mages to control the mages of the kingdom of Azer. As soon as General Mocha died, the news of his death spread instantly, and the army of mages who lost their backbone was quickly stabilized under the command of Irene and the assistance of the ice crystal dragon. Shiraishi held a piece of barbecue and looked at Irene in armor, commanding orderly in the ruins. Irene is worthy of being the queen of the sky. It has to be said that the biggest gain from this battle is the kingdom of Dragunov. Without a single soldier, the second kingdom of human race can be included in the bag, which is tantamount to falling pie in the sky. Forget it, what am I thinking? It would be good to avenge Uncle Lore and the fat old man, no matter what he does. Shiraishi shook it, took the grilled meat from the fire, and took a hard bite. Tear. Soon, it was rolled. Pfft. 0. Ask for flowers. Just after Shiraishi was in a hurry, Irene was walking towards him with a smile on her face, apparently amused by Shiraishi's stupidity. Shiraishi rolled his eyes helplessly, but was quickly attracted by Irene's beautiful smile. Seeing Shiraishi's maddened expression, Irene's face couldn't help but turn a little red. Shiraishi asked suddenly. Irene, do you have a boyfriend? Irene was stunned when she heard the words, and hesitantly replied, no. In fact, it was about to happen, but was killed by Shiraishi. Before this battle, Irene was forced by Mocha to agree to it. Fortunately, Shiraishi's appearance disrupted everything. Thinking of this, Irene really needs to be grateful to Shiraishi, but thinking of Shiraishi's frivolous behavior towards herself, she was shy and gave up. 0. At this time, Alan saw Shiraishi smiling mysteriously, and started to eat the grilled meat that was no longer hot, making Irene's curiosity full. Irene leaned forward and asked, what are you laughing at? Suddenly, Shiraishi caught him off guard and hugged Irene's soft body, and kissed his delicate lips with his greasy mouth that had just finished eating barbecue. What are you doing? Irene's pupils dilated, and she slapped Shiraishi's back with both hands. Shiraishi originally wanted to cover up her armed domineering, but after thinking about it, she gave up. But in the next second, he was about to cry. The strength of this woman must be too great. She almost killed Shiraishi with 2 fists. Shiraishi released his hands, and Irene also escaped from Shiraishi's clutches, staring at Shiraishi with wide almond eyes, his chest heaving, and Shiraishi was dazzled. Is this a high-level add-on technique? Shiraishi patted his chest. The power of the 2 punches just now was too great. If it wasn't for system strengthening and self-cultivation, someone else would have been beaten to death by a single punch. Cough, your strength almost killed your man. 55. Shut up, whoever said you are my man, don't talk nonsense. Irene said angrily. Why not your man, have you forgotten what you promised me just now? 35. Shiraishi smiled wickedly. It was only then that Irene remembered that she had promised to promise him anything. Chapter 61. No, you have already killed Mocha, so that agreement doesn't count. Irene tried to quibble, but how could Shiraishi let her deny it so easily? Shiraishi stood up and moved closer to Irene, but every time Shiraishi took a step closer, Irene took a step back. When Irene had no way to retreat, Shiraishi was already standing in front of Irene, grabbing the delicate wrist and sticking it against her. Said in her ear. I don't care, since I solved this problem for you, then this agreement is established, you have to agree to it, and you have to agree if you don't agree. The hot breath blew on Irene's small ears, coupled with Shiraishi's very rogue words, Irene's face instantly turned red. Seeing the soul-stirring face, Shiraishi ignored Irene's resistance, lowered his head and hugged Irene, feeling the fiery lips. After a while, Shiraishi walked out of the ruins with a big dark circle under his eyes, and at the same time followed Irene with a flushed face behind him, instantly causing a wolf howl. A month later, after taking over the wizard army and territory of the kingdom of Azer, Irene took a few guards and walked to the place where Shiraishi practiced, looking at him with beautiful eyes. Solved. Shiraishi put down dragon slaying, smiled meaningfully, and put Irene in his arms. After struggling for a while, when he realized that he couldn't escape, Irene chose to give up. This guy is a monster, he is almost the same age as him, why does he have such terrifying power? Feeling the scorching aura coming from the other person just after cultivating, Irene said in a low voice with a look of confusion on her pretty face. Having been together for the past few days, Irene also knows Shiraishi's person. Although they are similar for a few days, the relationship between the two is rapidly heating up, which she has never felt before. In the past, she only knew that she was busy guarding the human race, and her feelings were due to the White Lotus, and as a queen, she never dared to approach her. Well, this is why Shiraishi was able to capture Irene like that. After adding the critical moment, Shiraishi appeared, killed Mocha to solve the boulder in Irene's heart, and gave her the kingdom of Azel without hesitation. There are few people who can do this kind of mind. If Shiraishi knew what Irene was thinking at this time, he had to laugh, power would be just a burden to him. How could a person like him who yearns for freedom could pick up a stone and shoot himself in the foot? Seeing the scene in front of him, the guards who followed Irene voluntarily retreated, leaving the two alone. After a while, Irene looked up at Shiraishi's dark eyes and said, "We would like to formally invite you to the royal capital of the Dragonov Kingdom." 35. Irene's face is full of fascination. Shiraishi said with a wicked smile, "It was you who invited, or you invited. Does it make any difference?" Irene asked in confusion, and Shiraishi nodded solemnly. "Yes, of course there is. If you invite you, it means that there are other people's wishes mixed with it. In order to avoid trouble, I will generally refuse. If it is you." Shiraishi deliberately stretched the last tone. Irene gave him a white look, suppressed a smile, and asked with a worried look, "How about me?" But at this moment, the flirtatious look on Shiraishi's face disappeared, replaced by that affectionate look. "Then I will go no matter how hard it is." Shiraishi stared into Irene's eyes, but couldn't hear any answer. "What's the matter, is it useless? Something is wrong." When Shiraishi doubted his own failure, Irene, like an octopus, held onto herself tightly, wishing to fuse her body into his. Shiraishi patted Irene on the back lightly. If such a beautiful girl really turned into the schizophrenic blushing despair in the original book, it would be worth the loss. After nearly half a year of stalemate, Irene did not return to the capital for half a year. Although she gave all the opportunities to the minister before leaving, it was not suitable after all. Fortunately, Shiraishi solved the trouble and finally made time to return to the capital. After the army of the Kingdom of Dragonov was stationed in the Kingdom of Azer, Irene was also ready to get up and return, along with Shiraishi. Dragonov Kingdom. Ice Crystal Dragon, inciting blue and white wings across the sky. Shiraishi and Irene sit in front. After arriving at the royal capital, the Ice Crystal Dragon slid down and landed on the hundreds of meters wide street in the capital, walking towards the palace. On both sides of the street, the citizens who had long learned the news of the Queen's return stood on both sides of the street early. However, when they saw Shiraishi beside Irene, both the citizens and the soldiers showed a frightened expression. Due to the rumors spread by Mocha, many of them recognized Shiraishi as a rebel, and also heard that this person was destroyed recently. News from the Kingdom of Azel. For a time, the crowd was full of panic, and the welcoming atmosphere was washed away a lot. They did not understand why Her Majesty brought such a dangerous person back to the capital. Although panicked, they did not dare to say anything more because they were afraid of Shiraishi's power. Destroying a country by one person is enough to deter them. Never mind, not just not knowing the truth. Irene is worried about causing Shiraishi's disgust, and ends with a voice. "It's nothing, I'm used to it, I don't care how others see me, all I care about is your thoughts." Shiraishi glanced at Irene affectionately, only to see her and his face overflowing with happiness. Very successful. Jumping off the dragon's back, Irene walked into the palace with Irene. Irene told him to see him in the evening and left because he had other things to do. As for Shiraishi, Irene had already arranged for someone to meet him. After all, it was her man, so Irene couldn't ignore Shiraishi. In the palace, the ministers of the Dragonov kingdom had already prepared to meet with a ceremony, but when they saw Shiraishi in 2.2, their reaction was the same as that of ordinary people outside. "Hello, Shiraishi-sama." Shiraishi nodded and walked past him, leaving the embarrassed crowd behind, just as he was heading towards the seats full of food, ready to go on. A handsome white-haired man with long flowing hair stood in front of Shiraishi, looked at Shiraishi coldly and said, "Who are you? What qualifications do you have to appear in the palace? Look at your clothes, think you're just a commoner, get out of here, don't defile the kingdom's red carpet." Shiraishi was stunned for a while. How could someone jump out against him when he was so good? Does he look like he owes someone money? Shiraishi shook his head with a smile and continued walking. "Where did the wild dog come from? Go away." Chapter 62. The white-haired boy froze in place. He had never met anyone who dared to speak to him like this. Shiraishi was the first. "Get out of the way. Good dogs out of the way." 99. You. The white-haired boy was excited and wanted to step forward, but was quickly stopped by the people around him. Maybe the white-haired boy was used to being pampered on weekdays, but they understood the ferocity of the man in front of them. After the obstruction disappeared, Shiraishi walked towards the food, which was more important to him than unrelated people, and began to sweep the food on the table as soon as he sat down. With the enhancement of strength and physique, the energy required by Shiraishi is also higher, especially when the armed color domineering reaches the third stage. More energy needs to be taken in. After a while, the food on the large table 3 or 4 meters long had all entered the belly. The people serving around were all stunned. They had never seen anyone with such a big appetite as Shiraishi. "Is there anything else? Get some more, it's not enough for me to stick between my teeth." Shiraishi was tearing apart a large piece of meat in his hand, biting a mass of meat in his mouth, and said to the people below, "It's better to be the meat of those powerful monsters." After a while, Shiraishi left contentedly, leaving behind a mountain of plates and a stunned waiter. After asking where Irene was, he swaggered in and no one dared to stop him. When Shiraishi stepped through the gate, he saw Shiraishi lying on the desk in the center of the palace and falling asleep. Maybe he was dealing with official business, and he had been running all the way, so he was tired in the past. After all, as a queen, it is impossible to be as unfettered as Shiraishi. After Shiraishi walked in, the guards beside him found that Shiraishi gave them a quiet gesture and drove them out. Due to Shiraishi's identity and the queen's explanation, the guards had no choice but to walk out of the palace honestly and stay there. Shiraishi left alone with the queen. Shiraishi stepped forward and looked at her crimson hair spreading like clouds. Even when she was asleep, she couldn't wipe away the sadness between Irene's brows and eyes. She stroked her butterfly-like eyelashes, and her lips were as rosy as a begonia. Shiraishi smiled lightly, and was quite cute when he fell asleep, completely different from what he usually showed. Shiraishi looked for a robe in the corner, walked to Irene's side and gently covered her, and when Shiraishi put the robe on, Shiraishi saw Irene's eyelashes trembling slightly. It was pretending to be asleep. Shiraishi smiled without leaving a trace. At this time, Shiraishi was a little playful, and directly squeezed Irene's face into various cute shapes. "I didn't expect Irene to fall asleep, so I..." But just when Shiraishi saw that Irene was shaking violently and thought she would wake up, she found that she was still pretending to be asleep, and Shiraishi burst out laughing. "Ha ha 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 ha! Irene, you're much cuter than I thought. Hey! Shiraishi ubd! Suddenly come to my room and do something messy." After hearing Shiraishi's unbridled laughter, Irene immediately opened her eyes in anger and threw a pillow beside her to Shiraishi. It was just that one did not exert much force, and the other stumbled and fell off the chuang, and was subconsciously hugged by Shiraishi. Boom! A thunderstorm passed. Shiraishi looked at Irene in his arms and was stunned. Seeing Irene's uncharacteristically pitiful appearance, Shiraishi inexplicably felt his heart beat a little faster. It's really unexpected. Irene, the Queen of Dragons in the original book, is actually afraid of thunder. Shiraishi smiled softly. In the early morning, the blue sky was spotless after being washed by the rain, the air was so fresh, as if it had been filtered, a red glow appeared in the east. With the rising sun pouring in, the room shone on Shiraishi. Shiraishi sat on the chair and looked at Irene sleeping on the soft big chuang, and twisted her stiff neck. I'm really looking forward to it more and more, this world. Shiraishi turned sideways and looked out the window, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. At this moment, Shiraishi turned his head in response and saw the big eyes that Irene had opened. Ah. After Irene woke up, she saw Shiraishi staring at herself, and began to roar wildly in her heart. Irene remembers everything that happened yesterday. I didn't expect that all of my cowardly side would be seen by Shiraishi, the BD. Thinking of this, Irene just feels a little broken, just. Looking at Shiraishi's gentle eyes, Irene's heart became inexplicably quiet. To be honest, last night was really the most peaceful night Irene had slept in over the past 10 years. It felt as if the sky was falling and someone was holding it up. It was really good. As the Queen of the Dragonov Kingdom and the Pro-Dragon Kingdom, Irene has too many things on her back, and the seemingly strong Irene has long been exhausted physically and mentally after more than 10 years. What are you stunned for? Didn't you say that there is an important meeting to be held today? It's getting late now, so hurry up and get ready. Shiraishi looked at Irene, who was a little confused, and smiled lightly. Queen Irene, who used to be very strong in the past, is unexpectedly cute at this moment. Chapter 63 Dragonov Kingdom. Kingdom Council Hall. In the solemn hall, the guards held hands, and the ministers of the kingdom were already separated on both sides, waiting for the people on the main seat of the meeting. A heavy atmosphere surrounds the entire chamber. Irene walked to the avenue and came across a white-haired boy who was the one who clashed with Shiraishi yesterday. He bowed to him and said, "Long time no see, Queen Irene." Irene knew him, Duke of Kyokir, a boy who inherited the title of Duke when he was young. Before Mocha did not force him, he always pursued himself, for the sake of Irene's throne, even if his father died, after he ascended the throne. Still the same. But after Mocha appeared, Duke Kyokir disappeared. Now, when Mocha died, he jumped out to be generous to himself. Such people are the most disgusting. Yesterday, in order to avoid him, Irene stayed by Shiraishi's side all the time, but I didn't expect to meet him anyway. The meeting is about to start, don't stay here. After speaking, Irene walked away indifferently, not wanting to have too much contact with such a snob. Leaving the embarrassed Kukir behind, when Irene's figure disappeared, a trace of viciousness appeared on Kukir's face. Smelly watch, as soon as I come back, I will fight with a wild man of unknown origin. After I get you, I have to trample you under my feet. 35. The battle-hardened Duke of Kukir knew at a glance that Irene was already employed, but when he greeted him yesterday, he did not appear, and he saw Shiraishi walk into Irene's bedroom last night. Even if I didn't see it with my own eyes, when I think about what happened in Irene's room last night, as a man, and a man who has been in a high position for a long time, how can he bear the sudden appearance of the woman he likes? Pull out the stubble. The thought of Shiraishi's damn-it face made Duke Kukil want to tear him apart. Wait, what I can't get, you also rest and wait. When Irene stepped into the chamber, the ministers bowed their heads. Irene nodded, then walked to the main seat and sat down. Irene's face also showed the imposing manner that a queen should have, watching everyone speak slowly. I think you all know what we are going to discuss today. Recently, the actions of the dragon race against us humans have become more frequent, and the human race can't sit still. No one answered the call, no one dared to offer their opinions, and no one asked Irene about the next decision. Because they know that they do not have the means and ability to solve this problem, although they do not want to admit it, but the fact is that the human race is too weak, and there is no resistance at all in the face of the dragon race. If there is no holy dragon, Belsarion led a part of the dragons to help resist the dragons. The terror has already been broken by the human race, but it is also threatened by neighboring countries during this period. In this precarious situation, fortunately, the Queen was in control at the moment of crisis. Azer Kingdom. Otherwise, no one knows where the future will go. Irene looked around coldly, and after confirming that no one had any objections, she spoke again. Next, we need to consider how to fight the dragon race in the kingdom of Dragonov. The Dragon King festival is almost here. As Irene's last words fell, the council hall, which was originally quiet like a pool of stagnant water, suddenly became boiling. Everyone thought that this war might come soon, but they didn't expect it to be so fast. Irene sneered when they saw this scene. When he was fighting bloody battles with the Dragon clan, these people in front of him had almost no other role than sitting and waiting to die. Before Irene could continue to speak, Duke Kyokir walked in from outside the main hall and said to Irene, "Queen Irene, why do you have to go to war? For hundreds of years, not only the kingdom of Dragonov, but even the entire human race has considered how to defeat the dragon race. After consuming a lot of energy and manpower, so many so-called genius wizards died, but the result? The result is that the human race is still in a weak position." Speaking of this, Duke Kukir gave everyone a cold look. How many years, not only him, but even everything in front of him has lost confidence. Now that Lord Belsarion exists, our kingdom can still survive. Why should we take the initiative to fight? Queen Irene, it's not that I, Kukir, want to break your confidence, but the dragons really can't defeat, even with Lord Belsarion. Enough. Irene's exit interrupted Duke Kyokir's words. I'm here just to hear your determination to stand up against the dragon, not to hear you talk about these past histories. Duke Kyokir, who was interrupted, was a little annoyed, and when he was about to continue speaking, "Humans, you can't just rely on me." A huge figure walked into the council room, and everyone except Irene, including Duke Kyokir, bowed their heads. Lord Belsarion. When I saw the figure, Irene stepped forward. Belsarion. Well, I haven't seen you for almost half a year, Irene. Belsarion looked down at Ellie with its huge eyeballs. At first, it was controlled by the dragons and couldn't rescue Azel, but it had no choice but to hand Irene to solve it on its own. Belsarion glanced at Irene, then turned to the gloomy Kukir. The dragon clan can't hold back anymore. My fellow clan no longer cares about my existence. The dragon clan has become imperative. If the human clan doesn't want to resist, they can only wait to die. When the time comes, the Dragon King will come, even if it is me. Stop them." Belsarion's words fell, and the scene fell into silence. Belsarion's words were very clear and clear. The dragons were ready to attack and could attack at any time. In the face of so many dragons of the dragon family, Belsarion alone cannot resist the dragon clan, and when Belsarion fights against the Dragon King, he runs. As human beings, they will face the giant dragon, and when they think of the horror of the giant dragon, despair slowly climbs on their faces, but it can't be blamed on them. Although it was expected, Irene still looked at them with disappointment. The years of pampering and being in a high position have made them forget the blood of their youth, and they have no other reaction than panic in the face of the dragon. Don't be so pessimistic. The kingdom of Dragonov is not at the end of the desperate moment, and it is not impossible for the human race to defeat the dragon. Irene's firm words made those who fell into despair slowly raise their heads. Dragon is very powerful, but it is not invincible. We must not give up until the end. It is undeniable that at this moment, Irene's figure seems to overlap with Urza 400 years later, the same strong, the same courage, the same courage. Chapter 64. Roar. Just when Irene and many high-level councils were in session, the sound of King Ming's dragon roar spread to everyone's ears. Irene stood up abruptly. This is a dragon roar, a dragon is coming. 39. What? Everyone shouted in horror. Facing a real threat, Kukier was also panicked. Shiraishi, who was cultivating in the palace, also heard this voice, wiped away his sweat, wrapped the dragon with a grey cloth, and jumped up to the top of the palace, looking into the distance. Is the dragon clan unable to hold back? It seems that this war is about to start early, but... Shiraishi looked down at the zhanlong in his hand. The pitch-black blade seemed to be thirsting for blood. In the chamber, Irene looked at the panicked crowd and took out a scepter from behind. Boom! The terrifying power of the Dragon King erupted, stunned the panic-stricken crowd. This is... When everyone was surprised, Kukier looked at the scepter in Irene's hand, and his eyes were full of greed. I won't intervene this time, not only I won't, but the other dragons are the same. Belzarian glanced at the scepter in Irene's hand, and then left. Some things still need the Terran to do it themselves. After he intervened too much, the Terran became too dependent on him, so he just took this opportunity to sharpen them. Otherwise, at this Dragon King festival, if they die in battle, who can the human race rely on? However, Belzarian cares more about the meaning of the dragon's appearance. Could it be that the dragon family can't wait any longer? Belzarian sighed silently and walked out of the palace. After the Belzarian had gone, the panic-stricken ministers saw it gone, and fear came to their faces again. Fleeing to escape, no one dared to face the dragon. Seeing this scene, Irene's disappointment from the beginning has completely turned into despair, and strode out of the palace. Irene, hide first, it's useless, if the dragon doesn't show up, we can't resist at all. Kukier said anxiously. Does he really want to take Irene to escape? No, he just looked at the scepter in Irene's hand. From the feeling of magic, it is undoubtedly Belzarian's power, which means that Belzarian will not give up Irene. As long as he is with her, then he will not any danger. Do you think everyone is a coward like you? Just then, Shiraishi appeared. Shiraishi gave Irene a sidelong glance and walked directly towards Irene, wrapping one hand around Irene's soft waist and burying his head in the mesmerizing crimson hair. Irene also blushed and gave Shiraishi a white look. She was obviously going to fight against the giant dragon, but she still had leisure to take advantage of her. Shiraishi then leaned against her ear and whispered. Do you miss me? Thinking of last night, Irene faintly softened. With bloodshot eyes, Kukier looked at Shiraishi's hand that was holding Irene, and wanted to chop it off, but he didn't dare. After yesterday's conflict, he saw that there was something wrong with other people's eyes looking at Shiraishi. After returning to the mansion, began to investigate Shiraishi's background and identity. When he saw that Shiraishi was just a little blacksmith on the edge of the kingdom of Azer, he sneered at first, but the more he looked down, the more thrilling he became. Killing great mages, slaying demons, and even the ruler of a country died in his hands. What's even more terrifying is that only one person can deter thousands of mages. The existence of this is not something that an ordinary noble can compete with, but the jealousy and unwillingness in his heart drive him to talk to Shiraishi. I'm like a coward, what about you? Do you dare to fight with the dragons? If you don't dare to leave Irene's side early. Kukier did not think that Shiraishi would be the opponent of the giant dragon. For many years, the human race had never seen a strong man capable of defeating the giant dragon, shocking 10,000 mages, and the dragon race could do the same. But just when Kukier wanted to provoke Shiraishi to let him fight the dragon, he only heard Shiraishi sneer, idiot. Irene is already my woman. Then he turned to Irene and said, who is this person? Ah, Why are you so insane? Ignore him, it's irrelevant. Shiraishi's sarcasm and Irene's disdain made Kukier stunned for a moment, and then he was filled with infinite anger. You! Just as Kukier was about to speak, a hand suddenly appeared, grabbed his neck, and lifted himself up casually. The feeling of suffocation flooded into his mind instantly. Shiraishi looked at Kukier, who was struggling, and said coldly, "Don't think that you can do whatever you want if I ignore you." Shiraishi's words drifted into Kukier's ears. Kukier was instantly enveloped by Shiraishi's killing, as if he had fallen into the icy darkness. Not only was he frightened, but a warm current slowly flowed down from between Kukier's legs. Shiraishi looked disgusted, and threw it away with one hand. Kukier turned into a beautiful arc and slammed into the wall of the palace. I don't know if it was alive or dead, but it doesn't matter. It won't bother you. Irene shook her head. No, even if you die, you just need to push on the giant dragon. For a small character like Kukier, in Irene's opinion, it is better to live than to die. However, Shiraishi's statement that he is his woman still makes Irene a little bit happy, and this feeling of being liked by others really fascinates me deeply. After all, a 15 or 16-year-old girl has almost no reservations about her love for the person who took her first time. Irene can't imagine what it's like to lose Shiraishi. But at this time, a dragon chirping came again. Judging from the sound, it was estimated that the giant dragon was not far from the king's city. Facing the giant dragon, Irene also slowly withdrew from her joy. Her face became more and more serious. She held the scepter in her right hand, and the majesty of the queen emanated from her body again. I'll come. 35. Shiraishi stopped it, and Irene, who wanted to fight against the dragon, joked that if his own woman was present, it would be nothing. But Irene was a little worried, although she believed in her man, and had seen Shiraishi intimidate thousands of mages at the beginning, but after all, she was facing a giant dragon, and she couldn't rest assured to let him fight the giant dragon alone. No, I can't bear to have my woman hurt, not even a little bit. But even if Shiraishi said this, Irene was still worried and wanted to continue talking, but Shiraishi blocked her small mouth. Well, since then you help me, then there is an event for you. Irene released Shiraishi's hand and asked, "What's the matter?" 99. Before I come back, wash yourself off, put on your lipstick, put on some perfume, set yourself up and wait for me, I'll be on it tonight. After finishing speaking, Shiraishi had already grabbed the Zhanlong and swept out of the capital, leaving Irene with a shy face watching the distant figure. Chapter 65. Outside the capital. I saw that the city wall in the capital had turned into a ruin, and a giant dragon full of thunder and lightning, stepping on the city wall, roared towards the sky. I am Asgar, this land. It belongs to the dragon race. This thunder dragon obviously didn't come to talk to humans. He opened the dragon's mouth and took a breath, and the surrounding magic power continued to gather in his lungs, gradually forming a magnetic field around him, and the golden thunder light in his mouth was beating constantly. Boom! A loud noise enough to make people tinnitus shook the whole earth. Like a huge mushroom cloud formed by dust mist, mixed with orange light, it rose up. The mushroom cloud can be seen even from a distance of a few miles away. Thunder Dragon. As soon as Shiraishi fell to the ground, countless people of the Dragonov kingdom fled 4 times. All of them were scared for a while, crying for help, and fleeing to the area opposite where the dragon was located. The young man knelt directly to the ground and begged the giant dragon for mercy. But how could the giant dragon ignore the human beings who exist like ants? Why did the dragon race attack us? Lord Belzarian, why didn't he come to save us? We've been abandoned, Queen Irene. Countless cries, beggings, and explosions were intertwined with everything. Above them, the roar of the giant dragon tilted again, and it was about to fall on them. Suddenly, a black shadow swept across in front of them, then flew upwards, and instantly rushed into the roar of the dragon. Will. The explosion turned into a white energy mask, obliterating everything around it. At this moment, a dark silver light flashed in the explosion. The terrifying explosions flooded the houses on both sides, and the surviving people in the middle looked at the sight in front of them, completely forgetting that they were still in danger. In the air, a pitch-black figure appeared in front of the thunder dragon carrying the lightning, holding a pitch-black blade in his hand, slashing towards the giant dragon. Swordsmanship slash. Pfft. The dark light flashed on Asgar's huge body, and Asgar let out a miserable cry. Dozens of sword marks appeared on his body, and the wounds erupted like blood columns. The dragon's blood, but to the huge Asgar, it can only be counted as a small wound. Human, you pd me off. Boom. Thunder Dragon's collapse fist. The Asgar dragon claws clenched into fists, and the fists were wrapped with golden electric currents, falling towards the falling Shiraishi. Cut. 99. Shiraishi blocked the dragon-slaying sword in front of him, and with a powerful attack, with a bang, Shiraishi was directly knocked to the ground, causing a puff of smoke. The foolish human being has only one dead end. 35. Asgar glanced coldly, the smoke on the ground, facing the attack of lightning. It did not think that the fragile human body could withstand that punch. Yet, your punch has made my body a lot more comfortable, thank you. However, just outside Asgar when Shiraishi was dead, a figure in the smoke slowly stood up, rubbed his shoulders and walked out of the smoke to look at it. How is this possible? How can human beings be able to withstand the blow of a giant dragon? Looking at Asgar's surprised dragon face, the corners of Shiraishi's mouth twitched slightly. As early as after he raised his armed arrogance to the third stage, his body has been strengthened by the system, and his physical tyranny has reached a certain level of terror. Color domineering isolates the most powerful thunder and lightning magic. The only thing left is the pure physical power of the thunder dragon, but such physical power can no longer cause any damage to Shiraishi. Shiraishi even felt that even if he gave up fighting the giant dragon with his sword, he would still be undefeated. Of course, if you want to defeat the dragon, you still need to rely on swordsmanship. After all, swordsmanship is his real killing technique. In order to repay you, I have decided that I will let you die without pain. 39. The dark armament color is domineering, wrapped around the dragon, and then climbed up to Shiraishi's entire arm. Feeling the surging power in his body, the smile on his face gradually faded. Asgar was furious. Only the dragon has always pronounced the demise of mankind. When the human race dared to bluntly kill the dragon, the endless anger drowned Asgar's reason. Human, you paid the price for your words. Boom. Countless thunder and lightning were intertwined outside Asgar's body, but even so, Shiraishi jumped out, slashing at Asgar's chest with the strongest dragon armor. 0. Ask for flowers. Asgar sneered, and was about to taunt Shiraishi when the accident came again. Pick. Boom. Asgar's huge body slammed into the moat in an astonishing way, directly knocking out a hole in the city wall, and the originally collapsed city wall was completely turned into ruins. It's really sinking. 99. Shiraishi rubbed his hands, but the relaxed look on his face did not show a hint of difficulty, but made those who looked at him feel relaxed. Shiraishi, who knocked down Asgar, had a calm expression on his face. Although Shiraishi's heart was flat, it didn't mean that others were too. Seeing the scene in front of him, the people of Dragunov who were still fleeing immediately stopped and looked at Shiraishi in astonishment. There was a turbulent wave in my heart. 0. I'm not dazzled, that person actually knocked down the dragon. You don't have dazzling eyes, I saw it too, it's true. It's great that we're saved. Roar. The thunder dragon Asgar reluctantly got up from the city wall. Blood was constantly flowing from the wound on his body that was attacked by Shiraishi just now. The injuries on his body, and the insult to his dignity drove Asgar completely crazy. The dragon's eyes turned red in an instant, staring at Shiraishi, the hot dragon's breath surging in its mouth. Die people! The huge dragon claws stretched out, and the currents gathered in Asgar's dragon claws, and the violent dragon power gathered at one point. With Asgar as the center, the terrifying air current rushed towards the surroundings. Ordinary human beings were blown upside down and flew out, and the wreckage of the broken house was also swept up into the sky. Blade of Thunder Dragon's Rage. The power of the dragon is condensed in the dragon's claws, and it falls towards Shiraishi with the momentum of thunder. A terrifying airflow blew across Shiraishi's cheeks. Facing Asgar's attack, Shiraishi slowly lifted Zhanlong over his head, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and Zhanlong also fell. Swordsmanship Bounce. The cold light turned into sword energy nearly 10 meters high, roaring away like a tsunami in the sea. The ground was torn apart, and the terrifying impact airflow crushed everything around it into a powdered knife. Chapter 66. The storm dissipated. In the spotlight, the body of the thunder dragon Asgar was divided into two halves. The ground cracked, the ground of the entire Dragonov kingdom continued to vibrate, and the dust and sandstorm caused by the dragon's body hitting the ground seemed to be overwhelming. How is this possible? In the ruins of the royal capital, countless humans stared at the dragon's body in a daze for a long time. Shiraishi slowly fell from the sky on the dragon's body and cut off Asgar's limbs. Dragon meat! How could Shiraishi miss the food that he dreamed of appearing in front of him, and how could he be considered a person who lived 400 years ago if he didn't taste the taste of dragon meat? After the 4 slashes were shot down, Shiraishi pinned the dragon to his waist, with 2 dragon claws and dragon legs on each shoulder, and then returned to the palace. As for the other parts of the meat, Shiraishi thought about it or not. 7-3 tastes no better than a dragon's limbs. Perhaps it was a preconceived reason. I was influenced by some memories from my childhood, and I always felt that the legs of animals were more delicious than other parts. No matter what others said, Shiraishi still believed in this truth. When Shiraishi left, the stunned people reacted, unable to hold back their hearts that were about to jump out, and in the devastated ruins, they cheered wildly. The waves overwhelmed one by one. Oh my God! The dragon is dead. The dragon is dead. Killed by a human. It's too strong. If there are such people, our human race will not be destroyed by the human race. I heard that this rebel had an affair with Queen Irene, maybe he wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the Queen. 99. It doesn't matter who he is related to, as long as he can protect us, and he doesn't want the Queen to die. 9. In the distance Shiraishi watched the cheering people. Under the mask of cheering are those ugly faces. In this difficult-to-survive era, no one will care about the feelings of others, even if they die in front of them, they will not be touched. The people of this era lived with the attitude of living every day, no matter from the top of the kingdom to the common people. Not many people took weapons to resist in the face of danger. Faced with the existence of despair, these weak people prefer to attach themselves to the strong. Holding the banner that the weak need protection, they shamelessly forcibly lean on them, like a blood-sucking worm lying on the body to suck blood, but they do not show a trace of the strong. Respect. In the original book, the people of Dragonov, who put the queen who desperately defended them into prison, are hindered by the generals of the neighboring countries, and they soon forget everything the queen brought to them. These are chaotic times, but also ugly times. Shiraishi shook his head, seeing this scene poured cold water on him, who originally wanted to fight for the human race against the dragon race, and made his hot mind much calmer. Irene, is everything you paid for? Not only Irene, but also the original Anna, but is such an ugly person worthy of their protection? Shiraishi's promise is definitely no. Shiraishi's heart changed with the occurrence of this scene, his eyes gradually became clearer, and he understood a lot. What am I worrying about? Isn't it enough to protect the people I want to protect in this troubled world? Why pursue such painful things? 39. Shiraishi smiled relievedly. Carrying Thunder Dragon's limbs, Shiraishi returned to the palace and saw the woman who was waiting for her. The joy on her face changed after seeing her. Shiraishi instantly forgot the troubles just now, and felt the joy she brought to him. Happiness. Night falls. In the open space outside the palace, a high flame rose, and on the flame was the trophy of Shiraishi today, the limbs of the Thunder Dragon. Sure enough, the more magic the meat contains, the better it tastes. The fragrant dragon meat, Shiraishi's saliva was about to stay. Irene on the side looked at Shiraishi's appearance and smiled. Shiraishi was immediately dissatisfied. Since he can't eat the dragon meat now, he will eat you first. Leaving a pile of leftover bones and burning coals outside the palace, as well as the bright moonlight. At this moment in the quiet room, there were only the sound of two people breathing, and the lights were getting darker and darker. The next moment, the lights went out completely, the room fell into darkness, and the moon outside the room quietly hid in the dark clouds. After 6 hours, the whole room fell silent. After a while, I saw that Irene was already half asleep. Her breathing became calm again, but she seemed to dream of something after falling asleep, with a happy smile on her face. The two didn't wake up leisurely until noon, and the first time they opened their eyes from their sleep, they saw the person they loved deeply. This feeling is really happy. Shiraishi and Irene looked at each other, and they both revealed a faint smile. Shiraishi tapped lightly on Irene's white forehead, and the sun shone in through the window, coating Irene's body with a holy light, which was mesmerizingly beautiful. In the following days, for 1 or 2 months in a row, the dragons in the western continent have not attacked the kingdom of Dragonov again. Although no battle broke out, the figures of the dragons appeared in Dragonov. The number of times in Novo became more and more frequent, and the friction between the human race became more and more intense. After all, the Dragonov kingdom, which has dozens of giant dragons and the holy dragon Belzarian, can be said to be the only obstacle to the dragons who attack the entire Ishgar continent. But proud of this opportunity, Shiraishi also has free time to continue to practice, although some things are really beautiful, but strength is the foundation. Palace, training ground. Shiraishi was the only one in the open space. Shiraishi didn't like outside interference when he was cultivating. Only in a quiet environment could he concentrate and practice more. System. Closing your eyes, the sound of the system instantly echoed in your mind. Ding! Jolakol Mihawk template, 76.2% unlocked. Current level, 2.2 Great Swordsman. 35. Ding! Armament color domineering unlock, 71.3%. Current level, 3rd stage. Special attribute, break the magic. 99. Ding! Seeing the color domineering unlock, 70.6%. Current level, the 3rd stage. Special attribute, Xin Wang. Master swordsmanship, slashing, piercing, stabbing, volleying, sweeping, jumping, cross-slashing. But now Shiraishi's swordsmanship is completely faster than the original speed, and not only that, the armed color domineering has also reached the 3rd stage, and the knowledge of the color domineering has also broken through when he killed Hades before, and has been strengthened by the soul. Except for the domineering arrogance that can be controlled occasionally, it can be said that all Shiraishi's power has reached the 3rd level of the system. After seeing the progress of the system at this time, Shiraishi closed his eyes and said, Mission on. Chapter 67. Hours later. Ding! Completed quest 6000 thrusts. Gain 1% experience points. Ding! Jolakol Mihawk template, 89.3% unlocked. Current level, Great Swordsman. 39. Call. Shiraishi rubbed his arm, forcing himself to compress. The training time was still a bit painful, but all the rewards in return were worth it. With the opening of the 3rd stage, the difficulty of cultivation has increased, but the experience gained has also increased. Overall, the speed of cultivation has increased. I think that in a short time, I will be able to break through all the swordsmanship and the other 3 abilities to perfection. Thinking of this, Shiraishi couldn't help but look forward to how high his strength would be after the great consummation, and whether he would be able to defeat the Dragon King at that time. Everything was unknown. Shiraishi gradually fell into contemplation, and at this time, Irene walked to his side step by step. After she had just dealt with state affairs, she asked the guards beside her, and after learning that Shiraishi was cultivating now, she walked towards Shiraishi's place. Looking at the thoughtful face of 04 Shiraishi, I can't help but be a little fascinated. Goo goo goo. I don't know if Irene was too focused on Shiraishi's face and didn't pay attention to his feet, and accidentally kicked the gravel caused by Shiraishi's practice. Although his voice was not loud, Shiraishi, who had fallen into deep thought, quickly woke up. After noticing that it was Irene, he inserted the dragon in his hand into the ground and walked towards Irene. "Sorry to bother you," Irene said apologetically. Shiraishi shook his head helplessly. "Didn't I already say it? You are my woman, you don't need to say sorry to me." Since that night, Irene has placed herself below herself and is very obedient to herself, although Shiraishi likes it very much, but doesn't want to force her, but no matter what, she still does. When Irene heard Shiraishi's words, she smiled happily, only to hear Shiraishi continue. "How about considering it?" 35. The originally happy face was fleeting, replaced by a slightly painful face. Shiraishi stepped forward and hugged her gently. "If it were someone else, I would not interfere in other people's affairs. This is the creed of my life, but you can't. You are my woman. I don't want to see you hurt in the slightest. I don't want to see you in pain. Seeing you give everything in return is just betrayal." Shiraishi felt that the person in his arms was shaking, and he would hug him tightly against his chest. But even so, Shiraishi's heart was not much happy. She still refused. After releasing, Irene buried her head in Shiraishi's chest, and a warm current soaked Shiraishi's clothes. "I'm sorry, Shiraishi, I can't let go of this kingdom. This is the kingdom my father entrusted to me, and it's also a joint effort between me and Belzarian. I can't let go of my people." For 2 months, Shiraishi had also chatted with Irene and discussed it, but even though she knew that her people had betrayed her, she was still stunned and refused to listen to her words. But Irene can't be blamed for this. Thinking about it, it is indeed difficult for the queen of a country to abandon everything and follow her. After all, this is the entrustment of her father before his death, and the kingdom built together with the holy dragon Belzarian. It's just that this kingdom does have a framework, but there is no central pillar. This central pillar needs the support of the people of the entire Dragonov kingdom. Irene alone cannot last long. Thinking of this, Shiraishi had a headache. This nasty woman is really troublesome. Shiraishi then slapped Irene's fart hard. The ancient slapped. Irene trembled in her arms, looked up at Shiraishi shyly, with a trace of tears on her face, not understanding why he suddenly hit herself. But when Irene saw Shiraishi's pampering eyes, tears could not help falling again. Shiraishi immediately panicked, trying to make her happy. But Irene's eyes were like opening floodgates, as if they could no longer be closed. Shiraishi had no choice but to hold her in his arms and accompany her until she stopped crying until night fell. Dawn. Shiraishi got up. Seeing the smile on the face of the sleeping man, Shiraishi smiled slightly, then dressed and walked out of the palace. "You're really annoying me." After giving her a doting look on Shiraishi's face, he stepped out of the door, the smile on his face turned into a determined look. Now that Irene has made a decision, Shiraishi can only accompany her. Maybe it's the big man's psychology. But if you want to protect her, you can't do it without absolute strength. In this world there is not only the threat of the dragon race, there are more dangers hidden in the darkness, and Shiraishi must rise to the strength that can protect the strength he wants to protect before that. Even with the strength of the Dragon King, Shiraishi still would not be satisfied. Mission on. Ding. Open the quest and the sword falls 6,000 times. The mission begins. When the sound of the system appeared in his mind, Shiraishi silently closed his eyes and felt the sword pose that the system brought into his mind. Along with the breakthrough of swordsmanship, after being promoted to Daijian Hao, the difficulty of swordsmanship is also gradually increasing, from the simple upward pick at the beginning to the more difficult sword fall. The sword stance is constantly changing, moving towards a higher level, and the power of the sword stance is gradually increasing. After Shiraishi wrote down the sword pose in the 473 spirit world, he exited the spirit world and held the sword pose. Strike out. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 100 times, 1,000 times. Although the sword style has been improved, it has not been mentioned much, but there are more changes and rotations in the moves, and Shiraishi's kendo foundation for nearly 3 years is placed there, and Shiraishi quickly becomes familiar with it. With sweating like rain again and again, Shiraishi went from jerky at the beginning to familiarity and finally to a little bit of proficiency, and the speed of swinging his sword gradually became faster. One after another sword force rippling on his body, the will in the eyes of the dark pupils is like a sword embryo that has not been sharpened. Every strike of Shiraishi is like a blacksmith hitting a sword embryo with a hammer. Every time it was beaten, the sword embryo lost some impurities, and he needed to polish it into a sharp sword that could be controlled by him. There are not many tricks in the practice of kendo. Even those talented kendo geniuses need to practice time and again to reach the peak of kendo, which Shiraishi has understood from the very beginning. No money, no power, no enviable status, all he has is a sword in his hand. The sword was still wielding, but a majestic aura emerged spontaneously from Shiraishi's body. Chapter 68. Shiraishi's momentum slowly climbed. Thump, 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 thump. Shiraishi's heart continued to vibrate, and the speed was getting faster and faster. In the dark eyes, the blade was slowly taking shape, and suddenly a crazy force rushed out of his body, and the force was extremely powerful. Full of endless power. Boom! Shiraishi's black clothes were automatic without wind, and powerful air currents impacted the heavens and the earth, cracks spread, large pieces of dust and gravel flew up, and a wave of air swept out close to the ground. The vibration was transmitted to the depths of the palace. In the unknown palace, an incomparably huge figure perched here. Suddenly, the ground of the palace was shaking continuously, and the figure also woke up. What's the matter? Is the Dragon King attacking? The sound of the vibration has spread, and the surrounding magic crystal lights are also lit up, and the dazzling light shines on him. The darkness subsided, and the figure also appeared, dragon teeth, dragon wings, dragon tail. When the figure completely appeared in the light, the holy dragon, Belsarion, was severely injured half a year ago in order to obtain information about the dragon race. After that, it spent most of the time in the palace to cultivate, and only Irene knew where it was. Feeling this huge vibration, Belsarion's dragon body also stood up slowly, looking at the above, the huge dragon's eye like a giant drum, as if it could see the outside world layer by layer. After feeling the magic feedback, a figure appeared in Belsarion's mind, and when this person appeared, Belsarion was stunned. Human? That kid back then? When Shiraishi fought the Thunder Dragon, Belsarion did not watch, and sent other dragons to watch the battle, until finally the humans defeated the dragon. Then its mood was like a stormy sea, and then it released the magic exploration, and Belsarion was stunned when he found that Shiraishi was just a hairy boy. There is no magic. At first Belsarion thought it was just an illusion, but when it looked closely, it was still the case, when it not only began to doubt life. In what power does Shiraishi have to be able to defeat the dragon? Belsarion has always understood, until now. There are still unknowns in this world. Belsarion hovered and sat down again, no longer disturbed by the outside world, and the magic crystal went out. Everything goes to darkness. And just after Belsarion lay down, the entire palace shook completely, and Irene, who was sleeping, was also awakened by the shock. "What's the matter? Has the dragon clan attacked?" Irene's reaction was the same as Belsarion's, but when she noticed that there was no dragon breath, her panic stopped, and when she touched it, the place was empty. "Is it?" Irene was stunned for a moment, and seemed to think of something, then got up and put on her clothes, walked out of the palace, and saw the scene that was like a collapse in the sky, and in the center of the vortex, Shiraishi did not wave the blade in his hand. Irene has seen Shiraishi practicing, but this scene has never appeared in her memory, but looking at Shiraishi's appearance will probably not calm down for a while. At this time, everything around has begun to panic. Looking at this chaotic order, Irene immediately took out the majesty of a queen and calmed the chaotic order. In the vortex of the storm, Shiraishi's blade took shape again and again, and the blade in his heart gradually took shape, vaguely seeming to have the appearance of slaying a dragon. When Shiraishi swung down the last sword, when the blacksmith in his eyes dropped the last hammer, the surrounding storm suddenly ended, everything returned to calm, and the silent world resumed again. Jiancheng. Number N. The sun is rising, and the morning light penetrates the clouds, gently covering the earth, illuminating the continuous mountains, and shining brightly. When the early morning sun shines on Shiraishi's face, his eyes are slowly opening, still dark pupils, still calm eyes, but the difference is that there seems to be a ray of interest floating in those eyes. Sword. It seems to be able to kill everything in the world. Ding. Unlock hidden missions. Ding. Completed side quest mood transformation. Gain 50% experience points. Ding. Overlord color domineering unlock, 50%. Current level, 2nd stage. Get special attribute, deterrence. Shiraishi let out a sigh of relief, and his body relaxed. I didn't expect that there is still a side quest in Overlord's domineering, and it's still a hidden quest. The corners of Shiraishi's mouth twitched slightly. Shiraishi was not able to control himself after obtaining the domineering power of the king, and the system did not give him any relevant training tasks, but only gave him the ability to grow with his own strength. But after that, kendo and all kinds of cultivation have been improving, only the Overlord is domineering and has no movement, until now, Shiraishi understands. The growth mentioned by the system does not refer to the strengthening of the cultivation base, but refers to the transformation and progress of one's own state of mind. Shiraishi felt that when he raised his hand, he was accompanied by a powerful deterrence, and this deterrence was able to be freely wielded at will. When Shiraishi was silent in his own power, he probably didn't feel some slight changes. Even if he took back his domineering arrogance, an aura still existed in him, and he couldn't hide it no matter what. Irene found out that although she was similar to Shiraishi for a while, she was still accustomed to his character, and she had already felt it in the past few days of contact. Shiraishi at this time is a little strange, but she believes that Shiraishi is still Shiraishi, the Shiraishi who can block everything in front of her. Shiraishi saw that the sun had risen high in the sky, and although he was just delighted to have inspired the domineering arrogance, after the frenzy subsided, followed by exhaustion. After yawning and changing clothes, just as he was about to go back to sleep, Shiraishi froze when he saw that there was no one in the room, but he came back all of a sudden. Hao Zhao. But just a few hours after Beisheng lay down and fell asleep, Shiraishi was called out again, and looked at the blonde little maid in front of him, bent over, with hazy sleepy eyes. Tsitsaizi, this is only 12 or 13 years old. What happened? Shiraishi asked. The blonde little maid bowed her head and said. I don't know, but Her Majesty asked you to come to the chamber and say that there is something important. 35. Shiraishi frowned. He knew that Irene knew that he didn't like to meddle in his own business. Just like when the Thunder Dragon invaded, Irene still didn't intend to trouble himself. It seemed that Irene must have encountered some trouble. However, after being disturbed, Shiraishi's sleepiness disappeared, and fortunately, he also went to see what gave Irene a headache. Led by the little blonde maid, Shiraishi walked along the winding roads, not too short, but not too long, and soon Shiraishi came to the so-called council hall, where almost all the high-level officials of the kingdom had arrived. Chapter 69. In the splendid palace. The ministers of the various kingdoms are separated on both sides, and in the middle is the throne of Irene, but Shiraishi's eyes do not stay on Irene, but behind her. The moment he entered the gate, a golden dragon covered with golden scales and exuding a warm breath appeared in Shiraishi's eyes. Although Shiraishi has been in the king for a while, he has never seen Belsirian's face. At the same time, he also used the sense of sight to detect the giant dragon that exists in the depths of the kingdom. That feeling is exactly the giant dragon in front of him. Could it be the holy dragon Belsarian? Powerful, this is Shiraishi's first feeling. Belsarian, the Dragon King, even Shiraishi feels that Belsarian's strength has completely overwhelmed the Calamity Dragon King he encountered. It's just. Covered by the net of heart and the domineering arrogance of seeing and hearing, Shiraishi heard Belsarian's intermittent, occasionally rapid breathing, as if he was injured. However, when Shiraishi observed Belsarian also looked at her and him. Although he saw it with his own eyes this time, Belsarian still couldn't see through this human being. 477 If possible, Belsarian doesn't actually want to see Shiraishi, and if it weren't for the seriousness of this time, Belsarian would never have attended. It's not that I hate Shiraishi, but Belsarian doesn't want to get involved with him too much. With the incident of the Thunder Dragon Asgar, its death was like a little spark, igniting the pile of dry wood in the dragon family, and the dragon family broke out completely. Because of the death of the Thunder Dragon Asgar, the eyes of the dragons were all focused on the kingdom of Dragonov, but the proud dragon never believed that an ant really killed the dragon, not to mention that it was still in front of Belsarian. As it happens, the dragons speculate that Belsarian killed the Thunder Dragon Asgar. After all, Belsarian's strength is there, and it is still easy to kill ordinary dragons with the strength of the Dragon King. Nonetheless, Belsarian didn't want to have too much contact with Shiraishi because he didn't want the dragon's eyes to notice him too much. Belsarian can't remember how many years it has guarded Dragonov. Before this shocking war, it finally waited for the hope it wanted to see. But this hope is still too weak. I hope that before I can hold on, I can see the world he wants to see. Shiraishi stepped into the palace one step, and Irene's eyes became serious, and the ministers on the left and right also understood that the long-awaited parliament was about to start. In the eyes of everyone, Irene said slowly after scanning everyone. The war has begun. 99. Boom. For a time, expressions of shock and fear appeared in front of everyone, just like before. Seeing this, Shiraishi also lowered his head and pondered. It seems that this time there is a lot of involvement. Is the dragon clan ready to tear the last veil? At the beginning, Master Carrot personally said to himself that the dragon race would erupt in about a year, and the information obtained by Shiraishi confirmed the news. But there is still nearly half a year before 1 year. Right now, unknowingly, the template of Shiraishi's swordsmanship is also the template of Jolakol Mihawk, 90.3% of which have been unlocked, and it only takes less than 10 days' time, he will be able to break through to the perfect state. There is not much time left for yourself. Although Irene said shocking news, however, although the dragon invasion poses a great threat to the entire human race, it has nothing to do with Shiraishi. Eat if you should eat, sleep if you should, and cultivate if you should. Shiraishi remained calm inside. But just after Shiraishi thought it was over and was about to leave, Irene's second message couldn't calm her revenge. The dragons will land in the west of Ishgar, that is, the third world will serve as the first barrier for the human race. Irene said here, and Maimyu also turned to Shiraishi's side, EC, and no one knows more about Shiraishi than she does. When Shiraishi was hunted down by the Azer kingdom, he fled to the Narubite tribe, where he received the help of Robin Lu and lived there for a while. But the third world is too dangerous. First, let's put aside the possibility of the Dragon Clan's massive invasion. After confirming that the Dragon Clan will attack the human clan, those dragons who already live in the third world will bear the brunt. Those giant dragons will definitely set off a bloody storm on the vast land before the arrival of the dragon army, and then the dragons will take over. For something like this, Irene is not going to hide it from Shiraishi, no matter how dangerous it is. She didn't want to deceive Shiraishi and cause a rift in the relationship between the two, which is the kind of candor that two lovers should have. When the council was over, the senior officials of the kingdom walked out of the palace with sadness on their faces, but there was a figure running against them. Irene I, 95. Shiraishi walked up to Irene and looked directly at the heartwarming face. He was about to speak, but was stopped by Irene's jade-like fingers. Needless to say, I understand that there are people you are worried about, so go there if you want. Shiraishi glanced at Irene apologetically, but he didn't stay much in the third world, but he met more friends, such as Mr. Robin Lu, Mr. Carrot, Mr. Russ, and Sanjiang. And such a blonde girl. However, in the human kingdom, except for the dead Uncle Lore and the others, there is only one Irene. At night, in the bedroom, Irene didn't say much, hugged Shiraishi's body with one hand and turned off the lights, but even in the dark, Shiraishi could still see the reluctance on Irene's moving face. Gently pinching her soft cheeks, Shiraishi smiled after seeing Irene's embarrassment. After spending 3 days and 3 nights with Irene, Shiraishi rubbed his waist and walked out, shaking his head with a wry smile. It seems that we must train with arrogance and domineering as soon as possible. Under Irene's reluctant gaze, Shiraishi waved goodbye and walked into the distance step by step. The third world, the Narubites. It was only noon, but the sky had already fallen into darkness. In the dark sky, countless thunder and lightning were rolling in the dark clouds, and the wind was blowing the whole world. At the summit of the Narubite tribe, the originally peaceful city radiated such a strange light, and the clear river outside the city wall gradually became more and more turbid. Inside the fence, there was no one in sight on the streets that were usually crowded with people. However, at this moment, at the top of the tower in the center of the city, a short old man looked at the dark clouds in the sky, and appeared with lightning flashes. Chapter 70. In the clouds, under the light of thunder and lightning, several figures were reflected on the dark clouds. Robin Lu, who was in the central tower of the Narubite tribe, was still very indifferent to these figures. How many dragons is this? Light and darkness are intertwined in Robin Lu's body. The power of the original order and balance has a slight change at this moment, and the darkness is gradually eroding Robin Lu's body, but even so, Robin Lu is still very powerful, even surpassing the past, but gradually lost in darkness. It is very rare to encounter a dragon on weekdays in this vast third world. It seems that your dragon clan has already set his sights on this place, but the death of those giant dragons before will not allow you to learn a lesson. Robin Lu's voice spread far into the distance under the influence of magic power, spreading like water waves for a short period of time, but this sentence seemed to anger those figures. Roar! Several figures simultaneously let out a huge roar, and the clouds in the sky also dispersed, revealing the body hiding in the clouds. Dozens of giant dragons appeared above the clouds at the same time. Among the dragons, a giant dragon whose whole body was covered with terrifying rocks and boulders looked at Robin Lu below and roared. Roar! Dragon is an invincible existence, ants, you will pay the price of death for what you do and say. 99. Lying outside the Narubite tribe were figures that looked like mountain peaks. Those were giant dragons of the dragon race who had died in battle. They thought that the few giant dragons that depended on the third world for their survival could connect with the dragon race and take them at the fastest speed. West of Lower Ishgar. However, the ending was unexpected. I didn't expect that soon after landing on this continent, I would kick this hard board, the powerful magic of light and darkness on the old human being, combined with the city under his feet, without the presence of the Dragon King. For a while, he was actually stuck with it. This is simply a great insult to the Dragon Clan, but it is helpless. The Dragon Clan in the Western continent has never seen such a powerful human being. The cave dragon looked down and said slowly, "Damn it! Is there really no way? What about the Calamity Dragon King? Where is it? Why can't I see it for a long time?" As the first combat power to attack the human race, the dragon race dispatched a Dragon King to lead dozens of giant dragons, and this Dragon King was the Disaster Dragon King who suffered a loss at the hands of Shiraishi. In the journey to the Dragon Clan, the Calamity Dragon King chose to separate, and led several giant dragons to attack another human clan stronghold without knowing all the Dragon Clan. Although the battle strength is scattered, the dragons don't care. They are arrogant and complacent. They never think that there is any existence that can stop the dragon's attack. However, an accident still happened. The death of those giant dragons hurt their eyeballs, but they had to admit the terror of the ants. Lord Calamity Dragon King seems to be suffering some obstacles for a while, and I'm afraid it won't be able to solve it. A voice came from behind the cave dragon, which made the cave dragon's eyes sway, and then became furious. Don't the Calamity Dragon King not know the importance of the matter? For the sake of personal affairs, he disregards the overall situation of the dragon family. What kind of Dragon King is he? After the internal debate among the Dragon Clan, under the pressure of all the Dragon Kings, the Fire Dragon King Igneel was restricted in movement and could no longer participate in this battle. This is nothing short of a great deed for the Dragon King of Calamity. As a Dragon King, he can't defeat the human race. It is a great shame for the Dragon King of Calamity. However, the only thing that can do this shame is the hot blood. Going to the mainland, it went straight to the original battlefield. This idiot! For the Calamity Dragon King who has just been promoted, the cave dragon does not have much awe, and the Calamity Dragon King lost the battle at the hands of the human race, which makes the cave dragon look down on it. And its own strength is not weak, powerful attack and defense, its combat power is also close to the Dragon King. It is precisely because of its existence that the dragon group can survive under the terrifying attack of Robin Lu. Seeing the angry appearance of the grotto dragon, all the giant dragons behind him shivered. Compared to it, these giant dragons behind him were all at the bottom of the Dragon Clan, and they were incomparable with the grotto dragon and had no status at all. In the dragon race, the class gap is more obvious, and it is more terrifying than in the human race. The real power is supreme. Hey, there seems to be something wrong with that old man. In the stalemate, the Dragon Claw with strong observation and eyesight noticed the changes in Robin Lu at this time. The darkness was spreading from the right side of his body, gradually spreading to the whole body, and the power of the body was also becoming more and more violent. It has even surpassed the strength when it attacked them just now. 0. Ask for flowers. Robin Lu, who was below, also saw that the giant dragon paused the attack, and his heart tightened, and then he suppressed his violent magic, and said calmly, "What's the matter? Is there a day when the giant dragon in the sky will be afraid?" For some reason, Robin Lu felt that the giant dragon in the sky that was still in a commotion was quiet at this time, as if there was no tension and panic just now. Grotto Dragon sneered. "Afraid? A joke, human beings, can't you suppress the power in your body, and you want to be the same as me before you die, do you really think I can't see it?" 55. After the reminder from his hands, the cave dragon also discovered something was wrong with Robin Lu. Robin Lu's power was indeed terrifying, but judging from the situation where the magic power was reckless, he couldn't control it at all. In the absence of a strong body, when this force goes out of control, then Robin Lu has only one end. Explode. Since he could solve his opponent effortlessly, why would the dragon spend his time and risk his life in exchange for that cruel victory? For a while, the entire battlefield fell silent, and some were just the sound of the gust of wind and thunder. After hearing the cave dragon's words, Robin Lu's mood sank. Although the cave dragon didn't say everything, it was almost the same. In order to resist the dragon and defend the Narubite tribe, Robin Lu unlocked the seal of the terrifying weapon of Nirvana. With Nirvana and his powerful strength, Robin Lu successfully blocked the attack of the dragon clan, and even killed several giant dragons, but the price in exchange was dark. The speed of darkness eroding has surpassed the melting of light, breaking Robin Lu's balance. The darkness is gradually eroding his body. Soon after the horror, he will be like the cave dragon said, there is only one dead end. And after his death, all the darkness in the nirvana created by him will be completely released. At that time, the Nirabi people hiding in the center of nirvana will be completely bathed in the darkness of human nature. As for the result, Robin Lu can no longer imagine. The darkness has been suppressed for too long, and the power has reached the limit that nirvana can bear, so that even a strong man like him has an emotional knife of fear. Chapter 71. Well. Robin Lu suppressed the blood that was about to spit out, his eyes fixed on the cave dragon. The darkness has eroded most of his body, but since the effect is fortunate, let's fight the backwater. As for the clansmen who are in nirvana, they can only resign with him, and even if they die, the dragon clan cannot let them go. Hey! Robin Lu completely let go of everything, any darkness spread all over his body, and the past also flashed before his eyes, turning into darkness. The changes in Robin Lu all fell into the eyes of the dragons, and they knew that the old man of the human race was about to release his full strength and fight to the death. But the combat power can never last too long. As long as you persist, this victory will still belong to the dragon clan. Since you want to seek death, then I will send you to death with 477. Boom! The light in Robin Lu's magic power disappeared, replaced by the terrifying darkness of human nature. Darkness filled every corner of his body, and cracks appeared one after another under the erosion of the dry body. That is the performance of the strength beyond the body to continue. There is not much time left for him. He must solve the giant dragon in the sky before the body is broken, but everything is unknown. Give me death! Boom! Countless magic power erupted in his body, and with Robin Lu's magic power surging, the city under his feet was slowly rising into a terrifying war machine. The 6 stone pillars of nirvana that touch the earth absorb a steady stream of magic power from the earth, and the countless deep forests wither away, and the once beautiful mountains and rivers have turned into dry earth. Robin Lu jumped out, and nirvana, accompanied by the control of his mind, sent a powerful dark ray toward the sky, piercing the sky and heading straight for the dragon group. Get behind me! The cave dragon looked directly at Robin Lu's figure, and the next battle was the most difficult. Until now it recognized Robin Lu's strength. Human, you are very powerful, stronger than all the ants I have ever seen, but they are still only slightly stronger ants, and the dragons are still invincible. There was a burst of yellow magic power on the body of the cave dragon, and the rock body overflowed with a hard brilliance, and then layers of rocks appeared in front of the cave dragon to block Nirvana's attack. Boom! The magic power exploded, dust and smoke rose in the sky, and countless boulders fell. Robin Lu rushed into the dragon group and the dark magic power exploded instantly, and beams of magic power shot out from behind him. For a time, with the attack of Rob and Nirvana, the dragon group also suffered casualties. The giant dragon fell, and the cave dragon who released the hardened barrier sneered at Robin Lu, who was killing the dragon group. I see how long you can last. It has noticed that Robin Lu's magic power is still skyrocketing after reaching the extreme, and the cracks in the body are bursting. After a few shots, large-scale cracks have appeared in the legs and feet. It is estimated that after a few attacks, Robin Lu will be completely finished. The cave dragon is waiting, and when Robin Lu can't hold on, he will give a fatal blow. As for the death of other dragons, it doesn't matter to him. In order to win, some casualties are inevitable. This is the time. When Robin Lu was shot down, large-scale cracks appeared in the body, and it was no longer able to stand up. The cave dragons. The violent sandstone obeyed its orders and danced suddenly around his body. The other giant dragons also got out of the close combat with Robin Lu at this moment, surrounded him, and opened the dragon's mouth to absorb the magic power. Just seeing this scene next to me made me feel horrified. Roar! Boom! The attack that carried flying sand and stones fell on Robin Lu, just when Robin Lu was ready to accept death calmly. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed in a straight line, and instantly rushed in front of the cave dragon, and a familiar figure entered Robin Lu's ears. Swordsmanship cross waves. Boom! A sword blade turned into a white line, fell in front of the giant dragon, slammed with the dragon's roar, turned into a white energy mask, wiped out everything around it, the smoke of gunpowder dissipated, and only the cave dragon remained in the sky. And the other giant dragons have been wiped out by that slash. Seeing this scene, Robin Lu's eyes widened. How is it possible? Even after the great price nearby, it was still unreachable. The terrifying existence in the eyes of the human race was easily destroyed by a slash. At this time, Shiraishi, who fell from the sky, said, "Why is this impossible? Do you just want to die?" At the same time, he put the domineering blade covered with armament on Robin Lu's body. Robin Lu's body surface touched the position of the blade, and the black magic was dissipating, but the slow speed was undoubtedly a drop in the bucket for Robin Lu's situation. Magic power has penetrated into every corner of Robin Lu's body, unless Shiraishi's slash is submerged into Robin Lu's body, but Robin Lu's body can no longer withstand such power. Seeing Shiraishi's deep face, Robin Lu smiled relievedly. "Don't care about me, an old man, saying that death may be a relief." Hearing this sentence, Shiraishi couldn't help rolling his eyes. "Death? I'm afraid it will be difficult. The body is gone, you at least still have a soul body. A person who can keep the soul body for 400 years and create dozens of missing bodies at the same time wants to die, and it is impossible to kill it unless the soul attack method is added." "How do you know?" Robin Lu looked at Shiraishi in amazement. When his body was eroded by darkness, the physical torture allowed Robin Lu to develop a powerful soul. The strength of the soul even surpassed the body, but this he is the only one in the world who knows. How did Shiraishi know? "Okay, don't ask. If you want to die, it's better to die in a place where no one is there, so as not to harm the innocent." Shiraishi said with a face full of disgust, so angry that Robin Lu's forehead showed 2.2 cracks again, and a few fragments fell again, and then he scolded and left with a fragrant mouth. After all, after the explosion, there are still clan members. Things are waiting for him. When Robin Lu left behind, Shiraishi turned to look at the cave dragon who was still alive after a sword strike from him. "Although you are very good, you are still going to die." Shiraishi's tone that didn't take it in his eyes angered the cave dragon, desperately inciting the huge dragon wings to charge towards Shiraishi. No matter how many humans come, they are still just ants. Countless air currents impacted Shiraishi's cheeks. Facing the impact of the cave dragon, he neither dodged nor grasped the blade, he remained motionless, only his dark pupils were constantly flashing. Chapter 72. Ant? Joke. Shiraishi's eyes suddenly narrowed slightly, and a terrifying aura of a strong man overflowed from his body, like a raging tide, and then greeted the cave dragon. Boom! Suddenly, a huge sense of oppression came directly, and Shiraishi's eyes were like two sharp blades falling on the wings on both sides, making his flapping motions stop for a while. The terrifying pressure penetrated directly into the heart, and the fear that had never appeared gradually appeared on the face of the cave dragon, and in the eyes of the cave dragon, the figure holding the sword was infinitely enlarged until he lost his sight. After a while, Shiraishi fell to the ground and wiped the ashes from his face. At the same time, the huge body of the cave dragon that turned into two halves fell to the ground. The ground shook for a while, and countless sandstorms filled the air. Shiraishi moved towards the Nirubi tribe in diameter. As he imagined, what should have happened still happened. When Shiraishi walked into Nirvana, there were corpses everywhere on the ground, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. In front of Shiraishi 04, nearly half of the Nirubites have fallen into the darkness of human nature, and their faces are full of black energy. Perhaps it is more appropriate to call them zombies at this time. Although they still have the body of this human being, they have completely lost their minds, and any dark forces are attacking their own people. Shiraishi could even find some familiar figures in the crowd, in the corners, but fortunately, the guys at the blacksmith shop were all right, but under the siege of the clan, they couldn't hold on anymore, and Shiraishi shot in an emergency. Shiraishi! Uncle Russ said in surprise, attracting the attention of the other blacksmiths. Under the crowd, Shiraishi saw the vicissitudes of Master Carrot, his face. When Master Carrot saw Shiraishi, he forced a smile. You came. For some reason, Shiraishi felt that there was a sense of relaxation in Master Carrot's words, but just after he finished speaking, Master Carrot fell down. Shiraishi looked panicked, and after confirming that Master Carrot just fainted, he slowly took a breath. Uncle Russ, how is the situation in the clan now? Shiraishi asked with a gloomy expression as he gently hugged Mr. Carrot in his arms. Most of the clansmen are now in darkness, and just now, the number has accelerated, and it will be scary soon, even us. Uncle Russ said with a painful face, a disaster took away most of their Nerubite clan's lives, and it may even be possible there was a genocide, and after hearing Ras's words, many people around them bowed their heads, and gloom shrouded everyone. Shiraishi also burst out, destroying those. He was okay, but he really wanted him to save people. He had nothing to do. Just when everyone fell into despair, someone suddenly shouted, Patriarch! Robin Lu came back and stepped into the control center of Nirvana. For a moment, all the Nerubits seemed to see hope. Robin Lu was the same as usual, but Shiraishi still found something different. What's next? Is there anything you can do? Years. Shiraishi stared at Robin Lu. Nirvana was created by him in the first place. If he wants to know how to solve the dark problems of human nature, maybe only he really understands it. Yes, but it's hard. Robin Lu looked embarrassed. If you want to darken human nature, you need to completely destroy this Nirvana, and it must be in an instant, because it contains the darkness of the entire Nerubite family. As long as there is a little bit left, the darkness will be again breeding. The darkness of human nature is still being released, and when the darkness is all released, it will be the end of the Nerubite tribe. Destroyed completely. Shiraishi looked down at the ground under his feet, and Nirvana was at his feet. This city, which was far bigger than a mountain, could not completely destroy the terror without the strength of the Dragon King. But Shiraishi, now I am afraid that it can only match the existence of the Dragon King at most. With the domineering armed color, it can cause some slight damage at most, but to kill it in an instant, Shiraishi can't do it for the time being. Perhaps it will only be possible after reaching the great perfection. Although all the powers are nearly unlocked to 100%, there is no extra time for him to cultivate. For a time, Shiraishi fell into a bit of distress. Cough cough cough. Suddenly, the old Master Carrot in Shiraishi's arms coughed violently, and a black air appeared on his forehead. It was a sign of being eroded by the darkness of human nature. I'm afraid it will be like the Nerubites who attacked just now. Plunged into darkness. Maybe there is another way. Suddenly, Shiraishi's voice sounded again in the silent environment, and Robin Lu looked at Shiraishi and hurriedly asked questions. Give me some time. Before that, let all the clansmen who have fallen into darkness be locked out of Nirvana. If I don't do it before Nirvana erupts, then let's die together. Robin Lu was taken aback. He didn't understand the meaning of Shiraishi's words, but the firmness in his words made him involuntarily choose to believe that maybe a miracle could happen to Shiraishi. Just like when he saw that he was experiencing physical torture, he was resolute. After all the Narubites exited Nirvana, only Shiraishi and Robin Lu were left in this empty city, as well as corpses scattered all over the place. Robin Lu looked at Shiraishi, who was standing in the center with his eyes closed, his face full of pain. Although he didn't know what Shiraishi was going to do, he was sure what was going to happen next that he had never seen before. Spiritual world. Void 480 has no space. Shiraishi looked at the phantom that gradually emerged as a real entity, and the fluctuations in his heart gradually calmed down. With the breakthrough of kendo and various powers, the phantom has more than 90% similarity with Hawkeye. Perhaps after Shiraishi breaks through to the level of Dzogchen, Hawkeye will completely appear in his mind. At that time, it is estimated that the next template will be opened, and now Shiraishi will start to try to attack. He has never thought that the time is so tight, the dragon's successive actions and all his plans are disrupted, but he had no choice. He didn't want to try the original pain, the pain of losing Uncle Lore and the fat old man. After losing, the heart-wrenching remorse, until Mocha was killed, the pain was relieved. But the pain still exists. Occasionally, when a person is practicing alone, loneliness will climb into his heart. Shiraishi will always recall the picture when he first met Uncle Lore, teach himself how to swing the hammer, and teach himself the truth of being a human being. That exists as a teacher, as a father, the straight way is now Shiraishi has never forgotten. Shiraishi opened his eyes, and his face was no longer in pain. Come on, if you don't try, how will you know? Shiraishi smiled relievedly, and then meditated. System. Accept all missions. Chapter 73. When the resolute voice fell, the system's prompt sound also echoed in Shiraishi's mind. Mission. On. Ding. Open the quest and the sword falls 6,000 times. Ding. Open the side quest, do your best 1,000 times. Ding. Open side quest, thousands of fierce battles. 39. Ding. Mission fusion. Ding. Open synchro mission swords 10,000 times. 35. When Shiraishi heard the system prompt, he was stunned for a moment. At first, he thought about the simultaneous improvement of his knowledge, so he asked Mr. Robin Lu to stay and assist him to complete the improvement of his knowledge, but he did not expect the system to automatically integrate it into one task. To know that you can do this, you know that you can do it at the beginning, why bother to spend so much time to complete the tasks one by one? But even so, the synchronization task is several times more difficult than the 3 tasks. Originally, when Shiraishi practiced kendo, he only needed to achieve the standard of swordsmanship once, and if it did not meet the standard of the system, then it was considered invalid once. However, now not only does it meet the standard of swordsmanship, but at the same time, it is necessary to ensure that every strike is a full-strength strike. And the number soared to 10,000 times at the same time. Shiraishi is not only thinking about whether he can persevere, but the arrow has no choice but to hit the string. At this point, there is no turning back. Unless he wanted to give up the entire Narubite clan, it was impossible. Shiraishi restrained the breath of his whole body, motionless, and slashed the dragon, and the swords condensed around him. When Shiraishi swung, the blade of his will also danced. The same sword pose, the same footsteps, and even the same breath. Shiraishi's kendo is an indomitable kendo, which is destined to be a road full of setbacks and thorns. Despite this road, there is no huge magic, and cool magic. But no matter who the enemy is, every knife he makes is wielded with will. Ding! Completed synchronous tasks swords 10,000 times. Gain 1% experience for all tasks. Ding! Completed synchronous mission swords 10,000 times. Get 1% experience for all missions. Ding! Completed synchronous quest sword slashing 10,000 times. Get 1% experience for all quests. Will. The sword in Shiraishi's hand has been inserted straight into the ground, and after completing the 6th synchronization task, Shiraishi is already sweating profusely and panting like a cow. Muscle soreness and fatigue were surging all over the body, the whole body was flushed, and sweat dripped from the forehead, and the body's ability to bear seemed to have reached the limit. Come again! Boom! Every time he slashed, without any hesitation, the violent power overflowed in the center of Nirvana, and the ground under Shiraishi's feet began to collapse, and cracks gradually spread to the surrounding. The meridians of Shiraishi's body were also torn. The human body has a limit. The so-called limit refers to the physiological limit that the human body can bear under various extreme environmental pressures. Going beyond the physical limit is called transcending the limit, which is the limitless potential that the body can show. However, there are not many people who can break through this limit. In pursuit of great strength, many people try to surpass the things that cannot be surpassed, but eventually fall at this threshold, lose everything, fall through the trough, and never stand up. Sweat swayed along Shiraishi's blade, and Shiraishi no longer remembered how many times he slashed, nor did he notice whether the system prompted him to complete the task. He was already numb, he couldn't detect the pain in his body, and he couldn't feel the existence of his limbs. He just instinctively swung the blade out of his hand, retracted it, and swung it out again. Over and over again, from beginning to end. Robin Lu, who was watching from the sidelines, was very unbearable when he saw Shiraishi's picture, but Shiraishi had already said before that he must not interfere in his practice without his permission. In the end, Robin Lu silently turned his head, all he could do was wait. Boom! Shiraishi swung a blow again he was not numb, but felt a piercing pain, which was the performance of the limit threshold, but Shiraishi still chose to forget the pain and swung the blade. Time passed by little, the outside world removed the clansmen who had fallen into the darkness of human nature, and those who were sober were also gradually falling, the darkness of human nature in nirvana. They are all extracted from their bodies. When nirvana is out of control, that is, when darkness returns to the original body, this is the reason why Robin Lu did not choose to escape nirvana. Because no matter where he fled, the shadow that belonged to him would eventually come back. Run for your life! Please, don't kill me! Brother, have you forgotten who I am? For a time, the entire Nirabi tribe fell into madness. Everyone was wanton venting the darkness that had been suppressed for a long time in their hearts. Robin Lu, who was in nirvana, panicked and wanted to go outside, but he came back to his senses. But when he thought that it was useless to go out, he silently stopped. 6. It's all my fault. Robin Lu, who had been forcing himself to remain calm, collapsed to the ground with tears flowing. Death reappeared within the Nerubite clan, and the battles among the clansmen were also escalating, evolving from fists to weapons, from heavy injury to death. When the first dead person fell, everyone stopped their weapons involuntarily and looked at the fallen person, but this time the pause was very short, and the darkness of human nature drowned their remaining reason again. On the first day, when Shiraishi broke the limit when wielding the blade, the death of the Nerubites continued to spread, the atmosphere reached a freezing point, and the Nerubites had begun to drift away on the road of self-destruction. The next day, death was like a domino effect, spreading to the entire Mochien's clan, fighting everywhere, casualties everywhere, and darkness everywhere. The race that was once known as the most peaceful human race now seems like a joke, and it is obviously especially ridiculous. Even so, Shiraishi was not disturbed by the outside world, the palm that held the blade was constantly overflowing with blood, and the hilt was firmly attached to his flesh. Sweat dripped down his arm into the flesh and blood, causing a stinging pain that made him pause for a while, then waved it down again without interruption. In the early morning of the third day, as Shiraishi made the final blow of his 10th sync mission, the sound of the system rang in his mind. Ding! Jolacole My Hawk template, 100% unlocked. Current level, complete. 35. Ding! Start the assessment. Ding! Start the 10-second countdown and enter the assessment. 10,9,8,7. Chapter 74. Shiraishi collapsed to the ground and fell into a faint. 6,5,4,3,2,1. Ding! Start. OM. When the sound of the system echoed in Shiraishi's mind, consciousness also entered the spiritual world at the same time. In the center of the void space emerges an ancient and barren battlefield, where the phantom that once demonstrated Shiraishi's swordsmanship again and again is erected. Short black hair, eagle-sharp yellow eyes, a short beard, a black top hat with white fluff, a burgundy-patterned top, a black vest, and white trousers, the phantom has completely evolved into the world of pirates. The appearance of the first great swordsman. The most eye-catching is the black knife on his back, the supremely sharp knife, one of the 12 workers, the Black Knife Knight. When Shiraishi stepped onto the battlefield, Hawkeye raised the black sword, yet, and said to Shiraishi, "Young swordsman, let me see if you can take a different path from mine." In those unusually sharp eyes, Shiraishi held his own dragon slaying at the same time. Boom! In the empty space, the sword power and sword energy of the two erupted with amazing power. Very strong, this is Shiraishi's first intuition for Hawkeye, who has experienced everything the other party has experienced, whether it is memory or kendo feelings, and obtains the same strength of the other party. Only through personal experience can Shiraishi understand the strength of the 480 opponent. When the sword stances of the two were condensed at one point, the two moved at the same time. Hawkeye raised the black sword with both hands, raised the sword pressure, concentrated the sword energy on the sword and slashed with force, and the black slash quickly hit Shiraishi. As soon as Shiraishi saw Hawkeye's action, he immediately responded, slashing horizontally with a silver half-moon-shaped sword chi toward the black sword chi. Boom! I saw the place where the two swords collided, and countless air currents were surging. Shiraishi didn't stop, holding the dragon in his hand, this time, a silver 100-meter sword slash, with the momentum of breaking the army, killed the eagle eye. During the crisis, the eagle eye suddenly resisted. With a bang, a huge collision broke out in front of the two of them, and the fight between the great swordsmen will kill them on the spot if they are not careful. Shiraishi didn't give Hawkeye a chance to fight back, the sword turned and fell again, and the next moment the two fought directly on everything. In an instant, the black sword Ye and Zhanlong turned into an afterimage at the same time, and the two fought desperately in the void space, and the huge explosive force slammed into all directions between the collision of the blade and the blade. The space was shattered, and the cracks spread in the void, EC, and then they were torn again after being repaired under the power of the system. Bang! Suddenly, Hawkeye's body suddenly turned an angle, dodged Shiraishi's sword blow, stepped forward, and the black knife stabbed Shiraishi's body. Even in the spiritual world, Shiraishi was severely injured and spat out a mouthful of blood. Don't even think about it. Shiraishi resisted the black knife in his body, narrowed the distance with Hawkeye, and Zhanlong slashed towards Hawkeye's chest. Pfft! Blood sprayed, Hawkeye was severely injured and burst out, and the black knife was also pulled out from Shiraishi at the same time, bringing out a large piece of blood. Shiraishi saw a bottomless wound at Hawkeye's heart, and both suffered heavy injuries at the same time. But compared to Shiraishi, Hawkeye didn't feel any pain, and his eyes were flat. No, it can't go on like this any longer. Shiraishi felt the pain that emerged one after another in his body, and his consciousness seemed to fall into a syncope. Shiraishi bit the tip of his tongue, and his spirit was shocked. Since there is no way to tell the winner, let's go as fast as possible and let the result appear. Thinking of this, Shiraishi looked at Hawkeye, who kept retreating, jumped away. Zhan Long turned into white light, and slashed at Hawkeye's head. Boom! Hawkeye didn't have time to back away. Holding the black knife back, he launched a crescent slash at Shiraishi, but in a hurry, he could only slightly block Shiraishi's attack, and the sword strike still fell. But even a moment was enough for Hawkeye. The black blade exploded, and the violent power exploded on Hawkeye's body, and the bearer's unparalleled pressure slashed towards Shiraishi's sword. Young swordsman, let me see whose swordsmanship is stronger. As you wish. 99. Shiraishi said coldly, facing the dragon to the black sword. The indomitable domineering to meet the eagle eye, at this moment he only has the determination to defeat the opponent. Ding! Unlock the final mission. Ding! Completed side quest mood transformation. Gain 50% experience points. Ding! Overlord color domineering unlock, 100%. Current level, complete. Boom! In an instant, the space was shattered, the blades in the two hands were also breaking, and the dark fragments kept falling. In the end, when the dragon shattered in half, the cracks of the black knife had spread all over the blade. With a click, the black knife broke from the middle without blocking it, and the dragon slashed across Hawkeye's body, turning his entire body into an illusory white light, and Shiraishi also collapsed to the ground. Whether it was physical pain or spiritual torture, this time he had pushed himself to the limit, and as the pressure disappeared, Shiraishi slowly fell into a coma. At this moment, the sound of the system resounded in Shiraishi's mind like a sound of nature. Ding! You have successfully unlocked 100% of the first inheritance template, the Jolakol My Hawk template. And passed the assessment. Hawkeye Jolakol My Hawk's spiritual world disappeared. A new legacy template begins to be generated. 99. Outside world. Robin Lu looked at the outside world in despair, and suddenly, he felt that the airflow had changed, and countless air currents erupted from where Shiraishi was. What the hell happened to him? Why? Shiraishi's body was about to shatter, and in the heart that was about to stop beating, white rays of light slowly flowed out, spreading to the whole body. In Robin Lu's eyes, a white light appeared in the broken part of Shiraishi, connecting the broken meridian and the wound. Then it spread out of the body and turned into rays of light, intertwined in Shiraishi's body, forming an oval light cocoon, tightly wrapping Shiraishi inside. This scene made Robin Lu stunned, and the picture in front of him had already broken his previous world view. At the same time, Shiraishi in the spiritual world, the void space, poured into Shiraishi's body with mysterious power from nowhere. The blade has been completely repaired. After Shiraishi lost his will, after the phantom of the eagle eye completely disappeared, the terrifying gravitational force in the center of nothingness appeared, and the space was distorted and turned into a vortex. In that vortex, a figure of nothingness slowly walked out, taking the place where Hawkeye was. Shiraishi fell into the abyss of consciousness and returned to his body. He opened his eyes with trembling eyelids, the blurred vision gradually became clearer, and the picture received by the vision was even clearer than before. Chapter 75. Will the realm of swordsmanship be endless? This is Shiraishi after waking up. He heard the first words spoken by the phantom. These doubtful words reverberated in the void space. However, when Shiraishi was reminiscing about these words, another voice sounded. Don't succumb to the shackles of ghosts and gods, and practice your own kendo as always. Isn't this the limit of kendo? The second voice drifted away. Immediately, the entire void was illuminated with white light, Shiraishi's entire body was enveloped in white light, and Shiraishi's whole body was constantly changing under the illumination of the purple light. The sword poses he learned in his memory flowed in Shiraishi's mind, and as time passed, Shiraishi gained new insights into the sword poses and felt the influx of new power. A strange memory. A child has a very high talent in swordsmanship since childhood, and his efforts are also beyond ordinary people. Compared with many geniuses who slack off, the child's talent and hard work have made him a legend on the mainland. Until one day, he said a word to the sky looking into the distance, whether he was talking to himself or asking himself. The realm of swordsmanship will it be endless? When he spoke, he was already a middle-aged swordsman. Unlike ordinary swordsmen, he was wearing various swords. The sky outside the window had been dyed red by the sunset before he knew it. Come! It was like being in hell, without feeling any warmth. Here, time seems to be handcuffed with heavy shackles and moves forward slowly, but his heart is blooming in the darkness, just like the moment when he got his first sword. The next realm of swordsmanship. It's really fascinating. When the memory picture disappeared, it was replaced by the sound of the system prompt. Ding! The strongest swordsmanship system to generate. Ding! Sword God Sodro's template, 0.04 has been unlocked. Current level, Sword Soul. 35. Ding! First skill. REI Ghost Swordsmanship. Ding! First attribute. Hunting. 99. Shiraishi's consciousness returned to his own body. Seeing the body that was restored to its original state and better than before, the corners of Shiraishi's mouth curled slightly. Looking at the light cocoon in front of him, he gently slashed the dragon in his hand, drew a gap, and walked out. Light cocoon. When Shiraishi walked out of the light cocoon also turned into a streamer and disappeared into the air. When Bai looked up, he saw Robin Lu's stunned look. What happened to you? And what is this power? Robin Lu was shocked, and asked several questions in a trembling voice, but Shiraishi ignored him. At this time, he was still immersed in the new feeling brought by the system upgrade. In Nirvana, the silence fell, and another sound of fighting followed. Shiraishi looked up at the outside world and said to Robin Lu. Father, you step out of the way first, I'm afraid that it will hurt you if you can't control it. 35. When Shiraishi's words entered Robin Lu's ears, he was shocked by what Shiraishi was going to do next. I understand. After taking a deep look at Shiraishi, he stepped out of Nirvana and flew to the area where the Nirubi tribe was located. When the patriarch appeared, the surviving Nirubites in the outside world immediately shouted. Patriarch! When Robin Lu looked at the less than 1,000 Nirubite people left, his heart was like a knife twisted. In the heyday of the Nirubite people, there were already 100,000 people. Now, however, only 1% is left, which makes Robin Lu remorseful. Patriarch, what can I do? I can't control myself anymore. The Nirubite tribe in the distance of Robin Lu rushed into the crowd with a short sword, and kept wielding the sword to kill the tribe with tears in their faces. Looking at Robin Ru said with deep despair. However, just when Robin Lu was about to stop it, suddenly, the entire earth began to vibrate, and the source of this vibration was the figure above Nirvana. Shiraishi? Robin Lu's pupil shrank, and now he can only pin Cheney Ruby's hope on him, otherwise the entire Nilabit will be completely destroyed today. Standing on the central tower of Nirvana, Shiraishi looked down, took a deep breath, grabbed the Dragon Slayer, and slowly pulled it out. At the beginning, Shiraishi pulled out at an extremely slow speed, which even an ordinary person could see involved, but when the blade was half pulled out, Shiraishi's speed changed in the form of an afterimage. 0. Ask for flowers. And at the same time, when Zhanlong was completely pulled out, Shiraishi felt that wherever the tip of his sword passed, there were waves like filaments, and a few hundred meters of silver-white crescent sword energy spurted out from the tip of the sword, falling towards Nirvana with terrifying fluctuations. As the sword energy spread, the entire Nirvana sent out a terrifying vibration. The huge sword energy completely enveloped Nirvana. In the eyes of all the Nirubites, the sword chi collided with Nirvana, producing a terrifying explosion, and immediately set off hundreds of meters of smoke and dust, submerging thousands of meters of ground. The smoke and dust also covered the location of the Nerubite tribe, and the Nerubite tribesmen who were still fighting also stopped. On their bodies, a black aura was gradually disappearing, but there was still a trace of residue between their brows. But the madness in his eyes disappeared. 0. Shiraishi landed in front of the lost Robin Lu and said softly. Ended. Boom. The vibrations generated by Shiraishi are transmitted far away. The celestial spirit is where the sorcerer family resides. The Calamity Dragon King, who was once defeated, looked at the three-headed dragon below. Flame Dragon, White Shadow Double Dragon, didn't you think about it? Do you think I'll stop here? In front of the Calamity Dragon King, the three-headed dragon collapsed to the ground, with dozens of deep wounds appearing on his body, and even a trace of black air shrouded them. Under the black air, the three-headed dragon's breath became weaker and weaker. The Calamity Dragon King. If the Celestial Spirit Mage family is really destroyed, aren't you afraid of the Fire Dragon King's revenge? The Flame Dragon said weakly. Now, Igneel can't stop this battle, you should think about yourself first. The attack of the Calamity Dragon King fell on the immobile Flame Dragon, and said coldly. Tell me, where was that human being back then, or I'll kill you first. The terrifying force came again, impacting the earth, not far from the fallen three-headed dragon, that is the homeland of the Celestial Spirit Wizard family that was recently rebuilt. The bloody scene made Anna and some other mages couldn't bear to turn their heads to one side. Woohoo! The dragon claws of the Calamity Dragon King are like a knife to cut the tofu and cut through the scales of the dragon. Chapter 76. After sending off the Nerubite clan, Shiraishi moved towards the location of the Star Sorcerer clan. From Robin Lu's mouth, he learned that the Calamity Dragon King had swept back and planned to take revenge. Shiraishi was startled, and immediately rushed to the location of the Celestial Spirit Wizard family. At the beginning, how many people fought together to block the attack of the Calamity Dragon King, and the Calamity Dragon King who returned again decided to make more preparations. Thinking of this, Shiraishi couldn't help but speed up your progress. A lot of blood splashed. Facing the attack of the Dragon King, the Shadow Dragon was caught off guard by the extreme chest of the Calamity Dragon King, and fell into the distance like a graceful arc, dying. Shadow Dragon! Damn you! 99. Bai Long was spitting blood, staring at the Calamity Dragon King, inciting the dragon wings, and blasting towards the Calamity Dragon King, but before he got close to the other party, under the dispatch of more than a dozen other giant dragons around the Calamity Dragon King, Bai Long the Dragon 483 is in a deadlock, and even his life is in danger at any time. Shadow Dragon, Flame Dragon. 35. Anna below looked at the white dragon who was struggling among the dragons in the sky, and said desperately, Go, take the white dragon, take my clan, the purpose of the dragon is me, not because of me alone, hurt you. But Shadow Dragon, just about to say something, Anna has turned around resolutely to look directly at the Calamity Dragon King. He put the golden key in his hand from behind, and a sad expression appeared. Sorry, but I really have no choice, goodbye, hope you can find a better host. 35. Anna wants to summon the Celestial Spirit King again to buy time for the dragon's evacuation. Anna. In the sky, the flame dragon released a giant dragon roar, opening a gap for it in the dragon group besieging the white dragon. The white dragon took advantage of the situation and shouted back in worry. On the other side, the shadow dragon, who had endured the pain, had already rolled up the surviving celestial spirit wizards and flew high into the sky. The compensatory summoning technique for summoning celestial spirit will bring a great burden to the summoner every time it is summoned, and it will be a great blow to both the mind and the body. However, just when Anna took out the golden key, the dragons gave up chasing the flame dragons and turned to attack Anna. It was very simple. In their eyes, Anna, who could summon a king-level existence, was undoubtedly more powerful than the flame dragon. Trouble. As for the escaped flame dragon, after solving the celestial spirit mages, the dragons invaded massively, and it will not fall into the hands of the dragons by then, and solving the celestial spirit mages is also a task assigned by the dragons, so there is no need for the dragons to choose them. Sesame loses watermelon. Roar. At the moment when Anna was about to destroy the golden key, the roar of the dragons had already fallen. Finished. Seeing that the roar was approaching, Anna laughed miserably, then closed her eyes. Memories flooded her mind like a tide, from birth to adulthood, until the back of the man and his words at the end. Goodbye, Shiraishi. At the last moment, Anna saw a dark shadow appear in front of her in a trance. Boom! In an instant, the dragon's roar engulfed everything, everything in front of him was devoured, and the reconstructed home completely melted away in the roar. Anna. With the surviving shadow dragon looking at the submerged light, but did not get any response. Roar! Kill them! Traitors of the dragons must not survive. 35. Looking at the smoke from the explosion, the Dragon King of Calamity gave instructions to the dragons. Since the task of explaining the dragons has been completed, the next task is to sweep away all the existences that hinder the dragons. Roar! After receiving the instructions from the Calamity Dragon King, the dragon group turned to look at the flaming dragons who had been seriously injured. The dragon group roared excitedly and incited the huge dragon wings. However, just as they were about to hunt down, in the smoke of the explosion, a skyrocketing sword energy split them apart. This is the catastrophe. Dragon King's pupils shrank, looking at the skyrocketing sword chi. That demon-like memory reappeared in his mind. It was the master of this sword chi that made it the laughing stock of the dragon clan, and it has not yet been cleaned up. Under the excited eyes of the Calamity Dragon King, the smoke gradually dissipated, and in the center of the ruins, a piece of intact ground appeared, which looked like something was blocked from the roar just now. And standing on the complete ground was a black figure, and in the arms of that figure lay Anna, who had fainted. The Holy Maiden is fine. 35. A celestial spirit wizard in Shadow Dragon's arms looked at Anna in Sombra's arms and said, at the same time, Shadow Dragon and other giant dragons also recognized the Shadow's owner. Shiraishi. That kid back then. G. 35. The Calamity Dragon King let out a hellish laughter, as if seeing a surprise. I didn't expect that before I found you, you came to the door on your own initiative. Very good, very good. On the ground, Shiraishi looked at Anna, who had passed out, with a gloomy expression. Just when he arrived just now, he saw the scene where the roar of the dragons fell towards Anna. With his eyes splitting, he released all his strength and rushed down in front of Anna desperately, releasing the domineering barrier of armed color. However, everything was still a step slower. Before that, Anna was still in a coma due to the impact of some roaring air currents. Shiraishi put his head on Anna Yuexiang, and after feeling the pulse of life, he couldn't help but take a breath. But when Shiraishi slowly raised his head to look at the laughing Calamity Dragon King and the group of dragons flying high in the sky, his face was already extremely cold, and he couldn't remember what would happen if he was one step late. Soon, you won't be able to laugh. Shiraishi's frosty tone made the Calamity Dragon King laugh even more cheerfully, but after the wild laughter, he was filled with endless anger. Human, come on, continue that battle, I will let you understand the horror of the Dragon King. Boom! The body of the Calamity Dragon King turned into a shadow, and the sharp blade in his hand was wrapped around the power of the curse. Fall towards Shiraishi. Looking at this scene, the celestial spirit wizards have silently closed their eyes, and they seem to be able to predict the bloody scene that will happen next. However, an accident happened. At the moment when the sharp and hard dragon claws were about to touch Shiraishi, they hugged Anna Shiraishi and held a sword against the dragon, facing the dragon claws. Brush! When Zhanlong touched the dragon's claws were like tofu, and fell behind Shiraishi at the moment when the blade slashed, causing a small piece of smoke. At the same time, Shiraishi once again slashed across the dragon arm of the Calamity Dragon King. The smooth-cut surface suddenly spurted a column of blood. It turned into a rain of blood and fell to the ground. Whoa whoa whoa! A throbbing pain and a weak feeling of blood loss came, and the Calamity Dragon King used the hand that had lost the dragon's claw to cover his broken arm and shouted at Shiraishi in disbelief, his eyes gradually turning red. How is that possible? A hole. Chapter 77. This. The Flame Dragon and the White Shadow Double Dragon looked at the small figure in shock, and with a wave of their hands, they actually cut off the arm of a Dragon King, as if they knew Shiraishi for the first time, and said with a trembling voice. The peak of human beings may be able to fight dragons for a moment. However, I have never heard of humans being able to break through the defenses of the Dragon Clan, and I have never heard of anyone who can make the Dragon King bleed, even a drop. However, at this time, in front of everyone, Shiraishi actually gave birth to the Calamity Dragon King, who was severely injured in front of everyone. Even the group of dragons who were chasing and killing the flame dragons couldn't help but stop and watched in shock. That little figure. The appearance of Shiraishi cast a shadow on the unscrupulous Dragon Clan, and made them understand that the human clan did not seem to be that weak. The blood fell to the ground drop by drop, gradually becoming smaller and smaller, until it stopped. The Dragon King of Calamity had completely healed, and even began to scab. The dragon's self-healing ability is very powerful, but no matter how strong it is, the lost arm can't be recovered, but Calamity Dragon King can't believe that he will be injured. At this time, the Calamity Dragon King looked at his broken arm, his mind was swept away by anger, he lost all reason, and also forgot the task of destroying celestial spirit magician Anna. Now it just wants to tear Shiraishi alive and use his blood to wash away the shame he has suffered, and finally he can't hold back the anger in his heart. Damn humans! Damn ants! Die for me! The Calamity Dragon King roared hysterically at Shiraishi, and it had completely fallen into madness, but Shiraishi was even more angry than it, and the anger in his heart was about to drown him. Boom! A sharp sword energy floated around Shiraishi. Damn you! Shiraishi, who was holding Anna in his arms, dragged her body, gently put her down, and then stood up, holding the hand of Zhanlong, and a white light appeared. When this white light appeared, Shiraishi's aura erupted again, with the dragon of the Calamity Dragon King is fighting against each other, and it really overwhelms one. However, the Calamity Dragon King has not noticed these subtle changes, and in its mind there are other ideas besides tearing each other apart, and of course Shiraishi does the same. Boom! The magic power of the Calamity Dragon King surged, the ground beneath his feet cracked suddenly, the huge dragon mouth opened wide, the terrifying magic power was surging frantically, and a roar that surpassed the power of the dragons spurted out of the Calamity Dragon King's mouth. The vortex with the power of resentment quickly attacked in the direction of Shiraishi. Shiraishi looked directly at the Calamity Dragon King's white light spreading to Shiraishi's right arm and the blade, and his eyes became more and more sharp. In the next second, the dragon slasher, which was originally in Shiraishi's hand, seemed to have an extra shadow. In a short period of time, facing the roar, and the incredible speed, he continuously slashed several hundred meters of crescent slashes. Tearing the roar apart without any pressure, and then falling towards the Calamity Dragon King. Boom! In front of everyone, the crescent slash slashed through the body of the Calamity Dragon King, and the huge body was scattered from the air like pieces. The Calamity Dragon King is dead. The flame dragon murmured to himself, looking at Shiraishi with fearful eyes. It had seen Shiraishi struggling to support the Dragon King of Calamity, but in less than half a year, this little person in front of him would actually the strength of slaughtering the Dragon King. What did he experience during this period? For so many years, the flame dragon has never seen the death of a giant dragon, let alone the Dragon King. If such news reaches the Dragon Clan, it will be no less than a devastating earthquake. Did the human race really rise? Whether it is the original Black Mage or the current Shiraishi, they all have strengths close to that of the Dragon King, and even slaughtering giant dragons. The occurrence of all these things makes the Flame Dragon seem to be able to see the prosperity of the human race in the future. Ding! Hunt the Calamity Dragon King and gain 2% experience. Ding! Sword God Sodro's template, 1.04 has been unlocked. Current level, Sword Soul. Shiraishi slowly retracted Zhanlong and rubbed Rui's right arm. This is the second time Shiraishi has released Li Ghost Sword. Li Ghost Sword is a unique ghost sword for Sword Soul. Different types of weapons have different attack effects, and can swing the sword in an instant. Although Reioni sword does not put much pressure on the body, but with Shiraishi releasing the Swordsman's slash, it increases the difficulty of Reioni sword. But the effect is also obvious. The power beyond the past cut off the Calamity Dragon King effortlessly, which is relatively satisfactory compared to Shiraishi. At the same time as the new power, Shiraishi also noticed that the new template promotion method overturned the previous practice, and then if he wants to improve the Sword God Sodro's template, he will use the hunting mode, which is very in line with the template itself. It is also possible to say goodbye to the boring and long basic swordsmanship practice, but thanks to the 3 years of practice, Shiraishi has laid the most solid foundation, otherwise Shiraishi would not be able to reach today. When the Calamity Dragon King died, the dragons in the sky were completely panicked, inciting the dragon wings to escape. How could Shiraishi let go of these door-to-door experiences? There is no doubt that Shiraishi once again released Li Ghost Sword Art, the dragon group that had been blocking the sun all day. At this time, if they were dumping dumplings, they fell into the ground one by one, setting off a cloud of dust. At the same time, Shiraishi's experience has grown with it. Ding! Hunt the Wind Dragon and gain 0.1% experience. Ding 483. Hunt Rock Dragons and gain 0.1% experience 5. Ding! Hunting Shuimu Dragon, get 0.1% experience 5. Ding! Sword God Sodero's template, 3.74 has been unlocked. Current level, Sword Soul, 5. The sound of the system prompts kept echoing in White's mind. When the experience reached 3.7%, Shiraishi looked at the empty sky except for the flame dragons and them, put down the blade in his hand, and looked around. At this time, the figure of the giant dragon almost filled the entire mountain and river, and the blood that flowed out turned into a long river to the unknown distance. Shiraishi ignored the flame dragon and the white shadow double dragon that had completely collapsed, wrapped the sword body with the grey cloth wrapped around his hands, squatted down, hugged Anna's soft body, and looked for a relatively good environment. To bloody places. Boom! After stepping on the ground, Shiraishi hugged Anna and left, leaving behind the flame dragon and others. As for the celestial spirit wizards, Shiraishi believed that the white shadow double dragon could handle it. Looking at the figure hugging the holy maiden, the celestial spirit mages did not know that they were blocking their mouths, but just as they were about to reach out to shout, they thought of Shiraishi's demeanor after slaying the giant dragon, and then slowly raised their hands. Lay down. Well, he shouldn't be a saint, well, it's fine. Chapter 78. Boom. After crossing the mountain peaks, Shiraishi found a small forest that had not been destroyed by the dragons, walked into the woods, found a river, and placed Anna by the relatively flat river. The sky is getting darker. From the kingdom of Dragonov to the third world, the continuous journey and the 3 consecutive days of fighting, Shiraishi already felt tired and hungry, both mentally and physically. In the soaring, Shiraishi's appetite is almost several times that of ordinary people. Feeling the rumbling of his stomach, Shiraishi glanced at Anna, who was still fainting, and went into the water to fish. Although Shiraishi didn't like eating fish very much, he always ate meat with heavy oil, and occasionally changed his taste. When there were hundreds of fatty fish, Shiraishi felt that it was almost enough and stopped, and then slashed out with a sword, and the processed fish was neatly placed in front of him. Grilled on fire. Shiraishi turned the charcoal fire so that the grilled fish was evenly heated, and sighed with relief. Not only did Shiraishi feel a little tired from the continuous running, but fortunately everything was done, except that most of the Narubites could not be saved, but it was already a good ending. Compared with the self-destructive Narubite tribe in history, after Shiraishi destroyed Nirvana, at least a trace of fire remained. Although it was less than 1,000th, it was enough to allow this wise race to continue. Of course, if the Narubites choose to die, Shiraishi can't do anything, but with this bloody lesson, I believe no one will do such a stupid thing. After all, the next time may not be so lucky. After dealing with Nirvana, Shiraishi asked Robin Lu to bring the Narubites to other sanctuaries, although Shiraishi blocked the dragon's attack this time. But Shiraishi couldn't guarantee that he would appear in time every time, and after the Calamity Dragon King's death lesson spread, the dragon family must be even more angry, and I am afraid that the degree of anger will surpass the previous Thunder Dragon Asgar. After all, the one who died this time was the Dragon King, one of the few Dragon Kings in the Dragon Clan, not an ordinary giant dragon that could be caught easily. And Shiraishi has been able to predict that the dragons will attack again, and the whole third world will become the first battlefield. After dealing with Anna's last thing, Shiraishi also intends to return to Irene's side. However, Shiraishi also had a great harvest during this trip. After 3 years, he successfully completed the training of the Hawkeye template, but the process was so painful that Shiraishi didn't want to recall, but fortunately he opened the second template. Sword God Sodros. As one of the hottest games of his youth, how could Shiraishi have not played Dungeon and Warriors? Sodros, the ancestor of Sword Soul, was created by this person, and has been used by later generations of Sword Soul. He is recognized as the strongest sword god in Arad continent. As powerful as he is proficient in tens of thousands of weapons, has a special talent that can resonate with the surrounding weapons, and can exert great power in battle. He has special attainments and understanding of swordsmanship, even reaching an unparalleled level. However, this strong man became the second person who wanted to achieve consummation. Just when Shiraishi fell into deep thought, Anna's eyelashes trembled slightly, and Shiraishi, who was extremely sharp, instantly felt the faint movement, stopped thinking and walked towards her. Shiraishi stretched out his hand and helped Anna to lie in his arms. Anna slowly opened her eyes and woke up leisurely. "How are you?" Shiraishi gently brushed away the few hairs in front of Anna's forehead with his fingers, and looked at Anna tenderly. Before that, he had observed Anna's injury. Except for fainting due to some weak shocks and violent fluctuations in his mind, there are no other injuries. "I'm dead, how can I still see you?" When she woke up, her consciousness was a little hazy. When she saw Shiraishi for the first time, she actually thought she was dead. When Shiraishi wanted to explain to her, Anna hugged Shiraishi directly. Shiraishi looked at Anna in surprise. "No way. Or the moonlight is too bright and the night wind is too quiet." Sleepless nights. When the first ray of skylight came up in the morning, the clear sound of running water also played music in Shiraishi's ear. Smelling the faint fragrance beside him, he lowered his head and pressed his golden hair with a bitter smile. After a while, he got up, walked to the river and looked down at the panda reflected on the river. At this moment, he was wearing 2 big dark circles under his eyes. If it were thicker, he could be offered as a national treasure. He picked up the clear stream and slapped it on his panda face, feeling the coolness brought by the stream. At this time, he was already explaining to Irene in his mind. "Hey, you can take a step and see a step." Shiraishi finally chose to give up the problem after trying hard to find any results. He turned around and looked at the fire that rose last night. On that fire, the fish that had been scorched before he even opened his mouth to eat due to the interference of some events, had no choice but to go into the water to fish again. Perhaps it was Shiraishi's excessive fishing action that made the craziest person last night stand up with sleepy eyes and yawns. When he saw Shiraishi, the man suddenly startled, and then looked around and let out a terrifying roar. Ah! Anna saw Shiraishi staring straight at her, and the memory of last night also emerged. I'm not already dead. Why did Shiraishi appear? Was it true last night? The more Anna thought about it, the more she collapsed, even, as if she could see the steam above her head. Under the overloaded operation of the brain, finally, crash. Shiraishi. A few hours later, Anna woke up again, took the grilled fish in Shiraishi's hands with a blushing face and finished eating, and followed Shiraishi on the road back to the celestial spirit wizard family. Along the way, the two walked very quietly, a quiet and awkward atmosphere circulated between the two, and finally Shiraishi couldn't bear the atmosphere and spoke. However, just as Shiraishi spoke, Anna plunged herself into the abyss like an ostrich. Shiraishi was speechless, grabbed Anna's weak waist with one hand, and stepped out. The scenery around her retreated to the limit. Thanks. While running, Anna's faint voice sounded in Shiraishi's ears. Shiraishi's feet suddenly softened, and he almost slammed into a big tree. Ha ha ha. Seeing Shiraishi's embarrassed appearance, Anna couldn't help laughing. Shiraishi glared at her fiercely, and the last trace of embarrassment between the two disappeared into the jungle with joyful laughter. Chapter 79. The destruction of the intelligent race, the Narubites, was in decline, like a hurricane swept across the entire continent of Ishgar, as the most powerful race in the Third World. Although they are far apart, the existence of the Narubite clan is widely known as the strongest neutral force in the human race. When it is known that the Narubite clan was attacked by the Dragon clan, although they have not been completely exterminated, there are only less than what can a race of 1,000 people do. For a time, almost everyone was in danger and fled everywhere, but just when everyone was preparing to pack up and flee to a distant place, two shocking news spread far beyond the destruction of the Narubite tribe. The calamity of the Dragon King and the death of the Dragon group. In the era of dragon rule, never heard of giant dragon dying at the hands of human beings. At the beginning of the death of Thunder Dragon Asgar, although some people say that the holy dragon Belzarian secretly helped human beings to kill it. However, this time, in the Third World, the Dragon King of Calamity, who led the first battle of the dragon race to attack Ishgar, still died in the hands of the same person. When the news of the first dragon slaughter spreads, people may deny the truth of the matter. It is the inferiority complex created by the shadow of the dragon race, which has left a weak mark on the human race's heart. The dragon race is invincible by human beings and has never been defeated by anyone. If the death of the thunder dragon Asgar made people's hearts shake, but they denied it with self-deprecation, then the death of the Calamity Dragon King, people really began to believe that the human race does have a real strong person who can rival the dragon. Strong. Shiraishi, the existence of beheading dragons, also gradually began to spread in the human world, becoming the only human in human history to kill dragons. Because he holds a black sword, he is also called the strongest juggernaut in history. At the same time, the west coast of Ishgar. On the coastline of nearly tens of thousands of meters, there are huge figures one after another, dragon heads, dragon wings, dragon horns. The overwhelming dragons are like dark clouds, blocking all the light, boarded the coast, set foot on this strange and vast continent. Above the landed dragons, dozens of figures were flying in the blue sky, among them there were dozens of figures. Among them is the Ice Dragon King, who is sheltered by the Calamity Dragon King. The human race is too dangerous to allow it to continue to exist. When the Ice Dragon King spoke, the surrounding space seemed to freeze, and even the Dragon King beside it gave in a little to avoid being hurt by it. The Ice Dragon King, the giant dragon born at the same time as Igneel, was born powerful, so that the two were promoted to Dragon King at the same time. The news of the death of the Calamity Dragon King set off a riot of the Dragon clan, and the Dragon Kings who had been swaying under the influence of Igneel also directly joined the Ice Dragon King's camp without hesitation. Well, it's time for those stupid and weak ants to understand who is the real master of this world. Beside the Ice Dragon King, a Dragon King whose strength is not inferior to it also stood up and said, "The human race cannot be allowed to continue to live. The human race is too dangerous." For a time, all the Dragon Kings reached a common sense of extermination, because the death of this disaster Dragon King had already sounded the alarm bell for them. Betrayal of the ethnic group, and even their own lives to protect human beings, other than Igneel, in their view, it is simply stupid. Compared to the death of the human race, what does it do to them? What's more, even if the human race and the dragon race achieve coexistence, will the human race be willing to be under the dragon race? In their view, the human race has ambitions that do not match their strength. If they gain enough strength, then this ambition expands infinitely. After all, that was the case with the Black Mage back then. That terrifying dark magic was still a sword hanging over the dragon's head. Selfishness is manifested in every ethnic group. In the case of the Black Mage, when the dragon clan is worried about the future, the human race will rise, and then the danger will be transferred from the human race to the dragon clan. Roar! The Ice Dragon King made a thunderous cry. "No, usse, is it a so-called sword saint or a black magician? They will all die in the hands of the dragons." Boom! Thus began the war. The dragon roar that shattered the sky spread throughout the entire third world in an instant. The war between the human race and the dragon race was thoroughly fought. Humans living on this land. For a time, the entire third world could hardly see any trace of human beings. They died and fled, and there was no one left in this land. At the same time, Shiraishi was returning to Dalagunov with Enna and the others. Shiraishi knew that although the second inheritance was opened, he still knew how strong he was at this time. During the conversation with Sanjiang Shiraishi, Shiraishi's heart sank when he learned that the Calamity Dragon King was only the end of the Dragon King of the Dragon Clan. Perhaps now his strength can easily win against the Calamity Dragon King, but in the face of the existence of the Calamity Dragon King, he can only split it for the time being, not to mention that the entire dragon race is invading at this time, and tens of thousands of a dragon can drown him with a single dragon breath. Shiraishi will not joke about his own life until he surpasses the strength of the Dragon King. On the other side, after the dragon race finished dealing with this third world, the dragon continued to attack the east after confirming that there was no danger, and this was just the beginning. And when the third world fell, the first to bear the brunt of it was the country where humans and dragons coexist, Dragunov. At dusk, on the border of the kingdom, on the city wall, Irene looked worriedly into the distance, and that look of hope seemed to be waiting for a person to return. I don't know how long it took, and the sky gradually dimmed. When I couldn't see the familiar figure in the distance, Irene walked down the city wall silently, and the maids around her immediately embraced her. "Your Majesty, be careful, you are pregnant now. I really don't know what Shiraishi thinks, to leave you here for other women." 99. The little blonde maid carefully supported Irene's hand, with worry written on her face, while complaining about Shiraishi. Irene smiled helplessly, and tapped the little blonde maid's forehead with her pure white jade finger. After spending nearly 3 months of nights with Shiraishi, Irene found herself vomiting a week after Shiraishi left. When she noticed the physical discomfort, Irene was very strange, as if her strength reached her level, it should have nothing to do with the pain. Then the magic power covered the whole body, thinking about using the high-level additional technique to isolate some of the causes in the body. But of course her magic power spread to her abdomen and she was stunned when she realized the so-called cause. That is a new life. The new throbbing, the feeling of blood connection made Irene feel sad and happy for a while. I am happy that I have a connection and continuity in life with Shiraishi, and sadness is the time when this child was born. Chapter 80. Her Majesty the Queen. Seeing Irene's casual and peaceful appearance, the little golden maid immediately became anxious. but seeing the tenderness in Irene's eyes, she silently closed her mouth and helped Irene return to the palace, but the spell in her heart still did not stop. When Shiraishi's reputation spreads, there are always good people who like to dig into other people's past experiences. In addition to Shiraishi's annihilation of the country and the slaughter of dragons, Shiraishi's affairs in the Third World were also known to the world by the refugees who fled to the Dragonov kingdom first. The most explosive is the swordsman Shiraishi, for the holy girl Anna of the celestial spirit wizard family, what to pay, what to do in the end. For a time, the whole world is full of scandals between Shiraishi and Queen Irene and the holy girl Anna, but there is no such thing. How long? This news was quickly covered up by another news. Because, the second human who killed the dragon appeared, it was a man named Aknologia. In the inner region of the western continent, also in the dragon's lair, Aknologia slaughtered giant dragons one after another, and the number of giant dragons that died in his hands even began to exceed the number of slain by Shiraishi. This news caused a shock to the whole world. When the dragon clan invaded massively, someone actually did the opposite and directly lifted the dragon clan's lair. Of course, part of it was due to the invasion of the dragon clan, and the rear of the dragon clan was empty. Most of the powerful dragons had already joined the war, and there were basically some ordinary dragons left behind. However, even this was enough to make the dragon clan vigilant and angry. There began to be some disputes between the dragon kings. After the debate, it was decided that the dragon army would continue to attack the human race, while on the other side, the dragon clan's lair sent a dragon king to solve it. Let me go, wait for me to solve that human being so that you can meet. Among the dragon kings, a giant dragon that waits for the breath of death soars, the dragon of death, and the dragon king who coexists with the dragon king of calamity. Although his strength has not reached the top, he has become a tyrannical existence among the dragon kings by virtue of the endless breath of death. Well, please, after the settlement of the human named Aknologia, there is one more thing you need to pay attention to. I got news that the traitor Igneel left the western continent and got very close to the black magician at the beginning. Pay attention. Watch Igneel's movements. The Ice Dragon King looked at the Dragon of Death and said that it is absolutely impossible to give up attacking the human race. In the end, the Ice Dragon King proposed this two-sided plan, and the Ice Dragon King still believed in the strength of the Dragon of Death. Don't worry, that Aknologia won't live long. Boom! The Dragon of Death, inciting the huge grey dragon wings, moved towards the return direction. The Ice Dragon King glanced at the departed figure of the Dragon of Death, unfolded the ice crystal dragon wings, his eyes flashed with a hint of coldness, and commanded the dragon army to move forward. Igneel! Behold, the Terran will be reduced to dust in my hands. Boom! Night. On the other side, Shiraishi took Anna and the surviving celestial spirit mages and clan toward the kingdom of Dragonov. The group avoided the dragon army and continued to walk around the long road. I don't know what happened to the dragons. Anna leaned on Shiraishi's shoulder and said worriedly, since that night, Anna's feelings towards Bai have not been concealed, and she has even been more active than Shiraishi occasionally, which made Shiraishi a little overwhelmed for a while. It's okay, they're not weak. Shiraishi still answered patiently despite listening to it many times along the way. Before that, Shiraishi wanted to invite the Flame Dragon and the White Shadow Shuanglong to go with them, but they were both rejected. Among them, the Flame Dragon was worried about the giants of the Sun Village, and the seriously injured White Shadow Double Dragon said that he planned to find it for the sake of healing. Tianlong Grandigny also refused Shiraishi's request. To this end, Shiraishi did not force it. Roar! 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 At this moment, a burst of dragon chirping came from the distant sky, and as it got closer to the kingdom of Dragonov, the sound of the dragon chirping got closer. It seems that the dragons have already started to attack Dragonov, and they must go back quickly. Shiraishi looked at the sky, with a trace of worry in his eyebrows. He was a little worried about what happened to Irene now, but with the holy dragon Belzarian there should be no danger in a short time. But even so, Shiraishi was a little uneasy. After all, Shiraishi had spent so much time from starting to solving the problem to returning that he was a little impatient now. "I'm sorry, it's all me that dragged you down, I'm sorry." Shiraishi's words made Anna a little uneasy, so she hugged Shiraishi's waist and wept silently against Shiraishi's chest. 0. Ask for flowers. Shiraishi panicked when he saw Anna cry. He never saw a woman cry. Irene was like this at the beginning, and now Anna is like that. It seems that the saying that women are made of water is really true. I don't mean to blame you. 99. Shiraishi put his head on Anna's forehead. Although Shiraishi was in a hurry to rush back, when he turned to look at the person who was almost paralyzed from exhaustion, he couldn't help laughing bitterly. In order to avoid the dragon army, the successive journeys had already exhausted everyone. If it was Shiraishi alone, there would be no difference. It's a few days away, but taking them can only take a little more time, but this time is a little longer. Shiraishi also thought about leaving them. After all, among this group of people, the only person he wants to protect is Anna, and the others can be said to have nothing to do with him. However, the result of this is that these people will soon die. In the hands of the dragon, Shiraishi will also lose Anna's heart. Because he knew that Anna, who was born kind, would not give up her clan. She was the same type of woman as Irene. She likes to carry heavy burdens alone. Such a person will often get into a lot of trouble. Anna's Palia. Share. Anna looked at Shiraishi with tears in her eyes. She didn't understand that she was about to slap herself when she was still very emotional, and then twisted a few times in dissatisfaction. For a time, Shiraishi's anger suddenly rose, but it quickly went out. Stop! Shiraishi waved his hand, and the celestial spirit mage family behind him stopped immediately. Anna also looked at Shiraishi with a questioning face, not understanding why he stopped suddenly. Shashasha! The breeze blew through Shiraishi's black hair and rustled in the woods on the road ahead. Tread! 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 Just when everyone held their breath, a dark shadow slowly walked in the woods. Every time the shadow moved forward, everything around seemed to be drawn out of life. Ominous dark magic. 35. Anna looked directly at the shadow and said, she felt a chilling magic knife on the shadow. Chapter 81. When the shadow walked out of the deep forest, under the moonlight, a black-haired man walked out of the forest, and the ominous dark atmosphere became stronger. Shiraishi's pupils shrank, looked straight into the corner of the black-haired man's eyes, and said word by word. Zerf. Shiraishi put his right hand on the hilt of Zhan Long's sword. He had no idea that he would encounter this lunatic on the way back. Shiraishi was still slightly afraid of this ancestor of the Black Mage. After all, the shadow of the famous tree. Zeref. Zeref. After Anna heard Shiraishi's words, she repeated it several times in her own mouth, and suddenly, she thought of a sudden change in her face. Zeref, Black Mage Zeref. 5. Destroyed the Meridian Academy of Magic and brought disaster to the Black Mage. You know me. Zeref's 487 eyes flashed a bit of pain, and then looked at Anna's words flatly. Remember. 35. 2 years ago, Zeref's name can be described as a well-known character of the entire human race, but now his fame is completely covered up by Shiraishi and Acknowledge, but due to the short time difference, Anna still vaguely remembers this character. Zeref took a deep look at Anna, then turned to look at Shiraishi for a long time, but when he couldn't detect any magic power in Shiraishi, he frowned. You don't have magic, but you're strong, but it's not enough. Zeref didn't know what to say. Seeing this, Shiraishi gently pulled Anna behind him, and Shiraishi had better be careful until he was clear about the purpose that Zeref said. Seeing Shiraishi's movements, Zeref squeezed out an expression that he didn't know whether to cry or laugh, and the magic power around his body kept surging. "Don't worry, I'm not here to fight, I'm just looking for you and Anna, but unfortunately you still let me down." 39. Ziref said to Shiraishi, only to see Shiraishi's disappointed face, which made Shiraishi annoyed for a while. If he was not sure that he might not win, Shiraishi almost landed a slash directly on his head. Seeing the reaction on Shiraishi's face, Ziref said helplessly, "I'm just telling the truth. I've watched you fight against the Calamity Dragon King, and I've probably figured out your strength, not to mention Acknowledge. Even me, you can't defeat it." "Acknowledge? Who is that?" Anna asked curiously, not understanding the name that the powerful black mage said, but Anna didn't know, it didn't mean Shiraishi didn't know. Acknowledge, as the most powerful dragon slayer, in the case of constantly slaying dragons, his teeth turned into fangs, and his body gradually grew dragon scales. As a dragon, he has dark wings that do not belong to dragons, which has become history. The first human-turned dragon. However, after coming to this world, Shiraishi has never heard this name, until today, from Ziref's mouth, and from Ziref's tone, it seems that he is no longer Acknowledge's opponent. What the hell is going on? "Where is Acknowledge?" Shiraishi said in a deep voice. This was just the beginning of the war. Shiraishi didn't believe how quickly Acknowledge could complete the dragon transformation. After hearing Shiraishi's words, Ziref was taken aback, because Shiraishi brought him the feeling that he seemed to have already known Acknowledge, and then silently said 2 words. "Western Continent, Dragon Clan." Shiraishi suddenly stood on the spot like a piece of wood. After a moment, when his consciousness became normal, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "It turns out that, indeed, it is estimated to be the safest place in the whole world now, and there is enough power." The conversation between the two made Anna a little confused. "What happened to you?" Shiraishi continued to ask for no reason for Anna's confusion. "I don't need to go on, you have lost your value, and now I will take Anna." 99. Ziref walked towards Anna behind Shiraishi, but soon a black sword stood in front of him. Ziref frowned at Shiraishi and said, "Get out of the way, I don't want to hurt innocents." 35. "Do you think I'll let it go?" With Shiraishi as the center, a sword force rose slowly, his eyes fixed on Ziref. At this moment he already understood the purpose of Ziref's coming here. Although it is not clear, Shiraishi has been able to confirm that Ziref has been defeated by Acknowledge, but Acknowledge's growth rate is too fast. As for looking for Anna, it is probably for the Eclipse Gate. After all, in the original book, Ziref wanted to open the gate to the future in order to seek death, and sent his own demon Natsu to the future. Ziref's black pupils also gradually turned red, the magic power outside his body continued to rise and fall, and an ominous aura was around Shiraishi's sword. "You know I don't want to fight, but if you want to interfere I can only play with you." "You can try," Shiraishi said in the same tone. For a time, a tense atmosphere surrounded the two, the sword energy collided with the darkness, the surrounding air seemed to stagnate, and the faces of the celestial spirit wizards behind them had panic on their faces. A white light rose from Shiraishi's wrist, wrapping around the sword, and an afterimage appeared on the sword. Boom! The ground on which Ben Ziref was standing was slashed by Shiraishi's sword, and a crack appeared in the canyon, and a dark shadow appeared above the crack. After Shiraishi's sword energy disappeared, the shadowy figure reformed and looked at Shiraishi. "How did you manage to increase your strength again?" For some reason, Shiraishi felt that most of the hostility from Ziref had disappeared, but Shiraishi still wasn't vigilant. "I'm looking forward to it. I feel the pressure from your power, but it's not enough, but it's worth looking forward to. It's just that there is still no time in this era." Ziref turned to look at Anna, who was comforting the clan. "So, I want to use the power of Celestial Spirit Magus Anna." 2.2. This is the first time Ziref has called out Shiraishi's name, and it is also a testament to Shiraishi's strength. My power. Anna said inexplicably. She didn't understand what Zeref meant. A thing about the door of the solar eclipse requires the help of the power of the celestial spirit world. As for the principle, it is troublesome to explain. Why don't you go with me? How about it, Shiraishi? Although Zeref was speaking to Anna, he understood the real dominating is Shiraishi. Before Anna could speak, Shiraishi stood up and returned for her. Not interested. If Irene was by his side at this time, perhaps Shiraishi would bring her too to follow Zeref, open the door to travel through time and space, and go to the era of 400 years. But not yet. Chapter 82. Zeref stared at Shiraishi for a long time, and after confirming that the other party was not joking, he released a black chain and floated in front of Shiraishi. I believe that you will be interested in the future. Crush the chain. The location of the eclipse gate will be passed into your mind. I will wait for you at the eclipse gate. Please remember to bring Anna when you arrive. Without her power, the eclipse gate will not be able to open. After speaking, Zeref turned his head and left, and with Zeref's departure, the oppressive atmosphere in the air also disappeared. Seeing the figure of Zeref leaving, Shiraishi looked down at the black chain and frowned. Memory magic? Anna walked silently beside him. Are you going to blame me for making decisions? Shiraishi began. Anna shook her head. I believe you. Shiraishi's mouth twitched slightly as he looked at Anna's gentle eyes. Sometimes, a few words are worth 1,000 words. Click. Shiraishi crushed the chain in his hand with one hand, and even closed his eyes. An invisible memory suddenly flooded into Shiraishi's mind, and the picture kept flashing until a mountain appeared in the picture. It was there. After remembering that mountain in his mind, Shiraishi opened his eyes and took Anna's worried face into his arms. At night, with the interference of Zeref, the celestial spirit wizard family completely lost their mobility, and Shiraishi had no choice but to take them to rest first. Do you miss her again? In front of the fire, Anna said to Shiraishi, who was absent-minded. She knew that the man she loved was worrying about another woman at this moment, and she couldn't help but feel a little sad. What's the matter, are you jealous? Shiraishi saw Anna's small vinegar bottle overturned at a glance, and immediately took Anna's little hand and hugged her tightly, smelling the aroma from her body. The closeness of Shiraishi and Anna fell in the eyes of the males of the celestial spirit wizard family behind him. For a while, many clansmen who were thinking about Anna secretly, their hearts were like a piece of glass slammed to the ground, shattering the ground. Feeling the gazes around him, Shiraishi frowned and hugged Anna's plump body, and swept out one step. Seeing the expression on Shiraishi's face, Anna was shocked. He knew Shiraishi very well, and he was thinking about that. The body immediately twisted and resisted, but in Shiraishi's eyes, there was more reason. What are you doing? The next day, Anna felt that she could barely walk. Under the strange eyes of the clan, Dia walked ahead, and Shiraishi didn't even plan to pay attention. Dragonov Kingdom. Roar. The dragon roar resounded through the sky, and for a time, the giant dragon blocked the entire sky, and in front of them was the border of Duranov, the territory of the human race. Almost all the dragon army gathered here. The Ice Dragon King flying above the group of dragons looked in front of him and said coldly. It's on. The war. The sun sets, and the sky is full of red clouds. Blood stained this land, and the whole world was like flames. On the broken earth, the Ice Dragon King led the dragon army to the city of the Dragonov Kingdom. When countless giant dragons appeared in the sky above the human territory, the Terran once again realized his insignificance. For a time, in the face of the aggressiveness of the dragon race, even if the human race has one or two giant dragons, it will not help, and even some giant dragons turn their backs during the decisive battle. Under such circumstances, the Terran did not lose the first war by accident, and lost the first Terran territory. Roar. The dragons roared one by one, and the entire city was completely turned to dust in the terrifying roar. Continue to advance, I will level the human race within 10 days. Seeing the ruins on the ground, the Ice Dragon King said indifferently. Boom! On the eve of the outbreak of the war, 3 days passed quickly. According to the plan, the dragons fought against Dragonov. For a time, the war between man and dragon, and between dragon and dragon shrouded the earth. The blood flowed on the earth, and in the war, it gathered into a river of blood. Above the river of blood, rotting corpses were intertwined, and it was impossible to distinguish who was from whom. In just 3 days, most of the human territory has been destroyed by the dragon, and countless strong human beings have fallen into the hands of the dragon. The horror of the dragons that also made the race reconscious. The capital of Dragonov. In the splendid palace, Irene looked at the empty palace in front of her, and closed her eyes silently. As soon as the war started, most of the high-level officials of the kingdom started to run away. In order to survive, the giant dragon turned to the dragon clan. For a time, despair enveloped the entire human race, and everyone almost lost confidence. It's time for Irene. The holy dragon Belzarian, who had been recovering from the lower level of the palace, walked into the palace, and when Belzarian appeared, Irene opened his eyes, and the queen's aura exploded. Let them do it. Boom! Tens of thousands of dragons attacked at the same time, and no one could stop the dragons' footsteps. As the dragons invaded step by step, the human city-states began to fall one by one. However, after the dragons captured the cities not far from King Dragonov, when advancing towards the final capital, he encountered serious obstacles. On the 7th day, the battle situation changed a little, and the dragon race stopped. What? Dragon magic? Dragon Slayer? In the sky, the Ice Dragon King looked at the hindering human race wizards below, and watched the magic of 487 released in their hands. Although it was weak, it was indeed the magic of a giant dragon. Damn it! What the hell did that guy Belzarian do? He taught the magic of the dragon race to those lowly ants. Boom! Tens of thousands of magicians who cast dragon-killing magic face the dragon. However, when the Ice Dragon King was ready to take action regardless of his identity, a huge figure ran in front of the Ice Dragon King, and at the same time, hundreds of giant dragons followed behind him. When the huge figure appeared, the Ice Dragon King's footsteps also stopped, his eyes narrowed and he looked at the figure. Belzarian, traitor of the dragon race, I didn't expect you to dare to appear. Ice Dragon King, this is the kingdom I protect, and I will never allow you to destroy it. Boom! The breath of the two dragon kings erupted, and the violent force impacted the entire world. On the battlefield, whether it was humans or giant dragons, all suffered heavy losses and spit out blood. This is the power of the king, the power that stands at the top of the world. Battle. The Ice Dragon King and Belzarian shot at the same time. Bang! 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 The two attacks collided, the air wave exploded directly from the center, the space was shaking, and the boulders of the earth were directly turned into powder. At the same time as Belzarian was fighting the Ice Dragon King, Irene also brought the Dragon Slayer to fight the dragons. In this regard, the war between the human race and the dragon race ushered in the most intense battle. Chapter 83. In the city not far from King Dragonov, several giant dragons were destroying. The flames burned the entire city, and in this city that had been completely reduced to hell, corpses could be seen everywhere on the ground, and the air echoed with howls of pain. In the ruins, human figures of despair can be seen everywhere, but even so, the dragons still have no intention of stopping, and the terrifying attack still descends on this city. Roar! A giant dragon released the dragon's roar, smashing the bell tower in the distance. The boulder fell towards the human below, and the giant dragon laughed wildly. Dragon roar! However, at this moment, a middle-aged man in a magician's robe absorbed the magic power of the air, released a roar and blown away the falling rocks, and shot towards the giant dragon in the air. Seeing the roar that didn't have its own dragon claw, the giant dragon smiled disdainfully, slapped it away with one hand, and at the same time slapped the middle-aged wizard who released the magic to death. Too weak, these human beings are really like an ant, they will die if they step on them. That's right, it's too simple, and it's a bit boring. This is dragon slaying magic, don't say it's learned from dragons. Humans are indeed a low-level race, and even the magic of dragons has only taught them this little bit of strength, which makes dragons laugh to death. The giant dragons flying in the sky showed sneering and disdainful smiles one after another. In their eyes, what if the human race learned the dragon-slaying magic? Without the corresponding body and magic power, the dragon-slaying magic is just a joke. In the end, they just slowed down their attack, and then what could they do? If they were killed by the dragon, why did they work so hard in the same ending? Ha 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 ha. Just when the giant dragon was still laughing at humans, suddenly, the giant dragon with the strongest strength in the dragon group changed his face slightly and looked in the direction behind him. What's the matter, boss? You found humans again? Beside it, a weaker dragon asked jokingly, and his expression became more and more solemn when he saw the stronger dragon. I feel a force of terror and disgust fast approaching us. The stronger dragon said with a hint of disgust. It had never smelled or felt such an abhorrent odor, and even had a hint of darkness in it. Over time, other weaker dragons sensed the unpleasant smell, and they felt what it said. In the ruins of the city, the human who survived the sea of fire looked at the sky to stop attacking, and looked at the dragon group behind him, as if infected and involuntarily, and followed the dragon group's eyes to look into the distance. In the distance, in the sky full of red clouds, a small black shadow suddenly appeared. What is that? Whether it was a giant dragon or a human, such a question appeared in their minds, and then they found that the black spot was constantly enlarging, and the pierced sunset was heading towards them. Get out of the way! When he started talking, the most powerful dragon roared when he looked at the shadow, and at the same time he had already avoided his side. However, it is still slow. Just when they discovered the shadow, the distance was not far away. When they shouted the words to avoid, the shadow had already appeared in front of them. Immediately zoomed in, and zoomed in, until the zoomed in to completely cover their sight, the black shadow had already passed through the body of the weaker dragon. Pfft! In the air, the weaker dragon looked at the cave in his chest, and when his eyes darkened, he fell into the ground. At the last moment, he didn't know what the shadow was, and he died. The black shadow seemed to grab the dragon's heart in his hands, and his body shrank rapidly as it landed, until it landed on the shattered house, and the shadow had turned into a human-sized appearance. What just happened? The black shadow as huge as a dragon just fell down, and then went through the dragon's body and dug out its heart, and finally shrank into a human being. The human beings who survived the flames, after seeing this scene, couldn't believe their eyes at all. Could it be that the strong human race came to save us? For a time, the survivors in the ruins ignited hope again, and looked at the shadow as if they saw hope. Pfft! It's really unpalatable. Sure enough, the dragon meat is still more delicious than that of the Dragon King, and the meat of ordinary giant dragons is still too bad. The black shadow took a bite from the dragon's heart with a ferocious expression, spit it out in disgust, put aside the heart in his hand, and turned to look at the remaining dragons in the sky. It's your turn. It was a bronze skin with mysterious patterns, long grey-blue hair draped around his waist, a broken black cloak, and a naked upper body, and there seemed to be a trace of hatred in his eyes. At this time, the words of He Ying also made those shocked dragons react, looking at He Ying with a trace of fear on his face. Among them, the dragon has recognized the identity of the shadow. Among the information obtained by the dragon family, there are only 2 human beings who can slay dragons, and they smell like dragons. Except for the human swordsman named Shiraishi, there are only humans in Aknologia. The other dragons were stunned when they heard it, and then a giant dragon said, 66 isn't acknowledged still in the western continent, among our dragons, and the dragon of death has not returned except for that trouble? How could it appear here? The dragon's words made the black shadow smile contemptuously, the corners of his mouth curled up, and he said disdainfully, "Are you talking about the guy who calls himself the dragon of death with a breath of death? I did meet it, but unfortunately, it has entered my stomach, and the taste is not bad, much better than the previous one. It's impossible." One of the dragons charged towards Acknowledge with a gloomy face. Wow! The three claw prints carrying the power of the dragon fell towards the shadow, but the shadow did not see any evasion. However, just as the dragon's claws were about to fall on the black shadow's head, the moment the giant dragon thought it had succeeded, the black shadow moved, only to see him open his huge mouth, the terrifying suction force, and the surrounding air together with the air submerged into his mouth, and immediately turned towards him. Shot with a dragon. The roar of the Black Dragon King. 99. Boom. The violent darkness, Mojian Zhao, immediately drowned the giant dragon, and even ran through the entire sky. After the roar disappeared, the figure of the giant dragon also disappeared. Originally, this scene made the giant dragon who didn't believe it trembled, looked at each other and saw the fear in the other's eyes, running the magic in his body, and shouted, "Escape!" But how could the shadow let them go? The human body was wrapped in dark magic, the body was constantly squirming, the teeth turned into fangs, the body gradually grew dragon scales, and his body gradually became the dragon itself. The black giant incited the final wings that did not belong to the dragon, and released terrifying power towards the release, and the dragon group also turned into dust. Just as the humans in the ruins cheered and celebrated, the power of darkness fell again, and they, together with the city, turned into dust. The black shadow looked at the distance with a grim face, and said with a smile, "Dragon King, after all, there is only one." Chapter 84. Boom! Flesh and blood flew, and there was a rain of blood in the sky. Belsarion, admit defeat. 35. The Ice Dragon King licked the dragon's blood on the dragon's claws, looked at Belsarion and said. On the battlefield, Belsarion covered his chest, and a terrifying wound appeared on its chest. No matter how hard it was, the blood was still flowing out. Belsarion's vision began to blur due to excessive blood loss. Impossible! Even if I die, I will not retreat. 35. Stupid, do you think you won me without getting hurt? Take a step back and say, even if you win me, there are countless giant dragons behind me, this war is destined to be the victory of the dragon race. The Ice Dragon King, inciting the ice crystal wings, swept towards Belsarion, and at the same time, terrifying attacks continued to fall on Belsarion. Belsarion put his arms forward, reluctantly attacking the low-level Ice Dragon King, but every time he received an attack, Belsarion's body trembled more and more. Finally, at the moment when Belsarion's consciousness was in a trance, the Ice Dragon King found a flaw, and a roar shot Belsarion down from the sky. Pfft! Belsarion's dragon body swept across the entire battlefield, and then slammed into the wall of the royal capital, knocking out a 490-meter-deep pit, and the dragons on the battlefield immediately attacked. For a time, Belsarion, who was seriously injured, became weaker and weaker under the attack of the dragon group. Belsarion. Irene, who led the dragon group and dragon slayer to fight, immediately exclaimed when she saw Belsarion's injury, turned and swept towards it, but how could the dragon group easily let her get away easily? Ha 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 ha! Belsarion! You just lose bit by bit in the torture. 99. Hundreds of giant dragons began to besiege Belsarion, and even a Dragon King level locked it on the periphery, and the Ice Dragon King also took advantage of the situation and swept towards the giant dragon of the human camp. At this moment, the human race is only relying on Belsarion, and those giant dragons, and now Belsarion has no resistance. Then as long as the remaining dragons are executed, the remaining human beings will not be able to turn over, and this war will eventually end. Hoo. Watching his companions fall one after another in the hands of the Ice Dragon King, Belsarion roared, waving his dragon claws in the dragon group, trying to rush out of the dragon group, but every time a giant dragon fell, there would be other, giants. Long made up, there was no chance at all. With the passage of time, Belsarion could dodge some of the attacks originally, but in the end, it could only passively accept. Its magic power was almost exhausted and could not last long. Boom! Under the roar of the dragon group, Belsarion fell down again, and the magic in the condensed body barely supported his body and stood up again, but reality is reality. Belsarion's magic was finally exhausted at this moment, and he never stood up again. Belsarion. 99. Everything in front of her left Irene unable to kneel on the ground, tears of pain running down her moving cheeks. The sunset faded, dark clouds shrouded the entire earth, and heavy rain struck. The wind and rain were desolate, and the rain fell on Belsarion's body. At this moment, Irene finally broke through. The siege of the dragon group came to Belsarion's side, kneeling in front of it, and sticking to its face. Irene could feel Belsarion's life slipping away, little by little. Irene, I'm sorry, I was able to fulfill your father's request and failed to protect you. No one protects this country. Before he finished speaking, Irene felt the last trace of vitality disappearing from its body. Belsarion slowly closed the dragon's eye, and died in battle on this earth. Belsarion. Scenes from the past echoed in Irene's mind. From birth to adulthood, Belsarion never left her, but it went away and could no longer be by her side. Sadness will drown Irene, and tears will fall on Belsarion's face mixed with the rain, and then the rain will melt into the earth. A heavy rain took Belsarion's life and the dragon that accompanied her in Irene's life. Death is worthless, and the only one who tries to resist the dragon clan is death. The Ice Dragon King pulled his hand out of the dragon's body, and now the whole battle is almost over. Although the dragons also died in the battle, dozens of giant dragons were killed in the hands of Belsarion, but on the other hand, the Terran side, Belsarion died in battle, most of the dragons have fallen, and the Dragon Slayer has almost been eliminated, and the Terran has no fighting strength. The results speak for themselves. Ended. The Ice Dragon King turned and left, removing Belsarion. The remaining trash fish was completely ignored, and it was enough for the dragons to deal with it. I'm really looking forward to it. Igneel doesn't know how you will react to this news now. Ha 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 ha. The Ice Dragon King grinned, and it even had no choice but to meet Igneel. However, when the Ice Dragon King was about to leave, a black shadow appeared in the sky above the Ice Dragon King. The limit came, and the Ice Dragon King's face sank. There was a very obvious hierarchical order among the dragons. In the eyes of the Ice Dragon King, the shadow's behavior was like offending the Dragon King. Dignity. What kind of flies dare to fly in front of the Dragon King? The blue magic power shone in the mouth of the Ice Dragon King, the terrifying Shiraishi cold air spread, and the surrounding atmosphere and the space were affected by this power and froze and shattered. This shows how terrible the Ice Dragon King's anger is. Go to hell. 35. Boom. The blue energy light swept towards the black shadow, and the terrifying blue magic power instantly drowned the black shadow, but the pupils of the Ice Dragon King who were going to stay next shrank. In front of it, the black shadow stopped in the air, and the blue energy light turned into several magic beams and fell on the black shadow, quickly disappearing. The Ice Dragon King stared at the shadow. At this time, it also noticed something was wrong with the shadow. On the shadow, it felt a little pressure. Who are you? However, the answer to it was the attack of the shadow. A dark beam of light shot at an incredible speed. The Ice Dragon King had no time to react, and the dark beam of light pierced its icy body. The people who came to kill you. The black shadow said with a grim smile, and at the same time swept towards the falling Ice Dragon King. The fall of the Ice Dragon King also made the creatures in the war notice the situation here, and their eyes all fell on the shadow in front of the Ice Dragon King. The Ice Dragon King, who was still falling in the air, felt the loss of magic power in his body, and his wings were shaken and floated in the air again. At this time, his eyes were full of fear. It was no longer as meaningless to guard as before, and a mass of extremely cold air quickly appeared around its body, turning into a layer of extremely cold ice crystals to tightly surround its body. Chapter 85. Who is fighting the Ice Dragon King? Looks like a human, is it Shiraishi-sama? 35. No, that person didn't hold a black sword like Shiraishi-sama, he looked more like... More like what? Acknowledge. In the air, Acknowledge swept towards the Ice Dragon King. The powerful magic condensed in front of Acknowledge and turned into a huge black energy sphere. Boom! The black energy sphere shattered the extremely cold ice crystals of the Ice Dragon King, and the dark power also exploded violently on its back. Dragon power! Dark magic! You are the Dragon Slayer Acknowledge. 99. The Ice Dragon King's back burst, and the severe pain made his eyes gradually turn red, and he stared at Acknowledge, and at this time it also recognized the identity of the other party. Acknowledge, why are you here, and the Dragon of Death, where is it? Boom! The terrifying magic power spread in Acknowledge's body. When you die, you will soon be able to meet it, not only it but also all the dragons in the Western continent. Immediately, the Ice Dragon King's expression turned gloomy, and his expression was extremely ugly. He did not expect that the Dragon of Death could not stop Acknowledge and even was killed. At the same time, the changes here also attracted the attention of the dragons and the humans, and Acknowledge's voice spread instantly, and the humans in the fierce battle looked at Acknowledge in shock. What? The dragon clan in the Western continent was destroyed? Acknowledge did it alone, it's too scary. How strong is he? However, compared to the shock of the human race, when the news of the destruction of the homeland fell in the ears of the dragon race, there was only anger, but they did not know that they were trampling on the homes of other races. Damn, it's human, kill the dragon, then you can only die. Almost all the dragons of the dragon clan descended around the Ice Dragon King and looked at Acknowledge. Although they saw that Acknowledge wounded the Ice Dragon King with a single blow, the destruction of their homeland made them ignore the strength of Acknowledge. Revenge of the compatriots in the Western continent. The terrifying pressure spread in the bodies of the Dragon King and Acknowledge, and the surrounding earth and rivers trembled wildly, and terrifying magic phantoms stirred between the heavens and the earth. Yes, that's what it is. Blood. I also have more Dragon King blood. A frantic look appeared on Acknowledge's face, his body was shaking violently, but at this moment, Acknowledge moved. The high-pitched dragon roar sounded. In all eyes, Acknowledge uttered a dragon cry, and the body crackled for a while, and the sound of bones splitting came out that the figure was suddenly raised and dyed black. With the surge of magic power, his hands turned into sharp dragon claws. The claws are sharp and sharp, like the sharpest blades, flashing with cold light. On his chest, black dragon scales covered with lines also appeared, spreading all the way to the waist, until the jet black wings unfolded. Acknowledge's body had completely completed the dragon transformation. Boom! Just when all the creatures had not slowed down, Acknowledge let out a loud roar, and dark magic poured out from his body, covering the entire world. That deadly dangerous aura, whether it is a dragon or a human being, even if they live hundreds of miles apart, they are all shocked by this aura, and even the Dragon King can't help but take a step back. This. Longhua, how is this possible? The Ice Dragon King looked in shock at the giant dragon whose body was covered in pitch-black dragon scales, with a dark aura in his breath, and the giant dragon beside it also felt enormous pressure from Acknowledge's body. Ha ha ha, ha ha. Ah ha ha ha, ha. Acknowledge laughed wildly, incited the jet-black wings, and swept towards the Dragon King, who had already begun to panic. Now that the only Dragon King has come, it's time for the other Dragon Kings to disappear. Boom! Acknowledge's face showed excitement, fighting fiercely in the Dragon King. Wishful thinking. Boom! All the giant dragons, including the Ice Dragon King, were instantly enraged by Acknowledge, and under the excitement, they made a desperate shot. However, the battle between Acknowledge and the Dragon King stopped the battle, and the low-level dragons still followed the instructions of the Dragon King to attack the human race. For a time, the whole world fell into chaos. In the heavy rain, the war continued, and Irene fought back against the grief in her heart, releasing magic to bury Belsarian's body on the ground. Leave it to me, Belsarian. She wants to protect Dolagunov, which is not only her will, but also Belsarian's entrustment. Irene commands the surviving Terran once again, while also looking at the sky of Acknowledge. 0. Ask for flowers. What's the matter? As the mother of Dragon Slayer, she didn't know that Dragon Slayer could actually transform into a giant dragon, but Irene didn't think long. The dragon family had approached her, and she suppressed her heart and used additional spells to fight the giant dragon. In the air, Acknowledge, besieged by the dragon group, suddenly burst out with a force that was so strong that it was suffocating, and the terrifying force spread immediately. Give me death! Thinking of Acknowledge as the center, the terrifying explosion spread rapidly, and in the smoke of the explosion, the Ice Dragon King, who had been severely injured, flew out directly and far away. Pft! Pass! The gigantic body fell into the Dragunov capital, shattering countless buildings, causing an earthquake-like shaking, and a dense fog of dust filled the air. 0. When the smoke dissipated, the broken body of the Ice Dragon King also appeared, and on his body was the dragonized Acknowledge. The Ice Dragon King continued to struggle and said, "Damn it! Acknowledge." However, before the Ice Dragon King finished speaking, the dark magic power in Acknowledge's hands fell, and the Ice Crystal's dragon head instantly shattered and disappeared into this world. The magic power of the Ice Dragon King also disappeared completely, and the giant dragon, who was not far from the corpse, looked at this terrifying picture and shouted tremblingly, "Ice Dragon King! Dead!" Boom! On the battlefield, countless giant dragons stopped their attacks and looked at Acknowledge with shock in their eyes. Ice Dragon King! The other Dragon Kings in the sky looked at the horror of the Ice Dragon King and roared angrily. The huge stature of nearly 10 giant dragons instantly surrounded Acknowledge and roared. All of them stared at the blood-red eyes and started to move. Acknowledge. However, they did not notice that in the battle with the holy dragon Belsarian and hundreds of dragons, most of their combat power had been consumed. After a long time, Acknowledge, which is bathed in dragon blood and has no attributes, absorbs the magic of the dragon family and becomes more and more brave, and the dragons fall one after another. Earth Dragon, die! Ocean Dragon, die! Storm Dragon, die! When all the dragons in the sky fell, the world became quiet. Acknowledge stuck out her tongue and licked the dragon blood at the corner of her mouth, turned her eyes to the war below, and said indifferently, "This world doesn't need dragon slayers." Knife. Chapter 86. Will the dragon is gone? Irene looked at the empty sky in amazement, as if joking with her. Time seemed to stand still at this moment, and all the races and the surviving dragons looked at Acknowledge in the sky. "It's your turn." Acknowledge slowly landed and walked towards the human race. However, it did not fade into a dragon, and it still descended in the form of a black dragon. The terrifying power in its body still shocked the battlefield. However, just when Irene thought that the dragons had disappeared and everything was over, Acknowledge raised her hand towards the humans, and the magic surged. Irene was taken aback and asked, "What do you mean? Of course you didn't come to rescue the dragons." But what answered her was Acknowledge's attack. Boom. The disaster comes again, facing the attack of Acknowledge 490, even if the Dragon Kings are killed, let alone them. For a time, the surviving people and dragons on the entire battlefield suffered new attacks again, and even more than the blows created by the dragons. Irene shouted at Acknowledge with angry eyes, "Aren't you a Terran? Why attack your own kind? Same race." Acknowledge smiled disdainfully, "It's ridiculous, as the Dragon King, I don't have such a weak family. The Dragon King festival has ended, so some people should leave the stage. The Dragon King is dead, and you are the same." Boom! A magic beam of Acknowledge penetrated the entire capital, and then stepped into the city, instantly causing panic among ordinary people in the capital. "It's a dragon, run! Run! Why do humans turn into giant dragons and attack us? Wait, save me! Save!" The human race in the capital was scattered and empty, some had already left the capital, some were waiting to die, and some died at the feet of the Black Dragon. The surviving dragon and dragon slayer shared a roar, but this roar fell on Acknowledge without leaving a trace. "Whoever dares to challenge the majesty of the Dragon King, give me death!" Boom! The dark dragon breath came, and the dragon slayer gradually withered, but just when Acknowledge grabbed a dragon slayer and ate it. A figure appeared in front of him, but was blown away by the power of Acknowledge. Irene didn't have time to save the kin in the mouth of the Dragon of Darkness, and could only watch it being eaten bit by the Dragon of Darkness. "You've gone completely crazy, and you're going to devour even your own clan." "Same clan? What a weak existence, can only serve as my food." Whether it is a dragon or a human, when Acknowledge discovers the power of the dragon that devours the opponent, its magic power continues to grow. The power of the giant dragon fills its entire body, and even overflows its body. The unparalleled pleasure almost makes him sink. Ha 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 ha! Acknowledge let out a laughter like it was from hell, and let out a roar again. "How so?" Irene was desperate and mad. She released all the magic in her body. She couldn't watch Acknowledge slaughter her own people. Irene's power exploded. However, just as Irene was releasing the magic, Acknowledge grabbed a dragon slayer and was about to start eating, and suddenly stopped and looked at Irene. "Dragon power, a very powerful dragon power, you have the power of a dragon king, and even a strange power." In Acknowledge's eyes, with the explosion of power, Irene's skin also had textures like crimson dragon scales last time, but she was overwhelmed by anger and did not notice her own changes. Because, at this time, she just wanted to save her own people from Acknowledge and kill this human traitor. When Acknowledge saw Irene's change, she frowned and said, "That's right, it's the power of the dragon, I remember it, that is, you taught the human beings the magic of killing dragons. Speaking of which, you are still my teacher, but I didn't expect it. You've come this far, it's interesting, but you can only get here. As long as you are there, the Dragon Slayer will still appear, so you must die." Acknowledge's eyes froze, watching Irene burst out with murderous aura. Boom! Ignoring Acknowledge's words, Irene poured magic power into the Queen's scepter in her hand, and a terrifying beam shot towards the Black Dragon. Boom! Acknowledge opened the dragon's mouth, and the terrifying dragon roared, breaking through Irene's attack like a hurricane. After the roar, Acknowledge's dragon claws covered with dark magic swept towards Irene's body. Oops! Irene was startled and raised the Queen's scepter, trying to block the dragon's claw. Die! Following Acknowledge's anger, the dragon's claw fell like a meteorite, and the Queen's scepter was smashed like glass. Irene vomited blood, and the whole body flew out like a shooting star in the next moment, landing on the ruins of the palace. Boom! Acknowledge spreads its wings and soars into the sky. On the dark dragon claws, magic power emerges, turning into a dark sphere, a powerful attraction, and the gravitational force of the black hole sweeps the earth and the entire sky. The dark clouds began to stir. It's over, in this world, there is no second dragon slayer. The end of the world. Boom. A loud bang suddenly erupted, the dark sphere enveloped the entire capital, the earth began to roar, the surrounding space cracked, and the aura of annihilation and death spread throughout the earth. In the ruins, Irene, who was bleeding from the corners of her mouth, silently closed her eyes and touched her slightly bulging belly. However, even with her eyes closed, tears still flowed out uncontrollably and fell to the ground. Kid, Mom, I'm sorry for you. I'm sorry, Shiraishi, I should promise you, bye. At this point, Irene had nothing but remorse. Boom. 2.2. When the power of darkness completely fell and devoured the entire capital, Acknowledge was also ready to turn around and leave, seeing that even the Dragon King could never survive this blow. However, at this moment, behind Acknowledge, a white light flashed in the darkness. Break the sword. Draw the sword and cut. Immediately afterwards, the earth made a violent vibration. The white light shot up into the sky, turning into a terrifying slash that was kilometer wide and high, tearing a huge hole in the darkness with unstoppable might. Even the darkness around him had no ability to react, and was drowned in by the white light. All sounds are silent. The world is quiet for a while. Broken space, broken city, broken everything. The silent world descended, and the white slash sent a sharp and extremely sharp air current to tear the world apart. Chapter 87. The whole calm sky became violent again. One after another terrifying sword light came towards Acknowledge. Shiraishi's sword light reflected in his pupils, constantly expanding. Acknowledge's pores were filled with powerful killing intent and a sense of crisis, releasing magic power to try to block the white sword glow. However, in his eyes, his omnipotent and powerful magic power was destroyed by the battle at this moment, and the huge dragon body was submerged in it. Boom! In the ruins, under Irene's shocked gaze, Shiraishi silently turned around and squatted down to wipe the blood on the edge of her delicate red lips. Perhaps because of the injury, her once charming face was now pale. Irene murmured Shiraishi's name, and instantly plunged into Shiraishi's arms crying desperately. Shiraishi stroked her hair with a little distress. Sorry, I am late. Shiraishi, who had not appeared before Acknowledge's attack, finally arrived at the battlefield and rescued Irene before the attack landed. Fortunately, Irene was not seriously injured. However, when the two were still leaning on each other, a very discordant 04 voice appeared. You can't wait for the battle to end if you want to make out. Shiraishi turned around and saw a figure not far from him that should not have appeared, looking at him with an extremely angry expression. Shiraishi said painfully, "Didn't I tell you not to follow me? You're not worried about you yet?" Anna said dissatisfiedly. Long before reaching the battlefield, Shiraishi's heart felt a powerful wave, and Shiraishi decided to let Anna and the celestial spirit wizards stay outside the battlefield. It's just that Shiraishi never expected that Anna would follow her, while on the other side, Irene looked up at Anna with a tearful face. For a time, Shiraishi felt a strong electric current interlaced between the two women, and it was the kind that killed him with one touch. Shiraishi was a little overwhelmed for a moment. It's time to come. Shiraishi originally wanted to explain to Irene after the war, but he didn't expect the two to meet so soon. The wording that I had planned to get out of for a long time suddenly lost its meaning. However, at this moment, in the sky, a ray of magic power fell towards Shiraishi, and Shiraishi grabbed the dragon with his backhand and cut it off, allowing Shiraishi to see the master who shot the attack. Acknowledge's dragon claws slowly descended, staring at Shiraishi. I've heard your name, whether it's a dragon or a human, and I've compared us to each other, but from the attack just now, it seems a little weak, but it's enough for me to play around. 35. After hearing this, Shiraishi frowned, even though he wasn't angry because of others' provocation, coupled with Irene's injury, the anger had already begun to spread. Shiraishi said indifferently, really, it's hard to say who is the loser. Acknowledge, let the horse come over. To be honest, I have long wanted to try the meat of the Dragon King, but I don't like meat that has been dead for a long time. Take it out piece by piece while you're alive, so it's worth going into my stomach. While speaking, Shiraishi took a step forward, a white light appeared, and his heavy eyes stared at Acknowledge. Although the export is provocative, it does not mean that Shiraishi really despised him. As an existence at the apex of the fairy tale world, those who despised him almost died. The destruction of the dragon family is the best example. After all, there is an old saying, despise the enemy strategically, value the enemy tactically. And at this time, the most important thing for him is to move the battlefield, because there are Irene and Anna behind him, and the next battle will probably spread widely. Considering their safety, Shiraishi takes the initiative to attack. Roar. 35. Acknowledge let out a deafening roar in the face of Shiraishi's provocative words, a terrifying breath quietly emerged, and the whole earth began to tremble. Come on! Let me see who is the real winner. Boom, a huge roar fell, the roar intensified, and the storm became stronger in an instant. The trees along the way rose in an instant, the ground collapsed, shaking, and it evolved into a scene of destruction. Li Ghost Swordsmanship. The white light in his hand instantly covered the body of the dragon-slaying sword, and a white phantom appeared in an instant, and with an incredible number of strokes, he slashed away the roar. Acknowledge's eyes shrunk, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face, followed by a frantic look. Very well, only the stronger the obstruction can make me change stronger. Shiraishi, you are worthy of my all-out efforts. At this moment, Acknowledge did not dare to have the slightest joking and contempt. The dragon's wings vibrated, setting off a storm, the dragon's mouth opened, and the dragon's breath of destruction that exudes death is already rapidly brewing in its mouth. Dragon's breath. The dragon's breath emitting a wave of destruction has already descended, almost submerging the entire battlefield. That desperate power made Irene and Anna stop breathing. In the dark night, in the face of the terrifying dragon breath, Shiraishi held the hilt of the sword and leaped towards the sky with one step. Really, be careful not to trip over me and never get up again. The starry night sky suddenly turned dark, and Shiraishi seemed to be the only one left between the sky and the earth. In his hands, he slashed the dragon at an incredible speed, turning it into a silver-white light. This is the ultimate speed. Look. Breathe. Cut the carp. Pull and pay. Cut. 493 There is only a flash of light left in the dark night. Beyond sound. Row towards Acknowledge in the sky. The dragon's breath of destruction that exudes incomparably terrifying fluctuations actually collapsed and dissipated like a breeze under the white light. Accompanied by a shrill roar, Acknowledge's incomparably huge body fell down with the slash, smashed to the ground, and a huge deep pit of 100 meters was shaken out. On his chest, a deep bloody mouth appeared. Seeing this, Shiraishi couldn't help frowning. In the past, this drawing of the sword felt that he could kill the existence of the Dragon King, but at this time, there was only one left on Acknowledge's body. The next wound shows how powerful the opponent is. No wonder in the original, can become the ultimate winner of this era. However, even so, Bai Mang still did not stop, and quickly swept towards Acknowledge on the ground. Damn it, die for me! Acknowledge felt the pain from the wound, and an inexhaustible anger burned all his sanity. The tens of meters of dragon claws that are so strong that they even have dragon scales are covered with terrifying dark magic, and they carry the hurricane and fall towards Shiraishi. Boom! The tearing airflow hit Shiraishi's body, and under the unmoved face, Shiraishi held the hilt tightly again, and the dull voice came out slowly. Reverse counterattack. Chapter 88. At the moment when the two dragon claws fell, Shiraishi's weak body blocked one and knocked it out, and at the same time blocked the other dragon claw with extreme speed. Will be. will be. The blade meets the dragon's claws, sparks radiate. Between the two, the invisible airflow crashed down, and the thousands of meters of ground beneath the 2 feet collapsed instantly under this pressure. Shiraishi's hands trembled slightly under the dragon's claws. In the face of Acknowledge, even Shiraishi, who has been physically strengthened, is still a little hard to resist. After all, compared to the tyrannical body of the dragon, Shiraishi has almost developed his own development to the extreme through his armament and domineering. But the encounter with Acknowledge is still slightly inferior. If it were another Dragon King, it is estimated that this sword would have been killed. At this moment, Acknowledge attacked again, the dragon claw that blocked the flying fell again, and Shiraishi stopped it again. Immediately, the naked eye in the sky can see that the air shrinks and expands sharply, and every time they confront each other, the sky also trembles. It was as if the end of the world had come. After standing for a long time, the two separated, with a hint of madness in their eyes. Shiraishi, I admit that you are strong, but I, who devoured all the Dragon Kings, have stood at the top. Nothing can stop me, not even you. Boom. Acknowledge's black body was covered with a faint layer of black mist, and behind him, on the dark wings that symbolized ominousness, a dark light slowly rose. A wave of air spurted out of his body in vain, and the terrifying air wave blew in, and it was destroyed when touched. Trees, sand, and the earth were all shattered under this air wave. Seeing this, Shiraishi's eyes narrowed, and he also understood the thoughts of the opposite side. He used all the power in his body, and the fierce sword intent shot straight into the sky, and the dragon in his hand also made a trembling sound. That is the performance of yearning for the ultimate battle, just like the sword god Sodros, who spends his life pursuing the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Although there is still a long way to go before the sword god, since you have chosen to accept the inheritance, I will let you experience the swordsmanship beyond your own limits. Die. The end. 35. At the moment of Shiraishi, Acknowledge also moved, and tens of thousands of dark streamers shot out from the light of the final wings behind him, and each streamer carried an incomparably terrifying magic. Swallowed by this force. Boom. Facing the attack that locked him, Shiraishi clenched the blade tightly and closed his eyes. Hard net. Hum. An invisible force instantly enveloped the world of nearly 10,000 meters. Shiraishi's consciousness was like the palm of his hand, taking everything in the world into his hand, and instantly reflected in Shiraishi's mind, everything became radiant and extremely clear. In the emptiness, a darkness appeared in Shiraishi's mind, and the endless sword energy around him also rose at the same time. Blade of breaking pole. Phantom sword dance. 35. Ling Lai's sword sound suddenly sounded, and the blade with a phantom cut through the darkness. Will. One cut. But this did not stop, tens of thousands of dark streamers fell in an instant, but Shiraishi's sword was faster. Triple cut. 6 consecutive cuts. Swish, in the blink of an eye, Shiraishi has swung 6 swords in a row. At this moment, in the space around Shiraishi, the sound of shattering echoed for a while, and the shattered darkness turned into black gas and disappeared into nothingness. 10 consecutive cuts. 15 consecutive cuts. 21 consecutive cuts. Whisper. A sharp sword sound pierced through the space, from small to large, from nothing to existence, the ultimate sound constantly resounded in Shiraishi's hand of the dragon. With the falling of the streamer, the interval between Shiraishi's sword swings will only get shorter and shorter, and the number of slashes and the power of the sword will also continue to increase. The continuous long sword attack was like a rainstorm. In an instant, Acknowledge felt an invisible heavy feeling in his heart, a feeling he had never felt before. It's impossible, it's impossible. Boom. 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 The speed of the dark streamer increased rapidly, and the sword slashes were constantly changing with different landing points and different angles. Coupled with the wonderful trajectory of the sword, Shiraishi's mental consumption increased again. However, Shiraishi did not stop. The sound of the breath of all things. Open. Boom. Listening to the breathing of all things, the whole world. At this moment, it seems to have fallen into silence, becoming very silent, and a clearer world came to Shiraishi's mind. One after another, in an instant, the sword flowers surged. 28 consecutive cuts. 36 consecutive cuts. Shiraishi. Acknowledger roared angrily. The dark streamer rose again, and the blade in Shiraishi's hand also accelerated again. The sharp sword cry disappeared at this moment, and in the emptiness, in the silent world, dragon slaying floated like a silver-white horse. Boom! The endless white sword energy swept out, colliding violently with the dark streamer. The sword slash broke through the darkness and attacked Acknowledger behind him. At first, he was able to avoid it. Until the end, Shiraishi's attack became more and more rapid, and even some slashes he couldn't take care of at all. With this slash, he pierces his dragon body and pierces his dragon wings. 45 consecutive cuts. For a while, the two sides seemed to be caught in an endless battle, a battle between swordsmanship and magic. 56 consecutive cuts. 11 consecutive slashes slashed towards the dark streamer in an instant, and the wind raged, with Shiraishi as the center. A huge vortex of wind suddenly formed. Every time a slash is performed, the sword energy is like a raptor, rushing out. Dragon King is unrivaled. Acknowledger, who has been frustrated one after another, has a completely distorted face, and all the magic power in his body erupts without reservation. At this time, he has only one belief to kill the other party. Only belief. Boom! Darkness gathers a little and erodes the world. During the sword dance, Shiraishi, Manyo Hao, slowly opened his eyes, and in those dark pupils, a cold light flashed. Looking at Acknowledger, he said plainly, reunited. The 57th consecutive cut. The dazzling sword energy rushes towards Acknowledger like a raptor. This is Shiraishi's strongest blow. Seeing the white dragon that really turned into a tsunami, Acknowledger felt suffocated like never before, and at the same time shouted out Daenon with an extremely excited expression. Come on! It's time to end! Shiraishi! Boom! The dark clouds gathered, blocking the stars, the darkness and the sword light collided fiercely, and countless explosions rose into the sky. This is an unparalleled blow, a blow that cannot be avoided. The whole earth was shaking violently, and the strong wind whipped up endless dust and gravel. Irene and Anna, who were separated by a long distance, felt the strong wind whistling, and they couldn't open their eyes. So one by one, blood spurted out instantly.